In this course, we are going to learn to build apps for multiple platforms like Android, iOS, web and desktop from a single code base using the Flutter framework. This course is specifically designed for non-programmers. Now if you're someone who has previous coding experience in another language, don't worry. Since this course is designed for everyone, even those with coding experience, you can follow along at an accelerated pace. So I'll recommend you to watch the videos at 1.5x speed for topics you're already familiar with, like variables, functions, classes and so on. This course solely focuses on Flutter app development and does not cover any database related topics. We'll create 3 apps in this course. First one is a simple currency converter app to get started. Second is the weather app where all the weather data is being fetched from the web. And the last one is a shopping app. By building these 3 apps, we learn various aspects of Flutter such as widgets, layouts, responsive layouts, state management, etc. Additionally, I'll provide you with a brief overview of the inner workings of Flutter, like understanding how Flutter handles rendering, state management, and more behind the scenes stuff. I've covered database related topics in separate tutorials which you can easily follow along after watching this tutorial. Before we dive into Flutter specific concepts, I want to make sure you have a solid foundation in Dart. Thus in this course, our initial focus will be on learning Dart without involving Flutter at all. Once we have a thorough understanding of Dart, we will proceed to build the 3 apps mentioned before. One last note for non-programmers. Learning a new language can sometimes bring up questions or confusion. That's completely normal. If you encounter any difficulties or have questions about the concepts or syntax we cover in the tutorial, don't hesitate to ask. You can leave your questions in the comment section below. We also have a Discord server with over 2500 members, including myself, ready to assist you every step of the way. Link to the Discord server is mentioned in the description below. So that wraps up our introduction. Now let's understand what Dart is and how is it different from other programming languages. Dart is an open source language developed by Google. It shares similarities with other popular programming languages like JavaScript and Java. If you're already familiar with these languages, learning Dart will be a breeze. But now the question is, why would you use Dart instead of JavaScript or Java? The primary reason many people use it is because they want to learn Flutter. Flutter uses Dart and allows you to build apps for iOS, Android, web and desktop with a single code base. This doesn't mean Dart is only used to build user interfaces. It can also be used to build backend, your own server, or anything else you prefer. So before diving into code, there's a thing I want to mention really quick. Dart comes with 2 compilation processes. By compilation, I mean the process of translating the source code, the code we type, into machine code. So compilation is basically converting from human readable format to a format which the computer can understand. So the 2 compilation processes are just-in-time, JIT, and AOT, short for ahead of time compilation. During development, Dart uses the JIT compiler, which allows for fast iteration and immediate feedback. It means you can make changes to your code and see the results without waiting for a lengthy compilation. However, when it's time to deploy your Dart app, you can use the AOT compiler. The AOT compiler compiles your Dart code into optimized native machine code. This results in faster execution and improved performance, making your applications really efficient. So to write Dart code, we need something known as an SDK. SDK stands for Software Development Kit. Now what is this Software Development Kit? Let's break it down. Software Development Kit. A kit for software development. And it's somehow related to Dart, right? So let's take an analogy to understand this better. Suppose you're building a model car. When constructing this model, a whole kit of items is needed, including the kit pieces, the tools needed to put them together, assembly instructions, and so on. Similarly, in Dart or any other programming language, when you want to try to run it on your own machine, you need something as an SDK so that you can write your code, test it out, and run your code as well. Right now, your system doesn't have any information about Dart. When you give it a set of tools, it knows that this is how I need to process Dart code. And if you give me this instruction in the command line, this is how I will do it. So those are the set of tools we require. There are three primary ways of installing Dart SDK. First one is by installing the Flutter SDK. Flutter SDK contains the Dart SDK, so using it, we can create Flutter apps where we can write Dart code, or we can create Dart packages or Dart projects that will allow us to write Dart code. Second option is to go to dart.dev and install the Dart SDK. When we install the Dart SDK from here, we won't be able to create Flutter apps and run them, but we'll be able to test out our Dart code. And the third option is using Dartpad. Dartpad is a bit different from these two solutions. Dartpad is a way to write Dart code inside the browser itself. So you don't have to go through the hassle of installing the SDK or anything. You can directly start writing your Dart code over here. And that's exactly the approach we are going to take. The reason we are not installing the Flutter SDK or the Dart SDK is because there might be some installation processes where you might get stuck, and the point of this tutorial is not about installing anything. It's just about practicing to write Dart code. When we get to the Flutter section, we are definitely going to install Flutter SDK so that we can have local development, and with that we'll get the Dart SDK. So we are going to locally install Flutter and Dart in the Flutter section, but for now, let's start writing our code in Dartpad, and let's dive into Dart. So first thing we are going to do is remove all of the code that we see here, and we are just going to have an empty thing right here. Don't remove this part because this thing right here is very important. This is what is known as a function, and we're going to know more about it as we go forward in the tutorial. But for now, you can consider this thing as the entry point to your Dart applications and Dart programs. But if you see right now, this thing right here is empty. And if I try to run it, nothing is spit out in the console or in the documentation or anywhere. Everything remains the same. What I want to happen is something should be spit out in the console so that it gives me some sense of encouragement to keep coding. So I want to see some output in the console. How can I do that? So to do that, we have some special keyword. Keyword are basically special words that carry special meaning in Dart or any other programming language in general. So if you have print and if you type it like this, you'll be able to print out something in the console. But here we get an error. It says one positional argument expected by print but 0 found. What does this line even mean? You'll get to know more about it when we move forward, and by the end of this tutorial you'll be able to understand almost all the frequent error messages. I can just try experimenting something, right? In the print, I'm just going to pass in what I want to see in the console. I want to see hello world to be seen in the console. So if I do this and then try to run, but even before running, it gives me an error. It says undefined name hello. Try correcting the name to one that is defined or defining the name. And here it says too many positional arguments, one expected but 2 found. Now this error message is similar to the last one if you notice. When we had nothing typed out here, we got 1 expected, 0 found, but now we have 2 found. Just keep this in mind, so when we move forward in the tutorial, you'll be able to analyze these error messages. And the reason we are getting all of these errors is basically because we want to wrap all of this text that we have in single inverted or double inverted commas. So if you do that and click on run, you'll be able to see something in the console. Earlier, it didn't work because it thought it is something known as variable, and we have not defined any sort of variable here. And to print something that is a text in Dart, all we need to do is wrap it with a double inverted or a single inverted comma. Both of them work the same way. And we can also pass in numbers instead of this text message. And while in text we needed to have the double inverted or single inverted comma, when spitting out some number, we don't have to do that. We can just have 3 written over here and run it, and we'll be able to see it in the console. But even if you do this and try to run it, it doesn't matter. It prints it out. So either of them work, but both of these things are not similar or same. They are quite different from each other. To show you these two things are different from each other, what I'm going to do is use operators to explain them. Now, I hope you know operators, and if you don't know, well, they are basically addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, all of that. So I'm going to use operators to make you understand that these two things are different. So we are going to have 3 plus 2 over here, which we can do it in the print statement and it doesn't throw any error. And the result we should be expecting is 5. And that's what we get, 5. And we can keep doing this. We can have 3 plus 2 minus 2 into. So this is the sign for into in programming. You have to add an asterisk to do into. If you use x, obviously it thinks it is some sort of variable. So you have to have into 2 divided by 4. And if I do this much and run it, we get 4. Now if I just remove this from here and instead have 3 plus 2 like this, we get an error. The error says the argument type int can't be assigned to the parameter type string. Now what does this error mean? I'm not going to explain it to you right now, but you'll understand it very soon. And I'm sorry for doing this, but you'll understand as we move ahead. The point I'm trying to make here is not to make you understand error messages now. I just want to tell you that these two things are different. And if I just convert this 2 in a string as well and add a plus over here and then try to run it, we should be expecting 5, but we get 32. Why is that the case? Well, that's because Dart considered this a text, and this plus operator here thought if either of them are string or both of them are string, I should be adding them. By added here, I mean concatenated. Now let's experiment a little bit. What if we put minus sign over here? And as you can see, we get an error. Minus, multiplication, division, anything of that sort is not allowed. You can only put in a plus because it thinks it's concatenating, but it does throw a warning because that's not the way to do it. There is another way to do the same thing, but we'll explore it as we move along. Interestingly, if we put multiplication here, we get an error saying the argument type string can't be assigned to the parameter type int, and it only highlights this part. So what if I convert this into number and this into a normal text and then try to run it? As you see, we get 33. That's because it prints 3 2 times. So it's basically multiplying the text and adding it together. So if you have 22 and then try to run it, you'll get 3 22 times written over here. You can count it for yourself. Now I just want to show you something related to numbers that we've done previously. If we have 5 divided by 4 plus 2 minus 4, and let's add a multiplication as well and then try to run it, you get minus 4.75. And if you try to calculate on your own, this will be the answer. And you're calculating this using BODMAS, and that's exactly what Dart follows. Dart follows operator precedence. That means things like multiplication, division take precedence over things like addition, subtraction. Also, if we have bracket over here, that's going to take precedence over division or multiplication. So if you try to run it, you get the same thing because 4 into 2 takes precedence over minus. If I have to show you a simple example just to clear it off, we have 75 divided by 5 plus 2 and then try to run it, we get 17 because 75 divided by 5 is 15 plus 2 17. But if we put bracket over here in 5 plus 2, what will we get? Will we get 17? No, we should be getting 75 divided by 7, which is 10.742. So now that you know about these two things, what if I want to make my notes over here? I've learned something new, that Dart follows BODMAS, or any other programming language mostly follows BODMAS. I just want to make a note over here. Dart follows BODMAS. I just want to write this here. But if I try to write this here, we get an error. So do I have to enclose this in a string? No, that's not a good idea, because this thinks this is a text which is different from what I want. I want to make notes for me. I don't want to make some text that is understood by the Dart program. I want to create something that is understood by me as a programmer. So to do that, we have something known as comments, and comments are of different types as well. These comments allow me to make notes for me so that I can understand my code better, even if I look after 10 years. And the different type of comments I was talking about is first this one, the single line comment. What if my note extends more than 2 lines? More than 1 line, sorry. So if I have another one which says Dart is cool, right? Now I can do this, put single line comments to make it multi-line, but what's a cleaner solution for us so that I don't have to put this 2 forward slashes again and again? So for that, we have multi-line comment. With this, I can just have a syntax like this. Syntax basically refers to the script in a programming language, if that makes sense. So this is a script of English language. This is a script of Dart. Alright. So I have this comment which says this is the start of the comment, but I've not ended it, so it doesn't know where to end. So it covers everything rest of the line in the Dart program. So to end it, what I have to do is put asterisk / again, and now it knows that this thing right here is my comment, and this is the scope of it. That means this is the part where I can create my notes. And if you want, you can go ahead and create your notes here as well. You can create as many comments as you want, but if you're extending more than 1 line, it's obviously recommended to use multi-line comment. A third type of comment exists as well, which is called a documentation comment. This might not be useful to you right now, but when you start creating your Flutter apps, you'll be able to use and make sense of these documentation comments. Now, if documentation comment doesn't make sense to you, don't worry about it. You'll understand as we develop our own app in Flutter and when we have several files to scan through. So now that we've completed all of this, let's remove it and dive into variables. What are variables? I'm just going to ask you, what do you think variables are? Variables, by looking at the word, it just means things that can vary, right? And that's exactly what variables are. Variables are just ways to store the data and later on change it. Now you might ask, when would I need to manipulate or change some data? Let's take an example to understand this further. Suppose, we have a print statement, and here we are just asking for the user input, and the user input gives us 19. I'm not really asking for a user input here, I'm just faking the value, but in a real life scenario, we are going to ask the user, what is the first value going to be? What is the second value going to be? And based on that, we are going to carry out multiplication, addition, subtraction. Alright? Okay, so this is my first value. After that, I'm going to ask for the second value also, and that is going to be input from the user as well. Let's say the user entered 5. Now I want to make some calculations based on this. So I'm just going to have print 19 into 5, print 19 plus 5, and print 19 minus 5. Alright. So I'm taking the first value and the second value and multiplying, adding and subtracting. If I run, I get 19, first value that we printed, second value that we printed, 19 into 5 is 95, 19 plus 5 is 24, and 19 minus 5 is 14. So we get the correct values. Now what's the problem here? Well, the first problem is we are just faking the value by ourselves, right? But in a real life scenario, we don't know what the user will enter. Will the user enter 19, 20, 25? We don't know. We have to assign a variable to this, which will contain this value, and we can use it later on. And let's say we are not taking the user input only. We are taking the values on our own. Alright, so no user input is involved. We are basically telling this is 19, this is 5, and we have to do multiplication, addition, subtraction based on these two values. But later on, someone else comes in and says the first value shouldn't be 19. It's very easy calculation. Let's make it something more difficult. Let's make it, let's say 302, and this should be 51. Now I'll have to go through this entire program, change everything everywhere. So I'll have to add 302 into 51, 302 plus 51, 302 minus 51. And suppose we have like hundreds of print statements. Will I do that in every single print statement or every single line? That's not an effective solution, right? I'll have to do so much work just to change one value. And if the value changes again and again, that will be a big problem. And that's why variables were introduced. So to create a variable, this is the syntax for it. This is how it looks in Dart. Every programming language has something differently done. In Dart, this is how you can do it. So we have to first mention a data type. Then we have to mention a variable name. Then I'll assign using the equal to. And then I want to pass in some value. And finally, a semicolon. Semicolon is used for the print as well. It's going to be used here as well. It's used for probably almost every single line that you have. There are some exceptions like, this thing right here. This doesn't have any semicolon. It has a curly bracket. But we are going to discuss more about this curly bracket and why it exists. The advantage of having this semicolon actually is if you just want to put everything in one line. So you have multiple print statements in one line, and that will work as well. Okay. So if you just do this and run, we get the right output. So you can have all of them in a single line thanks to this semicolon. It's kind of like a full stop in your English language. Alright. So coming back to this, if you want to come back to anything, you just need to press Ctrl Z if you're on Windows, and if you're on Mac, Command Z, and you'll be back here. It is the undo option. And if you want to redo, you can have Command Shift Z and it will redo all the stuff for you. So now that we have all of this out of the way, let's create variable for first value and second value and use those variables. So first we need to understand here what is a data type. So there are multiple types of data, right? It can either be a number, it can be a text, it can be something else. What do we want? Well, I want my data to be a whole number, a natural number, a negative number, a positive number. That doesn't matter, but it should not be a decimal number. That's my restriction. I need to know if my number is going to have a decimal or not. If it's going to have decimal, then we have a data type assigned to it called double. But if we don't have a decimal, we are going to have something known as int. Both of them, double and int, allow you to have negative numbers, positive numbers, but the difference lies in the decimal point. So with int, you can store proper numbers, not any fraction or anything, but with double, you can store decimal, fractions, etc. So we are going to use int because I don't want there to be any decimals. And then I'm going to have variable name, which is first value. Now you might ask, why do we need variable name? Variable name is needed so that we can distinguish two variables from each other. For example, I'm Rivan and there's some other person called Naman. We're given two different names so that we can uniquely identify each other. That's the case with variable. We are giving this the variable name of first value. Then we are going to create a second variable and that is going to be called second value. Okay. And then I'm going to add is equal to, set it to a value. My value is 302. And there we go. We have first value variable created. And if we tap over this, in our documentation part, we see int first value local variable. Now we are going to have second variable and that is the int second value, which is equal to 51. Now I can remove all of this. I'll take this first value and instead of print, I'm going to print first value over here. I'll take the second value, I'll print second value over here. And now you see warnings are going. The warnings appeared first because we had not used this variable, but we had created it. Dart is very smart to know that we haven't used this second value anywhere in our function. Alright. So that's why it says, yeah, you have not used it. It's better to remove it. but we have to use it, so I'm just going to use it over here. Let's remove the comment. Then I'll take this first value, replace it with 302. Then the second value, replace it with 51. And I'm going to continue doing this over here. So I'll have first value.
2,000 years later.
Now my entire code is dependent on variables. And if I try to run it, I get the same output. I print first value. Okay. So it checked. Yeah, this is first value. First value has already been created. So let's take first value from here. Let's take its value and print it. Then we have second value. The same happened over here. Let's find for a variable second value. Yeah, it exists. So we are going to take this 51 and print it over here. Then we have first value. We already know the first value, that is 302 into 51. So it multiplied them. Then first value plus second value. So it had 302 plus 51. So the same thing happened, but now instead of hard coding it, by hard coding I mean manually typing 302 51 every single place, I'm going to replace everything with variable, and I did it. The benefit of this now is if I have 310 here and if I decide to change this to 102 and then try to run it, I will get completely different results. The benefit is I don't have to keep changing every single thing here. I just needed to change one thing or second thing, the values, and all of them automatically change their values. Now let's try to do the same thing with double now. So if I use double here and let's say we use double here and then I have 310.50 and 102.22. Just to demonstrate to you that I wasn't lying, if you have int over here, it will throw you a compile time error. That means while you're coding, while you're writing in your code editor, it will tell you with a red warning or red error that yeah, this is wrong, and if you try to run it, it will give you an error. So we have double now. We got rid of the red warning, and you see I get 310.5 instead of 0.50. I get 0.5. Dart is smart. Then we have 102.22 and all of these which you can calculate on your own. Now other than numbers, we have other data types as well. Another data type is string. So you know how in your print statements you used to write, let's remove all of this so that we don't have any confusion. We have understood why we need variables. Now if I use string over here, we get an error because this is a type of double and I've used string. Now what exactly is a string? You know how in your print statements you had written hello world like this, and then when you try to print it, it printed hello world. Now this thing right here, this text is a string. So if you take this, paste it over here, you see the error goes away. Now there's just a warning that you've not used this value. Of course, we can just use it over here and then run it and we get hello world. So string is used for text, for words, for characters. You can use string. So you can even store a single character in a string. And this string, like in the print statement we saw, can have single inverted or double inverted comma, and that's going to work just fine. There are two more data types that I want to show you right now. Of course, there are going to be more, but as of now, I'm going to show you two more. Later on in the tutorial, we'll cover more. Another type is bool like this. This bool here stands for boolean. Alright, in other programming languages like Java, you define it like this: boolean first value is equal to false or true. Either of them, either it's going to be false or true. And as you can understand, boolean value only tells you if you're going to have a true value or a false value. So you cannot have string, numbers or anything. You can either have true, which is a keyword in Dart, or it can be false. Again, this is a keyword. Of course, if you use this within a string, it loses its value. But as of now, like this, it has a special meaning. And when you try to run it, you'll see false printed out over here. Now you might ask, why would I need a boolean value? Why would I need just a true or false? There are many cases where you might need boolean. For example, we're going to have is adult. So we just want to know whether the child is adult or not. And this is a naming convention. Alright, let's make this small. So this is a naming convention. Whenever you have a boolean, most people prefer to have is before it. So you know that this is a boolean value, and you don't have is not adult or nothing, no sort of negation is there. It's either is adult or is child, and that's much better to read. It's just a convention. Obviously you can name variable names whatever you want, but yeah, they cannot be repeating themselves. So you can have boolean is child, which is false, and then you can print is child and run it. So with this variable, now you get access to, getting to know, is this a child or is this an adult? If the child is false, that means it is an adult. And the last type that I want to show you is very interesting, and that is dynamic. And you see, when I have dynamic, I can put boolean value, I can put in string value, I can remove all of this, I can have 10, 10.5, I can have anything I want. So I can just name this some value and then use this some value over here. This is going to be dynamic. That means it can take any value. It can take integer, it can take string, it can take boolean, whatever you want. And then run it and it will tell you that yeah, it's 10.5. It's doing stuff correctly, but it's generally not recommended to use dynamic by yourself. There are certain cases where you cannot avoid dynamic, but it's recommended that you use values like int, bool, or string, or whatever. Don't use dynamic, because when you use int, string, or whatever, you're basically telling the system that yeah, this is this value, and it is easier for the system to know that this is an integer value. When you have dynamic value, you don't have any clue what it is going to be. So it can be a bit tough. For example, when you have int here and you put dot, you get a lot of things that you can use. Alright, so these are the things that I'm going to cover later on. But for now, you can just see that when I have integer here, and if I do some value dot is even, that will let me know if it is even or odd. And as you can see, it is prefixed with is. If it is prefixed with is, we can get a clue that this is going to be a boolean value. So it's going to give me a boolean value and tell me if it is odd or not. And then when I try to run it, I get false here. There we go. And if I have is even, it will give me true. And there are lots and lots of things. Is finite, is infinite, is negative, absolute, like this. The syntax is a bit different, but I'll let you know as we move along why the syntax is like this, why it's not like this, etc, etc. Of course you can use it, but it wouldn't work. So if I just try to run it like this, you see we get something like this, which doesn't even make sense to us. We can just do this and run it, and we get 10. Abs here stands for absolute value of this. So absolute value of 10 is indeed 10. And there are loads of other things. Now, if I just convert this to a string, and then put this inside of string as well, and then I do string some value dot, you see we get a whole bunch of new properties. These are called properties. I get is empty, whether my string is empty or not. Is empty, is not empty. Length, what is the length of my string? So if I just do this, I get 2 over here. Okay, because that's my length of the string. If I add something like this, it should increase, and it definitely does. Then we have more things like compare to, contains, ends with, index of, last index of. I'm going to explain all of this stuff later on when we dive into functions, getters, and all of that. So it will make much more sense. But for now, my point to tell you all of this is whenever you use int or string, it gives you capabilities like this. But when you try to do dynamic and then you try to do some value dot, you see you only get all of this. Hash code, then runtime type. So if I have runtime type and then I try to run it, I get string over here. So you see the difference? At compile time, the value is dynamic. That means when we are writing in a code editor, it knows that this is dynamic. It can contain any value. But at runtime, when the code has been executed, or when the code is executing, you get string, because At runtime, it knows, yeah, this is a string. Now, just to demonstrate one last problem with dynamic, if I have some value plus 3 over here, we know this is not possible because this is a string, this is an integer, and when we tried to do it earlier, it didn't work. And now if I try to do it, it gives me an error over here. It doesn't give me a compile time error. It doesn't give me red lines over here. If I use string like this, it does. But with dynamic, it doesn't. Because at compile time, the value is not known. At runtime, the value is known. And when it is known, it says, no, this is error. How can you even run this code? That's why it's generally recommended to use the type as it is. One last thing I want to tell you while we are on this is the variable naming convention. This is not the convention to name a variable. Generally, naming convention is used, which is camel case. So you have sum, and when you feel like it's a next word, right? Some value is consisting of two words, right? Sum and value. So you want sum and value v should be bigger. Okay? So this is a convention. Obviously, you can go ahead and make this some value, but just for better readability, it is recommended to use camel casing. Now you can take this, put it over here, and there we have it. So if you don't trust me now, you can see when I put some value dot is empty is consisting of two words, is and empty. Is not empty is consisting of three words, is not empty. So the first case is small, second is capitalized, and third is capitalized. So except first, everything is going to be capitalized. That's how the naming convention is. So now that you've understood all of this, let's remove it and use integer here. Let's call this first value like this, which is equal to 20. And I said in my definition of variable that variables are things that can store some value, and when needed, it can even change the value. So if I want to change first value, how can I do it? Well, do I have to do int first value is equal to 30 like this? No, you cannot do this. You see, we get an error. The name first value is already defined. If you already have some value defined, you cannot create a variable again. But yeah, you can create a variable like this. First value like this and first value like this is different because Dart is case sensitive. Even if you have double over here, you cannot be naming them like this. The variable name should not be same. It can be like this, but it's generally recommended to have a different name altogether if you're creating a new variable, because it can create a lot of confusion as your program grows bigger. For example, if you have one variable that says first value is 20, and then you have another one which is similar to this, but v is small, then you have 22, then you have a third variable where let's say e is capitalized, it can be a lot tougher to read. And when you want to print something and do your operations, you're like, which one should I use? It can be confusing, right? So it's generally recommended to make your names as descriptive as possible and to be quite different from each other. But yeah, please don't name your variables like f, v, whatever. Just name it something that makes sense, right? First value 20, now I want to change the value. I can just do first value is equal to 100. Alright, now I have changed the variable. Now if I just try to print stuff, so this is first value, then I'll print first value again. And we should be seeing two different values now. I have 20, then I should have 100. And we get that. So you create a variable, you print it, then you reassign it. And don't put int over here, because that's like assigning a variable again. You're reassigning, so you don't have to pass that in. And then you have printed. Now what if I want to increase the value? I don't want to set it to a definitive value. For example, if I change it to 25, I want 75 to increase. If I have 20, I want 75 to increase. Alright, I don't want it to be 100 only. So I can just have first value equal to first value plus 75. And then we run it. And we get 20 and 95. So if I change the value to 25 here, I should be seeing 100, and that's exactly what I want. So this is how you can use operators to give value to a variable. right? You can even multiply, you can divide, whatever you want. So let's minus it for now and run it, and you'll see the result. Now, a shorthand syntax for this is just removing all of this, and you can do minus equals 75. And then when you try to run it, you should be seeing the same result. Why does that happen? This is a shorthand syntax for what we just typed. This stands for first value is equal to first value minus 75. But yeah, if you want to do first value, which is equal to 75 minus first value, this wouldn't work. And you cannot do equal to minus 75, because that just means first value is minus 75. Yeah, if you try to run it, you see we get 25 and minus 75 because it's like this. So you're reassigning it to minus 75. But you can do this minus is equal to 75, and that will make sure that this happens. And now if you want to do plus, you can do that. If you want to do multiplication, you can do that. If you want to do divide, you can do that. So let's try to do this, and there we go. So this is how you can reassign variables and use operators to give new values to variable. Now let's remove all of this and get into strings. So we have string first value, which is equal to, let's say, hello world. And let's make this variable name more descriptive. This is a greeting. And now if I try to print greeting, I will be seeing hello world. We now have that much confidence. Now I want to reassign it, so I can just have greeting equal to hello world without a comma. Then I print greeting again. And then when I try to run it, we see hello world with a comma and hello world without a comma. That's good. Now you can obviously add to greeting as well. So you have greeting plus yo like this, and then try to run it, and you get hello world yo. But now over here you see an error we've seen before. Use interpolation to compose strings and values. We get this error because this plus operator should generally be not used with strings. What you should be using is string interpolation. And how does string interpolation work? Well, I can just remove all of this, and we have this, right? So we've reassigned it to yo. But now here I'm going to pass in dollar curly bracket greeting, and then when I try to run it, we get the same output. So with this, we have added the variable hello world over here, like the value hello world is added using this syntax and yo. That means dollar and after that curly braces have a special meaning in strings. So if whenever you use dollar in a string, it isn't just a normal dollar. It carries a special meaning. So you have to use dollar curly bracket greeting. But even if you see now, unnecessary braces in a string interpolation, and that warning is quite descriptive. When I have greeting like this, I don't have to put curly bracket. I can just do dollar greeting like this, and the error goes away. The warning goes away, and now if I try to run it, I'll get the same output. Now you might ask, why did I put curly bracket earlier if I already knew that's not allowed? Because I wanted to show you when we have to use curly bracket. Curly bracket is to be used, suppose when we have something like this, alright? So I want the length of this string, so I want 12 yo to be present over here. And that's when I will use curly bracket. I cannot do something like this, because this way it thinks dollar greeting is a variable, alright? So we'll have hello world, then it will print out dot length, and then it will print out yo. So it considers dot length as a normal string, dollar greeting as a variable, and it isn't what I want. I want 12 yo to be present, because that's the length of hello world. So that's why whenever you have something like this, you put curly bracket over here, and when you have curly bracket and when you run it, you get 12 yo. So in this case, we don't get any warning. But yeah, if you have a single word, you have to use it like this. If you have something that adds up to it, it will consider it a normal string. You can see the highlighting also gives you some clues about it. So you can just have like this and run it, and there we go. We get the nice output. So this was string interpolation, and a new way to concatenate strings. Now you might ask, what if I just want a normal string with a dollar there? So if I'm having an e-commerce site and I have $12 to be written, how can I write that, right? I mean, dollar is my currency. Well, to avoid that, you can just put a backslash, and with a backslash, it will consider dollar as a normal dollar sign. It will lose its special importance, and then when you try to run it, you get $12. Perfect? So just put a backslash to remove its importance. Now there are a few more cool things I want to show you. So if we have hello world like this, and I want to print world on a new line, how can I do that? If I do this, will that work? No, you can see we're getting an error because all of this needs to be in a single line. To make it multi-line, what we can do is put 3 things like this, 3 single inverted commas, and even here we are going to have 3 single inverted comma, and now it knows that this is a multi-line string, and this is generally used for bigger values, right? I mean, if you have like a very long text, you might want this. So if you have 3 strings like this, and then you can have multi-line strings, so you can do like this and run it, and you get hello and hello world like this. Perfect. But what if you don't want to do something like this? You want everything to be in a single line, but you want to go to a next line. So for that, we have special thing in Dart. So let's put it in a single line again. If you just put it like this, it will work as well, but this is generally used for multi-line comments or multi-line strings, sorry. So let's put it in a single inverted comma. And here, to make world go on a new line, what I can do is /n, and then when I run it, we get hello world on a new line. But you might see hello is written over here, then there's a space and then world. That's there because we have left a space over here. If we remove the space and then do it, we will get hello and world right below it. And you see, we get that. So /n basically stands for new line. If we just put n over here, it will just think it's a normal value. But when you put slash, it adds a special importance over here, which says, yeah, leave a new line. And then when you run it, you get hello world like this. Great. And one last thing that I want to show you is if you have a string written over here, and if you try to later on change its value to 10, that's not allowed. Because Dart's type system is very powerful. What is this type system? Well, just knowing that this value is a string. So if this is a string, it cannot be reassigned to an integer value, a double value, a boolean value, anything. If it's a string, it needs to be a string. You cannot change it later on. And that is type system because those are data types, right? You can consider it like data type system, but for short, we just say type system. And the type system is so strong that it knew, yeah, this is a string. You cannot assign it to an integer. Why would you do so? If you use dynamic, and if you have a string over here, you can reassign it to an integer and it will all be good. Alright? So if you just try to do this, run it, it will work well for you. You get hello world and 10. There's no runtime error, there's no compile time error, nothing at all. Because dynamic is basically saying, give me whatever value you want, I'll take both of them. But yeah, at runtime, it knows both of its value. So if you just have greeting.runtime type, first it should print out a string, then it should print out an integer. And that's exactly what it did. So I hope you understood dynamic and string, integer, etc. Now let's get rid of all of them and I'll show you a new way to create variables. Now you might ask, what is this new way now? Let me tell it to you. So another way of creating the variables is like this. First, you'll have to mention either var or final or const followed by the variable name equal to and then the value. So this part right here is the same, but instead of int, string, whatever data type we had, we can just type in var, final or const, not all three of them, either one of them. And we'll get to know what's the difference between all these three, but let's first type something out. So we are going to have var, some value is equal to 10, Alright, so it gets to know that one line is completed. Then you're going to have print some value, and then we are going to run it. And we see 10 over here. Now you might say this can't be the exact same thing as integer over here, because we are using a different keyword here. We are using var, and it might be similar to dynamic because we haven't mentioned a type, right? But that's not the case. If you go over here in the documentation, you'll see int some value, and if we just see the nice autocomplete features that we get those things just like we have an integer, because it has correctly identified that this is an integer. Now you might think this var only stands for integer. You're fooling us by saying that is for all types. But no, that's not the case. If I convert it to string, it will automatically get to know that this is a string. Why is that the case? It's again because of Dart's powerful type system. You need to know that every variable must have a type. So even if you put dynamic, the variable's type is dynamic. If you put a string, it is of the type string. If you put int over here, it is of the type int. But if you put var, it correctly identifies the right hand side and gives the value of the right hand side to this variable. And again, if you go ahead and try to change it to, let's say, an integer, it will throw an error. This is not dynamic. This is of the type string, and it's got to know that. So although every variable must have a type, the syntax for specifying types is optional whenever you use var, final or const. This happens because Dart's type system or the type inference system can automatically know the types of variables based on what you've written over here. Now let's put in final as well. So we have final some value which is equal to 10 and const some value which is equal to 10. Alright, let's make all of them strings so that we know all of them are the same thing. But now you might see, obviously we get an error. The name some value is already defined. I told you, all variables cannot have the same. So you need to go ahead, let's place some value 2, some value 3 over here, and let's call this some value 1. Okay. Yes, you can add numbers to your variables. Okay. But you cannot add these numbers to the start of these variables. Keep that in mind. Okay. So if you have one some value, that wouldn't work. You need to call it some value 3 or some value 1 or some value 2. So now that we have this, let's print everything out. So we have some value 2, some value 3, and we print it. And we should be seeing 10, right? Because, well, it's all the same. And note that, yeah, everything here, some value 2 is also string, some value 3 is also string. So the type inference works for all these three things. But the difference comes in when we have to reassign the values. Alright, so we've printed this. Now let's put some space over here. So we are just going to print, kind of a divider. And then we are going to have print, or let's reassign it first. So we'll have some value 1, which is equal to 1001 now. Okay. Then we'll have some value 2, which is equal to 10,001, and some value 3, which is equal to 10,001 as well. Okay. Now let's try to print all of these values again. So I'm just going to copy them and paste it. But there we go. We get an error. Why is there the error? Well, let's see. The final variable some value 2 can only be set once. Constant variables can't be assigned a value. So this is the difference between where, final or const. Alright. Where basically stands for variable. That means the value can vary. Final stands for this is like the final value, the ultimate value, and const stands for constant value, that this is constant. So obviously based on the context that we have here, based on these keywords, we get to know that these can't be reassigned. So once their value is set, they can't be changed, but variable can be changed. So this is the difference between variable, final and const. So you can do this and then run it again. So the value will now print 10, 10, 10. Then it will print out 10,001, 10, 10. And that's what happens over here. So hopefully you've understood this. But now you might ask, if final and const both can't be reassign, what's the difference between these two? Variable is understood. And by the way, I forgot to mention this, but this is what is called mutability and immutability. Mutability means that the value can be changed after it's set, and immutability means the value cannot be changed after it's set. So variable here, where or var or whatever you call it, is mutable, and these two things are immutable. So now that we have this, let's remove variable out of the scene and let's compare only final and const, because you might be confused in that. Both of them look similar. Both of these values cannot be changed later on. But there has to be some purpose. That's why these two keywords were created separately. Otherwise, it could just be final or it could just be const, right? So to understand this difference, what I'm going to do is completely remove the strings from here and give a value of datetime dot now. Now you might not have seen this before, or if you're already familiar with Dart and you're just watching to revise, you might have seen this. We generally use this more often in Flutter apps because you want to get the current time or current date. That's where it helps. It gives you the exact time right now. So using this thing, you can get it. But obviously, you're not familiar with this syntax. We'll understand more about this when we go into classes, functions, and all of those stuff. But as of now, you can just blindly copy that this thing just gives us the current date time. Alright, so it's the correct date with the time. But now, if I set it to both of these things, the constant one gives me an error, but the final one doesn't give me a compile time error. Why is that the case? That's because datetime.now retrieves the current date and time at runtime. So its value cannot be known until the program is executed. And that's the difference between final and const. Final is a runtime constant and const is a compile time constant. Now, this might be confusing because there are a lot of words juggling around. So let me clear it up. So what I want you to do right now is just think about it logically. Datetime.now, can it give me the variable value such that I know it before the code is executed? That doesn't make sense, right? If I give it 10 like this over here, it knows that the value is 10 at compile time. But when I give datetime.now, that is not really a constant. 10 is a constant. Datetime.now cannot be because it gives me the current date and time. And current date and time is always changing. So it cannot be a constant. It is a variable. So the value is known only after we press run. But in case of const is a compile time constant and you're assigning it the value of a runtime variable. That doesn't go hand in hand, right? That's why it gives you an error. Constant values can be 10, strings, sort of these things, but it cannot be runtime variables. It can only be compile time constants. So I hope that was clear. Now if you just try to change its value, obviously it won't change. So you'll have some value 2 is equal to datetime.now. Let's say again, and if you see, we get error. The final variable can only be set once. Now if I try to run it, and the output is 2023-5/16. So this is the date when I'm recording. This is the time if you want to match it. Here it is. And obviously it goes into much more detail. And if I again run it, this part will here change, right? Because time is not fixed. That's why this is a runtime value, not a compile time value. So this was the new way I wanted to show you. But obviously, it's not like you can eliminate integer. It's against the syntax. You can pass final, let's say, date time over here. We'll get into the syntax more. But basically, you can pass date time over here and you can pass string over here. Both of these things will work. It's not like they won't work. But if Dart can automatically handle it for you, why would you want to type it, right? I mean, if Dart is already doing all of this, why should I do it? So this is the convention that people generally follow. Now you might say, if this is the case, if I can use variable, final, constant, all of those things, why did you show us this string approach? String some value is equal to 1000. Why did you show me this way? Isn't it adding more confusion? Well, first of all, I wanted to show you more about types. I wanted to show you about reassigning the variables, and I wanted to show you about type safety, meaning you cannot assign string to an integer, you cannot assign integer to a boolean, etc. But other reason for doing that was just having final const var doesn't really mean you can eliminate using these data types all the time. There are certain cases when you can't avoid using them and you'll have to avoid using variable, final or const. Let me show you some situations like that. And that introduces us to a new concept, which is nullable variables or optional variables. So let's remove it from here. Let's put the heading optional variables over here. Now what are these optional variables? Optional variables basically say that your variables can have two values. Not at one time, but it just says it can have either one value or other value. So what are these values? Well, first value is string or integer or boolean, whatever you've mentioned, like this. And it can have a null variable or null value. What is this null value? Well, null value is basically null, nothing. It doesn't have any value. So suppose you don't want to give any value to a string when you initially set it, but later on, based on some condition or something, you want to change the value. That time, null is used, because if you just pass in an empty string, that's not a solution, because this is not null. This is not like it doesn't have any value. That's not the case. Here you're saying that it has a value of an empty string. But when you use null, you say that this doesn't have any value. Let's take an example of int. If you have int sum, which is equal to, let's say, 0, you're not saying that sum doesn't have any value. Sum has a value of 0. To not have any value, you set it to null. So when you pass in null, which is a specially defined word, it's a keyword, you get an error over here. A value of type null can't be assigned to a variable of type int. Now, if you were using Dart SDK 2.0.0 or below, you would be able to use it, because these optional variables, these nullable variables were introduced in Dart 2. But with Dart 2 and above, including, Dart 3, you have to do something else. With int here, after the int, you have to mention this question mark to show that this is an optional variable. That means it can have null values. The same with string. If you pass in stuff like this, it will get to know that you can have null values assigned over here. So we can have null. We cannot use final for this, so you cannot have final some value is equal to null like this, because that's not allowed. You see, we get an error. So you can just have some value 2 which is equal to null, and you'll say this is fine, right? But that's the problem. If I just hover over this, and let's remove all of this so that I can see the documentation. You see, our variable is now dynamic. I said that using dynamic is the least preferred way. You should always try to avoid dynamic, and if I just type it null, I lose everything related to types that Dart has to offer. So that's why I don't prefer using final sum value 2 is equal to null, or variable sum final value is equal to null, or constant which is equal to null. Okay? And that's why I prefer using these string with a question mark, int with a question mark, because if I come over here, let's remove this. If I have this over here, we have string question mark sum value. So I still get the nice features the string thing has to offer. So if I just try to print some value dot, I still have access to all of these things. But with final, I wouldn't have them. So I hope that was clear. But now let's see why we are getting this warning. We are getting this warning because it says redundant initialization to null. What does this even mean? Well, it basically means that you don't have to explicitly set it to null, because even if you don't set anything over here, our variables automatically get to know that the value is null. So if I just print some value over here and then I run it, I get null. And then if I reassign it and have some value equal to 354 hello world. Then I print the sum value again. We should be getting null 354 hello world, right? And that's what we get. And again, you can set this value to null again. So you have some value is equal to null, print it, and then you have some value like this. Okay. So Dart basically has support for nullable variables or optional variables, and this is called sound null safety. Now you might ask, what is this null sound safety? Where's the safety coming from? Well, that's because if I just try to find the length over here, because this is where I have the value, and then when I try to run it, so this works fine. But if I come over here and here I type dot length, it gives me an error. Why is that the case? Well, the property length can't be unconditionally accessed because the receiver can be null. The error messages might be driving you crazy, but stay around. This is basically telling that the Dart compiler knows that the value is null. It knows because you are in this void main thing right here. This thing is called functions. We are going to take a look at that very, very soon. Then you'll understand what I'm talking about and it will make sense. But as of now, just think that this function right here is giving Dart the additional context and telling Dart that this value is set to null. And if the value is set to null, Dart knows about this null value. So it's telling that you can't unconditionally access the receiver because it can be null. So to avoid this error, what you need to do is put this, which basically tells that this variable that we have is not null. But that isn't the case, right? We have reassigned it to null, and if we try to run it, we don't get any compile time error, but we will have a runtime error. We get null and 15 printed out. That's correct. But here we get uncaught type error cannot read properties of null. So this thing I told you is a property, and it's saying that it cannot read properties of a variable because you're telling that this is not a null, but in fact it is null. So it's your logical error. So we cannot use this method. What else can we use? Well, we have another thing. We can use question mark now. And if we use question mark, we're basically telling that if it is null, then just print out null. But if it is not null, then use dot length. And when you run this, you get null, 15 and null. So if I just set it to some value, let's say hi, you see we are getting this error. The receiver can't be null, so the null aware operator question mark is unnecessary. It has got to know that this some value is not null anymore. So you don't have to use this question mark just like you had over here. You can just use dot length, and then when you try to run it, you get null 15 too. Now you might again have many questions about this. Why is this null operator there when Dart compiler already knows that this is null? It should manage all of these things by itself, right? To make this example better, what I can do is just shift this out of the main function. Alright. So we have this thing right here, and now you might see some changes. When I shift the string variable outside of the main function, we get an error here. And this error is basically what we had when we assigned it to null when this string some value variable was inside of this function. Why is that the case? This is the case because these functions have the special ability to give context to the Dart compiler. This function was basically getting to know all the values some value could take and would know that, yeah, this is now null. This is now null. You cannot use this. But now that isn't the case because some value is declared outside. So it doesn't know much about the context. So since it doesn't know, it's throwing an error. And this is why we have null aware operators. Now you have to manage everything on your own. So now you'll have to do this by yourself. You'll have some value dot length. I can use this or I can use this. Both of these things are fine in this case because some value already has a value. So if you try to run it, we get null to null. So that's fine. You can also use question mark. That would be no problem. That would just make sure that if by chance you change this to null, it is handled by its own. So you have null, null, null now. But again, if you're building your application, you don't want to show null to the user, right? You're a programmer, you know what null means, but your user doesn't know null. So if the value is null, what I want to do is show 0. Alright, so I can achieve this by just having question mark, which basically says if some value dot length is null, then I want 0 to be written. I don't want null to be printed out. And the same thing can be done here as well. And then if I run it, I get null. So take the 0, and the same thing over here. Some values dot length value is actually null, so put 1 over here. And if I put hello world like this, it should be printing out the length of this hello world right here, 11. And that's exactly what it does. If I put exclamation mark over here, and that's not the case. Why do we get this warning? We get this warning because here you've mentioned that some value cannot be null. Alright? And that is why you're able to access the length property on it. But then you're saying that if some value dot length is null, then take 0. That's a bit of a confusion from your side, right? You're first saying this value is not null, so give me the length. But if it is null, then give me 0. So you can think of it in an English sense as well. Question mark is basically asking, is this null? Is this null? And exclamation mark is forcing dominance. Alright, that yeah, this is null. And this thing right here is basically a short form for something known as a ternary operator. We're going to look at this right away. Now that we've completed the entire variables section, we can move ahead to control flow, which includes if statement, switch statements, and there itself we are going to learn about ternary operator. So let's get started first with if statements. And this if statements doesn't contain just if statement, it will be if, else if, and else. So what are these if statements and why do I need them? Well, let's consider we have an int age of 30 and I want to check if the user or the age is adult or not. That means I want to check if the age is greater than or equal to 18, right? Only then is the user adult. How can I do that? With the help of if statements. You've already said it in English what you want to do. You want to check if. So the syntax for it is if, then you put parenthesis, then you have age is greater than or equal to 18. Now this is something new, but hang with me. Then print adult, otherwise we are just going to print child. Okay, so let's try to run it and we see child written over here because the age is 13. If I put 21 here, I should be seeing adult, and that's the case. Now what is this entire thing? Let me explain it to you. First, we've mentioned the variable name that we want to check. So we want to check if age is greater than or equal to 18. So this is the greater than operator. That means, you've already learnt it in math, I assume. Age is greater than 18 or age is equal to 18. That's what this greater than equal to operator means. So if you just try to put in 18 over here and then run it, you should be seeing adult. But if you just remove this is equal to, then you should be seeing child. Alright, so we had the if condition here and we had to specify this using the curly bracket, exactly what we have in functions. And these brackets serve a special meaning over here. Basically saying that if this is the case, then this code needs to run. Else, you can run this code. So else and if are special keywords. Here you don't have to mention else and again mention a condition. However, if you want to check something else as well. See here you want to check for something else. Let's say else if. This is where you have something else. So this is how you check something else. Okay. And here you'll have to mention the condition again. And here you basically want to check if age is greater than equal to 21. If that's the case, I want to print adult to 1. Okay. And then when I try to run it, you should be expecting adult 21, right? But we only get adult. Why is that the case? Doesn't this else if work? That's not the case. Let me go through this code. We have age 18, then we are checking if age is greater than equal to 18. So if age is greater than equal to 18, you print adult and then you ignore all of these conditions. You don't even check it because if condition passed. So you don't have to check the else and else if conditions. So to fix this issue, what we can do is just use age greater than equal to 21 as a separate if condition. If we have that, we see adult and child both showing up at the same time. Because here age is greater than equal to 18 and there's no else condition, which is fine. Then it moved to if condition and then it said if age is greater than equal to 21, that's not the case. So I'll run to the else condition and in the else condition I see print child. So I get child printed out here. But still my problem isn't fixed. What I want to do is print out only one thing. So that means I'll have to put all of this in one condition only. So the condition will have to be modified like this. If age is greater than equal to 21, then print adult 21, else, and then I'm going to copy this, else if age is greater than equal to 18, so we print adult, else we print child. Now if I try to run it, I should see adult, that's true, but if I put 21 over here and then I try to run it, I see adult 21. What happened here was you said if age is greater than equal to 21, yeah, age is greater than equal to 21, so you print adult 21, ignored all the else if else conditions and then it worked. But if you put 12 over here, what happens is age is greater than equal to 21? No, that's not true. It is false. So you put else if over here, age is greater than equal to 18? No, that's not the case. So we'll go to else block and well, else obviously doesn't have any condition. So you just print child. And if I run it, I should be seeing child over here. And this else condition is totally, optional. Even the else if condition. Now notice how I said this is false. This is because if conditions over here need to be given an expression of boolean. You might remember boolean from our variables. So we have boolean. You need to put in boolean conditions over here because that's what if conditions are at its core. It's either true or false. If this is the thing, then it's true or false. If the user's age is above 21, then it's true. Otherwise, it is false. That's how if conditions work. You need to pass in a boolean value over here. So you might think, what if I just go ahead and create a variable boolean is adult is equal to false. Then I use this is adult over here. Can I do that? Yeah, for sure. You can do that, but it gives you errors or warnings because of the dead code. It's dead code because our compiler already knows that the value is false. Then why are you having this if condition? So obviously we'll just put it out of the main function so that our compiler doesn't have any knowledge about it, and there we go. So if adult is false now, that means I should be going to these conditions. Now let's run it and see what we get. And we get child. Why? Is adult is false, so we will just shift it to else if. Then else if says age is greater than 18. It is actually 12. So no, we cannot do this. Let's pass it to else and else will print the child. So we get child over here. So I hope this was interesting for you. I just wanted to put that here. Now let's get rid of the variables and there are more things I want to show you. In if statements you saw age could be compared using age is greater than equal to 18. There are more operators like this. There's less than equal to 18. So that's the same thing, greater than equal to. The opposite of that will be less than 18. Make sure to remove that is equal to. If age is greater than equal to 18, it might contain 18. So the opposite of that shouldn't contain 18. So yeah, if age is less than equal to 18, then I want to print something let's say haha. Otherwise, we are going to have naha. Alright, so let's try to run it, and we get haha because age is less than equal to 18 because age is 18. Other operators here are is equal to, basically telling if age is 18 then do this. Now this is different from age is equal to 18. With age is equal to 18, you're basically telling that age is 18, and you cannot put expressions like this over here. They need to be true or false. When you put age is equal to 18, it's reassignment. It's not a boolean thing. Even in the error it says conditions must have a static type of bool. So this needs to be age is equal to 18, and because of that you should be printing haha. And that's the case. Opposite of this is not equal to. So if age is not equal to 18, then print haha, otherwise naha. And we should be seeing naha now. So I hope you understood the difference between assignment and relational operators. Those are two different type of operators. Assignment is equal to, this is assignment, and this is relational because it compares two things. But this just assigns the value to the variable. Now what if I have another variable which is actually a boolean value which says boolean is allowed, and that is equal to false, and obviously we are just going to put it out of the function, otherwise we will get the dead code warnings. Whatever I'm showing you is a fake value. Obviously this isn't happening in your real life applications. I'm just putting it out of the function, trying to simulate the bigger apps. So is allowed basically tells me if I'm allowed or not. So as of now it's saying false over here. So I can just add a condition over here. The condition will be if age is not 18 and if I'm not allowed, then I want to print haha, otherwise I want to print naha. So I'll have if age is not 18 and the user is not allowed, then we will print haha. So you can have two ampersand signs which basically suggests that this condition and this condition both should be true so that we can print haha. So if I try to run it, we get naha. And that's the case because age is not 18, that's false. So it probably doesn't even look at this. It just says age is not 18, so we will go to the else block. But what if age is actually not 18? It is 20. Then what will we get? Well, age is not equal to 18, that's true, and is allowed is not there. And we have put exclamation mark over here. What is this exclamation mark, you might ask? It's basically reversing the condition. We are just saying that if is allowed is not true. That means it is false. So if we run it, we get haha. Because both of these conditions are true. Now if you're confused about this part right here, let me fix it for you. This basically means is allowed is not equal to true. That's what not is allowed means, okay? But if you put is allowed is equal to true and then try to run it, you get naha. Because is allowed is false and you said that age should not be 18 and is allowed should be true, then only we will print haha. You can even follow this approach over here. So if we have is allowed, just reassigning it, we will have not is equal to not is allowed. That basically means whatever value is allowed has will be reversed. So you can even do this, but obviously you cannot do this over here. You'll have to do all of that stuff in a function over here. So we can just put it in a function. If we try to run it, we should be getting haha now. Because age is not 18 and is allowed is true thanks to this statement that we put in. And that's exactly what I did. This was a shorthand syntax. We used a boolean variable over here. If instead I just put age over here, that won't work because age is an integer, not a boolean, not what an if condition wants. What if condition wants is a boolean value. So I can use a boolean value over here just like this But if I have an integer, I'll have to put these relational operators or something. Other than the AND operator, we also have the OR operator. So you just have to put these two symbols, and you can find that on your keyboard if you press Shift and the button above your Enter button. When you use just a single one, it's probably called a bitwise operator if I'm not wrong. But with this is called an OR operator. In AND conditions, both the conditions needed to be true. In OR condition, either of the condition need to be true. So if age is not 18 or is allowed is not there or is allowed is true, then we will print haha. So let me remove this. That means the value is false. That means this condition right here is false. But age is not 18, that's true. Then what will we get? We should be seeing haha. And that's what happens. And it's not restricted to only two conditions. You can put as many as you want over here. So you can put and again put some condition, and after the condition is done, again you can put or, but obviously you'll have to nest them correctly according to your logic. Other thing that you can do is have a nested if condition. So if age is not 18, if this part right here is true, then you can have if condition again, which says if is allowed is there. If is allowed is there, then you can print lol. Else you can print haha, and then we can run it and we will be seeing haha. Because age is not 18, that's true. But is allowed is false, so we come over here and we print haha. And one last thing I would like to answer, which I started this session with, what is the purpose of these brackets, these curly brackets that we see in if conditions, in functions? Well, that's because of something known as scope. All of these if conditions and all have some scope within them. By scope, what do I mean? Well, if I have a variable described inside of the if condition, let's say string for some value which is equal to hey, and then I have print some value. Yeah, this works. But if I just take this print some value and put it over here, it doesn't recognize this variable. It says undefined name some value, because this variable is not defined. This variable is only accessible behind these two curly brackets, not even inside of this else condition. So to use this value, you'll have to define it outside of the if condition so that you can use it everywhere. So you'll have to define it in the function scope, not inside of this if condition. That's what the bracket signifies. It's not just integer you can compare, you can also compare string. So we will have string some value which is equal to hi. Then we will have some value is not equal to, but obviously you cannot compare integer because it throws a warning. Neither type of the operands of is equal to is a subtype of the other. This basically means some value is a string, 18 is an integer. You cannot compare both of them. They are way different from each other. So here you can have if some value is not equal to hi, then we are going to print wow. Otherwise we will print naha, just the standard one. And we get wow over here. Because it's not hi, it's hi. And then when we run it, we get naha over here. That's cool. So you can have is not equal to working with strings as well. Other things that we can do over here is by using if some value dot is empty. That means if some value is equal to this. This is what is empty stands for. So if we run this, we get naha, and if we have dot is empty, and then when we run it, we should be getting naha as well, because that's the same thing. And then if we use if is not empty, which is the opposite of is empty, there are other values that you can use here. So some value dot starts with. So you need to mention like what does it start with. So if it starts with h, then you can have that, or you can have dot ends with, and then you can see if it ends with exclamation mark. So this was about if condition ternary operator. This is basically like if statements, but instead of if statements being so big, you can just write it in a single sentence. What do I mean by that? Let's say we have string value which is equal to, well, I just want this thing to be here. So what I'll do is some value dot starts with h. Alright. So if some value dot starts with h, then we'll put a question mark here which basically says if it starts with h, if the condition is true, what do I want to return? Well, I just want to say that then the value is wow. Otherwise, so for otherwise you put colon and then you have naha. And then you can go ahead and print the value. So then if we run it, you get wow, which is this wow right here, and wow again. So what have we done here? Well, we have put the boolean condition. Now if I just stopped at this wouldn't be a string value, it would actually be a boolean value, right? Starts with, returns a boolean, and that's why we could use it in the if condition. But I don't want to store boolean, sorry. I want to store string. So to store a string, I put a condition over here, and the condition is started by a question mark. So you say, does this start with h? If that's the case, if the condition is true, then I want wow to be the value of string. Otherwise, I want naha to be the value of this string. And then after we have assigned the value, we just print out the value. Now, variables are just a way to store data. You can just eliminate this variable, copy this, print it, and that would work exactly the same way. And in starts with, you don't have to type in just the initial characters. You can pass in much more. So if it starts with ha, then you can run it, and we should be seeing naha now. And that's exactly what we get. So this was ternary. The third type of control flow is switch statement. This is the syntax for switch. We have switch, then you need to pass in a variable whose value needs to be checked. So we'll pass in some value. Then we are going to have our curly bracket which specifies the scope again. Then we have a keyword called case, and in the case you type in the value. So some value will be high. If that's the case, I want to print. So I'll have hello, and that's it. Let's try to run it. So if I run it, I should be seeing wow, wow, but the third one is not printing. And the reason for that is some value is high with an exclamation mark. And here the case is not there of exclamation mark. So I can put it over here and then run it. So we have wow, wow, and then hello. What is this weird kind of syntax? Well, we are just passing in the switch with the value that needs to be checked. And these are the values that, some value can have. So the first case is high with an exclamation mark. And if some value is equal to high with an exclamation mark, you print hello. Since this was the case, you got hello. So to handle the else condition, what you can have is default. If this is the case or something else is the case, okay. So you have case high with an exclamation, 2 exclamation marks over here. Or if you have a third case which says high with 3 exclamation mark, but none of the values are matched by some value, then we will have print yo. Okay. So let's try to run it. And we get wow, wow, and yo. So I hope you understood. Some value is basically matching with the cases over here. If you're from other programming languages, you're familiar with this, but what you're not familiar with is you don't need to put break over here. So if you're from Java or something, you know that after every case condition, you need to put a break over here. That's a rule in Java, but you don't have to do that in Dart. Especially after Dart 3, the break thing was removed from here. You only have to write this break if, this thing right here is empty. So if this is empty and you don't want to execute anything, you put break over here. So break is required when the case is empty over here, but if it is not empty, then you don't need to put break. What I mean by this is if I remove this high, let's remove this high, let's remove this high, and actually let's put our first case matching as the value of some value. And now if you try to run it, you get wow, wow, which is wow, wow, and yo, which is the default one. Why did the default one run when the first case matched? Because we didn't put break. What if I put print over here, I say hi, I can just run it. So we have wow, wow, and hi. But that's quite strange, right? I mean, the first case matched my value, but I'm getting the print statement of my third case which doesn't even match my value. That's why I said when you have empty cases, you need to put break. So if you have break and then when you run it, you will not see hi, yo anymore. You only get wow, wow from the two conditions up here. There is some limitations with switch. For example, just like we had int age is equal to 18, then I could check if age is greater than equal to 18. I cannot do that with switch. So switch statement is basically there so that I can check for equality. However, there are more things you can do in switch statements now. After the release of Dart 3.0.0, switch statements were enhanced, more like they were upgraded. So what now I can do is int age is equal to 20. Okay, suppose age is equal to 18. And then I want to, if the case is high, then I want to print yep. And here we can see yep will work. What I want to do here is not just check if the case is high. I also want to check if age is greater than 20. So to do that, I can do something over here. What I can do is add when over here. So here I can just add relational operators or relational things just like we had in if statements. So I can just add when age is greater than or equal to 20. That means some value's case should be high, and if that's the case, then we will check if age is greater than equal to 20, and if both of these things are true, then we will print yep. So if I try to run it, I get yep written over here. But what if I just reverse the condition, age is less than 20, I get yo because that's the default one. Since it did not match this condition, it executed this default part. Obviously it also ran through these two things, but they weren't matching. It was matching with this one. So this was a new thing that was introduced in switches in Dart 3.0.0, which you can do. So this was all about if conditions, ternary operators, and switch statements. So here's a challenge or exercise for you. You need to develop a program to calculate the shipping cost based on the destination zone and the weight of the package. And these two things are provided to you. Usually these two things are provided by the user input, but since we cannot do that in Dartpad, let's assume these two things to be a certain value, alright? And based on this, you need to calculate the shipping cost. So if the destination zone is XYZ, the shipping cost is $5 per kilogram. If the destination zone is ABC, the shipping cost is $7 per kilogram. And if the destination zone is PQR, then the shipping cost is $10 per kilogram. And if the destination zone is neither of these three things, then you need to display an error message saying the destination zone is incorrect. So what are the given things to you? Well, the destination zone and the weight of the package. So let's say we have two variables, destination zone. Let's say the destination zone is PQR, and you're also provided the weight of the package, and weight of the package can be, let's say, double, because weight can be in decimals. So we have double weight in kgs equal to, let's say, 6. Alright, so we have a package that is 6 kilograms. So now you need to follow these conditions and print the stuff out. Pause the video and try to do it on your own. If you're able to do it, then you've successfully mastered if conditions and you know how to go about it. Congratulations if you were able to complete it. Now let's code along. So what do I have to do? Let's understand the question. First, I need to check if the destination zone is XYZ or ABC or PQR. So that means I can either use a switch condition or an if condition. So I can just go ahead with if I'm unsure about anything. Then I can just take if destination zone is equal to PQR. Yup, if that's the case, then what will the shipping cost be? It is $10 per kilogram. And I have 6 kgs of parcel. So that means I'll have to multiply 6 with 10. So that just means I'll do print weight in kgs into 10, right? And then maybe I want to type something else. So what I can do is, string interpolation. So I'll just have $weight in kgs into 10 like this. Also a string over here. Then I'll have shipping cost as weight in kgs into 10, right? Now I'll just put in my else if condition, and now if destination zone is equal to, let's say, XYZ, so we just put XYZ over here, then we are going to go ahead and print shipping cost weight in kgs into 5 because we have $5 per kilogram here. And finally we have another one, we have another one which is destination zone is equal to ABC, and if that's the case, then I want to print shipping cost weight in kgs into 7. And if it's none of them, then I just want to go ahead and print else invalid destination zone. Alright, so I think we are done with the program. It was a very small program, but it solidifies the concept of if conditions. Now we can run it, and if we see, we get shipping cost as 60. 6 into 10 because it's PQR. What if I change this to ABC and this to 4.5 and then I run it? I get 31.5 because 4.5 into 7. And if it's some invalid destination zone like NYC, and then when I run it, invalid destination zone. Great. Now we can write this exact same thing in switch as well because we are using equality. So we can just have switch destination zone. Then I will just go ahead and put in some cases. So I will have case PQR. Then I can print this exact thing. Then I can have another case XYZ. Then print this same thing here. And finally the last case, which is ABC. So we'll copy this, paste it over here and print this. And we are forgetting the default one, so let's put that in, and there we go. Now we can comment this thing out just because, I just want to ignore it temporarily. And if we see, we have invalid destination zone, correct. And if I put ABC, we should be seeing 31.5 again. Great. Now there are a few changes we can still make in the switch and the if conditions. And what is that? If you see, we have shipping cost written over here 3 times. And if I want to change the shipping cost written over here in my UI, let's say I want to call this billing cost. So I'll have to go ahead and change it everywhere. Now this is not very acceptable to me. I have to put in extra efforts. So to resolve this, what I can do is just have double cost, which is equal to, let's say, 0 initially. Then I can take this cost and put it over here. So I'll have cost is equal to weight in kgs into 10. Then I can copy this, put it over here as well. So I'll have weight in kgs into 5. Then I'll put cost is equal to weight in kgs into 7. Now I can just copy this print function and remove everything else. Then I'll have statement printed out over here. So I'll have billing cost, weight in kgs into 7, not that. We'll just print out cost, right? Because that's what we have assigned over here. And whenever I want to change the UI, I can just go ahead and change it in one place and it will affect everywhere. So if I run this, I'll see billing cost now. This was a slight improvement, but I just don't have to go through every if condition there. I can just change it in one place and that works well. But now the problem comes in when we have an invalid destination zone. If we have PQRA, I will get invalid destination zone and shipping cost both. Why? Because it matched through all of these cases, then went to else condition, and in the else, it printed out invalid destination zone. So it printed out this, and it also printed out the shipping cost, which is a normal statement. So what I need to do is make a way so that after this else condition gets executed, this print statement doesn't get executed, and nothing else after it gets executed. So for that, I'll just have return over here. This is a keyword that we'll learn more about in the function section. But for now, you can just consider that when you return like this, you're returning, well, nothing from this function. So it just says, hey, the function has terminated at this point. It has been completely executed and there's nothing to run forward. So when we run it, only this gets printed and nothing else after this will get printed. And there we go. So after this return, this program ends over here and doesn't execute anything else. So if you were able to do it on your own, congratulations. If not, try to rectify your errors and build your logic. This is a good time to do so. Now let's get done with it and dive into the concept of loops. So what are these loops? When would I want to use loops? Well, you would want to use loop in condition like this. Let's say you want to print something, let's say hello world, and you want to print it 6 times for some reason. So you'll just go ahead and print this 6 times and then run it. So there we go. We get hello world written 6 times. Now what if I want to write it 10 times? I'm just going to copy this and write it 4 more times and then run it. And there I go. So we have 10 hello worlds written. Now what I want to do is just go ahead and index all of this. So I have hello world 1, hello world 2, hello world 3.
10 years later.
So I had to do a lot of tasks to get all of this running. And as a programmer, I'm always trying to reduce my task because I'm lazy. So what I want to do here is introduce you to the concept of loops and the first type of loop, which is for loop. There are multiple types of loop. So in this for loop, what I need to do is write a for and then a curly bracket. So just like we had in a function, an if condition as well, we need to have first if. So instead of if, I have for. After that, parenthesis and then a block. And you know why we have a bracket over here, a curly bracket, to signify that whatever comes in here needs to run that many times. First, you need to initialize. So you need to create a variable and initialize over here. After that, you want to pass in a condition. And after that, you need to pass in some sort of increment or decrement for the variable you've created. Now all of this is quite abstract, right? So let me comment it out. So to comment it, what I just did was select all the code, pressed command / and there we go. All of this code is now commented. So I don't have to go through and just add multi-line comment over here. That can be erased by just selecting a bunch of code and doing command /. Anyways, now let's follow this pattern that we have. So I'm going to have first initialization. So I'm going to have for int I, which is equal to 0. Generally in your initialization part, you have int I written. So you've created a variable here. Now why did we have a variable? So that we could put a condition. And what is the condition? Well, the condition is generally based on the variable that we've created. So I'm going to put here a condition I is less than 10. So I'm starting I from 0. So over here, you could have 1, but then you would want to make this condition I is less than equal to 10. Why? Because I want it such that this hello world gets repeated 10 times. So this is my condition and I just want to increment it. So here I've created a variable. Now I'm using that variable over here, I, which will be less than equal to 10. Since it starts from 1, I have to put less than equal to 10. So it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I started from 0 and did till I is less than equal to 10, I would print it 11 times. This loop will run only if this condition is true. After the condition is false, it will not run. It will just get out of this for loop. Now we can take this print and paste it over here. And let's remove rest of the things and run this. And here we get hello world 1 written 10 times. Why did this happen? Let's go through this again. We have created a variable int I is equal to 1. Then we have put a condition I is less than equal to 10. And then we have incremented it. I++ basically stands for incrementing. So I++ is basically equal to I plus 1. And I minus minus is equal to I minus 1. This is what it stands for. Okay. So here I've just done this. This is a shorthand syntax. You can also do stuff like I plus equals to 2, which basically means I plus equals to 2 means I is equal to I plus 2. So you can guess how many times this hello world 1 gets printed, and it gets printed only 5 times. Because initially it starts from 1 and it matched the condition 1 is less than equal to 10, I plus equals to 2. So now the value of I is 3, hello world 1 gets printed. Then we have the value of I as 3, so it will neglect this condition. So this is just the primary initialization part, alright. This will only run for the first time when the for loop begins to run. After that, it loses its value. Then we directly have I is less than equal to 10, so 3 is less than equal to 10. So that's true, the condition is true. So it prints it out again. And then we have I plus equal to 2, which means 3 plus 2, 5. Then 5 is less than 10, 5 plus 2, 7. Then 7 is less than 10, 7 plus 2, 9. And after that, 9 is still less than 10. So it will have I plus equals to 2, which will be 11. But now 11 is not less than equal to 10. It is greater than 10. That's why it will not print this, and then it will terminate this loop. Meaning it will get out of this loop and won't run this loop again. So that's how we get hello world written 5 times. So let's come back and print hello world 10 times. So now, instead of showing 1 here, I'm just going to show I. And we already know how to do that. We've seen that using string interpolation. And there we go. We have all of this written. But generally, most of the for loops starts from 0. And they go till less than 10, I++. And then if we run it, we get hello world 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But how I want it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The way I had earlier. So what I can do over here is have $I plus 1 written over here. So whatever is the value of I, I'll just increment it by 1 and display it over here. Then I'll run it and there we go. We have hello world exactly the way we wanted it. Why does this I start from 0? Because most of the calculations or most of the things that we have in programming start from 0. For example, if you want to extract some part of a string, you have a built-in method for it. So let me show it to you. We have string hi, which is equal to hello world. And then if you want to get some part of this string, let's say I just want to get hello from here, what I can do is hi dot substring, and substring basically asks you to enter a few things. Here you have to enter the starting point and an ending point. If you just click over here in the documentation, you'll see string substring. You have to pass a starting value and an ending value. And this means, in a square bracket, it means you have to optionally enter it. You'll get to know more when you learn about functions. But as of now, just understand what I'm saying. With this method, you need to mention a starting point. If I mention a starting point as 1, like a normal person would, and I want it till here, so I'll just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'll just pass in 5 and then, print it out. So let me run it. We get hello written 10 times, obviously because we are in a for loop, right? But we get hello written instead of hello. Why is that the case? That's the case because the numbering in strings or substring starts from 0, just like anything else in programming. As I said, only length was an exception because length gave you the real length, like a normal number. It didn't start from 0, it started from 1. But other things start from 0, and that's why it's recommended to have I started from 0 as well. Because if you're using hi.substring in a for loop, that's probably because you want to do I comma 5, or let's say 11. So we have hello world, because I was 0, then I incremented, that's why I was 1, so we have 1 to 11, so we have hello world, low world, low world, O world, world, and so on. If you used 1 here instead, that would cause a problem. It would just start from hello world, right? So I hope that was clear, and this is why we start from 0 over here, generally. Not always, but generally. And here you can have any kind of assignment that you want. You can even have multiplication, division, but make sure you don't do anything wrong. Because if you do something wrong, like I minus over here, that can cause big problems. So if I run it, hello world 1, and we get uncaught error, range error, because initially it starts from 0, so it print hello world exactly, then hello world 1, but then its value became -1. And you cannot pass in -1 to a substring. I'll just remove these things and then run it. Maybe it fixes the problem. But you see, after I run it, there's nothing printed out in the console. If you can see anything, my computer is now frozen and you can see page unresponsive. It is unresponsive because we got stuck in an infinite loop. Why did we get stuck in an infinite loop? Let me explain, and then I'll exit the page and come back. The reason for that is int I is equal to 0, I is less than 10, I minus. So it ran the first time, hello world 0, that's cool. Hello world 1 actually, that's nice. After that, it became I is equal to -1. If it became -1, that means -1 is less than 10. After that, it became -2 is less than 10, -3 is less than 10. So it's an infinite loop. The condition is always true. So it's going to print every single time, causing our app to lag and my PC to crash. So let me close the app. I'll run this again and fix the condition over here. So make sure you don't run into infinite loops like this. Great. So suppose we have some value over here. Let's call hello. Okay. And then what I want to do is loop through every single character in this string. And after I've looped through every character, I just want to print it, So to do that, what I can do is for int I is equal to 0, just like the previous approach. And then I is less than value.length. I know this value.length will give me the length of the string. And then I'll increment the value of the variable I. Cool. I can do this because value.length will give me a number. Here also we had a number. Don't rote learn whatever I'm typing here. Just understand the fundamentals. So obviously now I want to extract one character from it. So to do it, let's see if value has any method for it. So I can just have character. There's nothing like that. So if we don't have any method for it, what we can do is print it like this. Value, then a square bracket, and then you'll have I mentioned over here. Now if I run it, let me just remove the previous for loop. Let's run it again. And we have hello written over here. We have hello written on every new line because print is getting called again and again. We are getting HELLO, hello. If I want just this L, I can just have 3 written and I'll get L written 5 times. And there we go. So I hope you have a good understanding of for loop. The foreign loop that I've written over here in the comment is basically another type of for loop that I wanted to discuss. But the example can be a bit more tricky. And for that, we'll have to learn something known as iterables, lists, then it will make much more sense to you. Using it with string is not very much intuitive as of now. So we are going to cover this in the list section. Alright. Now let's try to do something similar in another type of loop, which is the while loop. Now while loop is similar to for loop, but instead of having all of this, what while loop has is while and here just a condition. So this is similar to the if part, right? You have if, then you pass in a condition and the block. With while, you also have a condition, but it will run as long as the condition is true. So let's get started. I'm just going to comment this out just so we have reference, because we are going to rewrite this for loop in terms of the while loop. Now coming to the while loop, we don't have to pass in any kind of initialization. We do have to put in condition, but no value assignment is also needed. What can we do then? So we have int I equal to 0. Alright, so I've created this variable outside of the while loop. Then I'll have I is less than value.length. So we have a condition written over here. Then I'll print value at I. And then if I try to run it, you can see our Dart pad is again stuck because we have stuck in an infinite loop. We'll have to exit the page, we'll have to run this again and understand why this infinite loop happened in the first place. So let's go over the code. We have value written over here, int I is equal to 0, while I is less than value.length, that means 0 is less than 5, we are printing value at I. So that means I'm printing value at 0. Then this is true again, so I'm printing value at 0. This is true again, value at 0. This is true again, value at 0. Now you're understanding why we are stuck in an infinite loop. It's because we have not modified the variable we are using for the condition. Either the value.length has to decrease or I has to increase. So to increase I, what we can do is just have I plus plus or I is equal to I plus 1. If we have that and then we run, I hope things are neater, and indeed they are. Now we get hello written over here. So the initialization is done over here, the condition is put over here, and I is equal to I plus 1 is done over here. But obviously this int I can be used anywhere in our code. So example, if I have this and I try to print I over here, that's not possible because I scope over here is limited. It's just limited within this thing right here. But since I've created I is equal to 0 in this function, not in the while loop because it's not allowed, I can just print I over here and it's fine. I can print I over here and that's fine. There's a third type of loop, and that is the do while loop. So right now the problem with these loops, or the benefit of this loop, is it is entry control loop. Meaning if you want to enter this loop, you have to pass the condition. But what if I want to run the loop at least once, and after that I will check the condition, and based on the condition I'll write the code. How does that work? That's what entry control, exit control loop means. These two are entry control. Just think of it like security guards in your building. Alright, they will let you enter only if you have a valid pass or something. This is what for loop and while loop does. If you have a valid condition met, you can enter. But with do while loop, you don't have to have any conditions met. You can do that after you've run it once. So this is the syntax for it. We have do, so you can do whatever you want over here, and while. So this should run while this condition is true, and our condition is I is less than value dot length. Let's comment this while, let's comment this for loop, and let's shift our I down so that we have a clear understanding of what's going on. So we have I is equal to 0, do. What do I want to do? Well, I want to print value at I. Alright. And I'll do that while I is less than value dot length, and I'll put a semicolon here. This is a syntax for it. And then when we run it, and we are again stuck in an infinite loop. Why are we stuck in an infinite loop? Again, we have not put any incrementing, decrementing conditions over here. So let's exit the page, run it again. So now you have an understanding. You will use I++ over here in the for loop, but in while loop you'll have to do it over here. In the do loop as well, you'll have to do it over here. Let's say we incrementing it over here. And we get hello printed out over here. But you might say, what's the difference, right? I mean, that's fine, but let's do something else. What if I have I is less than I, or while I is not equal to I? This is just always a false condition because I will always equal I, if that makes sense, right? So what we should be seeing here is h being printed out 0 times. There should nothing be printed because the condition is false, obviously. So if we try to run it, we get h printed out anyways. Well, that's because do while is an exit control loop, meaning the condition is checked only after the do loop has run. So what's happened is the Dart compiler saying do print value at I, then increment the value of I, and obviously then you have while I is not equal to I. While I is not equal to I will always be equal to I because I is I, right? So it just prints out h one single time and then the condition is false, it never runs again. But if we do the same thing in for loop, it will never run because it is an entry control loop. So this was the big difference between do while loop and while loop for loop. So I hope you're clear with this. Now there are a few more statements. By few, I mean 2. So there is 2 things that I want to show you, break and continue. Let's say we have to ignore this E, alright. I just want HLLO to be printed. Or let's just ignore all 3 of them. ELL, so we have ho printed out, alright. So what can we do here? Well, we'll have to do something in the for loop only because that's when we get the characters, right? So we know we have to do something over here. But what do we have to do? Well, we only need to check if I is equal to 1. Because if I is 1, that means we are going to access value at 1, which is E. Remember that H is 0, E is 1. So if I is 1 or I is 2 or I is 3, then I don't want to print anything. I just want to skip it. That's where continue comes into play. So let's just have it and then run it. And also let's comment out while loop over here. Let's run it again. We have ho printed out. Why did that work? Well, what happened here was we put our if condition here and checked if I is 1 or I is 2 or I is 3. So in our first case, none of these conditions matched. That's why it printed out h. Then I was 1, so it checked I is 1. That means it needed to continue. With continue, you basically get out of this for loop and run the for loop again, skipping the current condition. So if I have to show you what happened over here, well, when I is equal to 1 came, continue basically said, hey, let's rerun this entire thing from the for loop, but with the incremented value. We are going to skip rest of the things that are mentioned down below. We are directly going to start from here again with the incremented condition. So then I is equal to 2 came in and again this condition was met. So we again ran continue. That means we again skipped rest of the things down below and we again started from for loop but with I equal to 3. Then we had I is equal to 3 condition also met. So we again continue and then we started it over here. Then we had I is equal to 4. 4 is less than 5. I is less than value dot length, right? 4 is less than 5. None of these conditions were met. That's why print value at I was value at 4 and value at 4 gave us O, and that's why we printed out O. So we had H and O printed out. So this is a case where continue might come into your play or might come for your rescue. Obviously you could tweak your conditions a little bit, and without using continue you can make that happen. It's a task for you actually. If you're familiar with for loops and if conditions by now and you followed through this video, I'm sure you'll be able to do it right now, so give it a try and let me know in the comment section. Anyways, I'm going to move ahead and talk to you about break. What if instead of I have I is equal to 1, I is equal to 2, I is equal to 3, continue, I have break written over here. And then if I run it, I get h printed out. What's the matter with this? Well, what happened here was I is equal to 0, none of these conditions were met, so we had value at I, which is value at 0, which is h. Then 1 came along, I is equal to 1 condition was met, break was called. With break, you exit out of the loop to the next code only. So while continue took you from year to year and skipped rest of the things over here, what break does was throw you out of the for loop so that you can execute next pieces of code. It doesn't throw you out of this function, alright? Many people get confused here. It's not throwing you out of a function. It is just throwing you out of the loop you used it in. So it's throwing you out here. And you might know this break, right? This break was the thing I talked about in switch cases as well. In Dart 3 switch, break is not required for non-empty conditions. After you've mastered loops, we're going to get into the fun stuff. And the fun stuff starts with functions. We've talked a lot about functions without even covering functions, right? Now we're going to dive deep into it. So let's get started. So before creating a function, let's understand what functions are. And why do we even need functions? Well, what functions are, you can see it right over here. They are blocks of code. Well, just that. They are just blocks of code that, contain your code. Why do we need functions? Well, it's easier to have functions than write your entire code in just one function. So imagine me writing my entire program in just one function. Do you think that's a good idea? Because there will be like hundreds of things I want to do. Doing all of them in just one function, which is the main function, can be a lot of headache. I'll have to write 10,000s or 100,000 line of code in just one function. So it's better to have multiple functions so that they have their tasks ready. For example, I can have one function to figure out my name, one function to calculate my age, one function to, identify my gender, one function to display them, etc, etc. So it's good to have multiple functions so that they can all do their task. And if there are more engineers working in your team, you always want to segregate the tasks, right? You don't want everyone to just work on a single function. That's why functions are very important. And this is how functions look. So we can deduce a type from here. What is the type of the function, or how do the functions look syntactically? This is how they look. So I'm going to put a multi-line comment here. And first thing that we have here is void. So first thing we are going to have is a data type. So this data type can be integer, string, boolean, whatever data types we've learned till now. It can be either of them. Then we have the function name. So I'm just going to call this fn for function name. Then we have these parentheses. And then we have the curly bracket. This is a simple function definition. Alright. So let's create another function. We have void main. Let's create another one. So we'll create void. Now you might ask, what is this void? Void is basically saying that this function does not return anything. So it has a data type, return data type, and that is void. But void basically means that, yeah, this function is not going to return anything. It is different from null. Null means that you're returning a null. Alright? Void means that you're not even returning null. You're not returning a string, you're not returning a null, you're not returning anything at all. And I'm going to say print name, and this is my function. Alright. And here I can just have print Rivan. Alright, because that's my name. Now, if I run this application, nothing shows up in the console, and rightly so. Because I told you the trigger point of this application is main. And it will trigger only when this is void main. So it first has to notice something known as void main. If it notices that, it's going to run our app. And there's nothing inside our main function. So what I basically want to do is take this function and call it over here. So I can take this So I did something and it's giving me an error. Basically, they're asking me to put a semicolon. I can put the semicolon and then run it. And as you can see, nothing works. Why is that the case? It should work, right? I mean, that's how I can call the function. Not exactly. Because if you try to print this print name, it gives you something known as closure print name. This is basically giving you the address of print name. It's not exactly calling print name. It knows that, yeah, something known as print name exists. And it doesn't know because we have not called the function. To call a function, this is what we do. And we'll have to remove print from here. And our errors will go away. We needed to remove print from here because you can see this expression has a type of void. So its value can't be used. When print name is called like this, it returns void. So we are trying to print void, and void is basically telling that it doesn't return anything. So what exactly are we printing? Doesn't make sense, right? That's why we are going to remove this print from here and then run our app. Or run our program, sorry. And as you can see, it prints Rivan. So this is the syntax for calling a function, and this is how you declare a function. Now let's try to do something different. Now we know how to call the functions. Let's return string from here. Alright, I'm not going to print it. I'm just going to return a string. Now I've been saying that this returns nothing, this returns string. What do I mean by returning? Well, it basically means that this function is going to, well, throw a value which is of the data type string. That's what I'm trying to do. So how can I return a string? Well, it's very simple. Just call return, which is a keyword in Dart. So you call return and then you pass in a string, and there we go. We have returned a string, as simple as that. And the same thing goes for integer. If you want to return something, you return 0, 1, 12. And same for double, boolean, whatever we've learned till now. So let's return a string here. Let's return my name, Rivan R. And then if I try to run it, nothing in the console. Well, that's because I've not printed anything. I've just returned a value. Returning a value doesn't mean I'm printing anything. Returning a value means whenever I call this function, I get access to the value returned from this function. I know it doesn't make sense to you right now, so stay with me. If you come over this, you see string print name. What I can do is just print name like this. Because it's returning a string, and I'm calling it, I can print this, right? And it will give me access to a string. And that's exactly what we get. As simple as that. Now we can return an integer. Let's return 12, run it, and it will work. There we go. Other things people usually do is whenever they get a value from it, they store it in a variable. How do you store it in a variable? Just like any other thing, right? If you are getting an integer, what you can do is int, let's say name. It's not really a name, but since we've named this function print name, let's call it name. But yeah, please be descriptive. I'm not descriptive here, but you need to be. And then you can set as equal to. Why did we do that and why does it work? Well, that's because whenever we call print name, it returns 12 to us. So we're basically assigning it to 12, right? But it's disguised in the form of function. You can think of it this way. Now, you cannot do string name is equal to print name because our function knows that it's going to return an integer. If you return a dynamic from here, it is fine, okay? But again, you will get runtime error. And I've obviously said it to you, don't return dynamic. And when I say this, I mean this runtime errors that we continuously get because of the type checking that is disabled in Dart. Also, if you just do this is also a valid syntax, but this print name is basically dynamic print name. You can see it over here. You always want to return a data type for your functions. Make sure to do that all the time, okay? If you don't, it's going to return dynamic and might cause problems because it disables type checking. It's very important, that's why I'm repeating it many times. Alright, so we have integer, or you can have final, or you can have variable, but you cannot have constant over here. If you have constant, it will give you an error because constant variables must be initialized with a constant value. Functions are not constant values. So you can use final, meaning the name variable is not going to change again, or variable, which means it can change again. Now that we've understood the basics of functions, let's see what other things we have. First thing I want to show you is from this function, if I want to return two data types. You might be thinking how to return two data types, right? Can I return something like int, comma, string like this? Will it work? Not really. This is not a valid syntax and you cannot do this. So what can I do, you might ask? Well, Dart 3 added the support for something known as records. In other languages, it is also known as tuple. So you can use that. What you need to do is wrap this with a parenthesis. Then you need to have int, comma, let's say I want to return string. And here we are again going to have 12, comma, let's say revan. So this is a valid syntax. Before Dart 3, this was not allowed. But with Dart 3, this is enabled and I can do this. And now if I run, it's not going to print 12 anymore. It's going to print 12 and revan. So we are able to return two data types from a single function. We can also return two or more data types. So if you want boolean, if you want string again, you can do that. But obviously make sure you match it. Okay, since this is an integer, you need to pass integer over here. Since this is a string, you need to pass string. Since this is a boolean, you have to pass boolean. If you try to pass string over here and say, let's say hi, and then if you pass false, it is not valid because of the error. You can understand it from here. Int string bool can't be returned from the function print name because it has a return data type of int string bool string. So this needs to be reversed. And there we go. So I hope you understood. Now you might ask, what if I want to get one value from it? I just want to get revan name value from it and other things I might figure out later on. So to do that, what you can do is name dot, and you see here you get access to $1, $2, $3, $4. These things are known as getters. We're going to take a look at that when we get into classes, which is the next topic after functions. So these getters are helping us. Now $1 stands for the integer value, which is the first thing. String is the second. Boolean is the third. String again is fourth. So I want $2 because I want revan from here. And then I can run it and we see we get revan. And yeah, you are able to get the types over here. So $2 is giving us the string type, okay? Our $2 is knowing that this is a string. Let's confirm it. And how do we confirm it? You can just call dot runtime type on it and then run it. And you'll be able to see string over here. Not just runtime type, even the compile time type of $2 is string. You can trust me on that. So this thing was called as records. Now another thing that goes hand in hand with records is patterns. So instead of doing name.$2, what you can do is just destructure it right away. So if you're from JavaScript, this might seem familiar. So you'll have to match everything over here. Since the first thing that is being returned is integer, I'm going to call it age, then name, then let's say is adult, and finally greeting. Now I can take this name and you can see no longer I can call $2 on it. That's because it's no longer a record. It's actually giving me a string value. If I come over here, you'll see there's string over here if we can just get rid of this error. So to get rid of these errors, let's quickly print all of these things out. So we'll have print is adult and then print greeting. Then let's run it. Here you'll see revan 12 false high and here string name. So it's correctly able to get the data type and it's correctly able to get the value, which is cool. So you've destructured all of this in one line. This is how you can do it, but obviously you need to match everything over here. If you don't match it like this, you see you're getting an error. So you need to match it and carefully name your variables. right over here, because it can be confusing when you're returning more than 2, because it's kind of tricky. But there's a neat solution to that. We'll get to it after I've discussed more about functions. Alright, so now let's get back to our normal function. We'll get to records again, but just after some time, when we get basics of function clear. We've known how to return values from here, how to return certain data types. We know how to return more than 2 values in a variable. Now you can also return string with a question mark, so that it's nullable variables that are returned, and then obviously you can return null. Okay, but you have to return null, or you don't have to do anything at all over here. But yeah, it throws a warning, but it will compile. Okay, but yeah, it's definitely recommended to return null, but don't do this. Okay, if you just do return, it will give you an error, because when you have string question mark, it is asking you to return a null or a string. You cannot return nothing. So that's how it's done. Another thing is, if I try to print after return statement, you'll see we get a warning over here saying dead code. Why is this a dead code? If I just move this above, let's copy this function and put it over here and run it, you'll see we get hello and then null. It's not saying dead code anymore. Why is that the case? This is the case because return works in this manner. You remember break and continue? It's kind of similar to that, but not exactly same. Return basically ends the function after returning a value. Alright, and even if you have something like void and you cannot return anything, you can just call return like this and it will work, because you're not returning anything. You're not returning a value, you're not returning null, you're not returning anything, but you're basically telling that this function is over. Just end this function right away. Just terminate this function. No more code has to be executed after this. And if we have string question mark, so nullable strings, we can just have hi. You can return string from here and it won't go to the next thing. So that's what return does. It doesn't let you execute things after it. You have to do everything before it. Functions can do much more and they are quite customizable. So what are the things functions can do? Well, first of all, if you want to give some parameter over here, by parameter I mean if you're having some value in your main function, alright? So if you have your name over here, okay, suppose it was a user input and you accepted user input from the main function. Now you want to give this name to the print name so that it can print it out. And printing it is basically, let's say, void. Okay, that would make more sense. You can obviously return the name that is over here, but let's not take that route. Let's remove all of these things. So it's just a void function, meaning it won't return anything, and it's calling print name. But now what I want to do is print the name that I got in the main function in the print name. So now I want to pass this name to this print name. So to do that, I can just pass it over here. So I'll have string name written over here. This thing right here is arguments. So this is argument of a function. And now you're saying that, yeah, I'm ready to accept name whenever I call it. And here we get an error. The error is quite familiar. We saw this in the start when we were just starting out and printing something, right? So when we had print like this, I tried to print hello world like this. If you remember, we've come very far with it. Undefined name hello. Now you know what this means. Basically means that you don't have any variable hello defined. You don't have any variable world defined. Too many positional arguments, one expected but two found. Let's understand this error message now. So let's remove this print function. And to resolve this, it's basically telling me just pass in some name here. And it should be a string. So I can just pass in Rivan like this, or I can pass Ranavat, or whatever, okay? So I just need to pass in a string, and it can be an empty string as well. But I cannot pass in null because this is not string nullable name. It is just string name. So I need to pass in name like this. So I can pass in this name and, well, I just want to print this name that I got over here. So I can just have name. And then if I run it, I should be seeing Rivan R, and that's exactly what I see. Now why did I have to mention string name over here? Well, if you don't pass string over here, it won't give you an error, but just like in the function, if you don't pass in the type of a function, it will assume that it's dynamic. Here, if you don't pass in anything, it will assume that it's dynamic. So I'm just going to have string over here, and then I'll print the name. Now why did we have to give a variable name over here? Just so that I could use it in this function block. As simple as that. Yes, I cannot use it outside of this function block. It's limited to the scope. Just like over here, we had this name limited, right? I could use this name just over here. I cannot use this name in this function. That's not allowed. But yeah, one thing we can do is put this string name outside of this function. And then I can remove this name from here because it doesn't require any argument. And it works. But this thing right here is called as a global variable. And many people don't like global variables. If we put this thing right over here, it's called a local variable, meaning function can access it, right? Only one function where it's defined can access it. It's local. It's not anything global. You can consider it like your government, alright? You'll have local governments, you'll have your nationwide government. If I put string name is equal to Revanar, this is kind of like a global government or your national government, and this is like your local government. Many people are not in favor of this. You might ask why. Just, imagine it in the form of a bigger code base. This is very small, so you might think, yeah, I know name is being changed over here. But think of it like hundreds and thousands of functions. And if you have a global variable like this, which is accessible in any file, in any function, you can change it anywhere. It is a lot of chaos. Because at some point, you'll lose track of this variable name, and then you'll ask yourself, do I want to rename this variable? By mistake, you might rename this variable. It might cause a big bug in your app, and you won't be able to figure it out because the code base is so big. So you cannot blame it on code base. You need to find an efficient solution for it. And one of the efficient solution is, just keeping this local variable. I agree, sometimes global variables are necessary, they are important, but most of the times people try to avoid it. So coming back to this function, we have string name like this. Now, I can change the value over here, alright, and then print it, but the value changed over here doesn't mean the value of this name is changed. I hope that makes sense. Basically, let me try to print name. I'll show you the difference now. You see, I get Revanar. Well, first I've defined a variable name. Then I've print name, which is this function, and then passed in a name. And I've accepted the name from here. Now, I'm setting this name that I got from the parameter here to Revanar and then printing the name again. So then I'm able to print name, which is Revanar, the currently changed value. And then I'm printing name, which is this thing right here. You're not taking this name, passing it over here, and then changing the name that was mentioned over here. You are just changing the name present over here. You can edit it, but it doesn't affect this original variable right here. So I hope this was clear. This was a very important property many people don't know about in Dart. So let's remove it, and let's remove this thing as well. Cool. Now that we have understood this, I just wanted to tell that you can have multiple arguments here. Just like we have in records, you can have more than one. You can have 0, 1, 2, 3. In records, you need to have at least 2. That's why you're returning a record, right? If you wanted to return a single value, why would you use a record? You could just go ahead and return a string. But with function, you can have 0, you can have 1, you can have 2, and as many as you want. But what if, I have more than 2? It can be a bit difficult, right? I need to constantly match it, like print name. This is int 8, so I need to pass in 12. Now this is greeting, so I need to properly make sure that I pass in hello. And I can get confused in this, especially when I have 2 strings over here. If I have 2 strings, I can mess up name and hello, and it won't even complain, right? So if I just have name hello switched over here, It doesn't complain because the conditions are being met. You want a string over here, we got a string. You want an end, you got an end. We got a string, you got a string. Perfect. So it works, but it doesn't know we have messed up things. And again, this results in a bug in our program. So to fix it, there's a good thing created in Dart, which is named arguments. This thing right here was called as positional arguments. Whenever we did print hello world, it said too many positional arguments, one expected but two found. Basically, print is a function as well. So these are positional arguments and you gave it 2 instead of the one that it requires. So I can remove this, but again it gives an error because it thinks that this variable is not defined. Actually, I just want to pass in a string. What I need to do is convert this positional argument. Why is it called positional? Because it depends on the position, right? I need to match everything carefully. But now I can do something known as named arguments. With named arguments, I'll pass in the name and according to that, I can pass in the value. That's safer. What do I mean by that? Let's say, I put the console over here, just shift it a little bit. Now, I'm just going to remove everything from here, just so that we have a fresh start. Then I'm going to put a curly bracket over here. Now, this might be a bit of a syntax change for you because you've always seen these curly brackets be used over here in a function, but we're using it over here. And this is the syntax for required arguments. What we need to do over here is pass in, string name, int age, string greeting, just like we had before. All right. These are just positional arguments with the curly bracket around it. But you get an error. It's telling you that the parameter name can't have a value of null because of its type, but the implicit default value is null. Try adding either an explicit non-null default value or the required modifier. By this, it's basically telling that, you've told that you want these named arguments, but you've not told that are they necessary or not? Can the user not pass them and it's fine or not? We need to mention that. So to mention that, we have the required argument. So you need to pass in required. In earlier Dart versions, you had to pass in @required, but that's not required anymore. Nice pun there. So you see, the error got fixed over here. What this required is telling that this name thing is compulsory. If you don't enter it, it will be a problem. So please enter it. The same thing with age. If I pass required over here, it says pass in the age. It's required. And the same thing for greeting. Now if I do this much, all the errors go away. Now the errors are there over here. So to fix them, let's get rid of them. So you pass in name like this, age like this, and greeting like this. And you see the errors got resolved. Why does this work? Well, it works because we've converted this to a named argument. By named argument, I meant this. You see, before passing in anything, I don't have to match positions. I just need to match the names that are mentioned over here. And this is quite easy, right? I don't constantly have to make sure that this is greeting, so this has to match. This isn't, this has to match. This is name, this has to match. No, I can just pass in age over here, pass in 12, I'm good. I'm greeting, I can pass hello like this. Name, I can pass name like this. And yeah, this works. Now if I try to run it, let's come over here. And you see, we get Rivanar printed out correctly. So this is the thing about named arguments. You don't have to match the positions anymore. You just have to match the name that's written right over here. There is just a less scope of error. You've minimized the errors. Now, if you have more than, 2 or 3 arguments, I would recommend you to use named arguments. Otherwise, positional is fine. It will work. Now, what if you don't want all of these fields to be required, right? I just force them to be required, but what if they're not required? For example, this age. If the user doesn't pass age, I don't care. How can I make sure that happens? If I just do this, it gives me an error. So to avoid that, what you can do is make this integer nullable value. Alright. So even if the user doesn't enter a value, it will be fine. It will work. And if the user enters, then it's fine. User can enter integer value or a nullable value. Both are fine. So if I just remove this, you see the function doesn't give any error because it assumes that age is not passed, age is null. I also want to print out age and then run it, and I get null over here. And if I pass age like this, it will work. It will print out 14. So this was about, named arguments and positional arguments. I hope you got a difference between them. Now we can get rid of this age entirely. Now what I want to show you is how you can use positional and name arguments both together in this function argument or function parameter, whatever you want to call it. Just to get the names right, this thing right here is called arguments, and whatever we enter here is called parameters. Now coming back to positional plus named, what you can do is just have I think it was int age. So let's have int age like this, and there we go. You see, that's a magic. You can have positional as well as named arguments together. Now if I mention some other thing, boolean is adult, it gives an error. This error is there because you cannot have anything after required arguments, alright? You need to have them before the required arguments. So you can have boolean is adult over here and it won't complain. But yeah, it gives an error here because you need to pass in positional arguments. So you need to pass in 12 like this. You don't have to pass in age 12 like this. It will throw an error. What you want to do is 12 like this, false like this, and rest everything is fine. Now if I run it, there we go. We have 12. Now that you've understood this, let's remove all of these arguments. I'm just going to remove this as well. Now let's remove this. Let's call this function, let's say print stuff now. It's not print name anymore. And here we are coming back to records. I want to return a record. We know how to return a record. Int string. Then we are going to have a return 12 comma Revan. And here I'm just going to have final or variable, whatever you want to call it. Or you can also have something like int comma string stuff equal to print stuff. So you can do this as well. This works. Or you can just have, final like this and then get age and name. And then, print the stuff out. Age, print name, and then run it. So yeah, this works. But again, just similar to the positional arguments, this can be a scope of error. And I told you I'll come back to this because of this particular reason. I'll have to match this again and again. So it's quite cumbersome, error prone. So there's a solution to this as well. Just like we had for named arguments, we can have named records like this or named values like this. But here it gives an error. Do I have to pass in required now? No. If you're passing in a record, you're returning a record, it has to be required. That's why you're returning it, right? And if it's not, then you can just have int question mark, which means nullable. So you're returning a null value. But I'm not doing anything of that sort. It's giving me an error because I have to name the variables. So I'm just going to pass int age string name. Then I'm going to return age 12 name Revan like this. And that resolves the error. But here you can see it gives me an error. It gives me an error because it's giving me some stuff. And here by the stuff I want to do dot. But now it doesn't give me $1, $2, $3 anymore. Since this is named, it's giving me stuff.age, stuff.name. So I don't have to wonder, oh, $1 is this, $2 is this. I can just use stuff.name, stuff.age, and my solution becomes much more easier to read. Let's get into the interesting stuff. We have learned almost everything we need to know about functions and things that are generally used. But there's more. What if I tell you that you can return a function from a function? So to return a function, so you can just have function And you see, we are getting an error. We are getting an error because we are returning a string. In fact, we should be returning a function. And then I just print out the stuff here. Okay. So let's see how it turns out. Let's go over this code. We've got this, but let's go over the code. For this, we have final stuff is equal to print stuff. In print stuff, we are returning a function and we are printing yo. So we have returned a function. Now, all I want to do is call this function. So I'll just do stuff, because at the end of the day, I'm returning a function. If it's giving me a closure, then I've not called it. I need to call this function. So I'll run and I get yo. That's cool. Then I get null and then I get closure main closure. Why do I get closure main closure? Closure main closure we get is because we have still not called this function right here. To call this anonymous function, we need to do this. We need to call this as well, right? You can just consider it like a variable, like the stuff variable is this exact thing, right? And to call it, we have passed in two parentheses. I'm able to run it and I get yo, null. That's great. Now, if you're wondering why we get this null thing right here, we can just remove print from here. Let's just call stuff. Let's just call this anonymous function as it is. Let's remove the surrounding prints from them. Run it and we get yo. So the null are gone. By this, we have shortened it. We don't have to pass in, curly brackets like this. You can just have is equal to followed by a greater than operator, which creates a fat arrow. And this is called a fat arrow function, or simply an arrow function. Arrow functions are used when you have just one statement to be executed or to be returned. If you want, you can also print over here. So you'll have hi. But then you'll have to change this to void, because you're not returning a string, you're having void. And we can do this because print essentially returns void. You can see this. Print is a type of void. It has a return data type of void. That's why we can return it like this. And it will execute the code. So now we are done with functions. Now we are going to dive into classes, where we are going to use functions, variables, if conditions, for loops, and everything will come together in this class. So let's get started with classes now. What exactly is a class and how do we define it? Classes are like blueprints or templates for creating objects. Now you might ask, what does that mean? Now let's take an analogy to understand it better. Let's imagine we are running a bakery. Alright, so in a bakery, we have a variety of baked goods such as cakes, cookies, bread, etc. Each type of baked good has its own distinct characteristics and functionality, right? Now, classes are similar to these bakery items. You use a class to create objects that share similar properties and behaviors. For example, you could have a class called cake that defines the properties and methods specific to cakes. The properties of a cake class might include attributes such as flavor, size, frosting type. The methods of the cake class might include actions like baking, decorating, and slicing. Using this class blueprint, you can create multiple cake objects. Each cake object created from the class will have its own unique set of values for the properties. For example, a cake might have a chocolate flavor, a medium size, and let's say a vanilla frosting. Similarly, you could have another class called cookie that defines the properties and methods specific to cookies. The cookie class might have properties such as shape, flavor, size, and methods or actions like baking, cooling, and packaging. By defining different classes, you can create multiple objects with their own specific attributes and behaviors. Each object belongs to its respective class, just as each baked good belongs to its specific category. So, classes are like the blueprints for creating objects, similar to how different types of baked goods have their own unique characteristics and recipes. So I hope that definition and that analogy was clear. If it's not, I'll give you an example in the code itself and you'll understand it better. So I'm going to go ahead, create a class. That's how you create a class. And I've done this outside of this function. Alright. So To define a class, we have class written, then we need to give a name to the class, and the naming convention for a class is different from that of a function of a variable name. For a function or variable name, we followed camel case, right? Camel case looked like this. In classes, we use Pascal casing, meaning we are going to write it like this. Let me type it, Pascal case. So everything here is big, alright? So here I'm just going to go ahead and create a class, let's say cookie. And then obviously we are going to have this curly bracket. This curly bracket is specifying the scope of this class. Whatever we define in this class is going to be within this class. It cannot be used outside in this main function. I hope you're clear till there. So yeah, we've created a class now. But what does our class do? As I said, cookie might have different properties. Now what are these properties? We've actually learnt about these properties before. These properties are basically variables or methods. Methods are also known as functions. Alright, so classes can contain variables so that they define different properties on a cookie. Then it might include functions so that we can change the behavior of the cookie, or we can put in some actions like baking, cooling, packaging. So how do we define a variable here? Exactly how you would do in a function. So here you can have a variable, let's call it string shape, which is equal to, let's say, circle. So this is a shape, and this is also a property of this cookie class, because this cookie class is known by this variable, You can access this shape property and get a definition of how this cookie might be. So if you do cookie.shape, you'll get access to, that it's a circle. Now we can introduce more variables. You can create as many as you like. So we can go ahead and create, let's say, int or double if you want to be precise. Double size is equal to 15.2. Let's say this is in centimeter, alright. You cannot go ahead and put centimeter like this. So I've put a comment here saying that this is in centimeter or inches or whatever. I would go ahead with centimeter. And then let's say I just want these two variables. Now I want some function. Now what will my function do? Well, it's just going to let you know about some actions in my cookie making procedure. So it's just going to have void baking, and then I'm going to create my function. And this function in a class is known as a method. So I can just name it like this. You can call this function, but to be more precise, you call this a method when it's inside a class. And now I can just go ahead and print baking has started. Alright. Now I can create another method as well. And this method can be another function. So it can be boolean, let's say is cooling. And then we have this. And then we are just going to return false. So the cooling process has not started yet. Obviously, right now this is a false variable, but later on we are going to modify this a little bit. Alright, so now you have a clear view of what this class is. This class contains a bunch of properties that are unique to this cookie class. Because if I create another thing, if I just define all of these publicly in a main function, there can be other things that use these values. I don't want that. I don't want, a cake to have all of these properties, because cake might have something else. I wouldn't want something like a bread to have these things, or what a cake has, because all of them have different properties and different methods of creating them. That's why we have created a class and have all properties inside of it. Now, how do I use this cookie class? For functions, we could call the function like this. If I had a function, let's call main again, if I have a function, I can call it like this. But how do I call the cookie class? It's quite similar to how you would call a function. All you need to do is cookie, just the name, exact name, and then you go ahead and call it. And there we go. We have instantiated, this is called instantiating. So we have instantiated a class. And then when I run it, what should I expect? Should I expect baking? Should I expect a cooling value? Or should I expect all of these values? Well, nothing really comes. Why is that the case? Well, first of all, we are not printing anything. Why should we get access to anything? Right? So let's go ahead and print cookie. Now you might say, yeah, you're printing it over here, so we are printing something. Not really. These methods will only get called when you actually, go ahead and type cookie.baking or cookie.isCooling. Let's run it and we get instance of cookie printed out. What is this thing? Well, this thing is basically saying that we have a variable or we have like an object of cookie created. That's what it says. And what do you mean by object, you might ask? Well, cookie object can differ as well, right? I mean, a cookie can have a different shape, it can have a different size. That's why this is called an instance of cookie. It is an object made on the same properties that a cookie has. Now you might ask, how can I access all of these values? I just want to print them out. Well, to do that, you can just do cookie dot. So you need to call this, okay? If you don't do this, you'll have cookie dot and you won't get any auto suggestion. But if you have cookie like this, so if you have instantiated or created a cookie instance, then you have access to this, and then you can call dot, and then you see we have access to shape, size, something known as hash code, we know runtime type, baking, is cooling, toString, no such method. Let's call toString because we know what toString means. It will just convert it to a string, right? So let's run it and we again get instance of cookie class. Basically, it's just saying that whatever you have in cookie class, I'm just going to convert that to a string. So whatever it gives me, I'm just going to convert that to a string. So it was basically returning, let's say instance of cookie like this. And let's say the string wasn't there. So it just converted it to a string and returned it to us. But in the console, we see this as a string format only. There's no difference. Let's call cookie.shape. If I do that and run, I see circle here. That's cool, right? Now I can just have size, and then when I run it, I get 15.2. Now you might say, I want to print out centimeter as well. How can I do it? Well, we already know how to do it. We'll convert this into a string format. We'll put braces over here, curly bracket, then $. This is string interpolation. I told you whenever we have more than one thing, accessing the property over here or something, we have to put a curly bracket over here. So, and let's leave a space between them. Otherwise it will be stuck together. As you can see, 15.2 centimeter. I'm just leaving a space here. So we have 15.2 centimeter like this. Now I can go ahead, remove all of this. And what I want to do is call cookie.baking. But I'm not going to do that in the print function because I'm smart. I know print is already called here, so why should I call print again? So I can just have cookie.baking and then we run it and we have baking as started. We can also have cookie, let's save it over here, cookie.isCooling, and then when I run it, should I be seeing false over here? Not exactly, because you're not printing it. So we have to print it. And this is just like a normal function, alright? If we have called is cooling, it is going to return a boolean value. So I'll have to store it in a boolean value. Let's say is cooling, or let's make it more descriptive, is cookie cooling. And then I will print is cookie cooling. I've named it this way because there's a chance I'm going to create a cake class and use it here as well. If I'm having a cake class, I'll have two is cooling because baking a cake also requires cooling. I hope so at least. And then when I run it, I get false. Alright. So my variable name is quite descriptive, something to learn from it. But now you might see that I'm using cookie with parentheses over here. Cookie with parentheses over here. As a smart programmer, I do not want to create these classes instance again and again. So over here, I'm creating one instance. Then again, I'm creating another instance. I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do is just create one instance which I will use again and again. And how can I do that? Well, I'm going to treat it like a variable. Alright. So I'm going to store the instance of this cookie class in a variable. And then I'm going to use that instance every single place. So I'm just going to have cookie, which is equal to cookie. And then I can replace this cookie with .baking, cookie.isCooling, and then run it, and we see the same output. But the difference is the cookie class is not being created again and again. Now, I don't want you to trust me on this. And by the way, this is the syntax for creating a variable, right? You mention the type of the variable. So now the type is now cookie. Earlier, we were using int, double, all of that, but I've introduced you to something new, which is cookie. So you can create your own class and mention it as a type over here, and then you can use it. Or you can just have final cookie equal to cookie and let Dart do its job, and it's able to create cookie over here. That's great. There will be no visible difference in the output. Now there's a few things more we can do actually. I'm just going to remove all of this. And now what I can do is, let's say I've created a cookie class, but I don't like how this shape is over here. I want it to be rectangle and I want to increase the size. How can I do that? Well, I'm just going to use this cookie class and cookie instance. Let me make that correction. Cookie instance, alright? Or a cookie object. This is what is known as an object. And this thing right here is a class. And as I said, classes help us create blueprint of an object, and using that object, we can call properties or actions or methods on it. So I hope the definition makes sense now. Now, what I want to do is change the shape. So I can have cookie.shape, which is equal to, let's say, rectangle. I can do that. And I can go ahead, print cookie.shape over here. I can go ahead and print cookie.shape over here. Let's run it, and we should first see circle, then rectangle. And that's exactly what we see. Sweet. Now you might say, hey, this is a final variable, right? If this is a final variable, how can I change the value of cookie.shape? The reason for that is this cookie object is final. The cookie.shape, the shape property is not final, right? I've not defined it like final string shape or final double size. If I do that, I won't be able to change it over here. But I've put final as cookie. That means I can go ahead and change the shape and the size property on it. So if you just go ahead and create cookie class again, because cookie can only be given to cookie, you can see the final variable cookie can only be set once. So now that we have understood this, I just want to take this example and tweak it a little bit. What if I do cookie.shape like this? Then I go ahead and do cookie.shape is equal to rectangle, and then I have cookie.shape. I'm just going to remove this, alright? What do you think we will get? Let's run it and see. We are only getting circle. We should be getting circle and rectangle, right? We've changed this. But that's because I've told it to you before. The reason for that is we are creating cookie class or the instance of the cookie class here. Then I'm having .shape. So I'm creating a new object, okay? And then I'm calling the .shape property on it. That means this cookie class gets created, alright? And then we are accessing the shape property on it, which is circle. Then here we are creating a brand new cookie object. If you don't understand this, let me draw it out. Let's say I have this thing right here, and this is a cookie class. I've created an instance of the cookie class and I've named it, let's say, cookie1. Because I've not really put it in a variable, but let's assume I've put it in a variable, alright? So this is final cookie1 is equal to cookie. So I've created this over here. So all the properties are being run again. So that means the shape is created, size is created, all the functions are created over here. Then I've gone ahead and created another cookie class. And this is a brand new cookie class because I've initialized this cookie class again. And then, when I create the cookie class, I'm just going to have, let's say, cookie2 over here. So I've created size, shape, and all the other functions and methods on it. Then what I've done is cookie.shape is equal to rectangle. That means this shape thing, I've just replaced this value with another value. So I can go ahead and remove this. And now this is a rectangle. Alright, so I'm just going to denote it by R. And then I'm creating a third cookie class. And here I again have to create size, shape, and then all of the actions like methods and all of that. So we've done that. And then I'm just printing it. So these two are just being print. But this value was changed but was never printed. And that's because this cookie.shape cannot be, used again until we store this in a variable. Only if we store this cookie instance in a variable can we know that, yeah, we have changed the shape. Now we want to use this cookie2 because that's what it is. This is cookie2, right? So I just want to print out the shape of this cookie2. Since we have not stored this cookie2 variable anywhere, we cannot use it because every time we call this, it creates a new object. And rightly so. Why would it not create? Because I might have to edit out the shape, I might have to edit out the size, and I will have to create different things for it. And that's why it's important to store instances of classes in variables and use them correctly. Also, it's better to store them in a variable because sometimes, as you can see, we didn't want to create the cookie class again and again. I just wanted to use the same cookie class. But also, in some cases, class creation can take a lot of memory in your app. Not a lot of, because it has to go ahead and create like these strings, these doubles, all of these methods. It has to newly create it. And that requires memory because all of these things, where do they get stored? They get stored in the memory of the program you're running. So when I'm running it, all of these things are getting stored in the memory of the program. And I don't want to increase the memory, right? Do you like any app that is, big in size? Not exactly, right? So we are trying to reduce that. But since this is an example of a program, we don't want to increase the size of the program. And it might also take more time than expected or more time than normal to create all of these classes instance again and again, because I'll have to create this first, then I'll have to create this again, then I'll have to create this again. So I have to create 3 objects. That takes more time than creating just one object, right? That's why. So I hope you understood this concept of classes. Let me just go ahead and create the final cookie instance. So I'll have final cookie, which is equal to cookie. Great. Now to edit out some values, I have to do cookie.shape, which is equal to, let's say, a rectangle. And then I have to edit the size. I'll do cookie.size is equal to 16.2. That's fine, right? But the problem I have right now is whenever I have to create an instance of the cookie class, and if I want a rectangle, I'll have to continuously pass in, final cookie is equal to cookie.shape is rectangle, cookie.size is this much. Now I have a modified cookie with me. I don't want that. I just want to go ahead and give the values initially only. So to do that, we have something known as constructors. What are these constructors? These constructors are things that run when you create an instance of this cookie class. Right? So as soon as I call this thing, these parentheses, the constructor of this class will run, and that's what I want to do. Alright, so I'll just have cookie. The constructor is named after the class of the name itself. Then it has this parentheses and these blocks. So it's kind of like function, but it's different from function in different ways. In terms of syntax, it looks similar to a function, but here you don't have to mention any return data type because it's a constructor, right? Why would you want to return anything from here? Function names can be anything, but constructor names have to be after the name of the class. If you create cookie2 over here, it will give me an error. You can see it thinks the variable name cookie2 isn't a lower camel case identifier. It says this because it's considering this as a function. So if we just, get a chance to see this documentation, you'll see dynamic cookie2. It's thinking that this is a function, it's not a constructor, but actually we want a constructor, so it has to be right after the name of this class. And then we have a block similar to the function. So whatever variables we create, whatever the scope is limited over here. And what I want to do over here is basically ask for the values of the shape and size. So to do that, what I can do is just define string shape over here, double size over here, then I can get rid of these things, and then I can have this dot shape, this dot size asked over here. And now you'll see we are done. And it's giving us this error because this function block is not necessary until you add something over here. So I'm going to add here print cookie class, cookie constructor called. And now the error goes away. That means If I don't mention this block, it's fine. I can just have this, and this is a constructor as well. But if I want to go ahead and print something as soon as, cookie is called, or if I want to, start baking as well, so I can just start baking like this. I can call the function right here. I don't have to go ahead and call cookie dot baking like this over here. What you can do is just call baking. Why? Because we are in this class. If you are in this class, you don't need to call cookie. You don't need to create an instance of the cookie class. You can just go ahead and use baking over here. You can just go ahead, call is cooling over here. You can just go ahead and use shape and size. You see we get an error over here. Earlier we didn't get that. And if you see the error, 2 positional arguments expected by cookie.new but 0 found. So there's quite to break down in this error message. Well, you already know what 2 positional arguments expected means. That means it requires 2 things to be passed in over here. And this error message is similar to what we get in functions. So basically it's asking us to give string shape and double size. We can get that from the context. So that's fine. But what is this cookie.new? Basically, whenever we create instance of the class, it was recommended to use new cookie like this. If you have learned Java, you already know that this new class or this new keyword helps us to create and allocate memory in Java. But that is not required in Dart. You can put in, but it gives you a warning because that's not required anymore. Now we have the cookie instance created like this. Now I can go ahead and mention the size and shape. So if I have 20, hello, will that work? Not really, because I've messed up the positional arguments. What I want to do is go ahead and have hello 20 like this. Alright. So the shape is hello and size is 20. And then if I try to print cookie.shape, print cookie.size, and then run it, you see we get a bunch of things that were called. First, cookie constructor was called. Why is that the case? Well, we created an instance of the cookie class, alright. So this constructor was called. When this constructor was called, it verified that, yeah, the shape and size are given correctly. Then we have the curly bracket which was run. So it printed out cookie constructor called. So the first thing cookie constructor was called. Then it ran the baking function. So baking has started was called. Then we had hello printed out, which is cookie.shape and cookie.size, hello 20. Now you might be confused about this thing right here. What is this? So let's go ahead and print this, right? If you're confused, just print it out. It should give you certain value, right? And you see we get instance of the cookie class. So with this, we get access to the class we are in. It gives us access to this class, and that's why it is called this. So I can go ahead and call this dot baking as well. Now you might say, why didn't I do this dot baking over here? And I didn't do that because it would give me this unnecessary this qualifier. If you're in the function, why would you want to call this dot baking, right? When you can just call baking. Now a valid question would be, why do we have to put this dot shape and this dot size over here? Why can I not do shape and size over here? And when we try to do this, you see non-nullable instance field shape must be initialized. Since we have not given a value to these things, it's telling us, yeah, at least give it some value and then pass it or have it in the constructor, right? And then when we run it, we get cookie constructor called, baking has started, null, null. That doesn't seem to work, does it? Well, that's because it has gone ahead and created new shape and new size variables. Alright. And since we have not put in any variable data type over here, it is considering that this is dynamic. So if I just do string shape and int size, it will not throw me any error. It works fine. And then when I try to run it, it still gives me null. But the difference is now the shape has string shape and this size is int size. Basically, when you have these two variables created like this, these are dynamic. They're not referring to this thing that you have over here. It is automatically creating a new thing. Now you might say, let's just discard all of them. Let's have string shape, int size over here. But then you'll see we get an error. The getter shape isn't defined for the type cookie. The getter size isn't defined for the type cookie. It's giving us these errors because these shape and size variables do not exist publicly. Constructor is similar to a function. In a function, if you put anything over here, they're accessible only inside the block you're using it. So I can go ahead and print out shape over here, and let's run it, and it will print out hello to me. You see, I get hello over here, but I cannot use the shape variable anywhere else. So if I try to print shape over here, I cannot do that because shape is not defined. And that's why I had created public variables over here. So we could access shape and size property on it. And then I did this dot shape, meaning we are going to ask the shape from this thing right here when we instantiate the cookie class. And whatever value we get, we are just going to store it in the shape variable that we have in this cookie class. That's why this dot shape. So we are accessing the cookie class and its shape, this dot size. And these are nullable variables. So you can just go ahead and pass null over here, and that is fine. But if you have string shape, you cannot pass in null over here. I want to take this opportunity and expand on the concept of constructors further. There are different types of constructor. This type of constructor is the normal type of constructor. You've already seen we can also have this done and it will work with the same thing. But if you want to run any function or anything, as soon as the cookie class is created, you obviously want to do this. Because you can't do this like, just having baking over here. That's not allowed. It just says the name baking is already defined. It's thinking you want to define a new function or a variable. So we cannot do this. So that's why it is set to have it in this curly bracket so that it knows, yeah, you need to run something, run it over here. Also, you can specify some value over here. Let's say cookie. So you can have cookie over here, but obviously when hello gets, returned over here, it will occupy the value of the shape. So to avoid this, what you can do is just create string shape again. Then you'll have int size again. Then we are going to create the constructor block. And over here, we are just going to set this dot shape is equal to shape. This dot size is equal to size. So this is what we had done earlier. But as you can see, we are getting warnings saying, try using an initialing formal this dot size to initialize the field. So this is the big hand syntax for what we just did. This dot shape is basically this dot shape is equal to shape. This dot size is equal to size. All right. But I want to introduce a new thing over here. I can just do print shape, not print shape, this dot shape. And then when I run it, we get an error, and the error is there basically saying a value of type int can't be assigned to a variable of type double. So I need to take double over here so that I can pass it in. That's nice. Now I can run it. And here I get cookie hello 20. So what just happened over here? Well, first we have string shape is equal to cookie. Then we have created two new variables. These variables are different from these variables that we have created. These are parameterized variables, alright? So here what I've done is string shape and double size new variables. Then I've printed this dot shape. That means I've tried to print cookie over here. Then I've set this dot shape equal to shape. That means I've reinitialized both of these fields, for which it is giving me a warning. But I had to do this because I wanted to print this dot shape. If I did this dot shape and this dot size, I wouldn't get access to cookie, right? I wanted to print out cookie, and that's why I initialized it this way. So this is one of the use cases for having a constructor like this. Great. Now I can come back to my original thing. As you can see, I can reassign the properties. I can reassign it outside of the class as well. So if I have cookie.shape, I can change it over here as well. Let's say rectangle. I can change it over here as well. What if I don't want to allow any changes at all? So after this was set, I want to restrict it from changing ever again. Why do I want to do that? Because I just want to keep all the fields of cookie in one place. So if I want to change the shape, I can do this from a method that I create over here. If I want to change the size, I can do it over here. If I want to change anything else, I'll have to do everything from the class itself, but I cannot change it outside of the class. That makes my class more secure, right? So to do that, we already know how we can do that. We can have final string like this, final double like this, and I'm just going to say, let's remove this, because if I have this is equal to cookie, it will just question me that this was final, then how come you're changing it? So I'm just going to go ahead and have this final string double, final double size, and then we are good to go. Now you might again question me, if we are having final over here, so we have created the variable, why this isn't giving us an error, like null check operator should be used, or like I should use optional variables over here. That's not the case, because we have a constructor created. If we don't have a constructor created, it will definitely throw an error over here. Now if you try to do cookie dot shape is equal to rectangle, we get an error. The shape can't be used as a setter because it's final. Since it's final, I cannot change its value. Now you might ask, how can I change its value? The thing is, you cannot change, and that's why we had created it like this. Whatever you pass in over here is going to be treated it this way only. Also, one thing that I forgot to mention earlier, you can go ahead and use these variables, alright? So we can just have your cookie of $shape. So it's just saying your cookie of hello shape and 20 centimeter. Let me just reframe my English. And if I run it, obviously nothing happens. So what I want to do is, as soon as this thing is done, I just want baking to start. So we are just telling that, yeah, if you've given this order, the baking has started. And there we go. We have your cookie, which is of the shape hello and size 20 centimeter is baking. Now, obviously, just like we had in functions, when we have too many variables to be taken, it can be quite a problem. So to do that, a similar or the same thing is used. We are just going to wrap all of this with a curly bracket, and then it gives us an error basically saying that if these are optional, just make them nullable variables. But in our case, they are not optional. So what I'm going to do is required this dot shape, required this dot size. You can see the consistency over here, right? Just like we had in functions, we have in constructors, we have in records as well. And now this gives us an error over here. The error is basically saying that you need to mention shape like this, size like this, and the error is resolved. So we can run it, and we have your cookie which is of the shape hello and size 20 centimeter is baking.
Nice.
So these are called as named constructors. The earlier one was known as parameterized constructor. And when we don't have anything, if we don't have a constructor at all, so let's remove everything, we have a default constructor created. And also, just to give you some terminology, let's get our example back. This thing right here, even with parameterized constructors or named constructor, this thing right here is something known as an immutable class. Why is this an immutable class? Well, we've already talked about mutability and immutability, right? Mutability is when you can change a variable's value. Immutability is when you can't change a variable's value. And here we cannot change the value or properties inside the cookie class, right? We cannot change shape, we cannot change size. Basically, this is a const cookie class. That means this is a constant. We cannot change it once it is given the values or once it is given a set of the values. So now that we have a clear understanding of basic terminology, let's dive into some stuff that we missed out in classes. These are the things that we want to study now. Private variables, getters, setters, static function and static variables. Let's go over them one by one. So the first thing is private variables. What are these private variables? So there are certain times in your classes when you don't want the variables over here to be visible outside of this class, alright? So you want them for some stuff inside the class, for example, for some calculation or something like that. Then what do we do? Well, for that, we have access to private variables. Let's say we have print cookie.shape. Yeah, just what we had before. So I don't want to be able to access the shape property. It is there inside the class, but it should not be accessible outside. What do I do in that case? I can make shape private, but there is some limitation in Dart. You cannot make variables private in class. The private variables will be private within a file, meaning you won't be able to use cookie.shape or cookie.height if I made it private outside of the file. For example, if I have int height which is equal to 0, this is a public variable, right? To make it private, I'm just going to add underscore at the beginning. So with this, I've made it private. Unlike other languages, Dart doesn't have private keyword here. It just has underscore over here so that it signifies that it's a private variable. However, if you have height underscore width, let's say, this is not a private variable. This is just one variable, height width, which is public. But if you just put this at the beginning, then only is it private. Now, if I try to do cookie dot underscore height, I'll be able to access this. Why am I able to access this? Private variables shouldn't be accessible, right? Well, that's the problem. Or that's kind of like a feature in Dart. Private variables are private for a file. They're not private for just a class. If you use in the same file, then cookie._height will be accessible. However, if this main function is defined in some other file and class cookie is defined in some other file, then cookie._height will not be accessible. It will give an error that cookie._height doesn't exist. So I cannot show it to you right now, but in Flutter, we are obviously going to take a look at it. So you can trust me on this one and make it clear that private variables are private to a file, not to a class. So now that we know how to make private variables, let's move ahead and understand why we would need private variables in the first place. So I need private variables so that I can calculate the size of the cookie, right? So I'll have int underscore width is equal to 5. Let's say my height is 6 or let's say 4. Then I have a function here or a method which I'm going to call void calculate size, and then I'm just going to set size equal to underscore height into underscore width, and that's not allowed, right? Because size is a final variable. So what I can do instead is just return an int and then return height underscore height into width. That would be fine, right? Because height is an integer. When you multiply integer with an integer, you will get an integer. So calculate size will return 20 from here. That's good. Now this is just for demo purposes. You wouldn't want to do this in real life because, well, calculate size, why would you need it if you already have a size over here? But this is just for demonstration. So these are private variables. You can use it inside of methods to perform some calculations and stuff that remains inside your class. You don't want it to be accessible outside of your class. It's kind of like your society or building. If you're living in a community, you want the community stock to remain inside the community stock. You don't want it accessible like outside, right? That's what private variables do. So now that you've understood about private variables and these are public variables, let's get into getters and setters. What are these getters and setters? Getters and setters are basically used to return a value. Why would I want to return a value? Well, let's go over them. First of all, let's get syntax out of the way. To create a getter, we use data type. So you can pass in string, int, a class name if you want to. You can have any of that. Then get, and then the name of the variable. Let's say height is my variable. Now I will just return it. So it's kind of like a function block. You can either have this or you can have a fat arrow function. And then you return height. Alright. So this is a getter. With getter, what I have access to, I can just do print cookie dot height. But then why don't we just make this a private variable? That's because the height's value might change in this function. For example, I will have another method. Let's call it void modify height. Then I'll have a new height that I get, and underscore height is equal to h. So I can change the value of the private variables inside, but I don't want it to be modifiable outside, meaning if I do cookie dot underscore height, I'm able to change the value. I don't want to be able to change the value from outside. I only want the value to be changeable or modifiable from inside. And that's why we have private variables over here. So if we have cookie.height is equal to 10 like this, it will give us an error saying there isn't a setter named height in class cookie. That means I cannot modify a getter over here. And that's why we have created a getter for a private variable, meaning it is a read-only value. When there's just a getter, it is only a read-only value. So you can just read from it, not modify it. However, if you just remove this private variable and also remove this getter because you have this as a public variable, you'll be able to change cookie.height equal to 10. And if you try to make it final, you won't be able to modify the height over here. I hope you're understanding something. If not, I would recommend you to watch this part of the video because I'm just going to brief through what just happened. And if you understood, just skip this part. Basically, if we have public variable like int height is equal to 4, then we will be able to change it outside of the class. And I don't want it to be changeable or modifiable outside of the class because it might create a lot of confusion in my code. And that's why I will put in final here, right? Because I want this to be immutable. This solves the problem here. But method over here is giving me a problem because this is a final. If this is a final, I cannot change it over here. But I want it to be changeable over here and not modifiable over here. How can I do that? There's no keyword for that. So I can just remove this int height. I can make this a private variable. I put underscore height is equal to h over here. But then I won't be able to access cookie.underscore height outside of the file. So for that, I've created a getter. And the getter is basically saying int get height. And then I put out underscore height. And then I can just have cookie.height the way I want it. So I cannot modify it, but I can print it. So it's a read-only value that I get. Super. So this was about getters and private variables. Now there's setter as well, which helps you to set a value. So I don't have to create a method for this. Instead, what I can do is set height. This is the convention basically. If you have a getter with height over here, you want to put set height in camel case. Then have a function like syntax and you'll get int h over here because you want to set the height, and you'll set underscore height equal to h. You can't do height is equal to h because this is a getter. You cannot change the value of a getter. So you'll have to do underscore height is equal to h, and then getter will have the modifiable or the updated value of underscore height returned over here. Now I can just remove this method and I can just have cookie dot set height. I'll pass in, let's say 15 over here. But now this gives me an error. Why is there an error? Because this is not the syntax for it. This is a syntax for a function, and you don't want to have a function over here. You want to have a setter. So for a setter, you're just going to have cookie dot set height equal to the updated value, which is 15. And the error gets resolved. I'm going to go ahead and print cookie.height again and then run it. And you see I get 4 and 15. So the set height works. I don't have to create a function anymore. The getter is used with the setter. But this is the syntax for a setter. It's kind of similar to a function, but you don't have a return data type. And you can set the height using assignment. So now that we've understood private variables, getters and setters, let's get rid of them. All of those were kind of linked together, but the static variable and static function are not related to each other. Now, I've already told to you that creating an object can be memory consumption. So as you can see over here, every time we create an object, we have to create something that looks like this in a diagram format. You have to initialize all the fields. You have to have all the functions with you. It can be memory consuming. We've already talked about it. But what if I don't want to get the initialization part done? Alright. So I don't want to create an instance of the class at all. So I don't want any of this. I don't want actually any of this. I just want cookie so that I can access some properties on it. That will help me save, you can say, memory in my program. So I want to be able to do that. So for that, we have static function and static variables. These static functions and variables are used for certain tasks. For example, static variable is used when you have a constant, let's say. So you have a class that contains all the constants. So maybe let's get rid of this cookie class. And I'm going to create a class called constants. And this class serves one purpose. Give me all the constants related to my app. So for example, I would have a string that says greeting whenever the user comes into my app. So I say, hello, how are you? So I store it in a separate class. Why do I store it in a separate class? Because if I use it and scatter it throughout my application, it might be difficult for me when my client or my employer comes and tells to me that, hey, I want you to change this greeting. That means you'll have to go over certain files, go ahead, change the text. What if all of that information, all of that hard-coded stuff is present in just one file? That makes it easy for you to organize your code and make the changes easily. And it's so easy that even your client can do it or your employer can do it. That's why we have created this class. Alright, so I have greeting over here. Let's say I have another one that says bye, which says bye. Well, that's all the constants I have till now. And what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's create instance of the constants, which is constants like this. Then I'm going to print constants dot greeting constants dot bye. There we go. So if I run this, it will say hello, how are you, and bye. Great. That's how it's expected to work. But as you can see, why do I have to create the instance of a class over here? Isn't that weird? Because I don't need access to any of the things that are mentioned over here. Like, I don't want the constructor to be called. I don't want anything to be done right here. What I want to do is directly have constants.greeting, constants.bye, so that I don't have to create an entire object for this. So can I do like constants.greeting? I've already told to you that this syntax is not allowed, so we cannot do that unless we have something known as static variable with us. So what we can do over here is call it static string greeting, and we get an error over here. This says the static greeting can't be accessed through an instance. Now we are wise enough to understand this error. This error is basically saying, hey, you've created an object and now you're trying to get a static variable out of this object, but by static you're telling that this should be accessible to me without creating an object. What do you mean? So what we can do over here is just have constants.greeting. With this, I'm able to access this. And now if I run it, I'll get the same thing, but this time constants constructor will not be called. Let's print it out over here. So we'll have constant print constructor called, and then run it. We have constructor called because we have created an instance of the class. Then we have constants.greeting. So it's not calling the constructor again. So with static variables, the constructor doesn't get called. That means an object is not created, and that saves memory. And the same thing I want to do for bye as well. So I'll have static string bye. I'll put constants.bye over here. Let's remove this initialization of class. Why did I remove the constructor? Let's put it back. Let's run this and we get hello, how are you, bye. The constructor is not called at all, and this is what static does. I hope that was clear to you. This is what is static. Now let's get to static functions. These are static variables. Now static function also has a similar type. You have static, then you define the function as it is. You have static int, let's say give me some value. Then you're not having anything over here. You're just going to return 10. So now I can't do print constants dot give me some value. That's not allowed. What I need to do is constants dot give me some value, and then run it, and there we go, we get 10. Now you might say this static approach seems very nice. Shouldn't I use it all the time? No. Why? Because there are certain cases where you cannot. For example, when constructor is called. When constructor is called, certain things can be run. So that time you want to create an object. You cannot live without creating an object. Or when you have some variable over here. So if you have string height, which is equal to 10. Int height is equal to 10. And then I try to return height. First of all, it will give me an error basically saying instance members can't be accessed from a static method. That means if I want to be able to access this height value, I need to make this static so that I can use it in a static function. Or you can just create this as a give me some value like this. Then you can use it. So both of these things have to be static, or both of them have to be non-static. And it makes sense, right? If you just do this, you're basically telling that this height variable is initialized when the constructor or when the instance of this constants class is created. So when you do this, int height is equal to 10 is given. But then you're mentioning it in static and then saying, even if I don't create an object, I should be returning this height value. Is that possible? No, because it's a logic fault. Non-static cannot be used in static. Now I can just use constants.greeting like this and constants.give me some value, and it will return 10 to me. So I hope that was clear. Now we are just going to get rid of this and of this, and we are going to dive into inheritance. So we are going to create multiple classes, and we are going to learn something about abstract class and then about object oriented programming, or as we know it, OOP. Cool. So let's get started with this. So for inheritance, first let's get some classes up. So I'm going to have a class vehicle, and here I'm going to have final, or let's have int speed, which is equal to 10. Then we are going to have a boolean value which says is engine working, which is equal to false, and that's pretty much it. And let's just get one function up which just says void accelerate, then we just have speed go equal to, let's say, 10. So we have speed is equal to speed plus 10. We've already seen this in the if conditions part. This basically means speed is equal to speed plus 10. Great. Now I'm just going to create another class which is car, and car is a vehicle, right? Now what I want to be able to do is get all of the functions and variables inside of this vehicle. Why? Because car is a vehicle. It also has a speed. It also has a boolean value which knows like if engine is working. It also has an acceleration. So what would I do? Copy paste, right? And that works. But what if in my vehicle I decide to add another variable, and that variable is boolean is light on, which is equal to, let's say, true, because it's night time, so the light is on. So that means I'll again have to copy this, I'll again have to paste it. And just imagine if there are hundreds of engineers working in your team and some engineer decides to have vehicles variable added. So there's another variable added, then there's another variable added, and you're just like, hey, lots of changes happened. And then you decide to again go ahead and copy paste it. But the problem with copy pasting over here is car also has its unique set, right? All vehicles have all of this, but car also has some properties of its own. Car, let's say, has number of wheels, alright? All vehicles don't have 4 wheels, but over here all cars have 4. These are the type of cars we are manufacturing. All cars that we have 4, but all vehicles that we manufacture does not have number of wheels as 4, because it can be a bike, right? So that means I'll have to create this variable again. If I just go ahead, copy this, paste it, then I'll again have to create a number of wheels. But what if this class is so big that there are so many variables defined inside here? If that's the case, then it is a problem. That means we can't go ahead just copy pasting. So we need another solution for this, and that's where inheritance comes into play. Inheritance just says, hey, car is a vehicle. So whenever you have an is a relation, so let me just comment it out, because this is the keyword, or you can say a keyword in your mind, which will help you to know, do I want inheritance or not? So whenever you have an is a relation, it is using inheritance, or it should use inheritance. I'm not saying always, but many a times whenever you have is a relation, you want to use inheritance. Let me give you an example. So I'm just going to draw this out. Let's remove all of the stuff. I'm just going to go ahead. Let's say you have this thing right here, and this thing over here is your family. Alright. And in your family, the head of the family is, let's say, your father or mother. Let's put in mother over here. So either your father or your mother or both have or multiple children, right? So there are going to be 3 people over here. Let's put that out. So the first one is, let's say, Naman, which is your first sibling. Then you have another one, which is you, and a third one, which is, let's say, Revan. So you have Naman inheriting from your mother or father, you inheriting from your mother or father, or Revan inheriting from your mother or father. This means your mother or father are parents, and these are children, right? Naman is a child, you is a child, Revan is a child. And that's what we call in inheritance as well in programming. This is called as a parent class or base class or superclass, and these are known as child classes or subclasses. We understood why it's called parent class, but it's called base class because we are based on them, right? That's why the base class. And it is also the superclass because it is super, right? And these are subclasses. So that is similar to sets. You have a superset and you have a subset. So I hope that is clear. This is exactly what we have in programming. We have inheritance over here. Car is a vehicle. So if we have a new diagram which says, this thing right over here is vehicle, and there can be multiple vehicles. Let's say the first vehicle is a car, second one is a bike, and the third one is a truck. Now it makes sense, right? So now we understand what inheritance is, but how do we make sure inheritance is there? For that, we have a special keyword in Dart, which is extends. Whenever you have extends over here, you extend the functionality of the class by another class, and our another class is vehicle. So when you have this, car is a subclass. So you have car over here, that is a subclass, and vehicle becomes a superclass. So car is extending the functionality of vehicle, but nothing changes over here, right? Let me show it to you. You can have another one over here. Let's say int number of wheels, which is equal to 4. And then you go ahead and print number of wheels. And then you try to print it, but you cannot print it because print has to be done in a function. So let's go ahead and have void print something. And then we are just going to print number of wheels over here. Sweet. Now I can run it. And I see nothing because we have nothing in the main function. So let's go ahead and create a car. So we are going to have car, which is equal to car. And then we are going to print car dot. And now you see the magic over here. You have number of wheels. You have is the engine working. But we have not defined it anywhere. It's because of this extends vehicle. If I just remove it and have car dot, you see everything goes away. But if you have car extends vehicle, then we can have car dot number of wheels, is engine working, is light on, speed. Everything that was mentioned over here, it has extended the functionality of car by adding properties and methods of vehicle. So now we can have is engine working and car number of wheels. Great. Now if I run this, I get false, which is the value over here, correct, and number of wheels, which is 4. Great. So this was inheritance, as simple as it gets. Just 2 words we had type and we could extend the functionality of an entire class. Now you can create multiple types of classes over here, for example truck. So you have truck, but the number of wheels over here is 8 or 6, whatever, I'm not very sure. But then you try to run it, obviously it will just print the same thing because we have not created an instance of truck. So let's go ahead and have truck, which is equal to truck. Now I'm just going to print truck dot number of wheels, and same thing over here, print truck dot is engine working. Then I'll run it and I get false 4, which is for car, then 8 false, which is for truck. And you can keep doing this and that's fine. So I hope you got a basic understanding of inheritance. With inheritance, one more thing is possible now. Since we have extended the functionality of a vehicle, what we can do over here is have vehicle car equal to car. Alright. So you can do this and it doesn't throw an error over here. Yeah, it throws an error over here, but it doesn't throw an error over here. That's because car is a subtype of vehicle. So you can have it defined like vehicle car is equal to car. And this is a valid syntax, but it gives an error because the getter number of wheels isn't defined for the type vehicle. Since this is of the type vehicle now, you can access all the properties on a vehicle, but you cannot access the properties of car. But what if I want to access the properties of car, but I also want vehicle to be here? In that case, I'm just going to use another keyword over here, which is as. So you can treat a certain variable as another data type. So you can have as car over here. Let's wrap it in parentheses. So this gets treated as one thing and the error goes away now. Why is that the case? Because we are saying treat car as a car class over here. If I had treat car as a truck, it would not give any error because vehicle can be a car as well. But if you use integer over here, it will say number of wheels is not defined for integer. So it needs to be either of the vehicles so that we can get number of wheels. And if I use car as a truck dot number of wheels, what will I get? I will get a runtime error because the runtime type of car is car. And you're telling it treat car as a truck. That doesn't make any sense, right? That's why you're just going to have car as car dot number of wheels. Then we'll run it. And there we go. We get false 4, 8 false. So I wanted to show you this as keyword. You can use this with dynamic. So if you have dynamic some value which is equal to 10, let's put this capital. Then I'm just going to have some value over here, and I told that you cannot have properties over here because it is a dynamic. But what I can do over here is treat this as an integer, and then I get a bunch of properties that I can access. So this is a workaround you can do with dynamic, but I wouldn't recommend doing it in this case because you can just put var, which is variable, or final if you don't want it, or just integer, so that you don't have to do all of this work. You can just have some value. So now that you've understood basic inheritance, what I want to tell you is Dart doesn't support multiple inheritance. That means you cannot extend two things. So let's say the car wants to extend another class, it cannot extend that. So if you have class vehicle 2 and car wants to access that, let's say, it also has properties like end speed is equal to 2 and all of that stuff. I'm just going to copy paste for simplicity. The is engine working is true over here, but the light is false, and we are accelerating at the speed of, let's say, 20. Now, what I want to do is have vehicle car extend vehicle and vehicle 2. That's not possible in Dart. You cannot do car vehicle 2 like this, or you cannot do extends vehicle 2 like this. That's not allowed in Dart. Why is that the case? Because a class and Dart compiler will get confused. Like, what do you mean? If you extend two things at the same time, vehicle and vehicle 2, you're telling I want properties of this and properties of this. And there is a chance that both of these class expose the same properties. Then it will just ask you like, what property or which class's property should I use? Should I use this class's property or should I use this class's properties? Right? Even if there is one property matching, it can cause that confusion. And that's why multiple inheritance is not allowed in Dart. You cannot extend more than one class. Now that I've mentioned this, let's get it out of the way. However, one thing that is supported is something like this. Let's put this diagram a little down and let's say the vehicle is extending from something as well. Alright, so if vehicle is extending from something, we have something right over here, and then we can have some class that vehicle is extending. Alright, we can have a diagram like this, but we cannot have car extending vehicle and car extending, let's say, another thing that we have which we named vehicle 2. So something like this is allowed, but something like this isn't allowed. Okay, you cannot have multiple inheritances like this. So you can inherit from one class, but you cannot inherit from both of these classes. But this thing right here is allowed. So that means vehicle can extend some class and some class can extend vehicle. So that's allowed. So I can create class, some class over here, and then have, let's say, final boolean greeting. So whenever you have a vehicle, it will give you a greeting. Let's say hello, and this should be a string, not boolean. Great. Now we can extend some class over here, and we can do that. With this, whenever we create car or truck or whatever, let's put final over here so that we have car instance over here. So I can have car, let's remove some value. We have car dot, and now you'll see we have greeting over here. Why do we have greeting? Because indirectly we are inheriting from some class as well. Because car is inheriting from vehicle and vehicle is inheriting from some class. So car is inheriting from some class. So think of it from your family point of view. Alright. If you have your grandfather, your father inherits from your grandfather and you inherit from your father. So you're inheriting from your grandfather. Now what if I have some methods over here, right? And the method is accelerate. The same method that was defined above. And here I'm having speed plus equals, let's say, 30. Not speed plus equals 10. This some class goes really fast. So what do we do in this case? Well, in this case, the warning is the member accelerate overrides an inherited member but isn't annotated with override. But the fix isn't to just remove this function. I can just put @override over here. If I put @override, I just need to match this function signature with this function signature. This is called function signature or function prototype. And if that is the case, that means speed plus equals 10. Now, if I just have car dot, let's remove everything else. It's causing a bit of confusion. And we'll have car dot accelerate. So we are not able to print it because it's returning a void to us. So let's have car dot accelerate, and then we are going to print speed. So we have accelerated, that means we have set speed equal to plus equals to 10, and then since we are using the same object, we can have car dot speed with the increased speed. So we have 25 over here. What just happened? So we have car, we have a number of vehicle, but it extends vehicle. So it goes to the vehicle. Vehicle doesn't have any speed because it is extending some class, and some class has a speed of 15. Then we are accelerating. So speed plus equals to 10, which means 15 plus equals to 10. It doesn't consider this one. It considers this one because we have put @override. If we don't put it and don't have this function, it will not be 25, it will be 45 because it will be plus equals to 30. You can put override and change the function block over here. Also, it doesn't mean that this needs to match with this. You can also have int accelerate. The name of the function should be same, not the return data type or this entire thing. Only the name of the function needs to be same, and then you can return speed. And if you do so and try to print car.accelerate as well, it should give you the value now, because car.accelerate has a type of integer now, not void. So let's run it, and we have 25 printing over here. Sweet. And if you remove override from here, it will give you an error just like we had with void. So now if that is clear to you, we can get rid of this class. Let's make vehicle the base class only. Let's remove accelerate from here. Okay, let's put accelerate, but let's put remove override. And let's just print car dot number of wheels over here. So we discussed something known as abstract classes and implementations. So let's get into that. So what is this implements and abstract classes? First, let's understand implements, and then it's easy to understand abstract classes. So there's a thing called as implements, and first we need to understand why we need to use it. That will make it much more clearer. So we need to use implements when we have something like this. As you can see, car is extending vehicle, truck is extending vehicle, but both of them have number of wheels. That means it is essentially a vehicle property, right? If we have bike as well, bike is going to have vehicle as well. But we have independently defined in all of those classes. Now if I have bike, let's say class bike that extends vehicle, here I have all access to all of the things, I have access to number of wheels, I have access to is engine working, I have access to is light on, but it doesn't anywhere tell me that in number of wheels should be defined, because that's what all vehicles need to have. So you need to implement this. That's the core concept. Whatever you have, you need to implement that variable. So to do that, we can have implements. So instead of this, we can have int number of wheels, which is equal to, let's say, 10 over here. And then I'm having int number of wheels is equal to 4, int number of wheels is equal to 8. But still, nothing over here tells us that we need to implement it. So for that, we will change this from extends to implements, right? And now since we have implements, we get an error. Let's remove it. And what is the error saying? Missing concrete implementations of getter vehicle.isEngine working, is light on, number of wheels, is engine working, and 2 more. What does this error message even mean? Well, you don't understand this part, right? But you do understand this part, because you've already learnt about getters and setters. It's basically saying I need to define is engine working getter, is light on, number of wheels, is engine working, and all of that. Now you might ask, why do I need to have getters and setters? Does that make sense? I don't have anything related to getters or setters in my code. And that's true. What you need to do is implement all of these variables. What I mean by implement is you need to put @override for every single one of them. That means you need to have boolean is engine working, which is equal to true. So that means our error message is modified over here. I'll do the same thing for rest of the things. I'll have @override, then I'll have boolean is light on, which is equal to true. Then I'll have @override in number of wheels, and that is equal to 4. And the error goes away. Now I have a certain set of warnings over here showing up for truck. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to implement it. I'm going to copy these two things because truck is kind of having the same thing over here, but @override in number of wheels, that's equal to 6. So now we have implemented number of wheels over here. So whenever we implement, we need to implement all of the variables, all of the functions that are defined in variable. For example, if I have void accelerate here, and accelerate is basically saying that I just want to print accelerating, that means I will have to override accelerate function as well. So I'll have to do override void accelerate. Then I'll have to create my own function block which says print accelerating the car. I want to make this change. Now I can use this override over here as well, and we'll have accelerating the truck. And the same thing for bike, but I'm just going to remove it. 2 classes are enough to understand this. So basically, whenever you implement, you get a error message saying that you need to implement all of the properties, all of the methods that are defined here. And they can be the same as this one, or they cannot be. What if I want to keep it the same as this one? Will I just go ahead and print accelerating? What if another engineer comes in and then just changes, and says accelerating vehicle, haha, and then you lose track of it, and then you forget, and then your code is functioning abnormally. You're expecting accelerating the vehicle, haha, which is written over here, but you're getting accelerating. Will I use super over here? Now you might ask, what is this super? Well, it's one thing that was present in extends. So whenever you had extends something and you use super, it would refer to the parent class, the class that you were extending. If I do something like super dot, it gives me accelerate, is engine working, is light on, number of wheels. So super refers to the instance of the vehicle class that we have. And it gives us access to the all of these things that are present. So will I do super dot accelerate like this when I try to implement it as well? Not really, because super dot accelerate doesn't exist in implements. It only is present in extends. So if there's extends, you can use super dot and do something, but in implements you cannot do that. So if your class extends vehicle and then you say super dot accelerate, you'll be able to do that. Or if you want super dot is engine working, you'll be able to get the value of it. And if you want, you'll also be able to change it. Let's say true. You'll be able to change it as well. So you're able to modify the content of the parent class in the subclass. So I hope that was clear to you. Now let's get back to super.accelerate and implement. Can I do the same thing in implements? Not really. Super.this thing is not allowed. It says the method accelerate is always abstract in the super type. So it basically gets this part, this thing right here, not all of this. So since this is abstract, we only get access to this much. There's no code block, so why would you run this function? So you cannot do this. When you're implementing, you always want everything on your own, right? If you're implementing, you're basically telling, hey, give me all the properties that I want to implement. I don't want to create anything on my own. Just give me a set of instructions. That's why we don't have access to super, because we cannot call this function over here. So that's the difference I wanted to show you. Now, you can use extends and implements together. So you can have extends some class, implements some class. So does that mean I can extend vehicle and implement vehicle? Not really. You cannot extend and implement the same class. You'll have to use different classes for them. So let's bring our other class back, or the super class of vehicle, but in this case it's not going to be super class. And we are going to have all of these defined over here. Not accelerate. Accelerate is going to be present over here. Okay. So all the properties are present in other class, and vehicle just has the function void accelerate. So you can implement vehicle, but you will extend other class. That means I have access to all of these properties. I don't need to override them, but I have to implement whatever vehicle has to give me, which is accelerate. So if I just have this, it will give me an error. saying vehicle.accelerate needs, and this is what concrete implementation means. Concrete implementation is something that is not abstract, and we are going to take a look at abstract in just a minute. So now if I extend other class and implement vehicle, I get access to the accelerate function, and that means I can print is engine working over here. I can print other things as well, like is light on and number of wheels. And then I have car.number of wheels. It will work the same way because number of wheels over here is 10. But then I will have car.accelerate, which will print out all of these things, right? So you have 10. That means it is printing the number of wheels of a car because that's 10. Then false true 10 again, which is this part right here. But now I want number of wheels to be present in vehicle. I can do that. And that means I have access to @override for this variable, which is int number of vehicles, and I can set it to 4. And now when I run it, let's see why I cannot run it. Oh, it's number of wheels, not number of vehicles. And here you see we get 4, false to 4. Perfect. So now that you've understood implements and how it works, let's get into abstract class. What is an abstract class? Abstract class is quite similar to the class that we see. We defined it using abstract, which is a keyword, class, which is the keyword, and then you name the class. So let's call this class vehicle. Let's remove the extending of other class from here. And then we are going to have a class block. Let's remove all of these things from here. We can have car like this because we are going to create a bunch of properties. Now what is abstract class? You're not defining anything. So if you have a function, you're not going to define a block for it. Although you can define it, but you can, when you implement it, you have to redefine it. So let's see an example. What if I have void, or let's say I have void accelerate. So I can have that, but as you can see, it gives me an error. If I remove this, it doesn't give me an error over here. But when I add this, it gives me an error because I need to override accelerate. Now earlier, we couldn't create functions like this, right? We had to put in stuff like this. But in abstract class, this is allowed. You don't have to put in a function block and all of that stuff. You can just put a semicolon and then override. Let's put over here. Then we have void accelerate. And then we are going to print accelerating. Great. Now temporarily, I can just comment this out, run it, and truck gives an error. So we can comment truck out. We can look into that later. Then run it again. Accelerating. Sweet. So abstract class forces a contract over here. It says whatever methods, functions I define over here, and if you implement it or extend it. Alright. Extending is allowed. You can extend an abstract class. And abstract class extending also means that it gives an error over here. Earlier, when you used normal class, you extended a normal class, it didn't give you an error if you didn't override a function. But here, if you extend an abstract class, it will give you an error because if you extend or implement an abstract class, you have to put @override and define the function over here. It's not there just so that you can call accelerate in your function or in your class. So that is the difference between a normal class and an abstract class. I hope you're getting the hang of it. Now we can have some variables defined as well. Let's get int number of wheels over here, which is equal to 10. And now you see we don't get the override option over here. However, if I implement it, it gives an error. If I extend it, I can use number of wheels over here. If you see number of wheels, I can use it. So I can extend this property so I get access to number of vehicles. However, if I implement it, I have to implement and override number of vehicles. That means I have to rewrite this variable with a new value or the same value as before. So that is an abstract class. Now you might ask if abstract classes can be implemented and normal classes could be implemented. Does that mean normal classes are abstract classes? And you're kind of right. Normal classes are abstract classes. They are implicitly abstract. Abstract classes are there just so that it can force some kind of contract on you. The contract is saying that you need to define all of these functions. But if you just create a normal class over here, that means you need to have something like this. You can create or construct or instantiate a normal class, but that's just not allowed with abstract classes. Okay, so I hope you got the difference between classes and abstract classes. So just to revise, classes are implicitly abstract, but abstract classes cannot be constructed, and abstract classes can just have a semicolon right after this. You don't have to necessarily define them like we have to do in normal classes. So now that we've learned about abstract classes, implements and all of that stuff, let's get done with it, and we are basically done with inheritance. So let's remove it and jump into object-oriented programming. What is this object-oriented programming, or OOP? So object-oriented programming is what we are basically doing till now. Object-oriented programming is a paradigm based on the concept of objects. And we've continuously been working on with objects, right? If we had something like datetime.now that we've already seen in the previous lectures, like we had date, which is datetime.now. Now you'll be able to understand the syntax a little bit more, right? Datetime is a class. .now is a method defined inside this datetime, and probably this .now is a static function, right? So you're able to break it down, and we've continuously been working with classes. So when we created classes like cookie, cake, vehicle, car, we've continuously been working with classes and creating object, because this thing right here is an object. It is a datetime object because datetime is a class. Now I hope that makes sense to you, because we've studied a lot about classes. This datetime thing is a class that is built into Dart so that we can use it. So the Dart team has created this datetime class so that we don't have any problems getting the current date and time. Otherwise we would have to implement this on our own, and it's not possible, it's not impossible. You can do it, but why to waste time on all of these things when Dart team can do that for us? So this was object-oriented programming. It was based on the concept of object, but there are certain types of OOP concepts, alright? So the first one is polymorphism. The second type is abstraction. The third type is inheritance. And the fourth type is encapsulation. So these are the main four types of object-oriented, like concepts in object-oriented programming. Let's go through one by one. What is polymorphism? Polymorphism is the ability of an object to take on many forms. What do I mean by this? When we had class vehicle, and let's change the example a little bit. Let's get animal over here. Alright, we've been working too much with vehicles. So let's have void sound over here so the animal can make a sound, right? So we are just going to print here animal making sound. Now you will have a class cat that extends animal, and here we are just going to override this void sound, alright? We're not going to, just have this much. We're going to override it in reality because we want to have cat making a sound. I told you in extends you can have override, and that's it. Now I'm just going to create a new class that will be dog, and here we will write dog making sound, or we can just say dog barking. Now in the main function I can just have animal cat is equal to cat. Then I will just put cat dot sound over here. Then I can have cat is equal to dog. Then I will have cat dot sound again. Now you might say, hey, this is not possible. How can you do it? I can do it. Animal cat is equal to cat. So cat is a subtype of animal. So I can make a sound because animal has sound defined in it. Then cat is equal to dog. I can reassign this. I can reassign this because dog is also a type of animal. Alright, I cannot do something like class is equal to 5 because that is an integer. Integer cannot be animal, but dog can be animal because dog is extending from animal. Dog is a subtype of animal. Again, to visualize, I would recommend you to think about your family tree. Let's say this is your parent. Let's say parent u is equal to u. Then you have u.sound. Then you have u equal to Rivan now. So you are Rivan now, and Rivan can also have the sound property because your parent can make a sound. If your parent can make a sound, you can make a sound. So I hope that cleared things up. So this thing right here is polymorphism. We've already seen this. Why is showing this again? That's what you might say. And I agree. I'm showing it again so that you know polymorphism is just a fancy word given to this thing right away here. Polymorphism is the ability of an object to take on many forms. This is achieved through inheritance and method overriding. This thing right here is method overriding. It allows objects of different classes to be treated as objects of a common superclass. What did I just say? It allows objects, so we have cat, of different classes. So let's say we have cat over here, cat is equal to cat. Then I have dog, which is equal to dog. So let's say we have this, and then we have dog.sound, same thing. And then if I run it, alright. So it allows objects of different classes, cat and dog, to be treated as objects of a common superclass. And the common superclass is animal, right? They both are treated as objects of animal. So that is polymorphism achieved through inheritance and method overriding. The next thing that we have is abstraction. Abstraction is the process of hiding the internal details and complexity of an object and only exposing the essential features and functionalities. What do I mean by this? I told a long definition. What does that mean? It basically means, let's say we have an abstract class, and that abstract class is animal. And animal says, hey, make some sound. So you have void sound. Let's get rid of this animal now. And then you have cat extending animal override. So all of this is fine. You can also have implement here. That's fine. And abstraction is basically just us doing animal, just like we did before. In polymorphism, what I did was put animal cat is equal to cat. That's exactly what abstraction is. Animal is equal to, let's say, cat. And then I can have print, or let's not print, animal dot sound. And then you can create another object which is animal which is equal to dog. And then you can have animal 2 dot sound. And that will give you cat making sound, dog making sound, cat making sound, dog making sound. So here we are just putting out relevant information. We are hiding all the complexity inside by exposing only the essential features. For example, we have got rid of this abstract class from here. For example, what we have done is removed the animal class from here. Now we only have abstract class. Abstract classes allow us to put animal over here, making our anim variable more, you can say, diverse, because now animal can be set to dog, animal can be set to cat, but animal cannot be set to animal because abstract classes cannot be instantiated. So that's what abstraction is. Abstraction hides the internal details and exposes only the essential features and functionalities, which is this part right here. It can be achieved through abstract classes or interfaces. So now that we've understood polymorphism and abstraction, let's get to inheritance. And we've already seen what inheritance is. Inheritance is basically, just having a vehicle, extending it, and then using the properties in the superclass. We've already seen that. So I'm not going to go into inheritance. And the last OOP concept is encapsulation. Encapsulation is the bundling of data and methods together as a single unit. and the data is hidden from the outside world. It provides data protection and supports the principle of data hiding. What does that mean? Well, it's basically about the public private thing that I talked about. So if I just remove all of this and I have class person, and here the name property is, let's say, private, and then I have getters and setters about them, that thing is known as encapsulation. By encapsulation, what I've done is bundle the data and methods. So the data is name and the method is, let's say, get name, set name, or get age, whatever. So we have bundled all of that data together as a single unit, and that data is hidden from the outside world. So this underscore name is hidden from the outside world. This provides data protection, obviously, because our data is protected within one class, and the principle of data hiding, which is, as the name suggests, it hides the data. Also, these classes can be made private, not just these variables. You can have class underscore person, which will make this class private, and even functions. So if you have get name like this is also a private function. Alright. So putting underscore before any variable name, makes it private. So now that we've understood the OOP concept, there was nothing too difficult about it. These are just terminologies if you want to remember. Polymorphism means poly, poly means many. Morphism is like many forms. So many forms. And this usually includes method overriding. Abstraction is basically using abstract classes, abstract, or interfaces so that you have a diverse range, and this allows you to hide complexity of an object. Third one is inheritance, where if you extend a certain class, you get the properties of a class and you establish an is-a or parent-child relationship between the classes. And the last one is encapsulation, which is basically using private, public, and it encapsulates everything. So it's like it's like a capsule, it is bundling all of the things together in one capsule. So it's encapsulation. So we are done with classes, but there's one concept I would like to cover with classes, which is mixin. Now what is a mixin? Mixin, as the name suggests, it mixes in. If you use this mixin with a class, it mixes in the properties of the class that you're mixing it with in the class. So let's just, get rid of these words and see a practical example. To create a mixin, you just type the word mixin, just like a class. You add class, you have mixin, and then you have a name. So let's say jump. So jump is a mixin, and then you have a block created. After that, let's say this has a property of jumping, and this jump is 10 centimeters long, let's say. So you can define it like this, similar to a class. And let's say I have a class called animal, and my animal can jump. So I can just use the with keyword, which allows me to mix in stuff. So whenever I use with, I can use this mix in. So it's expecting a mix in over here. And now if I do this and have print, I get access to a property called jumping. Also, I'll have to create a function. Now I can just create final animal is equal to animal, and then I'm just going to print animal dot function like this. Now we'll run it, and it's giving us an error because we have printed it. Let's have this. So we have animal.fn and then run it. So we have 10 written over here. So it's basically mixed in this jump with this class. Now you might say, hey, this is very similar to the extends keyword that we had. When we had extends, we could extend a class. So let's try to do that. If I do extends jump, it gives an error because extends can only be used for classes, not with mixin. So I have to use with over here. So when I use with, I can have jump over here. So I can print jumping. So what if I just create this as a class and then extend and have jump? Is that fine? Yeah, it's the same exact thing. So you might ask why do I want to use Mixin? That's because Mixin is not establishing a parent-child relationship. It's not creating this thing that we saw over here. It's not creating all of this. All of this is for inheritance and extending. With Mixin, you're basically telling, hey, I have a bunch of code over here. I want this bunch of code to be reusable inside of this class. So please help me out with it. I'm not setting any parent-child relationship over here. Hey, animal is a superclass of jump. No, that's not the case. I'm just saying animal can use this jump property over here. So whatever properties jump Mixin has, I can use it inside over here. That by no means, animal is a parent or a subclass of jump. So if we have class cat that extends, animal, does that mean I can create a function? Let's call this func and have print jumping over here. Does that make sense? Absolutely, it does. Why wouldn't it? Because animal has a property with jump, and with jump has allowed it to have the jumping property, and since cat is extending from animal, that means it will get access to the jumping property as well. What if I use class cat with animal? That means I'm using with a class, right? That's not allowed. This was allowed prior to Dart 3.0.0. With Dart 3.0.0, classes cannot be used as Mixin. To use classes as Mixin, what you have to do is convert this to a Mixin class. So with a Mixin class, you can have that, but Mixin class cannot be used with because Mixin class is class plus Mixin, right? So now you can use with animal over here, but you don't have access to jumping. But yeah, now you can use with. Prior to Dart 3.0.0, you could do that, but now you have to do Mixin class. So let's put this over here, and we have our extends over here. Great. Now you might ask, if we are not setting any parent-child relationship, does that mean I can have multiple Mixins? You're right. We can have multiple Mixins over here. If my animal can, scream, we can also have Boolean is screaming property over here, and we can just have with jump, scream. Since we are not having scream and jump as the parent class of animal, that means we have the print is screaming property over here. And then when I run it, you get 10 and false. And you can have as many Mixins as you want. So Mixin is great for code reuse, but it doesn't create any class hierarchy. There's just one more thing that I want to show you, which is on. As you can see over here, Mixin scream on object. When we don't specify anything like on, it is default by Mixin scream on object. On object, this object is a data type, alright? So if you have object over here, you can use it. But it will give you an error over here because, well, it's an object, it's not an animal. What exactly is this object? Object is the base class for all Dart objects. As you can see it over here, the base class for all Dart objects except null. That means object is a superclass of string, integer, boolean, everything, but not null. So if you try to give this a value of null, it won't accept it. But if you give it a value of 5, it will accept it. If you give it a value of 105, that is a string, it will accept that. So object is this thing right here, the base class. And then we have stuff like, integer, double, boolean, all of that. So I didn't explain object to you before because I wanted to explain with the help of, inheritance, so that everything comes together for you. So anyways, coming back to our example, we have class object over here for scream. So this Mixin scream on object is basically saying you can use it anywhere you want. You can mix in this anywhere you would like. So with scream, basically, I'm having the ability to restrict this scream's usage anywhere I want. So I can just put on and mention whatever I want, and it will restrict the access over there. Now let's dive into the new class modifiers that we've got. So let's consider I have an abstract class called animal, and classes human and dog are implementing the animal class, and cat is extending animal. Now I'll create an instance of an animal class and set it to cat, and then I'm going to have a switch of animal and the case will be dog. And then when I try to run it, I get nothing printed out in the console. And that's expected because I've not handled the case of cat. So the problem I'm trying to solve is that whenever I put animal, I want all the subtypes of the animal class to be included here. And by subtypes, I mean direct subtypes. So I should be getting a compile time error or a compile time warning saying you've not handled all the cases of animal class. So to do that, Dart 3 introduced a new modifier called sealed. So with sealed class now, we get an error. The error says that the type animal is not exhaustively matched by the switch cases since it doesn't match human. So we need to implement the cases of cat and human. So I'm just going to add case cat and case human, and then our error goes away. Since we've handled all the subtypes of animal class, we don't get an error. And when I try to run it, I get the print as cat. This is the difference between abstract and sealed class. There's obviously more, but sealed class is quite similar to an abstract class. For example, so when you try to instantiate the animal class, it says animal classes cannot be instantiated. So the sealed class is implicitly abstract. Another question that might be in your mind is, how does Dart do this? Dart does this because the sealed classes prevent other classes from implementing or extending it outside of the same library. For example, if I have library a.dart here, and if I have all of these defined in library b.dart, that's just not allowed. All of them need to be in library a.dart for this to work. Since they are in the same library, Dart is able to know of the subtypes of animal class. And by subtypes, I mean direct subtypes. That means if I try to have a class cat1 which implements cat, I won't be getting this in the switch case because this is an indirect subtype. Because cat1 implements cat and cat extends animal, it's an indirect subtype. But if I directly implement it from the animal class, I get an error over here. So that's about sealed classes. Other than sealed class, a bunch of other modifiers were introduced in Dart 3. The first one is final modifier. This final is very similar to the sealed class. It cannot be implemented or extended outside of the same library, but inside the same library, it can be extended or implemented. A basic difference between them is that animal class can not be constructed, but animal 1 class can be constructed. So sealed class is very similar to the abstract class because it cannot be constructed like this, but final class can be. And another one is that if we have final anim here like this, and then if we try to have switch animal like this, it doesn't throw any error to us. So with a final class, we don't get the cool features the sealed class gives us. But final class does prevent classes outside of the library from being implemented or extended. The third one is base class. So base classes cannot be implemented, but it can be extended. So that means if you try to create class human extending animal 2, it will work. But if you try to create class human implementing animal 2, that won't work. And whatever class extends animal 2 class needs to be base, final or sealed. That means if we have a class called human extending animal 2, you see, we will get an error here saying it must be base, final or sealed. So this should be base, final or sealed. And the same goes for a final class. So if we are in the same library and then if we try to extend animal 1, we get the same error over here. This also needs to be base, final or sealed. This is because the final class encompasses the effects of the base class. The cool thing with base classes is that whenever we extend this and call this human class, the constructor of the base class gets called. So whenever an instance of the human class will be created, obviously that won't be created with sealed, it can be created with final. So whenever human class is instantiated, the animal2 classes constructor will be called. Fourth one is kind of a reverse of base class, which is interface class. Base classes could only be extended, interface classes can only be implemented. So even if you're outside of the library, you can implement the interface class but cannot extend it. And this interface can also be constructed. For example, if we have animal3 like this, we can do that. So this is not a true interface from other programming languages. So to make this a true proper interface, what you'll have to do is combine it with abstract. So you have abstract interface class, which you can use, and this is a true proper interface. So if you have animal4 like this now, it cannot be constructed. It has the properties of both abstract and interface. So now this is a proper interface with us in Dart. And the last modifier that we have is a Mixin class. And as the name suggests, it's a Mixin plus a class. So it will be used as a class as well as a Mixin. So you can use the with keyword. Now you might say, why do we need a Mixin class here if we have a normal class animal5 which can be used with a with keyword? For example, if you have class human, we can use this with animal5 class, right? But that's not the case in Dart 3. In Dart 2, you could do this. But in Dart 3, with keyword for a normal class is removed. You'll have to use Mixin class for it to be used with the with keyword. So that's one breaking change in Dart 3. Nothing else is quite breaking. These are all additive features. So a normal class cannot be mixed in now, but a Mixin class can be. Now let's get into lists. So what is a list? List is an ordered collection of objects, meaning it is a collection of objects wherein the order matters. So let's take an example, what if I want to store the marks of the user, alright, and this user is Ravan, and I want to store his marks, alright. So how can I do that? Well, I'll have to store the math mark, English mark, or computer science marks, and this is what he's got. Now I want to store all of them together. Now I can't create separate variables for it because I just want to store all of the marks together in just one place. So that's why list exists. List will help us to store all of the marks together in a bundle, and this bundle is denoted by a square bracket. Alright, so that is one thing. So how do we create list? So to create a list, we just have list. This list thing is a class. You can see it is an abstract class. Alright, and it implements some other thing. So now we are able to understand whatever documentation says to us. Abstract class is a list. That means if we try to create list is equal to list like this, it's not allowed because it's an abstract class and abstract classes cannot be created. So what is the way? Well, first of all, we'll have to give a variable name like this. So we have list, and then directly we can assign the value over here. So we can just have 10, 20, 30 written over here. And then when we print this list and run it, we should be seeing 10, 20, 30. Great. So this is how you create a list. You're able to store the values together. Now what if I want to retrieve one value from this list? To do that, we can just use this operator right here. You can see that, the square brackets, and pass in 0, 1 or 2. So remember the example where we had string and then let's say we had greeting which was equal to hello. And what I did over there was greeting like this 0. This gave me access to h, right? Why did that happen? Because it grabbed the first element over here. And in programming, everything starts from 0 except length. So it gave me h over here. And similar to this, if I do list at 0 like this, it will give me 10. If I do list at 1, I will get 20. If I do list at 2, it will give me 30. So if I just try to print it, first it should give me h, then it should give me 30. And that's exactly what I get. So I can remove the string example from here. And we have a list with us now. Great. But what if I have 3 over here? Because the length of this list is, 3 elements, and I'm accessing the 4th element over here. And if I run it, it gives me a runtime error saying range error, index out of range, index should be less than 3. And obviously index should be less than 3 because there are 3 elements. You cannot access the 4th element by doing list at 3. So you need to do 2 over here, and then when you run it, you'll get it. So this was about creating a list and accessing a list. But if you just hover over this list, it will tell you list dynamic list. And I've told you before, if we have dynamic, we should probably try to avoid it. So what this dynamic has allowed us to do over here is not just create a list of all integers. I can also add strings over here. So I can add hello, I can add a boolean value false, and it wouldn't complain. Why? Because this is a list of dynamic. And this is enclosed in some angle brackets that we are going to talk about in just a minute. But the point is, if I just have list at 3 over here, I'll be able to access a string. But this list is of marks, right? If I have marks, how can I access a string? That should not be allowed. I should not be able to put anything other than integer. How can I avoid that? To avoid that, here in your list, you need to define list like this. You need to put in angle brackets and then pass an integer over here. If you do this, it will throw an error saying, yeah, you cannot put string and boolean values over here. This should strictly contain integer values. That means I cannot have boolean values as well. I mean double values as well, right? And if I create list of double, I can have this. Because this is considered as a double value. So if I just have list at 0 and then I run it, it gives me 10. Because double includes integer in itself, but double also allows you to add decimal points. Now you will ask, what is this thing right here? This angular brackets that we have are called generics. These generics can be used anywhere. For example, when I try to create a class, let's say of student, alright, and this student has final list, not list, final string name and final int marks, and I'm just going to go ahead and create a constructor for this, and this is going to be a positional constructor. So we have this dot marks and this dot name, and there we go. Alright, now I can use generics in this class as well. So if I just go ahead and put the student should be of the type string, I can have that. My class is of student of the type, string. Now you might ask, what is the meaning of this? Well, you wouldn't find meaning over here, but what if I remove marks over here from here? I just have name, and here I'm saying this name can be anything you want. Alright, it can be an integer, it can be a boolean, it can be a string, it can be anything you like. So for that, I'm just going to put T over here. That's a convention, not necessary. So you can even put A, but by convention, people usually put T, and then you can use this T value over here. So you have final T name. Now let me just comment this list thing out to understand generics. I can just have final student is equal to student. Alright, but now it will ask me to do something over here. First of all, it will ask me to put a name. So I can just go ahead and put Revan over here, and it will understand that T over here, the student, you see over here, it's student with the generic type string because I passed in a string. If I passed in 20, it will be student of integer and the name should be integer. Now you might ask, what's the benefit of this? The benefit of this is if we have student dot name, it gives us the great type of integer name. Even if I put string over here, it will give me string. If I put an integer, it will give me int. If I had to do this the other way, I would have to use dynamic over here. And if I use dynamic, we all know we don't get the nice type checking. Now I get the nice type checking, and that gives me the right type. Also, I can define it like this over here. Just like we had for list double, I can just have student with the angular brackets, and then I can have string, let's say, and then it will give me an error over here saying that you've defined that this student is of the type string. That means your final t name should also be string. So please convert this to a string, and I've converted it to a string. So that's exactly what's happening over here. List is also a class, alright, and it's an abstract class. And if we go into the implementation of this list, it will tell you that even it had t over here. And if you didn't pass t, it will just consider it as dynamic. So we passed in a double saying, yeah, this is a double, don't give me dynamic. If you give me dynamic, I have some problems with it, because it will allow me to pass in anything, string, boolean. I just want integer or double values to be present inside this list. So these generics are very useful. You can even use it in functions. So we have void set name, and then you can pass in t like this over here, and then create a function. But people don't generally use it over here. They use it inside of these parameters so that you have t name right over here, and then you can have, your print like new name, and then you just print out the new name over here. You're not actually setting, you're just printing the new name. So I hope that made sense to you. This is what the angular brackets are for. So let's remove the student class from here. Let's remove it from here. And let's uncomment these things out. So now the question is, why do they give us this angular brackets? Why don't they give us like list double, something like this? That sounds much better, right? Now I agree with you, this might seem a lot more intuitive, but here's the problem. What if I want to create a list of a class? For example, I had a list of student class, right? What if I want to create a list of student class? I'll just remove this from here. I'm just having a strict type that this needs to be a string. So what if I want to create a list of student class? If I just have list double or list string like this, I won't be able to access string list of student, because student is a class that I created, and list of double would be a class that Dart creates. If I just have that, I wouldn't be able to create a list of student. So to do that, we have generics over here, and generics allow me to pass whatever type I want. It can be a student, which is the class that I created, integer, double, even object, and we know what objects are. Objects are super class or base classes of all the data types. So that means again I can have string values over here, I can have boolean values over here, but it's different from dynamic. Dynamic says, hey, you can pass in any values, and object says you can only pass in values that are non-nullable, because object is a root of the non-nullable Dart hierarchy. Okay? Cool. So let's pass in a list of student class. How would that look? Well, we are just going to have something like this. Then we are going to have student like this. So we created a student class over here. Then we need to pass in the name. Let's say first student's name is Rivan. And then we'll go ahead. The second student's name is Naman. The third student's name is, let's say, Rakesh. And the fourth student's name is Son. Alright. So we have 4 students over here. I can access all of these students. So let me just rename this variable. I have students, and make sure you have students over here or student list like this, not just student, because that would mean you have only one student and can cause a lot of confusion. Again, descriptive variables, right? So we have students at 0 now. So that would give me an instance of student class, which is Rivan. So it gives me instance of student, which is Rivan. Now to access the name, I can just have students at 0 dot, and it gives me name. Why? Because students at 0 gives me an instance of student class, which means I can access the name property on it. This is just like, final student, which is equal to students at 0. Let's remove this. And then I can have student.name, because student is this student right here. So you can literally create list of anything that you want, any type that you want. That's why these generics are present, so that you can create a customizable list of whatever you want. But of course, if you pass in something like this, it will be a list of dynamic, and you'll have all the dynamic elements on it. That wouldn't allow you to, just have a list of students. You can also have strings over here, and if you have strings, we get a problem. We get a problem because if we try to access students at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, so if I have students at 4, it shouldn't give me student.name because string doesn't have a property of name. So yeah, you can go ahead and use if condition over here to check if student is, so this is lets us know what the type is. So if student is a type of student, which is a class, so you're just checking if student variable that we have over here is student, or we can just do student dot runtime type is equal to student. That also works. So either of them, if you just use is student, it will automatically think that yeah, this is a boolean condition because is allows a boolean condition. So if student is student, then I want to print student.name. Otherwise, I can just go ahead and print student because that's not really a student. It might be something else like a string, like an integer value, or it can be a false. Alright, a boolean value. So I'm just going to go ahead and have 5 over here, run it, and we have 4 over here, perfectly written, no error. But if we have students at 2, it should give me Rakesh. And it does. Sweet. So we can use if conditions, else conditions, and create a bunch of things. That's what the programming language is for. You can create customizable things. Now there is a bunch of more things that list can, give us. List doesn't just allow to, first add a bunch of elements and then not do anything about it. You can just create it first, then you can read it. But there is a bunch of more operations you can do, like add an element, remove an element, insert an element, update an element, and filter some elements, and also loop through some elements. So let's go over them one by one. What if I have a list of student now? Alright, so we are just going to continue on this example. So I have a list of student, and here what I'm trying to do is add another student. So first we had a few students, then another student got involved in our class, so I just want to update this list. So I'll have students. Now how do I update it? Should I do students at 0, 1, 2, 3? So I'll do students at 3 or 4 because students at 0, 1, 2, 3. If I do 3, that means it will replace the value. If I do students at 4, that means I can add a value. So if I do students at 4 equal to, let's say, new kid, and then save it, obviously it's going to throw an error. It throws an error because I'm giving it a string. It has a nice type checking saying that this is a list of student, give me a student class or instance of a student class. So you can just go ahead and create an instance of the student class and then print students again. What do you think will happen? Let's see. So you see we get students. So we have instance of student class over here, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 students exactly like we had over here. But then I try to do students at 4 is equal to student new kid, which says index out of range, index should be less than 4. It's basically saying this because students at 4 doesn't exist, and it thinks that you're trying to reassign it. It doesn't know that you're trying to add a new student. It thinks you're trying to reassign. So you can do students at 3, which is equal to new kid. So that will replace the student zonal class and add student new class. Now obviously you can't see this because it's continuously giving you instance of student. Now to avoid this instance of student and just get the proper value of student, what we can do is come to the student class and here create an override method which will be string to string, and then you're going to create a function basically which says student with something like this. Alright, and now if you run it, we get student Revan, student Naman, student Rakesh, student Sonal, and here you get student new kid. So we learned something new over here. We already know that we have override string to string student name. But how could we use override? We are not extending anything, right? How can you use override directly? Well, that's because it's an inbuilt Dart thing. Whenever you have created a class, Dart has created a toString method on it, right? So if I just remove this and just have students at 3 dot something, we get name, which is the name property on it. Then we get hash code. Hash code is something related to equality. We are not going to discuss about that right now. Then there's the runtime type. Then there's toString. This toString, this runtime, this hash code, this no such method. All of these things are not created by us. They are created by Dart itself when we create a new class. So what I'm doing is overriding the existing method that Dart has created for us so that it can help me in my program. So I've gone ahead and created this override property. And that's because Dart has already created the student class for us. I'm overriding the existing toString property that Dart has for us so that I can display the name so that I see the new updated list over here. And it's helping me in my program, right? You can go ahead and do the same thing for, let's say, one of the other properties mentioned over here. But now I still haven't given you the answer. I can update the value, alright, because I replaced Sonal with new kid. But how can I add it? Because Sonal is still in my class. I also want new kid to be there. So for that, we have a bunch of properties on list as well. So we have students dot. So if you just do this much, you get properties. Just like we had on string, there is on list as well. Just like we had on integer, we have on list as well. So you can just have students.add, add all, any, as map, cast, clear, contains. We're going to go over some of them. Let's start with add. Add allows you to add a student. And this is also type safe, alright? So when you do students.add, it tells you, give me a student value. You cannot give me a string. You cannot give me an integer. Give me a student. So now you can see how generics were used inside of a list, right? Over here, abstract class list, and you see here they've used E. Generally people use T, but they've used E maybe because T was already used or for some reason. But as you can see, they used a generic over here which implements this, and in their implementation, they've definitely gone ahead and said that whatever value you mention over here should be the value for all of our methods like add or some other properties like students.remove, reduce, all of that stuff. So let's go ahead with add, and then I'm just going to add student new kid, and then I'm going to print students again. Now I'll run it, and we see we get Naman, Revan, Naman, Rakesh, Sonal, but here we get a new student kid. What has this done? We had a list over here. It went ahead and added this new kid to the start of the list, or to the end of the list, sorry. Now what if I want to add this at the beginning of the list, or let's say in the middle of the list? How can I do that? So for that, we have another property or another method called insert. Add just adds over here. Insert takes two positional arguments over here. One is the index, which is int index, and then a student. Here, this int index stands for at what position do you want to insert the student's class. I want to insert at the beginning, right? So should I put 1? No. Everything starts from 0 except length. So we are just going to have 0 over here, which means it will add it over here and push rest of the things after it. So we have like this. Run it, and we should see new kid as the first student. And there we go. We get the first student. Now if I want to add after Naman, what will I do? I'll just do 2, run it, and then it will be Revan, Naman, new kid, Rakesh, Sonal. Perfect. Now what if I want to remove a student? So I've added new kid, but then let's say Revan misbehaves. So we want to remove a student class. So to do that, we'll just have students dot remove. We've already seen this method. And what do we want to remove? We want to remove student Revan, right? So I can just run it. Also, I need to print students again so that I can see the updated value. Run it. But as you can see, it wasn't able to remove this student Revan. Why is that the case now? That's the case because this student Revan class and this student Revan class is a bit different. Why? Because this is creating one instance of the class and this is creating another instance of the class. So they both are not the same thing. These two things are not same. These two things are different because they are different instances. This is one instance and this is another instance. So to fix this error, what I can do is create final Revan student, which is equal to student Revan like this. So I'm saving the instance of the student Revan and putting it over here, which I can do. Right? Now I can just take this Revan student as well and remove it. If I do this and run it, Revan gets removed. So now we have student Naman, student new kid, student Rakesh, student Sonal, and Revan is removed. So this works because we are trying to access the same instance of the student class. But earlier we were creating two separate instances of student class, because of which it couldn't identify that, yeah, these two things are the same things. Now what if I want to filter some list? I want to filter this list based on the marks. So what I'm going to do is have final int marks over here. Then we are going to have this dot integer taken over here. And then we get an error for all our student classes. So we can pass 10, 20, 30 and 40. And when we are updating, let's not update it. Let's just have print students like this. And this is not this dot end, this dot mark, sorry. So yeah, we've created it this way. Now what I want to do is I want to fetch all the students with grades above, let's say, 20. So it can be 20 and more. So I want to be able to filter Naman, Rakesh, Sonal out and remove Revan out of here. How can I do that? So for that, obviously I can go ahead and create some kind of for loop and run it. So yeah, you're partially correct. We can do this. What we can do is, this is my plan. First, I'm going to create a new list of students, which will be empty. Alright. Why will it be empty? Because here in this new list of students, which will be empty, I'm going to create or add all the students who have the grades above 10 or 20, sorry. Then, I'm just going to run a for loop and we iterate over all the elements inside of the students class. And after that, I check if the grade of one student that we are looping through is greater than 30. If the condition is true, so if it is true, then I will add the student to my new list. And finally, I can just print that list outside of the for loop, right? This is the normal approach we will take. So let's go ahead and create a new list of students. Why are we creating a new list of students? Because if we try to save students in a new in the same list, we won't be able to loop through them, right? It will create some sort of confusion. That's why we have filtered students over here, which is equal to empty list. Then I will run a for loop, which is for int I is equal to 0. I is less than students dot length. We did the same thing for a string as well. I just want to run from 0 because my list starts from 0 and I want to run till list dot length, and this should be less than students dot length. Why? Because see, the student length over here is 4. So I'm running from I is equal to 0. So that means 0 till 4. That means I'll run till 0, 1, 2 and 3. It will not include 4. If I try to include 4, it will give me an index range error. Why? Because student at 4 doesn't exist. Student at 3 exists. Now I can just have I++. Then I can just have filtered students dot, let's say, add. And what do I want to add? Well, I just want to add students at I, right? I don't want to put in any specific number over here. I just don't want to add students at 2. That would mean I continuously add Rakesh in the filtered students. No. Here I want to add students at I, whatever student we are looping through. But as of now, we are adding all the students to filtered students. We have not passed in any if condition. So we want to add an if condition checking if student at I dot marks is greater than 20, or we can have greater than equal to 20, otherwise it wouldn't include numen. I want to include numen as well. And then I can just have filter students dot add students at I. So we have grabbed the current student that we are looping through. Then we have dot marks. So it gives me 10, 20, 30, 40. And then I'm just checking if it is greater than equal to 20. If it is greater than equal to 20, then we are adding it to filtered students. And then I'm printing filtered students. And I don't need to be concerned that it will give me instance of student class because we have the override method over here. Neat. Now I can run this and I should be seeing student Revan Naman Rakesh, and here we have student Naman Rakesh Sonal because Revan only scored 10. What if Revan scores 30 and we run it? So we get Revan included as well. So now we have 10, and yeah, this is how you would do it, right? But what if I tell you there are two neater approaches you could take? One is the foreign loop that I talked about. I told you in the loop section that we are going to cover something known as foreign loop where we go to list. So that's what we are going to cover here. Here, instead of having all of this int I, what if I directly get access to the student over here? So what if I loop over this, but while looping, I directly get access to the student class. So I can just have final student in students. This is the syntax for it. We have a for loop, then we create a variable using final student, then we are having in because it is a foreign loop. You can think of it this way, this is a foreign loop. So we are having in keyword right here, students. So that means I directly get access to a student class or student instance. Now I can just have if student.marks is greater than equal to 20, then filtered students.add student. And if we run, it will give us the same output. What just happened in this foreign loop? Well, we are just saying run a for loop for every student in students. And here we have created a variable using final student. You can also have for student or variable student, but you cannot have integer student because it knows we are looping through a list of students. You cannot have integer over here. So the type checking is there. So this was another approach we could take, and foreign loop just makes this easier. Whenever you don't have to access, specifically I, so you don't want to get access to index at all, and you just care about, what we are looping through. For example, the student object over here, you can just use the foreign loop. You don't have to go through the hassle of having for int I is equal to 0 and all of that stuff because it introduces an unnecessary variable, and it can be a bit tough to, continuously access students at I. So a foreign loop is a neat thing. But what if I told you in this case we could go one step ahead and not use foreign loop as well? So what we have is not even a list over here. What we can have is just use the students list and filter it out. So what we're going to do is students and search for a method over here which can do this. Add basically says it will add it. Add all basically takes in an iterable. Iterable is kind of like a list, but it loads lazily. By loads lazily, I mean if you have students created over here, all of those get instantiated over here. But if you have an iterable of students, which you can have like this, okay, it doesn't give us any error, nothing at all. But that just means all of these instances won't get created right there and then. It will only get created when we access a particular instance of the iterable over here. And it gives us almost the same methods that list had to give us. But you cannot add, you cannot, let's say, remove, you cannot do all of that stuff. Now coming back to the filtering option, how do I filter that stuff out? So to filter it, students have one of the methods over here, which is where. Alright, if you see where. Now this where gives us an iterable again, which is iterable of student, and then this is how it's defined, boolean function student test. What is this thing right here? Well, it's basically telling that the students.where function that you call has an argument inside of it that it gives us, which is student. So we're kind of looping through it. Alright, so we are looping through it, because of which it gives me student class, because this is a list of student, it gives me a student instance. And here it expects me to return something. So it expects a function out of me. So I can either have this or I can just have this. And here I can put a condition. And this condition is for my filtering. So I can just have if the student.marks is greater than equal to 20, then just add it to the list. That's what it does. And if I do this much, will I get Revan removed out of here? Not exactly. Why is that the case? Well, that's the case because if you come over here, where returns an iterable of student. If where returns an iterable of student, it's giving us something like a list returned to us. It's not like students.add where the return type is void. If you see over here, students.add is void. That means it doesn't return anything. If it doesn't return anything, it's probably because it's already added to the list. But when we have students.where, it gives me a new list, a new iterable, and that iterable consists of student classes. So if I just print final filtered students, which is equal to this, now I copy this filtered students, print it over here and run it, I get student Naman, student Rakesh, and student Sonal. Revan is removed. But this is no longer a list. This is an iterable. If you don't believe me, just check its runtime type. Alright? Run it. And this is where iterable student. And if you just hover over this, iterable students. I don't want an iterable. I want a list. So to do that, what you can do is print filtered students dot, and then you can convert it to a list by just having two lists like this. And if you do this much, you will get a new student list, an updated student list. And this solution is so much prettier than, running through so many steps. It saves a lot of time for us and it's much more readable. How is it much more readable? Let's go over this in English. So we are getting a filtered students, and how are we getting the filtered students? Where we are going through all the students where student.marks is greater than 20, right? We're going through a list of students where student.marks is greater than 20. And then it saves it in filtered students and we're converting it to a list and printing it out over here. We can do all of this in one single variable. We can just have students is equal to students.where, but it gives us an error because iterable can't be assigned to a list. So I can just convert this to a list as well, run it, and I'll get the same output. So we didn't have to create separate variables for it. I could just reassign and print the students so that it gives me the same output. So that's where helps us to filter things out, gives us an iterable which can be converted to a list. So we are almost done with lists over here. Let's take a look at a few more methods that list has to provide. So we'll have students dot, we know what length means, it will just give us the length of the list. Reversed, that means it will give us the list that is reversed. That means Sonal will come first, Rakesh second, Naman third, and Revan fourth. If you don't believe me, I would recommend you to just have two lists over here. Just print it out like this. Alright. If you just have this done and run it, first you should see Naman Revan like this, and then Sonal Rakesh Naman Revan like this. Great. Now let's take a look at other properties that we have. So we have students dot first, so it gives me the first element, first or null. So if the first element is null, it will give me null. Indexed is empty. Is empty is quite useful. It helps you to know if the list is empty or not. If the list dot length is 0, that means it is empty. It is not empty if list dot length is not 0. Then we have iterator, which gives us the iterable form of this. Then we have last, which gives us the last element of the list. Last or null, similar to what we had first or null. Then we have add. Add all basically allows us to pass an iterable over here. By iterable, it doesn't necessarily mean that, yeah, you need to go ahead and pass iterable over here. No, you can just pass in another list over here. Because iterable can take in a list, but a list cannot be an iterable. Alright. And you can add multiple list elements over here. Alright. And obviously this needs to be a student class, so go ahead and add student classes. So it will add all of those student classes together, and add will obviously add them at the end. Then we have as map, so it converts it into a map. What is a map, you might ask? And that's what we are going to take a look at in just a minute after we have gone through some of the important functions in list. So we have clear, which clears off the list, it just makes it empty. Removes all of the elements inside of a list. Then we have contains, and this is also important. Contains is basically like used in if conditions. It gives us a boolean value and it checks. So if student contains, student Revan with grade 10, then you can do something. So it helps us to know whether the list contains an element, and this contains is basically like running a for loop and then checking inside. So this contains method is created by Dart inside, which is like, hey, we will run a for loop and check every element with the element that is passed in the parameter over here. And then we have a bunch of methods like index of. Basically, if you want to find index of a particular student class or student instance, you can do that. Then we have first where and last where. So if you have first where, it basically means that when we run the where filter, and if there are duplicate elements inside of a list, so we can have list Sonal 30, 40 like this, how many ever we want, or these things are different, right? Because they are different instances of class. What if I have final Sonal student here, which is equal to this thing right here? Okay. So I can have multiple Sonal students over here. I cannot just have one. Okay. I'm allowed to have as many as I want. So it's basically telling me students.firstWhere will find and return only the first student it finds matching to the condition you've passed in. And similar to that is lastWhere. So it will give you a student instance which follows the condition that you've passed in over here, but it's the last thing. So it will give me this Sonal student. Then we have remove at. So if you want to remove at a particular index, then we have remove, which we have already seen. Remove last, which removes the last element. And all of these things are English, you can just understand that by your own. But element at gives me the element at a particular index. And index of gives me the index of a particular student. Alright, so these two things are reverse of each other. So we have looked at a lot of list methods. So now that we've covered list, I quickly want to cover sets, because sets is quite similar to a list. Remember how in a list we can have multiple type of students? All these three things are the same. Student Sonal, student Sonal, student Sonal. However, what if I don't want the same students to exist over here? To do that, I can create a set. So I can just name this as a set instead of student. and that gives me an error because sets are not defined like this. This is how lists are defined. For a set, you need to use curly bracket. So you can have curly bracket like this, and it doesn't give you an error anymore. But Rivan, you said it cannot contain multiple type of students, right? I mean, it cannot contain the same student again and again. How is it not giving us an error then? Well, it's because if we just print students out now and run it, we get student Rivan, student Naman, student Rakesh, student Sonal, and that's it. All the rest of the Sonal students are not counted anymore. So it just removes all the duplicate elements inside of a list. That's what a set is. It removes all the existing same elements. If we do the same thing with list, and then we'll have to convert this to a square bracket and run it, we have Sonal student like this. Rest everything is similar to a list, but set just removes all the existing elements that are same in a list. What if I want to convert a list to a set so that I can remove it, but still I want to keep it a list? How can I do that? Well, you can just do it using toSet. Okay, so if you just do toSet and run it, it will remove all the existing student Sonal classes except the one that was already there. Okay, so that was about set and list. The difference is just that set cannot have the same elements again and list can have. So it's quite useful if you want to filter out all the existing Sonal students. You don't have to run where conditions again and again. You can just have toSet, it will remove everything. Great. So now that we've understood about list and sets, we need to run into maps. Let's get into it. So what exactly is this map thing? A map is a collection of key value pairs where each key is unique. So let me show you how it looks. So map looks kind of like this. You have a thing like this, curly bracket. Then you have a key. So you have a key and a value for that key. Then you can have key 2 and a value for it, which can be value or value 2. So the key needs to be unique over here, but value can be the same or different. That doesn't matter. So it's a key value pair. This is how it looks like. This map thing is commonly used to store and retrieve data based on a specific identifier. So let's take an example. Earlier we had seen how we created a list of marks to store one user's marks, right? What if I want to store multiple students' marks and these marks are just based on one subject, alright? So in list, I would do something like final list, which is equal to, and I would store the marks. So we have 10, 15, 30. Now, how do I know that this is Rivan's marks, this is Naman's marks, or this is another kid's marks? I cannot know, but map can allow me to know it. How? I can rewrite this entire structure as this. So we have a map, then we have marks, which will be equal to this curly bracket thing that I told you. This is used to create a map. Yes, this is also used to create a set, but in set, you only have one element written over here. But in map, it's different because map is a key value pair. So here you'll have the name. So let's say the name is Rivan and Rivan marks is 10, Naman marks is 15 and other kids marks is 30. So this is how you've created a map. Now we know exactly what student has got what value. We don't have to depend on this, right? And then to know which student has scored what marks, we can just have print marks and if we do this, we'll get this entire thing printed out. You can run it and see it. But I just want to get Rivan's marks. So to do this, again, we are going to use this square bracket operator, just like we did for map, for list, for string. We are going to use that as well. But here, instead of specifying any position or anything else, what we are going to have is the key present over here. So I can just pass in Rivan here, whatever is the key, and then run it. So if I run it, I should be seeing 10 now because that's Rivan's marks. And there we go, we see that. However, now if you hover over this, you see this is of the type map dynamic. So in our generics, we have two data types. First one and second one, both are dynamic. Why is that the case? We've already seen this with the list. When we didn't specify anything for a list, if we just had list like this, it was list of dynamic. The same thing happened here. But instead of having one generic type over here, we have two, because this one is for the key and the second one is for the value. So this dynamic is for this thing right here, and this dynamic is for this thing right here. So we can change this. What will I change this to? I will have string, comma, integer. If I do this, I have map, which is having string over here and integer over here. Now, since we have mentioned the types over here, if I do dot, I should be getting everything int related. If we just remove this, we won't get anything int related. No auto suggestion for this. Why? Because here we have specified int. So it knows that if I do marks at Revan, so if I call marks at the key Revan, then it's going to give me a value of 10, and we know that this is going to be an integer. That's why it's going to be an integer. So we can just have is even, let's say. So we'll get to know if it is even or not, and then we can run it. But you can see we're getting an error. We're getting an error because the property is even can't be unconditionally accessed because the receiver can be null. It means that this thing right here can return a nullable integer. So we either need to do this if we are confident that Revan surely exists, or we can just do this so that if the key doesn't exist, it will give us a null value and it won't throw null check operator used on a null value. Now you might ask, why do we get an integer which is nullable returned over here if we are just passing an integer here? We're not passing int like this, right? We are just passing int, so it shouldn't give us a nullable integer. And you're partially correct, it shouldn't, but there's a benefit when it sends out integer which is nullable. For example, if I have a key that doesn't exist in this map, for example, I put in Sonal over here. This key doesn't exist, and if I just do this, like this, if the nullable operator wasn't there, then it would give me something like uncaught type error, cannot read properties of null. Alright, so it's basically like, hey, we tried to get marks at Sonal, but this key doesn't exist here, so there's no value for it. If there's no value, how are you saying that, yeah, this thing is not null? That's why we can put question mark here, and that's why it returns to us an integer which can be nullable. Because if a key doesn't exist, it is going to return null to us. So yeah, we can go ahead here and have the extra check, like if marks at Sonal is equal to null, then let's say I want to print key does not exist. Otherwise, I'm just going to print, let's say, print marks at Sonal. Alright, so with this nice type checking, I can just do marks at Sonal dot is even. Alright, and we can put an exclamation mark here. We can put an exclamation mark because we have already checked. If marks at Sonal is null, then it's going to print key does not exist. But it is not null, that means it's going to print marks at Sonal, so we can for sure know that this is not going to be null. Right? So now I can run it, and there we go. We have key does not exist. However, if I put numun here and numun here, and then run it, I should be seeing false because 15 is not an even number. So I hope that was clear. Now let's get into the operations map allow us to do. Also, you can have something else like map string comma string. So that means you'll have to convert everything to a string over here. Then it can be map int string. So that means it can be 10, 20, and let's say 30. You can even do this. Alright. So you can have anything over here, even your classes. So you can have map int student, and then you can pass in your student class over here, and that will work just fine. So I hope you understood this. You can pass in any type you want. Now let's get into the operations like adding a map, removing from a map, iterating over the map. So we can just have those operations really quick. So to add to a map, we can do marks at, let's say I want to add to 40 equal to 200. So what I've done, the way we print it, I can do marks at 40 and set it equal to a string. However, if I try to assign it to an integer, it will give an error to me because we have specified the data type for a map. And if I save this, and of course, let's go ahead and print marks, we should be seeing 10, 20, 30 along with 40 added. And there we go. 10, 10, 20, 15. Now all of them look similar, like it all looks integer, but when we print it, it just feels like that. In reality, it's int and string. Alright. And you can see the new value is added over here. Perfect. If we had a string over here, you'll have to pass in a string like this, convert this to a string, and that's how you can do it. So this is how you can change in a map. There's another method you can take. For example, like if you remember in a list, if we try to do list at 0, 1, 2, 3, so if we try to do list at 3 equal to let's say 45, it would give an error to us. But in map, this is allowed. Also, you can update the value the same way. So you can have marks at 10 equal to 100, let's say, and then you can print marks again and you should be seeing 100 in the beginning, and that's what we get. Perfect. So you can update and add new values just like this. It just checks if marks at 10 already exists, then it is not going to create a new key value pair. However, if it does exist, then it's just going to update the value over there. And yes, you cannot have two keys of the same value, and I've already mentioned that before. You can see two keys in a map shouldn't be equal. Now there's another way of adding marks, and that is by doing marks dot. List had its own bunch of methods and properties. Even map has that because map is a class. And if you come over here, you can see it's an abstract class map KV. So it's the same thing. So we can not instantiate map. However, we can have marks dot and a bunch of properties on it. And to add a map, you can see we have the add all property. We can just use that. And in the add all, it requires us to pass map of int and string. So the exact same thing that you have over here, you need to pass that in. So I'm just going to pass in, let's say 40, 45. And the advantage add all has over the other thing that we saw, like marks at 40, is that you can pass in a bunch of maps together. So you can have 50, 65, you can have 70, and let's say hello. You can have all of them together in one single map that you pass in over here. And then when you run it, it will work. Also, if you found this very, you can say, a weird kind of syntax, you can just extract all of this out in another map, which will be equal to this, and then you can pass in the map. And that will work just fine. It's just like, creating another variable and storing it. So no big deal there. So this is how you can add. If I want to remove something, what I can do is marks dot remove. And you see, this doesn't ask me to pass in a map. It can be an object. And here, you just need to mention a key. And the key is, let's say 10. I just want to remove this part over here. So you can just do marks.remove 10. You don't care about the value. To add a value, you need to pass in a value. But to remove, you just need the key. And you pass in a key, and then when you run it, it shouldn't show 10 here anymore. And there we go. We don't have 10. It starts from 20. So we have learned about adding, deleting, and updating values. Now let's go through iterating. Meaning, I want to loop over all of these things. So for that, we already know we have something known as for loop. We can just use that over here. So we can just have for int I is equal to 0, I is less than marks.length. Let's just remove another map. We are not doing any calculations over here. I plus plus, and this works. Marks.length is a valid thing on map as well, and the length it will give us is 3. So this one entry is known as a map. And now we can just, go ahead and print marks at I, right? If we do marks at I, will that work? Not really, because what you're basically telling is print marks at 0. So it goes ahead and searches for the key 0. Is there a 0 over here? No. It's just going to print out null. So if you want, you can go ahead and run this and you'll see null 3 times written over here. Perfect. Exactly what we expected. So how do we read a value on a map? So for that, we have access to marks.keys. And if you see, this keys is an iterable. Why is this an iterable? Because this keys is giving us access to all the keys that are present in the map in kind of a list format. Alright, iterable is not exactly a list, but obviously you can go ahead and convert this to a list so that you have a list with you. So anyways, coming back to the point, it's just giving me a list of like 10, 20 and 30. So if I go ahead and print this now, I'll see 10, 20, 30 in a list printed 3 times, and that's what I get. Now to access the property over here, or to access one key over here, what I can do is marks.keys at I. If I do that much, it doesn't work. Why? Because it is an iterable. If I use this over an iterable, it won't work. So I need to convert this to a list so that we can get access to this thing. Now we have converted it into a list, so we can access the 0th element, the first element and the second element. Now we should be seeing 10, 20, 30 written over here. So we've got access to all the keys. Now what if I want to get access to the values as well? So I can run another for loop over here and print it. But what I want to do is print all of them in the same line. So to do that, what I can do is string interpolation. I can just put a string over here, cover it with curly bracket, then put $, because this is a big thing. So we have a key and then we are going to have a value. So to get the value, again, we are going to put $ braces, and then we are going to have marks.keys.toList. But if I use keys again, will that give me these values that I want? Not really. It will give me again these values because we'll do the same thing. So now we'll have marks.values.toList, because that will be an iterable as well. And then we are going to have I over here. And now if I run it, we will see 10, 10, 20, 15 and 30, 30. So we are able to get the value of each map's keys and values. Now an easier solution to this could be using a for each loop that is present inside marks map only. So we can do marks dot, and if you scroll down, you will see something known as for each or a map. So if you do marks.map, you'll be able to map through it, meaning you'll be able to loop through every entry that is present over here. But I'm just going to use for each because that is going to give me a cool thing. So I can just have for each over here. And if you see the for each function definition, this is how it looks. We have void, so it doesn't return anything. Then we have a function which returns an integer and a string. Why is there an integer and a string? Because our key is an integer, our value is a string. So it's basically returning key and value to us. So we can just have this much done. And this is a function, obviously. So we are going to have this, or you can have a single arrow. I'm just going to have this because it looks neater. And then I can have key. Let's have string interpolation here and then value. And value is not defined because here I've defined it as val. So you're going to have value like this. And then if I run it, I get the same result. But this is much neater solution because Dart has done this for us behind the scenes. So we don't need to care about, running for loops and stuff. Another thing to note here is I've not mentioned the type but it is correctly identifying the type because for each is giving us integer and string. So it knows that yeah, this thing is an integer, this thing is a string. But yeah, we need to give variable names to this so that we can access it. On code editors like, Visual Studio Code or anything that we will use in the Flutter section, you'll see that we get autocomplete for whenever we type for each function. It will automatically generate those variables and values for us, which we can obviously change, but it saves a lot of time for us. This is an advantage of using code editors instead of Dartpad, because Dartpad is frankly not much advanced. You cannot do a lot of stuff here. For example, the file system is not present here. So now we have understood about marks and we have understood about maps and where we would want to use a list, where we want to use a map. Both are different things, not to be confused. This list is like an array list and this map is like a hash map in Java or like an object in JavaScript. But object in Dart is different from object in JavaScript. I hope that makes sense. If not, because you've not coded in JavaScript, don't worry about it. It's just extra information so that people who know it can follow along well. So we have covered maps as well, but I just want to take this opportunity and expand on the concept of maps further by using list of map. What if I want my list to have a list of maps? Alright, so this thing right here is suppose marks of one student. Alright, so we are going to have map of string comma integer, and here this is math marks, this is English marks, and this is, let's say, computer science marks. And math I got 20, in English I got 20, and in CS I got 20. So I'm an excellent student, so I got all of these values. But these are marks of just one student. What if I want to store marks of several students? So this is marks of user A. I want to store marks of user B, C, D, E as well. So for that, what can I do? I can create separate maps, that's true, but I just want to store them in one particular list so that I can continuously access that list instead of accessing these variables. So for that, we can have list of map of string comma int. And you can do this. Why can you do this? Because list allows you to pass in any type. In map also, you can pass a list over here. And in a list, you can pass a map over here. All this wants is a type. And this type can be classes, maps, lists, sets, whatever you want. So here we have a list of map, string comma integer. So now we are going to store marks of all student, and this is going to be equal to a list. So we have created it this way. Let's push the console behind. And for readability, I'm just going to go to the next line. So we have a list of map. So I've created a map. And here I'm just going to pass in, let's say, math marks, which is 25. Then CS marks, which is 30. And English marks, which is 15. Oh, I think our grading is out of 20, so let's put 20 over here, and English is bad, so we are getting 15. Now we can put a comma over here since this is a list. So what we have right now is a map. Now I can create another map over here. So I can just copy paste this, and here I'll have, let's say, math, CS, English, the same keys, but the values are different. So in CS we got 15, math got 10. And finally, the last map over here is marks user at A. Alright, so our excellent student comes right over here. And if you see, marks.forEach is giving us an error. Because marks is now a list. It is not a map. So you cannot run forEach over here. So what can I do? I can just have marks.map. So this is one function which I didn't show you in list. So you can use this marks.map function. This map is basically iterating all of these list elements. So you can use it, and when you do this, you get, let's say, E, and this E thing right here is a map of string comma integer. It correctly identifies that if you map through it, you'll get a map of string comma integer, this thing right here, or this thing right here, or this thing right here because this is marks user A. So I can go ahead and print E, run it, and we get nothing printed out over here. Why? Because this is an iterable. I told you iterable have lazy loading. You can see this, it returns a new lazy iterable with elements. Now what I can do instead is convert this to a list. Alright, so we can convert an iterable to a list, right? The map gives us an iterable. I've converted that iterable to a list. And then when I run it, we get math at 20 and all of these stuff automatically printing out. Because list is not lazy loading. An iterator or an iterable is lazy loading. I hope it makes sense to you now what I mean by lazy loading. So you see, we get all of our maths and CS and English marks correctly. However, what I want to do is map through the map as well and just print out all the values over here. So I can just have E dot and just what we saw, we are going to run it. We are going to have E dot for each. So let's have for each right here. Then we are going to get a key and a value which we can print out. So let's print $key, then $val, and that's pretty much it. Now when I try to run it, I get math 20, CS 20, English 15, math 10, CS 15, English 15, math 20, and all the values are showing up, and there are 9 values, which is correctly so because there are 3 maps and all of them have 3 entries, which is 9. Great. So I hope you've understood the use cases for a list and a map. Our topic is now enums. It is a comparatively short topic, but it's quite interesting and has many use cases that people don't know about. Let's get into it. So to understand enums, or what they are called as enumerations, we'll have to first create an example. So let's go ahead and create a class called employee. And this employee class is going to have 2 things inside of it. First, it is going to have the name of the employee, and second, it's going to have the type of the employee. So the type of work the employee is doing. And then we can have employee, this dot name, this dot type. Alright. Now we can go ahead and create employee1, which is equal to employee. But then the name will be, let's say, Revan, and the type is going to be, let's say, software engineer. So I'm just passing in SWE. Then we can have another thing here. So let's paste it again, and this is going to be employee2 and Naman, and let's say he's related to finance department. So we only have 2 employees as of now. But then a third employee comes in, and the third employee passes in the name correctly, but then the type is open-ended, right? There's no limited constraints from which the employee can choose. So they just go ahead and use something like ha ha ha. So they're just playing with our program. Since we've kept this as a string, they can enter anything over here which is a string, and we'll be fine with it. But in reality, we are not fine with it because the user or the employee cannot just have ha 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 written over here. Either they have to be in software engineering, finance, marketing, or something like that. Our company doesn't have a position or an employee type of ha ha ha. So this is the problem that I'm facing, and enums help solve this problem. They help us create kind of boundaries in our application because they will help us to improve the code quality, obviously because we are limiting what our strings can be over here. And they also prevent bugs and things that are very error prone. For example, this part right here. Because if the type is ha ha ha, it can cause problem when you're trying to, print some stuff. For example, if you have a function over here, so we have, let's say, void function, which has switch, type, and then you have case of software engineering. So you manually have to first of all type these strings and make sure all of those are same. And then you have software engineering written over here. Then after that, you again need to make sure that finance is correctly spelled. And then you can print finance, let's say. And finally, you have let's say default, meaning none of the cases matched over here. So you have a print saying something went wrong. This default case should never be executed in our case because this ha 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 isn't a valid thing, right? And we want a proper detail of our employee. They cannot have something went wrong. Either it should be software engineer or finance, nothing else. So this is what enum will help us to do. To create an enum, you need to get out of a class, you need to get out of a function, and you need to globally declare it in your program. And then you can just have employee type. Even here, the casing is similar to a class. It's going to be Pascal casing, so E and T are big, capitalized. And here we need to mention the boundaries or the options that we have here. So what are the options the employee can have? Either employee can be software engineer, and make sure that this is, all small case. If you try to put it like this, the linter will throw an error or a warning saying the constant name software engineering isn't lowercase camel case identifier. So you need to put SWE over here. Then you have finance, then let's say you have marketing. So these are the three things that you have in your enum. Alright, so that's how easy an enum is. Now you can replace this employee type everywhere. So instead of using a string, you can have employee type over here, which gives us an error in the switch case, and even over here. So let's first fix this part. So here it requires something known as, let's say, employee type, right? So to pass in an employee type, we'll have to first pass in employee type like this. So is this enough? Not really, because then we have to put dot, and that gives a bunch of options: finance, marketing, and software engineering. Values is basically a list containing all these three things. In our case, we want software engineering for the first guy. Then we can, let's say, copy this, paste it over here, and this time I want finance, and this time Sonal is actually employee type dot marketing. So software engineering, finance, and this is marketing. Now we are doing some good work. Now I don't have to care about, typing the strings correctly. In fact, I can just do employee type dot SWE, and I'm sure that this is correct, because if I spell this incorrectly, it will throw an error. So if employee type is software engineering, we print software engineering. If employee, let's say, type is finance, then we print finance. And if it's none of these two things, then definitely it is marketing, because the user cannot enter any of this. Also, if you just ignore the default case, you see we get an error over here. Why do we get an error? Because it's saying the employee type is not exhaustively matched by the switch cases, since it doesn't match employee type.marketing. This is just meaning that, hey, you forgot to put a case of employee type.marketing. Please put that. So that's a nice thing that we get with enums. It's not possible with strings, because how many cases can you handle, right? Cases with strings can be literally anything you want. So we have case, then employee type dot marketing, or you can just put default and then you print marketing. So that's good. Now the error goes away, and if I just print, let's say, employee 1 dot, let's say, fn. Actually, I shouldn't print it because I'm already printing it in the function itself, right? Over here, we're not returning anything from this function, we are printing it. So we can do this. This will be employee 3, so let's call employee 3 dot function as well. Let's run it, and we should be seeing software engineering and marketing, and that's exactly what we see. So enum is basically providing us with code clarity and is helping us to avoid and fight bugs in the first place. So this was the basic type of enum, and this is what most of the people use, but Dart has gone beyond just enum. So enums are more like classes now. Alright. So let's say you wanted to pass some values along with these things, right? So you have software engineering, finance, marketing. You want to pass a credit score with it, or let's say the salary each employee gets if they are either of these three things. So to do that, we have something known as enhanced enums that were introduced newly, not in Dart 3.0 or 3.0.1. They were introduced after Dart 2, I think. So to do that, what we can do is put a semicolon here. Alright. After you put a semicolon after this, you can just go to a new line and then have final integer, let's say salary. Alright. So you've declared a variable over here, but this variable is not like, final salary is equal to 150,000 like this. It's not like this. In fact, it's like a constructor. So you have constant employee type this dot salary. So now we have created a constructor for this enum, which is employee type, and we get an error over here. We get errors over here because it's basically saying that, hey, you've created a constructor. If you've created a constructor, that means you need to pass in the values of this employee type for every single one of them. That means I'll have to do software engineering like this and pass in the salary of software engineer, let's say 200,000. Then of the finance guy, so let's say 250,000. And the marketing guy, which is let's say 150,000. So the errors get resolved. And now the benefit of having this is if I want to print the money each employee makes. So if it's software engineering, then I want to print type dot, and if you'd see, we get type dot salary. This type is the employee type that was passed in from here. So I can use this type to have type dot salary, index, name, and rest of the things we've already seen for every class, every enum that we create. So the salary is now added over here because it's a field in an enum. Now we can access the salary of every single one of them. So we can just have type dot salary for each one of them like this. And actually, we don't want to do switch case anymore. You can just have print type dot salary. If you just do this much, it will print out the salary of your employee, right? Why to do switch case? Because in switch case, you're basically returning type dot salary every single time. Instead, we can just remove all of this and print type dot salary once and for all, because you're not doing any specialized task for every single one of them. Okay, so let's just print type dot salary here, run it, and we should be seeing 200,000, which is the software engineering, and 150,000, which is marketing. Great. So I just wanted to show you that you can have many more arguments for this constructor, for this enum constructor, I should say, and then you can use it over here. Also, you can use type dot name. Let's convert this into string interpolation. So we have dollar type dot name. If we use type dot name, then we'll have software engineering, and then if we try to run it, we get software engineering this, marketing this. But as you can see, we are getting a warning over here that this thing right here, type dot name, is available since SDK 2.15, but constraints 3.0.1, which is this version, don't guarantee it. So we should probably stop using it. Now, there are many more things you can do with enum. For example, you can have implements, and you can implement another enum with it, and you can do all of that stuff, but I'm not diving into it. You can try it on your own. So now we are done with enums as well. Now let's get into the world of exception handling, and it's really simple. So let's complete it really quick. So what exactly is exception handling? As the name suggests over here, exception is being handled. Now what exactly is an exception? So I'm not going to give you a definition for this. I'm just going to show you what exception is, and you've seen it before. So when I try to print 10, truncating division, let's say 2 or 3, I should be getting 3. What exactly is this? It tries to divide 10 by 3, so it gives 3.33, and then it converts it to an integer, so we get 3. That's truncating division. Now, if I try to do 10 divided by 0, it should give me infinity, right? Because 10 divided by 0 is infinity. Then I try to do 10 truncating division 0. And then I want to print the most important thing in my program, which is my name. So it's fine if this result or this result or this result doesn't get printed, but Revan should get printed. But yeah, if everything is fine, then print all of this and Revan should be down below. Now, if I try to run it, I get 3, I get infinity, and then I get this error, and because of this error thing right here, I cannot see my name printed. That's just very bad, because the most important element in my program, my name, isn't there. And it's not there because an error came along. And this error that you see right here is an exception. And we want to handle this exception. How? We're just telling that it's fine if it doesn't get printed, but rest of the program should continue working. If there's an exception, it doesn't mean that, yeah, you just stop running at all. You just exit out of this. No. Right now, the program just got out of this. It threw an error over here, unsupported operation, and just terminated this entire function, this entire program, saying there's an error, I cannot go further. Now that's where exception handling will come into play. We need to resolve this error such that rest of the things still continue working. So how do we handle exceptions? First of all, this exception handling technique is only used for things like this, alright? Or if you're calling an external service to get some data. For example, if you're calling your database, then you can have the exception handling done. If you're having this kind of thing right here, you can have exception handling done. But if there's some logical error in your app, let's say you print Revan12, so you're just wondering, why is this printing Revan12? I just wanted to print Revan. That's an error, right? I should just handle my exceptions over here. No, it doesn't work that way. It can only handle exceptions which are basically runtime exceptions, and you can't possibly know that, yeah, this thing right here can throw an exception. So wherever you feel that this might throw an exception, something like this, you can handle it, but not for something like Revan12, where you obviously know that this error is there because Revan is there. This is still possible because, let's say, the numbers entered over here are by the user, right? And if the user enters 0, we cannot do anything about it. Yes, we can put if conditions and check, hey, the user cannot enter 0 or whatever, but an exception handling is just a neater way of doing stuff. So to start with exception handling, first you need to have a try block. So this thing right here, try. And then you need to have a catch block. And this catch block gives us something known as E, which stands for exception. Okay. Now you just copy this code inside of the try block. So this code that you need to put in try block is whatever you feel that can throw an exception. So this part of code can throw an exception. So you wrap it in a try block, and then you have a catch block. If you don't have a catch block after try block, it will give you an error, because a try block must be followed by an on, catch, or finally clause. We're going to take a look at all three of them, but first let's go over the catch block. So we have catch over here, and this catch gives us something known as an exception. Now I can just print this exception to know what just happened. Alright, and that's exactly what exception handling is, as easy as you can see. So if I try to run it, what do I see? I see 3, I see infinity, I see unsupported operation, the same error that we got earlier, but instead of red, it is white. Why? Because we've printed E over here. Instead of E, if we printed some error occurred and run it, we will be seeing 3 infinity, some error occurred, then Revan. So the main point over here is, after this thing right here threw an error, my program didn't stop working because I've handled the exception. I've introduced exception handling over here, because of which I get some error occurred written over here, and after that my print statement is still working and other codes might still work over here. So that's catch block. Now there's another block after catch that we can use, which is finally. So this finally block that always executes, alright, even if this thing right here doesn't throw an exception. So if we just have 10 divided by 0 again, and then, we try to run this, now print some error occurred will not happen. What will happen is this print here will get called, so infinity will be there and Rivan will get called. What this finally does is, if there is a try block that was executed or the catch block that was executed, it doesn't care. Finally just cares about, that I just want to run every single time. So we just have finally block executed. Alright. Now if we just do this, you'll see that we get 3, infinity, then finally block is executed. So this thing right here is executed even if try block is executed. So let's have our exception again. Even if the catch block is executed, so it will just print this every single time. So this thing runs every single time. This block right here is optional, but allows us to specify code that will always execute, regardless of whether the exception occurs or it doesn't occur. So it is typically used for cleanup tasks or releasing resources in try block or catch block or whatever. So this was the thing that we were talking about. When we didn't have catch block over here, you saw like this, it said that there needs to be on, catch or finally. And the final thing that is on, so this on is used so that we can catch a particular exception. So there are multiple types of exceptions right there. As you can see, format exception implements exception, and exception might be an abstract class. So if we just use on exception, you can see abstract interface class, which means it is a proper interface. And we've already studied about this in class modifiers. We print E. Now if this runs, what should we get? Should we get unsupported error or an error occurred? We get an error occurred over here because the type of the exception is unsupported exception error, not exception or format exception. So this thing right here. So on basically allows us to catch some kind of exception, alright? And this exception can be things that are classes already created in Dart. So it can be format exception, and a bunch of other exceptions that you can find if you just Google it out. So I hope you're clear with try, catch, block. They are quite an important concept when we learn about futures. Futures are one of the most interesting things in Dart because they're not available in any other programming language. Or actually, they are available in other programming languages like JavaScript, but they're named as promises. So we're going to learn about futures now, and there we can use try, catch, block, where it will make much more sense. Right now you might just think, hey, if I know that this operator right here can have an exception, why do I have to do this? With futures, that's not the case, because in futures, you'll be contacting external APIs, right? If you're contacting external APIs, or you can say external services, if you don't understand what API is, if you're contacting external services, that might be a problem, because when you contact external services, you don't know if this will run or this will not run, because when you contact external services, it's not just dependent on your code, it's also dependent on your internet connection, your internet stability, right? If your internet is off and then you try to make a request, that wouldn't work. Why will it not work? Because I'm trying to connect to something outside of my program. If I try to do that, obviously I need to go ahead and get some data. To get the data, I'll have to use the internet connection. So that's why futures use exception handling extensively. So let's go ahead and understand what futures are. So what exactly is this future? This future is basically a class that represents that a function or some computation may complete in the future, and this will produce a result or an error. It is related to something known as asynchronous programming. Asynchronous programming allows you to perform tasks concurrently without blocking the execution. So for example, if we have multiple print statements here, so let's have print hey, then we have print, let's say, hello, and we have print greetings. Alright, so we have 3 print statements over here. How are they going to execute? First, hey is going to get printed, then hello, then greetings. So only after hey gets printed will hello print, and only after hello gets printed will greetings print. So this is an example of blocking the execution, meaning these tasks aren't being performed concurrently. So how this works is hello gets printed, only after hello gets printed will hey get printed, and only after hey gets printed, greetings will get printed. However, this will take some time, right? And it is fine when we have print statements or something like that. But what if we are talking to an external service to get our data, right? So how will that work in that case? So let's say instead of this print, we are sending a request to an external service so that we can get back some data. And you might ask, what is this external service? Let's take an example of jsonplaceholder.com. This thing provides us with fake API. API here stands for Application Programming Interface. It's basically how 2 services can interact with each other. So if I have my Dart application over here and I want to get some data from external service, I can use something known as an API. So to get some data from JSON placeholder, I can use this free fake API that they give for testing and prototyping. And if I just do /users after this URL, I get a bunch of things over here. And I get all of this in some form of an edited format because I'm using an extension in Chrome, which is JSON formatter. And that just prints it out in a JSON format. And JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It's basically a way in which data is retrieved. Another way is YAML, which you will see in your Flutter. But basically, it gives us data in JSON format, which is JavaScript Object Notation. And it's kind of similar to a list of map in Dart, right? So if we have this list, we have one map over here, then there's string over here, a number over here, string over here, a string again over here. So this means it is a list of map of string comma dynamic, right? Because this is a string all the time, but this can either be a string, this can either be a number, it can be anything. So that's why here it is compulsory to use dynamic. Otherwise, it will give us an error because ID is a number, not a string. So anyways, I want to fetch all of this data that it's returning. So suppose I send out a request, and in some time we are going to learn how to send a request, but let's just say this comment here is helping us to send a request. So that would mean it sends a request from Dartpad to this API, then it retrieves all the data from here and sends it back to Dartpad so that I can continue. But if I do this, it might take a lot of time. That means a request is sent, so we wait for that request to complete, so it might take like 10, 15, 20 seconds. Then only hello and greetings will print. I don't want that. That is kind of a blocking behavior, right? And that's why we have asynchronous programming. That allows me to run the tasks without blocking anything. So what happens over here is I will send a request, and while it is sending the request, I'm just going to go ahead and print hello and greetings. So it doesn't wait for this request to complete and then only move forward. This request will keep running, and whenever it has a value, it will print it out. But in the meantime, it's going to go ahead and perform all the operations. So that's what asynchronous programming is. Just the print statements over here that we had before, like print hey, that was synchronous programming. And this is asynchronous programming. So I hope you've understood this concept well. Now let's move ahead and dive into futures. So let's take an example. I have a function over here, and this function's job is to give a result, let's say after 2 seconds. Okay, give a result after 2 seconds. That's what it does. Now to convert this into a future, what will I do? And actually, since I'm giving a result, let's convert this into a string. So I'm going to be returning a string. Okay. And now we are getting this error because it wants to return a string, but we are not returning a string. But we'll look into that. Now, how do I convert this into a future? Because it's giving me a result after 2 seconds. If it is giving me a result after 2 seconds, I do not want to wait for it, because then my user has to wait for it, and that's not a good experience at all. So what I'm going to do is put a keyword here called async. Async here stands for asynchronous, right? So I've put async here, and then the error comes over here. This says the functions marked async must have a return type assignable to future. So that means I'll have to convert this to a future. Okay, but if I hover over this, this is abstract interface class future of the type T. This is again generics. And if I just return a future, that means it is of the type future dynamic, just like we had before with lists and map. I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to have string returned over here. That means this function is asynchronous function. It's going to take some time to execute. And as soon as it executes and 2 seconds is over and it gives me a result, and the result can be either an error or you can say a proper value, then I want to return it. And if it is a proper value, then it's going to return a string, right? So I can just return hey, and that's exactly what a future function is. As simple as that. We just need to convert this to async, and when we convert this to async, we have future over here. If I remove async, I cannot put future like this. That will give me an error because I'm returning a string from a future string over here. However, what you can do instead is future like this. You can wrap this with a future and then return a string. So you have return like this. And this works as well. So what is this? Future is a class that I'm returning from here, and this class has a function which gets run as soon as, we return something from here. And this is just telling us that we want to return a string. So no need of async over here. We can just return a future like this. Async is needed so that we can use await, and we're going to talk about it in just a minute, but let's just get done with it. Now I can just call this function. So let's have give a result after 2 seconds called and run it. And you see we get hey, hello, greetings, but we don't get hey like this. Why is that the case? That's the case because we are returning a future string. That means we have not printed anything. So I want to go ahead and print it over here. Obviously, that's the only thing that makes sense. Now if I run it, what should I see? I should be seeing hey, right? But no, I see instance of future string. Why is that the case? Well, that's because I'm returning a future string. And then I'm calling it. So I'm calling a future string. So it's returning to me a future string. So if I just store it in a variable, let's have final variable which is equal to this. Now let's call this variable result. Okay. Now if I print this result, obviously it is going to give me a future string. It's not giving me a string. It is giving me a future string. It is kind of enclosed in a future class. So I want to get rid of this future. How can I do that? To do that, I'll have to convert this function, this main function, into async. Why? Because this async gives me access to await. This async is not necessary for future classes. This future class can be created even when we return future like this. This async is required whenever we want to use await. And what await does is basically await for it, right? And if you want to search the meaning of await, you can go ahead and search it according to English only. Wait for an event, right? So that's what we are doing. We are waiting for this event to complete, and then we have access to string result, which we are printing over here now. Now, if I try to run it, I will see hey 4 times written over here, then hey hello and greetings. Now you might ask, if we've put async over here, we should be converting this to future void, right? If we did something like this and just try to return a string over here, and also let's get rid of the future class. When I try to do something like this, it gave me an error because whenever we have async, this needs to convert to a future. And you're right, it needs to, but whenever you have void, it's not really necessary. You can convert this to a future void, but it's not necessary. It's a good practice, definitely, but it's not necessary. And there's a difference between future void and void. So if you want to know more about it, I'll mention an article below which you can refer. It basically tells that future void and void are different from each other. Dart doesn't throw any error if we use just void like this with an async, but future void and void are different. Void is like a quick fire and forget, meaning if you just call this function like this, let's say we call give me a result after 2 seconds like this, and it is of the type void, alright? So it will just fire this, and it doesn't care about the result. If it gives some result, it will give. If it doesn't, it doesn't care about it. But if you have future void, it will wait for this caller to complete, and it will continuously listen to it. So it's not fire and forget in future void, but in void, it is fire and forget. I'll mention an article which goes deep into it, but that was the basic gist I wanted to provide. Anyways, coming back to this, I'm just going to put it as void main because the starting functions are generally void main. That's why. Now I can run it and, well, I get hey written over here. That's cool. But give a result after 2 seconds is not giving me after 2 seconds. What are you talking about? It gives me right there and there itself. And that's because we have just wrapped it in a future class. However, we can do more with this future class. For example, add a delay. So to do that, we need to return future dot delayed. And if we do this, it asks for 2 things over here. First thing is a duration. Alright, you'll see this. What is this duration? This duration is another class that you can provide over here. So you'll have duration like this. So if you don't understand anything, this is a new function altogether. And since this function is new, you can just hover over this and it will give you proper examples for this. So the thing that it gives over here is duration. So we need to mention a duration, and then we have this thing in a square bracket, which means that it's optional. You can pass it and you cannot pass it. It doesn't matter. And this is computation. Computation is basically telling, do you want to return anything? If you want to, you can go ahead and return. So first of all, we want to pass in a duration. So duration can be created like this. It is a class as well. And this duration gives you multiple things. You can pass in days, hours, minutes, seconds. And in the context of this function, duration means how many seconds or how many hours or how many days do you want to wait. I just want to wait for 2 seconds. So I can just have seconds like this because it is a named constructor. You can see this curly bracket right here that gives a hint. I'll pass in 2. Okay, and after this, I also want to return a string, right? So I can just have my computation in a separate function because it allows for that. You can see it right over here. And you have future string computation. So I can return some sort of string here. Let's say, hey, again with many exclamation marks. And we should be done. Yep, there we go. We are done. If you want async over here, you can have that async as well and it will not give any error. Basically, the task of async is just to use await. Whenever you mark a function as async, you allow the use of await keyword. If you just remove async from here, you see await will give an error. It just says that we need to pass the function body or mark the function body as async, only then await is allowed. And obviously, as a result of this, you need to convert this to a future so that you denote it. But in void, I've already mentioned why we don't have to do that. Okay, so now that we are done, let's run this. And you see, we wait for 2 seconds. So we get hey written over here like this, and rest of the things follow along. Now, what if I have print hello like this, and then I run it. So after this run gets executed, you'll see hello like this, then 2 seconds, then hey gets printed, and then rest of the things get executed. Now what if I remove the print result only, and then I just say, you can get rid of this as well. Then we run it, we get hello. After 2 seconds, we get hey, hello, greetings. So it is adding a delay of 2 seconds, after which rest of the things get executed immediately. Now instead of marking this function as async, there's another thing you can do. So you can get rid of this async and await. What you can do instead is get rid of this as well. Whenever you have a future function like this, you can do dot, and then it will give you some functions. You have asStream, which returns a stream. We are going to study about streams shortly after futures. Then we have catch error, which helps us catch any error. It's like try and catch block, but you have catch error function there itself. But what we are interested in is then. This then gives us some value which we can use. Okay, so we have value over here, and that value is a string. So basically, you call this function, give a result after 2 seconds, and after that function is executed completely, and you can call dot then. And dot then will give you a value which will be a string. So you can go ahead and print val like this, and then when you run it, you get hello written first, hey, hello, greetings, all of them get executed, and hey gets printed at last because it waited for 2 seconds. Since it was waiting for 2 seconds, what this decided to do was print hello. So let's run it again. It will first print hello, then it ran all of these print functions, and then after we got a value after 2 seconds, it printed the value. So that's what then does. So you could go ahead and use async await the way you want it to, or you can just use dot then. So that will print hello, hey, hello, greetings, all the synchronous code first, and then it goes ahead and prints hey after 2 seconds. Also, this function doesn't have to be asynchronous anymore because we are using dot then. Dot then doesn't require us to put the function as async. Only when you want to use await will you use async. Great. So now that we have an understanding of this, let's go ahead and fetch data from this URL that we have. How can I do that? To do that, we'll have to use something known as an external package or a dependency. Now what is this thing? Well, there are certain things that are created by other developers in the Dart community so that everyone can use it. And one such thing is the HTTP package. So if we just go to pub.dev, you can see it is Dart packages. It is basically a package repository. It is a registry that contains all the packages you can use for Dart and Flutter apps. And these packages are basically set of codes. It's just like this code base, but it performs some task and returns some functions to us which we can use. And these things are created by the community or the Google team itself, but they've not shipped it with Dart because that might be unnecessary elements present in the app, because not everyone wants to, have API calls in their apps or in their programs. So that would be unnecessary, right? That's why Dart packages are made, and you can yourself go ahead and put out your own package on this pub.dev. It is a registry of packages, so you can search for anything. This thing we are going to search for is HTTP. You can see this was created by the Dart team itself. If you see over here, Dart team themselves created it, but they shipped it as a package, not present in Dartpad only or in Dart only, because not everyone wants to use it, and Dart's size will increase if they have unnecessary code like HTTP, which not everyone wants to use. But anyways, coming back to this point of this app, we're going to use this HTTP package that we have to send API requests. And we want to send an API request to jasonplaceholder.com/users. Now, how do we use this? And first of all, I've still not cleared why do we need packages. We need packages because, well, obviously we can send API requests from Dart itself, but that would include using elements which are really low level. By low level, I mean things that, you won't be able to understand because, well, even I don't understand them. It's for experienced developers who can simplify this for us, giving us a very usable format in the format that, people like me and you can understand. Obviously, once you have enough experience, you can develop your own package like HTTP. That probably would not be a big deal for you. But as of now, I don't think either you or me is able to do this. So anyways, you can see this using tab. The easiest way to use this library is via the top level functions. We have something known as URI, which is Uniform Resource Identifier. Then we have http.post. So we are using something known as HTTP. We are posting it. And that's it. But we are not going to dive into APIs here because all of this are basic concepts related to APIs. And HTTP, the way internet works. I'm not going to dive into it because, well, I want to cover futures, not API. This is not an API course. But basically, to use it, first we need to make sure that we can add HTTP in our Dart program. So if you're using a code editor and you have Dart installed on your machine, you would have to go ahead in a file called as pubspec.yaml and then take this Dart, copy it, and add it to the pubspec.yaml like this. Then when you save it, it will run something known as Dart pub add or something like that. And then you'll be able to use HTTP in your apps. But we are not using code editor. We are using Dartpad. What can we do in Dartpad? We don't have anything like pubspec.yaml file. In fact, we don't have any files at all. So Dartpad is very good with this stuff. It has a built-in support for these packages. So all we need to do is call import. So import helps us to import other files. It can be files related to your program. We'll see that when we get in the Flutter course, where we are going to install Flutter, run Flutter, and that will contain all the imports of our own files and of packages like HTTP and many more that we are going to use. And I would just like to mention again that it's fine to use packages that are created by someone else because that reduces our work easily, like much more. You wouldn't want to write your own implementation of these API requests because that can be very time consuming. You're trying to create an application, right? And if you want to create an application or a program, let's just avoid all of the extra stuff that we need to do. Let's just go ahead and use this package. So anyways, coming back to this, we have import and then we have to import this. With this import, you cannot only import Dart packages, but you can also import your own files that you've created so that you can use classes from there or let's say functions from there. You can do that. But we want to import Dart HTTP, right? And this is how we do it. It's written over here. It's mentioned in their documentation. So we need package :http/http.dart. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this thing over here. Great. Now it's not giving me an error, but it's just saying unused import. We have not used this HTTP package anywhere. So let's use it. But as you can see over here, we have as HTTP as well. What is this as HTTP? Well, basically, let's get rid of a few things now. So let's comment this function. Let's remove this thing from here. Let's remove all the calls as well. Now, if I want to get a URL, what I need to do is just call get like this. And it's able to get it. Yeah. The warning from here is gone and it's giving me an error over here because I need to pass some URL. So it wants me to send in some URI, which I can use to, get some data from that function or from that service. And what is my service? jasonplaceholder.typecode.com/users. So I can use this get function, but here they've used as HTTP because People generally don't like to use just get function like this, because your program or your file might have another function which is get like this, and that might create confusion. So you do not know that you're using get, which is this function, or get, which is coming from HTTP. That's why you can suffix it. By suffix, I mean you can add as HTTP, so all the stuff related to HTTP goes in this HTTP variable, or you can say module that you have. Now you can just do http.get like this, and now you can freely create void get, and it won't complain. It won't complain because this void get is different from http.get. If you want to call this get, you can just call get like this. But if you want to call HTTP's get, you can call http.get. So I hope that was clear. That's why they've used as HTTP over there. Basically, in HTTP source code, if you want to inspect it, you can just click over here. It will divert you to something known as GitHub. GitHub is basically containing all the source code related to the package. You can just go to lib http.dart, and this is the exact thing that we are importing. You can see there are lots of import statements over here. There are a lot of export statements, meaning it is exporting certain files, and files contain classes, functions, all of that stuff which we can use. And you can go ahead and see that there's get function defined in this http.dart, and it's not enclosed within any class. If it is not enclosed within any class, it's a global function, just like our main function right here, or our get function right here. And that's why we were able to use just get like we have over here. If it was enclosed in some class, we would have to use, let's say, some class dot get, but that's not the case with HTTP because it's a global function. So I hope you understood this. If you are interested, you can definitely go ahead and check the source code for more. This is like the entire implementation of HTTP plugin. Now let's close this and come over here. Now what does get require? Get requires something known as URI. Let's go ahead and again get to HTTP package, which I closed for some reason. So I'm here, and now it will help me to use the package because I'm new to this package, right? Whatever implementation they have done, they need to guide me through it so that I can use it in my own programs. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy rest of the stuff. What I want to do is not post, because post is basically sending data. I want to get, because I want to get all of this data, right? So to get some data, what can I do? Well, I need to have something like http.get, right? And nothing like that is mentioned in the documentation at least, but we can take some inference from http.post. Usually API elements are similar to each other when they're created by something like Dart or Flutter team themselves, because they know how to, manage all of these things and bring consistency. So we can just have get over here, and this requires uri.https, and then we just need to pass in the domain name, and that's pretty much it, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So we can copy this URL. Let's go ahead and copy it. So we have some URL, and then we have uri.https. Now there are a bunch of other methods that you can use on URI, because URI is a class, like uri.file, uri.http, uri.https, uri.pass. So basically if you pass in, let's say, JSON placeholder.ipcode.com/users, it will parse that and convert it into a URI, and then we can pass it to http.get, because http.get requires a URI. So I think we can either use HTTPS, because JSON placeholder.typecode.com is HTTPS, or we can use uri.pass. Now I could suggest you uri.pass because I've already used HTTP in the past, but let's go ahead and use HTTPS. But obviously you can use HTTPS, and if you want to know more about it, it will tell you. First thing that it needs is authority, then an unencoded path. So what is this thing? Authority is like example.com. You can see that it gives. Example.com is this thing right here. JSON placeholder.typecode.com. Okay, that's fine. I'll enclose it in a string. Now after this, it wants something known as a path. What is a path? Well, in a URL, this thing right here is the main authority, you can say. And this thing right here is a path. If you want to know more, you can just have URL breakdown, then go to images for a good diagrammatic representation. And there we go. We have HTTP, which is the scheme. So in our case, we are using HTTPS because this is HTTPS. Then we have authority, which is example.com, including the port, but we don't care about the port. Port is usually used when you're creating your own server on your own machine, and it allocates a path to the server that is running. And yeah, Dart can be used to create servers as well, but that's a topic for another tutorial, not for this one. Then we have path to the file. Path to the file is basically anything after slash. And then we have parameters, which is question mark and all of that stuff. But let's ignore parameters. We don't care about it right now. We want path. And the path over here is users. So I can just go ahead and pass users like this and we're done. So I can close all of this stuff, pass in the URL over here, and there we go. But what does get returned to us? It returns future response. You can see I don't obviously know what it's going to return, but by seeing the function definition all the time, I get to know that, yeah, this is going to return future response. So that means it is encoded in future and it will return a response to me. So I can just have async over here so that I can await it, or you can just have dot then done. And I will save this in a response. Now this response can be variable or final, but this thing right here cannot be a constant. Why cannot? It cannot be a constant because, as I said, constant is a compile time constant, and http.get and any future is not compile time constant. It is a runtime constant, so we'll have to use final over here. And now if I just try to print response, what do you think it will give me? Well, it is a class response, right? If it is a class response, most likely it is going to give us instance of response, because that's what we've seen for other classes as well, right? And if I run this function, we see instance of response, and you could see console was blank for a second or two because it was fetching data from this server or from this service. But it's giving me instance of response. And since I've used this response earlier, I can just tell you that response is a very big object. What we are interested in is response.body, because response.body will give us this thing right here. Response will give us a bunch of other properties that we don't really care about, like headers, status code. All of this is, we need to care about it, but as of now, we don't care about it, alright? We care about only the body, the thing that it's returning, right? The 10 items that it has. Now I can run it, and there we go. There in my console, I get everything. So if I just put it down, we have this thing right here. So we have successfully fetched some data from an external service using HTTP package, an external dependency. If you just try to do this without it, you won't be able to do it just using all of that stuff. Alright? So this is where HTTP can help us. And as a matter of fact, any Dart package. But yeah, you need to make sure that this is a Dart package, not a Flutter package, to use it in Dartpad. If it is a Flutter package, you cannot use it. And Flutter packages are known as plugins. And Dart packages are known as, well, packages. So anyways, we have all of this data. Now, this API is actually pretty good. You can play along with it by just having user/1. So you're just passing in, let's say, the ID of the user that you want to get. So it just gets you one user. So you can just use that. So in your path, you'll just have user/1. Then when you run it, it will just give you one object over here, one map. It won't give you a list. As you can see, it gives you one object, not a list. And if you hover over this body, it is actually a string. It is not really a map. Why? We want it to be a string like a map, right? And the reason for that is because our HTTP service doesn't know that what URL we have connected to. We just pass it that, yeah, we want to get data from this URL, just do your thing and give me the result. But in reality, it doesn't know. So it's just giving us a string of everything possible so that, we can print it out and do anything that we want. Now, an obvious thing in your mind would be, how can I convert this to a map? This is a string, and if I want to access one particular property on it, like res.body at name, I cannot do this because this thing right here is not allowed on a string. Yes, you can pass in res.body at 0, which would mean that you are telling it to get the first character of this string, and the first character of this string is a curly bracket. So it would just return to you a curly bracket. But you're not really getting any name property or anything. So a valid question is, how do I get the data? And to get all of this data, you have to use another package, but not from pub.dev. It is built into Dart, and that is Dart convert. So we have Dart convert like this, and this will help us to convert string into, let's say, a map. So to do this, I will just call a function which was created by JSON, which was created in the Dart convert package. So whenever you have package, it's most likely that you are referring to an external package, like something from pub.dev or from your own file system only. So from your own program as well, when you have multiple files. So it would be package, the program name that you've passed in, and some file over here. But when you have Dart convert, it most likely means that it's coming from Dart only. So since it's coming from Dart only, you don't have to register in pubspec.yaml file or anything. Now I'm sure it's not very clear to you, but it will get clear when we dive into Flutter and you'll understand it better. So you can just copy this res.body and put it in JSON encode. What is this JSON encode? Well, it's taking an object and returning a string. That means it is encoding the particular body in a JSON format. But that's not our point. We want to, get the JSON out from this, right? So for that, we have JSON decode. And this JSON decode is opposite of JSON encode. JSON encode encodes the JSON. That means it is converting it into a JSON format, and JSON decode is decoding the JSON format in res.body, and this JSON decode returns a dynamic to us. And now you'll be like, hey Revan, you said we cannot use dynamic, but the Dart team itself is using dynamic. How does that work? Well, it works because, we're not absolutely sure that will it return a list, will it return a map? We are not sure. Why? Because when we had users, it was returning a list. But when we have users/1, it is returning a map. How will Dart know what we are trying to return? And that's why it is dynamic. I said there are certain conditions where dynamic is unavoidable, but when you have the chance to avoid it, you must avoid it. So over here, what you can do right now is, just have JSON decode like this. So it's a dynamic, so you can call something like name on it, and it should print Leanne Graham properly, if I've pronounced it correctly. And we have Leanne Graham right over here. So we have successfully got data from an external API, and that data is one element only. So this was about future. Why did we have to use future here? Well, you could see http.get returned a future to us. If we don't have async, await, and the future classes, we won't be able to get data from external services. Not just external services, we cannot use future.delayed or anything, but the primary use case is getting data from external services. Also, sometimes, all of this can result in errors as well. Right now, we were lucky enough to get data, but what if you don't have internet connection? So I'm just going to stop the internet connection, then I'm going to try to run it. Well, it's just giving me an error compiling to JavaScript because Dartpad doesn't run without internet. So I guess I'll have to run the internet. But to showcase this, I'm just going to pass in the incorrect URL over here. I'm just going to pass in use, and nothing like use exists. Alright. So if I just try to do this, it's nothing. And also here, I will misspell JSON placeholder like this. JSON placeholder. That sounds wrong. JSON place HR. Alright. Now we can run it. And you see, we get an exception. Now we know whenever we get an exception, what do we want to do? We want to wrap it in a try and catch block. And the exception here is XML HTTP request error. So to resolve it, we can have try block and a catch block. Whenever we get E, we are just going to print E, let's say .toString or print E, both of them work. And we are going to put both of them inside of this try block. And then when we run it, we should be seeing the exception printing out XML HTTP request but in white color. So we've handled it successfully, and then we can say some unexpected error occurred. And then when we run it, we will be able to see the nice output in console. Now the reason for, some exception like this is not just because you have named this incorrectly or something. This can also be there because the service that we are trying to contact is temporarily unavailable, right? And in that case, we cannot do anything. It's not our fault. It's the service provider's faults, and maybe they're fixing it. So that's why error or exception handling is so difficult. Or so important, not difficult, sorry. It's quite easy, as you can see. And obviously, if you don't want to have a try catch block like this, you can go ahead and not use async await as well. You can just have .then, which will give you the value. So you'll have value like this. Then you can just print value .body, because that will give you a response. And then you can catch an error over here as well. So you have catch error like this. You can catch it like this, and then we have print error. So if you do this, it will work as well, and you will get XML HTTP request error. Perfect. But yeah, one thing to note, if you're using .then, don't use async await. If you're using async await, don't use then, because either of them need to be used. If you use both, it's just showing your lack of concept, because both are essentially doing the same thing, giving us a value out of a future. So now that we've understood future, we've learned quite a lot about futures. Let's get rid of them and learn another thing present in asynchronous programming, which is streams. Alright. So let's dive into streams, and then we'll also understand what is the difference between streams and future. Actually, as a fun exercise, let's just start with what is stream and what is the difference between future and stream. So what exactly is a stream? Stream is basically an asynchronous generator. So it's related to asynchronous programming, just like future, which allows us to produce a sequence of values over time. So you remember how in future, what you had to do was send a request so that you could call a function, and then it gave you some value back. But what if you're creating an app where you want to continuously listen to users' input and, listen if the user changed their name or not? How would you do that in future? You cannot, because you don't know when the user will update the name so that you can send a request to it, right? So that's where streams come in. In stream, you send a request similar to future, but not very similar to future. Why? Because this is not a request. It's a request to subscribe. Basically, you're subscribing to an event over here. And that event is basically telling you, hey, just keep giving me updates. It's like a YouTube channel only, right? If you subscribe to my channel, you'll keep getting updates about my videos, about, community posts and stuff. Over here, if you subscribe to an event, you get updates related to that event. So you just have values returned like this. Alright. So let's say the first time user changes name from Revan to Revan R, then Revan Ranawat. So this is where you would use stream. You cannot possibly use future in this scenario. Why? Because you don't know when the user will change the name. If the user changes name, then only I will send a request so that I get the updated value. So let's see a code example for this. A nice example I can think of is a countdown app. So let's create void countdown, and I can just have, let's say, a for loop where I say for int I is equal to 5, I is greater than 0, I minus minus, and then I will print I. Alright, so what I've done is gone from I is equal to 5, and as long as I is greater than 0, I'm decrementing, right? So I have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 printing out. And then I can just call this function right over here. And then when we run it, we should be seeing 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But as you can see, all of them got printed really quick. I do not want that. What I want is 5 to be present, then 4 should come in after a while, 3 should come in after a while, and so on. So in this case, I can go ahead and use async star like this. Whenever you use async star, you need to have stream. Just like when you put async, it needs to be a future. So in async star, it needs to be a stream like this. But if I just do this and run, it isn't going to return me anything at all. Why? Because, well, this is a stream. So you have a stream of void. And why would you call anything like this, right? If you have a stream, it basically means it's going to return something. Why would you have a stream that doesn't return anything? That doesn't make sense. So to return something from the stream, what can I do? I can just have return I like this. Will that work? No, because this return will only work when you have future or integer or whatever type is there, but it won't work with streams. In stream, instead of return, you need to have yield. Why is the yield written over here? Well, that's because if you search the meaning of yield, it will tell you to produce or provide. That means it is providing me with the value I every single time. And then if you're returning a value, it makes much more sense if we just have integer over here. And then if I try to print it, will it print anything? No. I can tell you this because we've not printed anywhere. How will you print it? You're just returning a value from here. You're basically providing a value from here, but you're not quite printing it. So should I go ahead and print this function? Will that work? If you've guessed no, then perfect. Because you've understood it. You've understood that it's going to return stream of integer. That means it's going to return instance of something, and that is controller stream integer. It's not quite returning me a string. So for it to return stream, we have to probably access some values returned over here. So we can just have countdown dot, and that gives us a bunch of values that are related to controller stream. So we have first, which gives us the first value, and in our first value, we should be getting 5. So let's go ahead and try it out. So we have print like this. And then when we try to run it, it's going to return to us an instance of future int. Why? Because if you hover over this, this returns to us a future. So what can I do? Well, I can just use await over here, and I should be seeing 5 now, right? Because it gives me a future integer. I awaited it, so it gives me an integer. Perfect. But I don't want the first value. I want all the values to be printed. So I'll have to find another method, and you can keep scrolling and you'll find some methods. We can't use isBroadcast is empty because those are Boolean values. We know we want an integer returning listener kind of thing. So we can just keep on searching for it. So we have async map, we have drain, we have all of these functions, but the one I'm listening for is listen, right? Now this listen function gives us stream subscription. What is this stream subscription thing? This stream subscription is a listener on stream and can save a reference to the stream's subscription. This allows us to pause, resume, or cancel the flow of data we receive. This stream subscription also has multiple handlers over here. These things right here are called handlers. It gives us on data handler, so whenever you have data listening, you get, well, a function we can use to handle the data, the incoming data. Then we have a function on error handler, so if there's an error, what should we do? On done handler, where it says if we are done with the stream, what should we do? That means we've got all the values from 5 to 1 and the stream value has stopped. What should I do in that case? So that's what on done is for. And cancel on error. So if there's an error, should we cancel or should we not cancel? By cancel, I mean should the stream continue or should it just stop? So let's go ahead and first let's just pass in the on data handler. And as you can see, on error, on done and cancel on error are in named arguments, but on data is not a named argument. So I can just go ahead and create something like this. And since it's a function, I need to put in a function. But that's not it. Why? Because this is function integer on data. So it's giving me an integer over here. So let's have value over here. And then we can print value like this. And then we should be done because this value will be an integer. Correct? Now if I run it, I get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 instantly. So it's no different from 5 print statements that we have put. So to make a difference, what we are going to do is use await future.delayed seconds 1. So I'm just going to put a delay of 1 second so that the values keep coming after some time. And if you're wondering, hey Rivan, how can you use await over here? Isn't this an async star function? Or isn't this function marked as async star? Well, you're right. This is marked as async star. But as you can see, we have used async over here, and async star is a special type of async, you can say. So we can use await with async star as well. And here it's giving us an error because it expects a duration and I've put seconds 1. So I need to put duration, then seconds 1. A small mistake right there. And then we should be able to run it. And we see 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are done. So as you can see, stream gave us this output. And this was really cool. And for fun, what I'm going to do here is also have on done. But on done cannot be just like this because this is a named argument. And you might ask, why is this a named argument? Couldn't they just put everything as positional argument? And you're right, but it can cause a lot of confusion because, well, this is function on data. Then you have function again, then you have function again, then you have boolean value. So it can cause a little bit of confusion with all these 3 functions over here. So they've kept the first one as on data and then all of them as named arguments. Alright. Now we can also have on error over here. So let's have on error. Now you might wonder, why are these 2 things over here as named arguments? And these 2 things named arguments are there because if we don't want on error to be present, we can't just pass in. Alright. So if I just skip it, yeah, I'm done with on error. I don't want to have any handler on it. I just want there to be a handler on done. Alright. So I'll just have it like this. And I've correctly defined it. Let's have another print statement here. And it says, hey, I completed it. And then when I run it, I get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, I completed it, right? What if I put a print statement after this? So I just print hi over here and then I run it. What will I get in that case? I get hi instantly. Why? Because it's an asynchronous generator. Stream is an asynchronous generator. That means it printed this thing first and then, it continued with its own thing. So this was about the basic of stream. There's much more you can do with stream. For example, stream gives us a bunch of options that we can have. For example, we can have return stream dot, and as you can see, stream gives us a bunch of things we can have. Stream dot periodic, which is like future dot delayed, but a bit different. Why? Because stream.periodic is basically like, hey, in every 1 second, you're just going to put that out. So we are just going to have stream.periodic. And now you'll say, hey, why are we getting an error over here? As I told you before, when you have stream, you cannot have return. But that was slightly incorrect. Why? It's not because of the stream that I cannot return. It's because of this async star that I cannot return. So if I just remove this async star, I get to use return. Because then I'm just returning a stream, right? I'm finally returning the stream what it wants. But if I have async star, it's basically telling, hey, you've already converted this to a stream. Then you're again trying to return a stream. That doesn't make sense to me. So whenever you have async star, you need to use yield. You cannot use return. But when you remove it, you can return. But it needs to return a stream. Just like, anything else. If we have integer passed in over here instead of stream, and we need to pass in an integer, right? So that way. Now in periodic, what do we want? We want a duration. We want a computation, just like we had for future.delay. But this is going to be a bit different. Why? Because we are going to have seconds 1, and then in our computation, I'm going to return 1, let's say. And it's giving me this error because we are getting some value over here. Alright, now instead of returning 1, we can just return the value. And let's run it and see what we get. So we get 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it didn't stop here because we have not set any constraints. And it's just returning to me periodically after every 1 second the value. And this value is basically like, hey, we are calling this once, we are calling this second time, we are calling this function third time, we are calling this function fourth time, and it will keep on returning. So that's what a stream is. And this is what stream.periodic is. Now, of course, a valid question over here is, Revan, how do I stop? And to be honest, I'm not sure. There might be a way to stop this, but I'm not very sure about it because there's another approach I would take to stop it, and that's using a controller. So as of now, I'm just going to restart the Dart pad so that the console, stops its work and I can just focus on my coding. And right now, the other way I was talking about is creating something known as a stream controller. What is a stream controller? Well, let's break the word down. We have stream controller. This is basically a controller of a stream. So with this controller, you can automatically create a stream. You can add the values to the stream. For example, I can just use the stream controller and add values from any function I want. But yeah, this stream controller's instance should be passed down. I'll give you an example for it, a really nice example. But for now, stream controller is basically a thing that can control your stream by providing methods to add some values to a stream, cancel the stream, pause the stream, whatever. Just like we have stream controller on this, the instance of stream controller, we have this. So that allows us to do whatever we want. Now I can just have final controller, which is equal to stream controller, and I'm just going to go ahead and instantiate this. But the stream controller is not defined. It's saying that. Why? Because the stream controller is not manually present here. We need to import a Dart library, a library that was created by Dart themselves, a package, you can say. So we can have import Dart async right here. Okay, so it's coming from Dart themselves, and when we have Dart async, we get access to stream controller. Now we can use this controller to have the properties we want. So it can be controller dot, and as you can see, it has multiple options, dot done, dot has listener. So this is also a boolean value. Is closed is also there. Is paused is also there. On cancel. So what happens when you cancel the stream or the stream has been cancelled? On listen. So we already know it's similar to this on listen function, but the difference is this listen values listen for any error or it listens for any value, but this on listen is basically called whenever the stream is listened to, right? It's started listening to. So we have on pause. So what to do if the stream gets paused? On resume, sync. Now this is a new concept and a very important one. Stream, which is basically returning us a stream of this. And as you can see, it returns to us a stream of dynamic instead of a stream of integer, which is what I want. Why? Because the stream controller requires a generic type to be mentioned over here. We've already seen that we can pass generic operators or generic types to a class. And that's exactly what stream controller wants over here. Otherwise, how will it know what is the stream of? And now if you come over here, this is now of the type stream integer. So when you do dot stream, it gives you a stream value from this controller. Then you have a bunch of other properties, but we have sync over here. What is this sync? This sync gives us a bunch of properties or a bunch of functions, you can say. It gives us add, which allows us to add a particular value to this stream. Add error, which allows us to add any error if we want. We can add another stream over here. We can close this sync so we stop listening to everything. We can convert it to a string and we have done. It will give you a complete value. Alright, so if you have controller.sync.add, let's say a value 1, a value 2, a value 3, a value 4 and a value 5, done will just give us a future of that value. So the entire thing that we get, the bunch of values that we get, we will get them in this future dynamic get done. So anyways, let's get back to sync, and I just want to add a value to this sync, which will be 1. And now if I just have controller dot, I again get a bunch of properties on this, and what I want to do here is controller dot stream. So I just want to get access to its stream, and then I want to listen to it, and this will give me some value. I can just print it and I'll have the value printed out like this. And it's not on listen, it's just listen. Don't confuse that. On listen is called whenever you start listening to a stream, but here you want to listen, so you'll have this, and then when we run it, we should have 2 streams that are going on. This one is 1. Alright, so this stream's work, and then we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that will continuously keep moving. So this was controller. Now there's so much more you can do with a controller. Let's remove the stream completely and let's call countdown over here, obviously. And we are just going to put a void over here. We don't want to do anything fancy. We have our stream controller. We are just going to be satisfied with it. Now I can just have more values added over here. So I'll have add 2, 3, 4, 5. And now if I run it again, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. Great. Instead of just adding some values over here, what I'm going to do is add an error as well. So I'll have add error like this. And then I'm going to return an error. And the error can be a string because it allows me to add an object. And then it should say, hey, error. That's our error message. Quite good. Now if I return it, you see we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then an uncaught error, hey error. To resolve this, we can add on error property over here, which gives us error, and now I can just print the error right over here. Cool. So if I run it, I should be seeing hey error right here. Perfect. So with this controller, I get more access to it. I can add errors, I can add values, I can do bunch of stuff over here. For example, I can also do controller dot sync dot, and then I can add another stream. I can close it. So if I just close it, will the error get printed? Let's see. So if I run it, we get uncaught error, cannot add event after closing. So as you could see, even though we closed, we are adding an error. That's why it gave us this exception. So to resolve it, we can either put this in a try and catch block, that would work as well, or you can just resolve your error and that's done. But yeah, one thing I'd like to mention, that whenever you're done adding values, it's always good to close your stream controllers syncs over here. Also make sure to close your stream. So you will have controller dot close. So make sure to close the controller as well and to close the sync as well. It's always a good thing to do so. So this was about streams. There are lots and lots of things in streams as well, but I'm not covering all of them because I just wanted to let you know the basics, and other stuff is not generally used by 99% of the developers, only the 1% use it. For example, there's stream transformer. I've never used it in any of the app I've built for myself or for client. So I don't know why you would use it, and I don't want to confuse you any further. Whenever you want to use it, you'll definitely know by yourself. We can also create records on our own. So to create a record, we just create a normal variable, then set it equal to the normal parenthesis, which is the standard type for a record. Then we pass in the values. So we have 4.5 for a double, a string, and then a boolean and integer value. Now if we just try to print this record and run it, we get the correct values. And we can access them using $1, $2, $3, $4. One thing to note is that these records are immutable. And these $2, $1, $3, $4 that we are getting are getters. And the records don't have any setters because they are immutable. So that just means we cannot do records $2 equal to some value, because the error message says the setter isn't defined. So we only have a getter. Other than this, we can also define named arguments for these records. So we can just have greeting here and let's say is adult here. If we print it, we get that, and if we go to records, we get double and integer, which is 4.5 and 2, then the named arguments. And if we do records dot, we see $1 and $2, which stands for 4.5 and 2, greeting, and then is adult. Also, these records are type safe. That means if I change this to var and then do records equal to, let's say 2.0, then I pass in false, then I say greeting is hi and is adult is false, then here I get an error. The reason for this is I've passed the correct data type at first, which is double, but then I've passed in a boolean value. It shouldn't be a boolean value, it should actually be an integer. So if I pass in an integer, the error goes away, which means it's type safe, just like other variables in Dart. We can also make these records nullable. So if we just define it like this, double and integer, then we put a question mark just to show that it's nullable, and then give it a name. So let's pass in name equal to 4.52, then print the name, then I set name is equal to null, and then print name again. Let's see what we get. So you see, at first we get 4.5, 2, and then we get null. And the last thing that I want to show you in records is the equality of records. So if we have a record that looks like this, int, and int, then it has the variable name of point, and that is equal to 1, 2, 3 for x, y, z respectively. And then if we have another record that is similar to the first record, but instead of having X here, we have A, and here, since this one was A, this will be A as well instead of X, and everything else is similar. And then if we do point is equal to color, you see we get an error. This is because Dart considers both of these variables different from each other. For a record to be equal to another record, all the fields should be matching here. So if I just change this back to X and then I'll have to change this to X as well, now we see point is equal to color. You can however change the values over here, so we have 5, 10 and let's say 12. You can do that, but these arguments should be the same for both of them to be comparable or assignable together. Records are real values. You can store them in variables, pass them to and from functions, and store them in lists. There's more to patterns. So suppose we have a list like this. So to get access to these elements, what we do is list at 0 or list at 1 or list at 2. But with records, that's not necessary. What we can do here is just put a, b, c inside a square bracket, just imitating this list, and set it equal to this list. So let's see what we get here. We can print it out like this, and we see 1, 2 and 3. But what if we have more elements than just 1, 2, 3? What if we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as well? Now if we try to run it, we are going to get an error, right? Because we have 9 elements and we are just assigning to 3 of them. To resolve this error, what we can do is just have ... at the end. Now if we have that, the error is resolved and ABC contain the value 1, 2, 3. And the rest are contained in these 3 dots. But what if I want 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 as a separate independent array? We can get that as well by just doing D, putting a D after these 3 dots, and then having $D like this. Now if I run this, we have 1, 2, 3, which is ABC, and D is a separate array because ... gave it access to the remaining elements. And obviously if the second element here doesn't matter to you, you can put an underscore here, so it will neglect that value, and this underscore isn't a variable. So if you just try to do underscore, it will come undefined. Now what if instead of a list, we have access to a JSON or a map? So if we have access to this, we are used to printing the values like this: JSON user ID, then running it, and then we get the user ID. With Dart 3, this can become much more simpler. With Dart 3, what you can do is just have final followed by user ID, then the name of the variable, let's call it user ID again, title, and then again pass in the name of the variable. So we have title, and set it equal to JSON. Now if we try to print user ID and title, let's see what we get. And as expected, we get the user ID as 1 and the title as this thing right here. So we have destructured this successfully as well. We have a map, we've passed in the field name over here, then assigned a variable name to this, which is user ID, then we can use this user ID anywhere we want. Then we have title, and then we've assigned a variable name to it as well and passed it over here. If you want to do it for body, you can again pass body here and whatever the name should be, let's call it B, and you can pass print B to it and run it, and you'll get the desired output. Doing stuff like this can often be error prone. So for this, it's recommended to put an if condition. And to follow the syntax, there's a special type of if condition that was introduced in Dart 3. So we have if JSON, which is the name of the map that we have used to get our values, case, which is now a keyword, then this part right here, the mapping that we have done. If this is the case, then it means we are successful with our mapping. And here you will see we are getting errors. The reason for that is we have not put final here, and we cannot put that in an if condition. So here what we can do is pass string user ID, string title, and string B. this will actually be an integer, but let's see what we get if we put string over here. And obviously we'll just print stuff out here. So let's copy it, paste it. Then we have an else condition, and in the else condition, let's just remove this. We are going to print out stuff again. Alright, so let's try to run it and see what we get. And you see we are getting incorrect JSON now. Why is that the case? Because we've passed in a string over here and the value retrieved is not string. It means that user ID is now having a type of its own, which is a good thing. So we can just pass in an integer, run it again, and we get the correct output. So just revisiting this if condition again, we just need to put a name of the map we are using to get the values from, in our case JSON, case, and if the case is this, that means user ID is there, which is integer, title, which is string title, and body, which is string body, then it's the correct thing, and then we print it, otherwise it's incorrect JSON. And if we mention the wrong type, we are going to get incorrect JSON. This if condition can also be rewritten in switch. So let's try to write it. If we have switch, JSON, and case is just like this, the same thing here. So we have user ID int user ID, title string title, body string b. Then we are just going to print these stuff out. Otherwise, we have incorrect JSON again. So let's remove this if condition now and run this. We get the same output again. And again, if you misspell anything or do anything wrong here, you'll get incorrect JSON. Now let's try to get elements of a class. So this is the human class we have. The human has name and an age, and here and in the main function we are creating an instance of human class and printing its name and age. And then when we try to run it, we get nice name and 2 as the name and age. That's how we did in Dart 3 and before. But with pattern matching, what you can do is final human, then pass the name of the fields here, name, age with a colon before them, equal to human. And now you can print name and try to run it, and you'll get access to nice name. And similarly for age. So this is pattern matching in Dart for class related stuff. So here you need to mention the name of the class followed by a colon here, then the name of the field, again colon, then the name of the field again, which is equal to human. And you can also pass age here, name here, then try to run it, and we still get the correct output. But if you misspell this like this, suppose name is namey, and then you try to run it, you get a compile time error of course. That name isn't defined for the type human. Since your class name is human and there's no property of name here, you cannot use namey. So you need to pass name here. And if you're wondering why we need to put this colon before the name, that's because we want it to rename. For example, if this is the age property and we want to use ag like this, you can use this. Or if you want name property and want to call it something else, so let's call it something else, and then try to print it, you'll be able to use both of these values. It's kind of like mapping, and it works. So the field is age and you're using the variable name ag, or you have the field name and then you're using something else. But if you want to go ahead with the default one, you can just go ahead by putting colon at the end, or at the start, sorry. So now I have a different example with me. I have a list of items with the elements hi and man. Then I have a switch case where list of items has the case of hi and man, exactly what we have here. And if that's the case, then we are printing dude. If you're in Dart 2 and try to run it, you see we don't get anything. Now if I switch to Dart 3 and then try to run it, you see we are getting access to dude. That means it's able to recognize switch case conditions properly. And we can do this for records, for maps, or whatever we want. Another cool thing we can do here is check for two different elements in a single list. So I can just check here, putting an OR sign, saying if hi is this or hi is this and man is there in the list. If that's the case, then we are going to print dude. Then I'll try to run it and we get the same output. So that means if I put hi in the list of items and then try to run it, I get dude again. So we can put OR conditions here. How it's working is basically if the first element is either hi or hi and the second element is man, or you can also put or man like this or any other thing you want, it will work. Another cool thing you can do with switch cases in Dart 3 is just put a when guard here. So when, and suppose we have int index is equal to 2, and when index is equal to 2, then only it should print dude. So when you try to run it, it spits out dude. So what's happening here is we are checking for the OR conditions and the entire list. Then we are checking when index is 2, then only print dude. Otherwise we can put a default condition, print bruh, and let's shift index to 1, then try to run it. And you see we get bruh. Since index is 1 and index is not equal to 2, so it went to the default condition because this case did not match. So this is extra addition guard that you can add to your switch cases. Another cool thing you can do with switch cases now is use them to assign variables or use them in Flutter itself in the UI code. So just to demonstrate it to you, I'm going to create two variables, page is equal to 0, last page is equal to 1, and then I'm going to have a text where I'm going to use switch case. So I'm going to have switch, then I'm going to pass in page, then after the brace, we don't need to put the case keyword here. Instead, we can just match the conditions. So we have 0, which will be returning, let's say, click here, and then 1, which says click me, and then underscore, which means the default case. So you don't have to write default like this. You can just have underscore, and then we can write none. And there we are. So we have used switch case inside of a variable just to assign it a value. Now if I try to print text and then run it, you see I get click here, which means I'm getting the condition executed when it was 0. Now if I try to use last page, I can run it. I get click me. Now I can also add a when condition if I want. So I'll have when, and then if I try to run it, I get none. Because the last page is 1, but page is not equal to last page, so I get the default case executed. Now if I just make page and last page both 1, then try to run it, I get click me. So I have a problem with Dart now. If I have, let's say, a string, and that string is, let's say, motivation, and that motivation string just says this is a good world, and now what you want to do is in this motivation capitalize this T and keep rest of the string as it is. So I just want this to convert it like this. This is a good word. So I want it to be like this. Now it's easy to change, right? I can just do motivation is equal to motivation at 0. So it catches the T, and then I can call a method on this called to uppercase. So that means it will convert it to an uppercase. So this T will get converted to a capitalized T. But if I just set it to this much, my motivation will become a capitalized T. Rest of the things will disappear. I do not want that. So I'll have to add rest of the string to this. How can I add rest of the string over here? We already know about substring, right? So substring helps us to get certain parts of the string. So definitely substring will help us over here as well. So I can just do motivation dot substring, and then I have to provide a starting value and an optional end value. So my starting value is going to be 1 because substring starts from 0. But I've already passed in the value of 0, which is a capitalized T, and I want rest of this thing. So I'm going to start my substring from 1. So it will include h and the rest of this thing. And if we don't mention the end, it will go till the end of the string, right? So this is my motivation, and I can just go ahead and print motivation over here. And if I do this much, I get this is a good world exactly the way I want it. But if I have hundreds of other functions and everywhere I want this format for my strings. So if I have my name passed in like this, I want my name to be written like this, alright? The first part should be capitalized. Now I can't keep taking this thing over here, copying it and putting it on all the strings. How can I do something that will make sure that I have a function on the string present itself? So I have a function present on this string like we have two uppercase. Now that seems impossible, right? Because this all function two uppercase substring is created by Dart itself. If it is created by Dart itself, how can I change it? I'll have to go to the Dart source code and change it. And obviously Dart won't accept my changes just because I want it in my code. That's why Dart has made this very easy for us. In my code, I can have something known as extensions. With extension, I can specify some code or some function which will get added to the string. Let's see an example. I'll have extension capitalize first letter on string. So this is the syntax for an extension. You have the extension keyword, just name the extension. The extension name doesn't really matter, but just so that you can find it later on and it's easy for you to debug your programs after you write the code, just name it something good. And this should be Pascal case as well. Then you have the on keyword. So it says that this extension and all the methods that you're going to provide in this extension are going to be available on what type. So I've passed in a string. You can also have an integer so that you can use it on integer or on some other types you already know more about it. And then I'm going to have a function created like a normal function. So I'll have string capitalize first letter. Then I can just copy this thing from here, paste it, return it, but I get an error over here. The error says that motivation is not defined, and rightly so. Motivation is defined in this function, not over here. How can I access the value that we get on the string? So for that, we have access to the this keyword. So we just replace motivation with this. This gives us access to the word or the string on which we are calling this method. So we have this at 0, to uppercase, then this dot substring which gives us a warning saying unnecessary qualifier. So we can just remove it and put substring, and that works as well. And now if I just do motivation is equal to motivation dot, you'll see we get access to capitalize first letter function. Earlier this was not present on string, but from now on this will be present on every string we create, not just motivation. So if we just do this and run, we should be seeing the same output. And we see that. But now if I just create another string, let's call it Revan, like this, and then we have name is equal to name dot, we again get access to capitalize first letter, which just shows that this function that we created is accessible on every string we create. And that's very useful for me. So you can create multiple methods in this, and you can create multiple extensions as well. This is a great way to reuse your code and reduce the complexity of your program. I personally like this feature a lot and use it wherever I can. We will use all of the Dart knowledge we have till now, and that will help us quite a lot. Now let's get started by installing Flutter. So to install Flutter, you need to make sure you're on this website, flutter.dev. Then you can click on Docs, install Flutter, and then you'll see a bunch of options to select the operating system on which you want to install Flutter. So if you're on Windows or Linux, you can click either of them, and if you're on Mac, you can click on Mac OS. Now I won't be able to cover the Windows and Linux installation processes because I don't have either of those systems. However, there's one thing I'd like to mention, that if you just click over here, you'll get the entire installation process, and most of it is similar to the installation process on macOS. So we need to get the Flutter SDK, we need to do the Android setup, and if there's anything we can do the Windows setup as well. But one thing you need to do additional is install Git if you haven't already. So for Flutter, you need to have Git pre-installed in your system, so you can click on open a new tab and download the Git installer from here. Depending on your system, you can either install this 32-bit or this, which is 64-bit. After you have the installer, you can double click on it and run it, then follow all the processes the wizard gives you, and then you'll have Git installed in your system. To check if it is installed or not, you can go to your system and just type Git. If you see something like this, it means Git is installed. If it isn't, then you haven't installed Git properly. You need to make sure that it's installed properly. Alright, so let's clear this off. And one last thing to mention over here is when you have the Windows installation process, you cannot do iOS setup because you cannot build apps for iOS from a Windows machine. You can only build apps for Android, web, and Windows from a Windows operating system. You can build for Android, web, and Linux from a Linux operating system. But you cannot build for iOS or Mac OS from Windows or Linux. So that's a point to know. That's why if you see over here, you don't have iOS setup written over here. However, if you come to Windows or Mac OS installation, you'll see iOS setup. Here we have Xcode, which already includes Git, which means we don't have to install Git separately on Mac. Alright, you can see it over here. Flutter uses Git for installation and upgrade. We recommend installing Xcode, which includes Git, but you can also install Git separately. Alright, so we are just going to install it with Xcode. I already have it installed. It doesn't make any difference. But if you don't have Git installed, we'll install it when we install Xcode. So now let's dive into this. So the first part is to get the Flutter SDK. So to get the Flutter SDK, depending on what Mac you have, Intel Mac or Apple Silicon Mac, you can select either of these buttons. Since I'm on an M1 chip, I'm just going to click over here and it will start the installation process for me. On Windows also, the first part is to get the Flutter SDK. You'll get only one button to install the Flutter SDK on Windows. After that, you need to extract the file in the desired location. So you need to make sure one particular folder where you can install it. For me, I already know where I want to do it. So if I go to Finder, press Command Shift G, then just a /, so I go to Macintosh HD, put it in a grid format so that it's better to see. Where I want to install Flutter is Users, Rivan Ranawat, and over here. Alright, so from the root of my laptop, I want to go to Users, Rivan Ranawat, and here I'll have the Flutter folder or extract. So once the installation is complete, which I think is complete, I'll drag it over here. So I'll just open a new Finder, which is Downloads. I'll have Flutter over here. I'll drag it over here in my Rivan Ranawat folder, and there we have Flutter right here. Cool. Now the next step is to add the Flutter tool to our path. Now we can just copy this command, put it in the terminal and run it, and then we'll be able to use Flutter specific commands like Flutter Doctor. But now you can see Flutter command is not found because I've not run this command. And if I run this command, meaning I add Flutter tool to my path, then run it, so it will locate Flutter Doctor, so it will know what Flutter command is. But when I exit the terminal, reopen the terminal again, it will forget the Flutter command because it only sets the path for the current terminal window. It doesn't set it for the entire terminal or for the entire system. It only does for one window. So to permanently add it, we have to click over here, which is permanently updating our path, and follow the steps written over here. So the first step is to determine the path of our clone of the Flutter SDK. So we already know where it is. From the root of our folder, we need to go to the users, Rivan Ranawat, Flutter, bin. So this is our path, alright. Then we need to open or create the RC file for your shell. Then we need to type this command in the terminal. So let's go ahead and copy it. So we have /bin/zsh. Typing this command gives us access to what shell we are using. Are we using bash or are we using Z shell? Since it gives us the output as ZSH, it means we're using Z shell. So I need to edit this part right here. Okay, so I'll just copy it. Then over here, I'm going to type vim, which is kind of like a code editor. So if I just put vim like this, I'll be able to edit out ZSHRC file right here in the vim code editor. I can also type nano instead of vim, followed by $home/.zshrc, and that will open it in nano. But I'm more comfortable with vim, so I'm going to go ahead and use it. Now the final step is to copy this line and paste it over here. So here we need to mention the path of the Flutter get directory. Where is it? It's in users, Rivan Ranawat. So we can backspace over here, but when I try to backspace, you see I just go in the left hand side. It's not actually deleting anything. So to delete it, we have to press X. So it will start erasing stuff. Then you can backspace everything and paste this line right here. Alright. So we have export path is equal to $path $/user/Rivan Ranawat. This is where we have stored, right? /user/Rivan Ranawat/flutter/bin. Alright. Then that's pretty much it. Now we can press enter. Then we can have :w, click on enter, that saves the file. Then we'll have :qa, and we exit vim like this. Now if we run the command again, you'll see we have this line written right over here. That's good. So it has saved it successfully, and we have successfully added it to our path as well. Now we need to run this command so that we refresh the current window to see our changes, if Flutter command is working or not, or we can just open a new terminal window. So I'm just going to close this. I'm going to create a new terminal, and then I need to run this command to verify that the Flutter bin directory is now in our path. So we can run this and we see users Rivan Ranawat's Flutter bin. That's great. Now I can clear this off. Now I need to verify if the Flutter command is working or not. So I'll copy this, paste it over here, and there we go. This gives us the location of our Flutter folder. This is where it's located, right? Users Rivan Ranawat Flutter bin Flutter, right? This thing right here. So we have successfully installed Flutter to our system. If you're on Windows, after updating your path, which is mentioned in the documentation, you should be able to run which Flutter command and see the correct output. If you do, that means Flutter installed successfully. Now we can just run the Flutter doctor command, which gives us a list of things now that we need to focus on. And Flutter doctor gives me a list of things. So it's kind of like a real doctor. It tells you what all is not there, what all is missing, and this is what you need to do. So the Flutter is installed. We are on 3.10.5, which is the latest version as of June 21. Now the next step is to install Android related stuff. You can see that over here, Android setup. Then we need to work on Xcode. So we develop for iOS and macOS. And after that, we are basically done with everything. Android Studio is related to Android related stuff. So we'll have all of those working. So let's get to the Android setup, not wasting any more time, and just start installing Android Studio as well. So Android Studio is helping us to build native Android applications. So you can use Kotlin or Java and start preparing your apps in Android Studio as well. So we need to install this as well. So we'll just open it in a new tab. and we'll click on download Android Studio. We have read the terms and conditions and we have the Apple chip, so we'll select that. Now we'll wait for Android Studio to install properly, and after that we need to start Android Studio, go through the Android setup wizard. This will install the latest Android SDK command line tools and Android SDK build tools, which are required by Flutter when developing for Android. So after we do all of that, we again run Flutter Doctor and we see if there's a tick mark over here because we've installed Android Studio. So Android Studio is installed successfully. Let's double click on this DMG file. Let's transfer it to applications. And Android Studio is transferred to applications now. We can also put this installer in bin. If you want, you can also go ahead and put this in bin, which is another installer. Then we can go to applications. Let's go to Android Studio, double click over here. Then it asks us if it is downloaded from internet and if we trust it. So we'll just click on open again. We are not going to import any Android Studio settings. So we'll just click on OK. Maybe we can send usage statistics to Google. We can click on next. Choose the type of setup you want for Android. So we have not installed anything earlier, so we'll just go ahead with the standard one. We'll click on next. Select the UI theme you want. Let's go ahead with Darkula. Then these are the extra things that will install: emulator, build tools, all of that stuff. We'll click on next. Then licenses for everything. We'll click on accept. We'll come over here. Except for this one as well. Then we'll click on finish. It will start downloading the components for this. So all the components have now been installed. We can click on finish and we have Android Studio right here. We don't want to do anything with it. We are just going to close it. We'll close this as well. Now let's again run Flutter Doctor and see if there's anything we're missing now. As you can see over here, Android Studio is already installed now. So that was successful. Now Android related stuff, two things are required. We need the command line tools component. So for that, we are again going to run Android Studio. Then we are going to go to more actions, SDK manager. Then we are going to search for SDK tools. Then we have Android SDK command line tools right here. We'll click over there and then click on OK. Click on OK over here. That will install it and we are done. So we can close this. Let's again run Flutter Doctor command. And you see that issue is resolved now. We now only need to accept the Android licenses that we haven't. So we can run this command and it will do that. We just need to put it in the same line and run it and then it works. Alright. So yeah, we'll review the licenses that have not been accepted. Then we'll click yes, yes, yes. And there we go. So we have accepted all the licenses. So I hope everything is working fine for Android now. So we'll run Flutter Doctor and everything related to Android is also fixed now. Now the last step is Xcode, develop for iOS and macOS. So the final step that's required is for Xcode. So we need to develop for iOS and macOS. We can do that by going to the App Store and installing Xcode or just going to the web download. I'll go to the App Store and install it. So I'll wait for Xcode to install and then we can focus on the stuff that's mentioned later on. So I'll see you when Xcode is installed completely on the system. Alright, so Xcode has installed on our system. I'll just click on open here. So we like to build for macOS and iOS. So I'm just going to click on install here. I'll have to enter my password and then it will start installing additional components. After that, we need to configure the Xcode command lines tools to use the newly installed version of Xcode. So we can just copy this line. Then click on enter. Again, we'll have to enter a password over here and we're done. Then we can again run this command, paste it. So this is great. I think we've configured Xcode for now. One last command is left, which is this sudo xcode build license. We'll press space for more. And then we just need to type agree to say that we are agreeing, and we're done. Now we can clear this off, run flutter doctor and see if it is done properly or not. So one issue from Xcode is gone. Now we just need to install CocoaPod, which is not installed. So to install it, we can just go to their guide, the link that is mentioned over here, paste it. And to install CocoaPod, we just need to run this command, sudo gem install CocoaPods. So we have installed CocoaPods. Now we can again run the flutter doctor command. And as you can see, no issues found. That means the entire Flutter installation is successful. So if you've covered this part and everything works fine, it's all good. Now the last step is to install VS Code. So if you just type in VS Code install, you'll see this website, code.visualstudio.com. So this is basically our code editor. This is where we are going to write our code, type it all out. In the Dart course, we had used dartpad.dev. Now we don't need to use that anymore. We are going to write on our system only. So we are going to use our PC. And here we have Visual Studio Code that will help us to, debug, write our code. It will help us in basically everything. So you can install it according to your platform again. I'm just going to go ahead with the Apple Silicon zip file, and it will start installing it for me. After I have VS Code installed, I'll just start creating a Flutter project, and we'll create our first app, that is the currency converter app. So VS Code is now installed. You can see it in downloads. I'm just going to click on the small search icon over here. So it shows that Visual Studio Code is in the download. I'm just going to drag this to the applications tab because VS Code is an application. Then double click on it. Then click on open. And we have VS Code right here. I'm going to browse the color themes and select which one I prefer. I don't prefer the dark high contrast. It looks very weird in my opinion. Obviously not light modern color. We can use this one, or you can go ahead look for more themes. So now that we have Visual Studio Code installed, let's go ahead and open it. So I'll have Visual Studio Code typed like this and open it. So we see a welcome tab over here. We can close this welcome tab and explore what all is there in the VS Code tab. As of now, there's no project here, so it looks very empty. But we'll create a Flutter project, open it in VS Code, and that will look much better. But as of now, let's just take a look at the blank and empty VS Code. So the first tab that we have here is the Explorer tab. The Explorer tab helps us to view the files and the subfolders present in a folder. So if we have a Flutter project, it will have many folders and files of our application. We can see all of them over here. The second one is the search tab. In the search tab, you can find a specific word from multiple files and multiple folders. So if you want to search just one word or just one function name, you can type it over here and it will output all the files that contain that function name. Then we have the source control tab. Remember Git that we installed. This is not the tab we are going to look at because that's a separate world of its own. I'll be releasing a separate tutorial on source control with Git, so you don't have to worry about it for now. The next one is run and debug. This is a place where you can run and debug your applications. And the final tab we see here is the extensions tab. The extensions tab allow us to add additional features to our code editor. So we'll be installing a bunch of extensions so that our Flutter code looks better and we have an increased productivity in our coding. But for now, I'm not going to install anything. I'll install all of the extensions one by one so that you see the difference of using an extension and not using an extension. Then here we have the errors and warnings tab. So it tells us what errors and warnings there are. And when you click on it, it opens a separate window of its own. Here we see problems. So it will output any problems that are present in our application. So it can be a warning or an error. So in Dartpad, you remember how we saw warnings that a variable wasn't used, or an error which said, like when we had print statement and we put in 2 to 3 arguments, it said you cannot pass 2 to 3 arguments to a print function. All those kind of errors can be seen from here in one particular place. Then we have output, so it will output anything we want. Then we have debug console, so whenever you run your application, all the print statements and everything can be seen over here. How is output different from debug console then? Output will basically tell you more about the project as a whole. For example, whenever you add an external dependency, so remember in our Dart code we had put an HTTP dependency. Whenever we add it to our Flutter project, it will show all the dependencies present in our application in the output here. And debug console basically tells us what is happening when we are running the application. Then we have the terminal. So this is an inbuilt terminal. This terminal that we had right over here, that is an external terminal, meaning it is coming from the system itself. This is coming from VS Code. So we can eliminate using this terminal right here, and we can just start using integrated terminal all the time. That makes sense? And you can add as many terminals as you want by clicking on the plus button over here and delete whenever you want to delete it. Then if you close the close tab, it will just close this window right here. Then we have the feedback option and the notifications tab over here. So we can come back to Explorer. Now the next step is to create a Flutter project. And the first project that we are going to create is a currency converter application. So to create a Flutter project, there are again 2 steps you can take. You can open up your terminal from here or from the VS Code terminal. Now to open VS Code's integrated terminal, you can press Command J if you're on Mac, and that will open the terminal right over here. Okay, and you can again press Command J to hide it, or you can just use the terminal over here. Both of them work. Now to create a Flutter project, first you need to go to the folder where you want to create a Flutter project. I want to go to the desktop folder because that's where I want to create a Flutter project. And after that, I'll run the command flutter create and then the name of the project, which is currency converter. So this will create a Flutter project by the name of currency converter. And then when I click on enter, it creates a project. Please note that when you have Flutter create, you need to put underscore over here in case you want to put a space, because if you just put a space, it won't be allowed. It will give you an error. You can try it for your own. And camel casing is generally not the convention to name a Flutter project. It is generally named like this. So if you have a space, you just use an underscore, just like the Instagram usernames. Now we can just take this folder and drag it over here. And there we go. We have everything related to a Flutter project here. And as you can see, there are multiple folders over here. You can see that in VS Code as well. But there are a few things more that you can see in VS Code, which is .dart tool, which you cannot see it over here, and .idea, which again you cannot see it over here. To see it, you can just press Command Shift full stop and you'll see all the hidden files over here. And again press Command Shift full stop, so you'll stop seeing the hidden files. So VS Code helps us see the hidden files as well. Now let's go over the folders one by one. So Dart tool and .idea is nothing that we should be concerned about. We should be concerned about folders starting from here. So we have Android folder. So it's related to all the Android permissions that might require. So whenever you have an app that wants some permission from Android related stuff, you'll use this folder, and it basically has the entire structure of an Android application, a native Android application right here. Then we have the iOS folder. This has the structure similar to an iOS folder. Whenever you want to give any extra permission, you'll have to open this iOS folder in Xcode and you can give your permissions that are required. Then we have the lib folder, the most important folder in our Flutter project. This is where you're going to write all your Dart code. And here we have just one file, which is the main.dart file. And as you can see, this might look familiar, void main function. And this has a .dart extension, which basically means that this is a Dart file. And if this is a Dart file, we already know main function is where the application begins. So this is the starting point of our app. And the lib folder is where you're going to install or add more of your files and build your entire application. Then we have the Linux, Mac OS folder similar to the Android and iOS folder. If you want to give any permissions, you'll give them over here for Linux and Mac OS. Then we have the test folder. Test folder is related to the testing of our app. By testing, I do not mean like a normal user testing it. When a user uses their phone and uses the app, that's not called testing. I'm talking about automated testing, meaning you just write a bunch of code so that you confirm that this piece of code is working. It won't make sense now, but after you've built a few applications, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Then we have the web folder. Web folder contains all the assets, the index.html file, basically the entire web structure. Then we have the Windows as well. Then we have getignore, which is related to source control. So whenever you have to upload to something known as GitHub, you'll need this getignore files, which ignores all the unnecessary files in our project. Then we have metadata. And as you can see, it already tells us this file tracks properties of this Flutter project. It's nothing we should be concerned about, so we can just skip this part. Then we have analysis options.yaml. You remember the warnings and errors we used to get? We can configure such that we get more specific errors or warnings in our Flutter project. Then we have currency converter.iml, nothing we should be concerned about. Then we have pubspec.log and pubspec.yaml. So pubspec.yaml consists of all the details of our Flutter project. For example, the name of the project, the description of the project. Then this line, which is related to pub.dev. You remember the site where we went to install HTTP plugin. So if we create our own Dart project and we want to publish it to pub.dev, then we need to remove this line. If you're only building a Flutter app and that is not to be published on pub.dev, we can keep this line. Then we have the version number of our Flutter project or the Flutter app. So if you've ever noticed, every application has a version attached to it. So if you just click on an app and go to its app info, you'll see the version for it. For example, the WhatsApp version as of now is 2.23.11.77. That's what this version number allows us to do. It allows us to upload to App Store, Play Store and all the other stores without creating the confusion that two projects are similar or the same. So you can have unique versions every time you upload to App Store or Play Store. Then we have environment. So this tells us the Flutter SDK we'll be using in this project, and the SDK we are using is basically greater than or equal to 3.0.5 but less than 4.0.0. So you can use anything from Flutter 3 to Flutter 4 over here and it will obey all the rules. You can also decrease your SDK. So you can just put 2 over here and it can be less than 3. So it will follow all the rules related to Flutter 2 to Flutter 3. But obviously you need to make sure that you have Flutter 2 installed for that. But it's always good to stay on the latest SDK, not on the previous SDK, because you need to keep up with the advancements in your framework, right? If we have Flutter, we always need to make sure that we are updated to it so that we can use all its latest features. Then we have the dependencies tab, and in the dependency, the first one we have is Flutter, which is coming from the Flutter SDK itself. And we have the Cupertino icons. The Cupertino icons dependency can be found on pub.dev, but it basically allows us to use iOS styled icons. Cupertino everywhere in our Flutter code is going to relate to the iOS part. So if we have Cupertino icons, we have iOS styled icons. Then we have dev dependencies. We already know what dependencies are. We have already installed a dependency in our Dartpad, which was the HTTP plugin or the HTTP package. In dev dependencies, we have dependencies related to the developer. So if developer needs anything that will help the developer to, write code and increase productivity, they can use that. But it doesn't affect the user behavior at all. Okay. So whatever you have over here is just related to the developer having a better environment. And here we have the Flutter lints package, and the Flutter lints package is connected to the analysis option.yaml, which is our linter. You can see include package flutter lints flutter.yaml. I know this might not make sense, but we are just starting right now. As we move ahead, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Then we have Flutter, which says uses material design to true. Then we have something related to assets. We'll get into it. Then we have something related to fonts as well. We'll get into it. And that's pretty much all about pubspec.yaml. Pubspec.lock, on the other hand, contains all the packages that we might have installed and keeps a track of the version number, the description, from where it came, everything. And at last we have the readme.md. So if you want anyone to read your project and you have certain guidelines to follow, you can have a readme over here which tells everything about it. And if you click on this icon, all of this text over here translates to this. This is what .md represents. MD is short for markdown. So whenever you have hashtag like this, it thinks this is an H1 kind of title, a bigger title. Then you have a normal text. Then you have two hashtags, which is a smaller header. Then you have smaller text. Then you have links and all of that stuff. So this basically allows any other engineer working on your project to read more about it and understand how to contribute and all of that stuff. So we can close this and we have toured the entire Flutter project. Now let's go to the main.dart file, which is where we are going to be 90% of the times. Not in the main.dart file, but in the lib folder in general. We can create more Dart files, we can do more things, and 95% of the times you're just going to stay in this lib folder and not move out of it, because this is where the entire Flutter project is cooked. So yeah, this is where we have main.dart file. Now what I want to do is, there's a bunch of code written here by default. I just want to run it. But even before running, there are a few things I want to do. For example, you might not be able to see this font. So I just want to increase the font size over here. To increase it, I'm going to press Command Shift P, Settings, then click on Open Settings, click on Text Editor over here, click on Font, and here I can increase my font size. So my font size can be, let's say, 20. Click on Enter, come over here, and it zoomed in a little bit too much. So I think I'm going to go ahead with 18. This is better, but what about 17? I think 18 works well for me, and I hope you're also able to see this. I'm also going to put this panel like this so that my code gets more space, and that looks cool. Now another problem that I have here is the highlighting part. By highlighting, I mean I just don't want my code editor to look blue, white, and just orange. I want more colors to be present. If you take a look at Dartpad, you'll see extension, which was the keyword, is in green. Extension name is in orange color. On is again a keyword, so green. A data type, so it's in white color. Again, a data type's white color. Function or a variable name is in blue color. So I want a similar kind of highlighting to be present so that it's easy for me to distinguish between Dart stuff and Flutter stuff. Alright. So for that, I can again press Command Shift P, type preferences, and I'll find something like color theme over here. I just need to click it and change the theme over here. So if I change the theme to dark plus, you see there is a color change over here. Now it's no longer just white and blue, it has multiple colors over here. Blue is a keyword, a class name has green color, again this is a keyword, widget is a class, build is a function, so it has all of the proper highlighting that I wanted. Now the next step is to run the default code that is provided by Flutter and just take a look at how Flutter looks when it just creates a project for us and we do absolutely nothing. So for this, how can we run? Well, we can just go to the run tab, run without debugging, and it tells us that we don't have an extension for debugging Dart. Should we find a Dart extension in the marketplace? You can click over here, but I'm just going to click on a cancel because I know what to do. It's not the Dart extension that we are looking for. We are looking for something related to Flutter. VS Code tells that because we are in a Dart file, it doesn't know that we are running a Flutter related project. So we don't need to find an extension specific to Dart. We need to find an extension specific to Flutter. So we'll go to the extensions tab over here, type Flutter, click on enter, and it gives us the extension Flutter, which is provided by the Dart team or the Google team itself. We can just click on install over here. And what this will do is basically provide us with a set of tools which will allow us to edit, refactor, run, and debug our applications. And when we install the Flutter extension, another extension that we get by default is the Dart extension because Flutter included Dart. So it only makes sense to include the Dart extension as well. Now we can come over here, close this extension, go to the main.dart file, and you see we have a new bulb icon showing up here. Then we have run debug profile, 3 buttons right here. On the right hand side, we have devices showing up where we can select from macOS, Chrome, iOS emulator or Pixel emulator, which is the Android emulator. Since we installed Xcode, we got access to iOS emulator. Since we installed Android Studio, it default created the Pixel emulator. If you don't see Pixel emulator over here, you can just go ahead and create your own Android emulator. Alright. And if you see an error like this, what you need to do is just go to Android Studio right here, click on more actions, virtual device manager, and click on create a device, select the phone that you want from here, let's say Pixel 4 XL, or let's go ahead with Pixel 6. Then we click on next. We'll use the API 34, the default one. If you want to change the API, so let's say you want to use Android R, Android S, whatever, you can use that. I'm going to go ahead with the API 34. Click on next. Then we have Pixel 6 API 34. All the default options. If you want, you can change the Android advanced settings as well, where you can change the RAM, the virtual memory heap, the internal storage. So we can change the internal storage to GB and let's say 550 GB, whatever you want. I'm just kidding. Just have 20 GB like this. Then click on finish and that creates an emulator for you. If you want to run it, you can just click on this launch icon, or you can just come over here and you'll see the Pixel 6 API 34 emulator seen over here. And if you want to remove the default Pixel emulator that it created for you, you can go ahead and click on these 3 options, delete, and it will delete it for you. So let's delete it. We only want to keep just one emulator over here. And if we again go to the devices, the device is no longer there. There's just Pixel 6 API 34. So let's go ahead and run the project. So where do we want to run it? Well, we want to run it on, let's say, Chrome. So we'll select the Chrome device over here. Then we'll click on run and it will start running it for you. You see there are a bunch of things that happened here. It opened the debug console, so it is launching lib/main.dart on Chrome in debug mode. So this tells us a thing about Flutter and Dart. By default, it goes to the lib/main.dart file to run the project. So this is the first file to get executed in our Flutter project. Then we have this settings thing right here. It gives us a bunch of settings over here. For example, if you want to pause the debugging, if you want to restart your application, if you want to hot reload your application, if you want to stop it. So if you stop it, this thing right here will get exited. So if you close this, you see the web application is now gone. So again, let's click on run and it will start running it for you. And we also have this search icon, which is widget inspector page. So if you click over here, it doesn't start anything right now. But again, if you click over here, it will open the widget inspector. Widget inspector is a kind of thing that allows you to see how your application is structured. But we'll get to it later on because you don't know what widgets are, right? So let's close this. And there we go. We have our first Flutter app right here. We have this good looking app and this increment button. If I click over here, it just increases this thing right here. So it's a very basic app running on web. If you want to run more apps, you can do it simultaneously. So you can open it and run it on Mac OS. So click on run here, run without debugging, which is another way to run your Flutter apps. You can either do it over here, you can either do it over here, or you can just run the command flutter run. Okay, so that works as well. So let's just click on run over here as well, which opens it on Mac OS. So we have our application running on Chrome and Mac OS both. We can also run 3 apps in one place. So we'll start the iOS simulator first because it's not running in the background like Mac OS and Chrome. So we'll first have to start the simulator. And here we have iPhone 14 Pro Max, which is given to us by Xcode. So it's loading right now. We can also start our Pixel emulator. So we'll just click on this start icon right here and that will launch as well. And as you can see, the Mac OS part is running here. If I just expand this, this is our Mac OS app and this is our web app. Both of them look very similar, right? Almost the same. That is because of Flutter. You can run one code base, so you have a consistent looking UI design on both your Mac OS app and your Windows app. And it works the same way, okay? Nothing is different right here. Now we also have our Pixel emulator and iPhone ready over here, so we can run those as well. And they'll work side by side as well. Just make sure you have the current device selected over here so that you launch it over there. If I want to run it on iPhone, I'll just click on run without debugging with iPhone selected over here. If I want to run Pixel, I'll select Pixel over here and run it. So whatever you select over here and when you click on run over here, that device will be run. I hope that was clear. And if you click over here, there are 4 devices we are connected to and running at the same time. If you press Command J, it opens a terminal. You can go to the debug console. You have Mac OS over here, Chrome right over here, Pixel 6 loading, and iPhone loading as well. Now, I don't like running all of the platforms at the same time because we can lose out on a lot of battery very quickly because we are running on 4 platforms together. What I like to do is run on 2 platforms at the most. So it can be iPhone, Android, iPhone web, depending on where I want to launch it. So if I want to build an app only for Android and iOS, it makes sense to only use Android and iOS at the same time. Or if you're sure that it will have a consistent UI design on both Android and iOS, there will be no changes, you can just run it on one device. If you want to launch your app on all the devices or on all the platforms, then you can just have maybe a web platform and an iOS simulator running. So it really depends on you. If you want your battery to get exhausted very quickly, you can go ahead and run on all the 4 platforms. There's no problem with it. So our iPhone process is almost done. You can see Xcode build done. And it uses the impeller rendering backend. We'll get into what impeller is. But if we just come over here is our iPhone application. And when we click over here, we are able to see the same thing that we saw over here and here. So we are able to run our app on all the platforms. Let's get done with the Android one as well. It is installing a bunch of things. Once it completes installing, it will start running the application, and then we can start designing our currency converter app from scratch. And while Android is being run, let's take a look at a few more things I want to get into. First one is the File Explorer tab over here. It looks very plain, doesn't it? What I want here is certain symbols to be present so that I can distinguish between an iOS folder or a lib folder really quickly. So for that, we have an extension which is called VS Code icons. There are a bunch of VS Code extensions related to file icons, but my favorite one is VS Code icons, which you can click on install and it will bring icons to your file explorer. And here you see, after you install it, it asks you to select a file icon theme, VS Code icons or SETI, which is provided by Visual Studio Code itself. I want VS Code icons because that's better for me. I'll come over here and you see all of my folders now have a unique icon to it. So we have Android, which gives us something similar to Android, build, iOS, so we have Apple logo, lib, Linux, macOS, test, web, Windows. So everything has a different icon to it, so I can distinguish between all of them really quickly, and it just helps me overall. Also, I can see that the Pixel emulator is now working, so I can just come over here and there we go. We have our app showing here as well. So it looks similar on all the platforms. That's the power of using Flutter. So now what I'm going to do is exit from almost all the platforms, just keep one platform on the side so that I have a perspective of what's going on. So I'll close Chrome, I'll close macOS, I'll close Pixel as well. I'll just keep the iPhone on the side. Rest all the things are now gone. I can also close the Android emulator if I want. So I'll just select this, click on Command Q. It will save the state and close the Pixel emulator for us. Awesome. Now we just have the iOS simulator here, and now we can start preparing our currency converter app. So this is where we are going to start writing real Flutter and Dart code. So to begin our work on the currency converter app, what I'm going to do is press Command A so that I select everything present in the main.dart file. Then I'm going to backspace everything and we'll start writing everything from scratch. Yes, we are going to need a lot of components that are already mentioned over here. These are sort of boilerplate code, meaning if you don't have them, your Flutter app won't work properly. So you need to have them, but we'll start writing everything from scratch so that we understand why we need them in the first place. For example, this stateless widget thing, this material app thing, all of those things, right? So let's backspace it. Then, like every Dart program, we need to create a main function because that's our entry point to the Dart program. So what happens is Flutter just searches for main.dart file in lib folder. When it gets main.dart, it searches for the main function in the main.dart file, and then you can see we get these three options to run our app. So now we have a simple Dart program with us. What we need to do is tell Flutter to come into action and start running the app. So how can we do that? To do that, we have a simple function given by the Flutter SDK itself, which is run app, because we want to run the app, right? So we'll pass in run app over here, which is a function coming from some import line like this. So as soon as we had run app over here, it automatically imported this line right here. Now what is this line? Well, let's break this down. We have import, so it's importing some package, some file, some other project, some other folder, and that is the Flutter package. And in Flutter package, it's the material.dart. Now you might say, hey, this line seems very similar to what we had in the Dart section. We had import package http/http.dart. This was the case because we were importing http.dart file from http package. We are doing the same thing over here, but with Flutter. We are importing the material.dart file from the Flutter package. If you're curious how we are importing package Flutter, if you just go to the pubspec.yaml file, dependencies, this is where all the dependencies come in. So anything extra your app depends on that is not related to Dart comes in over here. So we have the Flutter dependency over here. And this is coming from SDK Flutter. Unlike Cupertino_icons, that is coming from pub.dev. Unlike the HTTP package, that was coming from pub.dev. This Flutter is coming from the SDK Flutter. And what is this SDK Flutter? Well, it's the same thing that you installed on your system locally. And it's good to mention SDK Flutter like this and not give any path to it, because the path of the Flutter can change. Maybe you reinstall it somewhere else. So just having SDK Flutter like this is a better thing. So we can close pubspec.yaml file, and when we again come over here, we can see package Flutter is imported, and from there we are importing the material.dart file. Why material.dart file? Because material.dart file gives us many of Flutter's functions, classes, methods that we can use. For example, the runapp file or the runapp function. Because in Dart, we don't have anything like runapp. In Dart, we've already seen we have stuff like string and all of that. Stuff like string, integer, boolean, async keyword, all of this can be used without importing the Flutter library or the Flutter package. But stuff like runapp cannot be run without importing Flutter. Alright? And to import Flutter, you need to have Flutter installed, and you need to make sure that in pubspec.yaml file you have the dependency present. So again, coming back to runapp, so this import line right here is quite important, and you'll see later on how many times this material.dart is used in your Flutter app. It's almost used in every single file you create because it also gives you access to certain widgets or certain UI things, which is quite helpful. So now coming back to the runapp function, what exactly is this runapp function? If you just hover over this, you'll see the definition of this function. It is void runapp, and then it requires a parameter of widget app. So that means runapp is not returning anything, and it requires something known as widget app. And since we don't know what widget is, that is not even a Dart related thing. So that means widget is again something created by Flutter team themselves. It's a thing in Flutter, so it might be a custom class that they created. But we are still not sure. So to understand this, what you can do is press command. So you can click on run app then. And when you click over here, you get dive into the Flutter source code. As you can see over here, users Rivan Ranath Flutter. So I'm going into the Flutter SDK that I installed locally on my system to take a look at this definition and understand what this widget thing is. And as you can see, when I go in the definition, when I hover over widget, it says that it's an abstract class widget. And we already know what abstract classes are. Again, if you want to take a look at the definition of widget, you can press command again and then click on widget, and you'll dive into the source code of abstract class widget. But we are not diving into the Flutter source code now. I just wanted to show this to you. Let's not make things complicated. So now this requires something known as a widget. What is this widget? Widgets are the building blocks of the user interface. They are responsible for describing what the UI should look like. So let's take an example of the counter app over here. If I want to describe that, hey, in my app, I want the header like this, a pink or purple kind of background with some text on it. Then I want some text over here. Then I want a button over here, and on that button, I want this plus type of icon to be displayed. So all of these things are widgets because they describe what my screen, what my user interface is going to look like. So that's exactly what we want to pass to run app. And this widget can be literally any UI component, right? So I can just put in a text which is again provided by Flutter material.dart, and you have to instantiate that text. Text again is a class. If you press command and go to the text definition, you'll see it is a class text. Alright. And also one thing that I didn't mention, please don't change anything over here. If you change anything in the Flutter source code, it will behave differently for you over here, and that can cause a lot of problems. So take this as a read-only file if you just want to take a look at what's going on inside and you're just curious in general. But do not edit it anything at all, because if it stops behaving the way you want it to, you'll have to reinstall everything, and that can be quite a headache unnecessarily. So you can close this now. So now we have the text over here, and that is a widget. So this text requires us to pass in a data. As you can see, whenever we instantiate a class, it tells us what all stuff is required in this text. And the thing that's required over here is string data. And that is a positional argument. That's why we are getting the error over here saying one positional argument expected by text.new but 0 found. We've already seen these kind of errors in the Dart section. So let's pass a string over here and let's call my text hello world. So this string right here is what the text should display, right? If we have a text over here, you have pushed this button this many times. That is a text, right? If that's a text, the string data part is this thing right here. So that's what I've typed in over here, hello world. Then I'll put a semicolon over here, save it. I'll ignore the warning for now. Also, anything in blue underline is a warning. Anything with a red underline is a warning or is an error. Also, anything with blue underline is a warning, and anything with red underline is an error. You can ignore warnings, although you shouldn't, but you cannot ignore errors, because if there's an error, your Flutter app won't build. If there's a warning, your Flutter app can still build, but it's recommended to fix the warnings before moving on. And now when we save it, you see this thing right over here. We get a pop-up saying hot reload completed. What is this hot reload thing? Hot reload is when you have a small UI tweak or some small change made in your code, and then when you save the file, you don't have to restart your entire system over here to see those changes. In hot reload, you can just save your file and it will display the small UI tweaks present in your code. So you don't have to completely restart your app and start everything from scratch. You can just save it and you'll be able to see the small UI tweak. If there's no small UI tweak, then you'll have to restart your app. How do we restart the app? By clicking over here on this restart button. And as you can see, when we restart, we get some different kind of message over here with red background. This is an error. Alright. The red warnings or the red underlines displayed over here were compile time errors. We've already known about that in the Dart section. But these ones are runtime errors. And you can also see runtime errors or compile time errors when you press Command J in the debug console. And you see they've mentioned the problem over here. Now, these error messages also contain the stack trace in the terminal. Over here, you don't see the stack trace. What is stack trace? Stack trace basically allows us to know where in our application the error occurred. Because if our application grows vast, it can be a bit difficult to know, hey, this is where the error occurred, right? So stack trace already tells us, hey, you have a runtime error and this is where it occurred. So that's what text helps me with. And as you can see, the error is the relevant error causing widget was text. Okay, so some error occurred related to text over here. And then you have the exception thrown, this was the stack. And this just goes deep into the framework telling you, hey, this file is where the error occurred. But we don't have to care that much about these lines because it's related to the framework and we'll anyways not be able to understand what's going on. So we can just scroll up and you see the following assertion was thrown building text, hello world. So it's related to this thing only. But to be honest, I don't understand anything that's mentioned over here. But I do understand this thing. No directionality widget found. What does this directionality widget found mean? It is at least legible English, you know. But still, it's quite difficult to understand what's directionality widget with respect to this text widget. Well, the point over here is this text requires you to pass in a direction property. We need to specify the direction property over here because we need to specify the text's position on the screen. Do we want the text to go from left to right, or do we want the text to go from right to left? That's what we want to figure out. Where on the screen should it be? Over here or over here? That's why it was giving us this error. So let's understand how we can fix that. And many a times you can fix the problem by looking at the properties of the particular widget or the particular text class and see if there's a property related to direction to fix it. And the property is text direction, right? And as you can see, this is a named argument. The first thing was a positional argument, and after that we had named arguments that were optional. So we can pass text direction over here. Now you might ask, if text direction is necessary, without text direction it is giving us this error, why don't they make text direction property non-optional as well, just like data, right? If text direction is required in our text property, without it, it is giving us an error. Why do we want text direction to be empty or nullable or optional? The reason for that is most of the times you won't be writing text widget like this over here. You'll be using something known as material app that we are going to look into in just a moment, in just a while, but there direction for text is already defined, so you don't have to define it over there. So it is optional, but as of now, just for me demoing basic Flutter app to you, it's required. So for now, you can blindly just put text direction. It will make much more sense when we have. So as of now, you can just put text direction like this blindly, but later on you'll understand what I'm talking about when we start using material app and those kind of stuff. So we have text direction over here, and this text direction requires text direction. Now, is text direction a class? To understand that, we have to press command and then we can go into the text direction source code, but it tells nothing about text direction. Why? Because this is the constructor. We have to go to the place where text direction is initialized. So we can click over text direction, and here we are, final text direction, which is empty text direction. Now to understand if text direction is a class or not, we hover over this and it tells us it's not a class, it's an enum. So text direction can have a certain limit of values. Now what are those values? You can again click command, so you go to the text direction enum definition, and here it is. And it can have two values, RTL or LTR. And as you can see, it's already defined over here with something known as a documentation comment. This was the third type of comment in Flutter or Dart. In Flutter or Dart. In the Dart course, we saw that there are two types of comments. First one was single line comment, Another one was multi-line comment, and this is a third type of comment, which is the documentation comment. By documentation comment, what happens is whenever I initialize text direction or use text direction and hover over it, you'll see a definition or the description of this text direction property. And somewhere when you scroll, you'll see this thing right here. The text flows from right to left. Example, Arabic, Hebrew. You won't see that over here because this is present inside the enum. But if you see, documentation comments are present over here as well, which is related to the text direction. So if we just go at the top, you'll see a direction in which text flows. Some languages are written from the left to right. So if you come over here, hover over this, you'll see a direction in which text flows. So basically with documentation comments, you'll be able to see some changes over here. Some stuff or description written over here, which is quite nice because then you don't have to Google stuff up and understand what's required. You can just look at the source code and understand what's required. So let's close this, and let's give text direction a value, and that will be text direction dot, and we get auto suggestion. The auto suggestion is LTR or R2L, and values is just a list or containing RTL or LTR. So I'm just going to have LTR because I want it to show up over here, left to right, so it will show up somewhere over here. Then I'll save it. But if I come over here, hot reload doesn't work because this is quite a massive change. So you'll have to restart your entire app and then you'll be able to see hello world over here. We are not able to see it properly, but yeah, it is written over there. Now, if I just mention, let's say 4 exclamation marks, save it, I'm not seeing it again because this is a massive change. So after I restart, I'll be able to see it. But later on, when we start adding material app and we make small UI tweaks, you'll be able to see the great power of hot reload, which is what makes Flutter very different from other frameworks, because many other frameworks don't have the support for hot reload, and it's quite a wonderful feature in my opinion. And now if I press RTL over here instead of LTR and restart the app, I see text over here and my exclamation marks go right in the right. So that was about text and just displaying some stuff up. But now let's get into more complex things, because obviously we don't just want to return a text over here. And for bigger apps, this is not possible. Why? Because simple apps don't just show UI, right? They have many more things going on in the backend. It's not about databases or servers that I'm talking about. Not the backend related stuff. I'm talking about stuff like navigation. By navigation, I mean moving from one page to another. So if I have one page, then I want to move to another page. Bigger apps can do that. For example, YouTube. If I use youtube.com, I see the home page. When I click on a video, I'll go to another page that contains the video player. So bigger apps have multiple pages in them, and moving from one page to another in an app is called navigation. Just like moving from one place to another in real life is known as navigating, right? So bigger apps have support for that, and it can't be done by just using text. We need to use something else, which is known as material app, or it can be Cupertino app. Now we are going to dive into both of them, but before that, we'll have to understand some other concepts. Now, just having a text widget isn't what a real app will look like. It will have one screen of its own, and in that screen there are going to be many components as well. For example, if you just open google.com, it's a very simple looking page, but it has a lot of components here. First of all, it has the header right up at the top, Gmail, images, all of this stuff. Then it has the Google logo over here. Then it has the text field that takes our input. Then it has 2 buttons. Then it has this thing which helps us in translation. Then it has footer, and that too 2 footers, I guess. So it has a lot of components, and in Flutter, every component can be a widget, right? So if you're coming from other frameworks like React, you already know what components are. Whatever UI building block is there. And in Flutter, widgets are components. My point is that this app will grow into something big that will have many components on the screen. So what I want to do is make sure my app is broken down into several smaller widgets so that more engineers can work on it at the same time. Just imagine my entire app present in this function right here. I can do that. It's totally possible. So I can build my entire app, all the widgets, let's say the entire Google Chrome screen, I can build in this function. But do you think that's feasible? Because it will become such a big thing, right? It will have like hundreds and thousands of lines of code, all enclosed within this function. So I obviously want to break it down so that more engineers can work on it together. And when it's broken down, you can allot different files to it, different classes to it, and engineers can work on it at the same time, and it will boost productivity. So that's what I want to do. I want to segregate this text widget in a widget of its own. That won't have any UI change, but it will definitely have a productivity boost for our application. So let's go ahead and create our own custom widget. Not custom widget, but our own widget. And we can do that by creating a class, because widgets at the end of the day are classes. If you press command, go to the text definition, you'll see text is a class as well, and it extends something known as stateless widget to become a widget. So we need to do the same thing. My widget is going to be named as my app, nothing too fancy there, because if I name this as text, then it will be a problem, right? Because then it will get confused. Do you want text from material.dart, the thing that is coming from Flutter, or do you want to use your own text widget that you've created? So better to just name it something else, because there are hundreds of other names you can choose. So you can have my app extending something known as stateless widget. Now what is this stateless widget? Stateless widget, first of all, is a type of a widget. And there are multiple types of widgets. By multiple, I mean 3. First one is stateless widget, which we have seen right now. The second one is a stateful widget. And the third one is inherited widget. So widgets can be broadly classified in these 3 types. Stateless widget and stateful widgets are what we are going to discuss while building the first app. We need to thoroughly understand this. Then the third one, inherited widget, is a more complex topic to understand. So we'll be discussing it in the second and the third app. Alright. So let's remove this for now. And let's just think we have 2 types of widgets here. In terms of UI. Alright. In terms of UI related stuff, there are only 2 widgets. Inherited widget is for something else. So to understand stateless and stateful widget, you need to understand what state is. Alright. So to understand the state, let's take an example of our counter application. What will be the state over here? Well, state refers to any data that will determine how your widget should look like, how it should be rendered, or how it should behave. So this text over here can be a state. The text below it, the 0, is a state. Why? Because these 2 things are data that determine how the widget should render, how it should behave, how it should look like, right? Even this app bar, this button right here determine how the screen will look like, but that's not the definition of state. That's the definition of a widget. State refers to data that will determine how the widget should look like. So these 2 things are data that will determine how the widget will look like, how the screen will look like, and app bar and this button will determine how the screen will look like. They're not really data, right? So these 2 things are data over here. So that's what state is. To shorten the definition, you can say state is some data that your widget will care about, right? Now what is stateless widget? So it is stateless widget. Does this mean it does not have any state at all? No. It's very unlikely that your app does not have any state at all. Your app will usually have states. That's what gives your app meaning, right? If I just remove this 0 from here and this you have pushed the button this many times text from here, do you think this app makes any sense at all? Not really. So your app will have state. It's very unlikely that your app does not have a state. But it just means that your app or your widget will have less state. And by less state, I mean in a stateless widget, the state is immutable. The data is immutable, meaning once the widget is created, it cannot be changed. So suppose this was a stateless widget. It's not really a stateless widget. You'll understand in a moment. But if this was a stateless widget, then this text wouldn't change at all. This text, you have pushed the button this many times, does not change at all. But even this 0 would not change when I click over here. Alright? That's what stateless would do. But stateful does what happens over here. When I click on this button, the state changes. So I hope you understood the difference between stateless and stateful widget. Stateless basically has the state immutable. So the state doesn't change at all. And in stateful, the state can change. It's not immutable, it is mutable. So whenever you want mutable state or state that can change, you'll use stateful widget, otherwise stateless widget. So for now, I've extended my app with status widget. But as soon as I extend with stateless widget, my app gives me an error. It has this red underline which tells it's an error. And you can see the error is missing concrete implementation of stateless widget.build. Why? If I just remove this extend stateless widget, this is a new class, and that's fine, right? But I have to extend it with a stateless widget so that it becomes a widget. I cannot not extend it and put it in run app. I have to extend it. So after I extend it, it gives me this error, meaning stateless widget is telling us to override some functions. And we've seen that before, because at the end of the day, stateless widget is an abstract class. Whenever you extend an abstract class, you need to override its function and redefine its implementation. So what we need to do over here is add @override widget.build, right? Not exactly. Why? Just go to the stateless widget definition, scroll down, and you'll find widget build over here. This is what we need to override. This is what is defined in the abstract class. Now you'll ask, hey, stateless element create element is also defined over here, right? But that's defined with its implementation because stateless widget is extending widget, and widget is basically telling stateless widget to override a method of element create element, which is what the stateless widget is doing. Now if you don't understand this, don't worry for now. You'll understand this later on when we get into widget trees, element trees, and render objects. But for now, don't worry about it if you don't get it. But if you get it, awesome. So basically, the only thing you need to understand as of now is widget build context. This thing needs to be defined. So we can just copy it. We can paste it over here with @override at the top. Then create a function out of it. But this gives us an error. This gives us an error because this is a function, right? We need to define its implementation. Now, to define its implementation, we have to return a widget because this is a function. This function takes a build context and then we need to return a widget from here. So basically we need to return a widget, and that is why it's giving us an error. The error says the body might completely normal, causing null to be returned, but the return type widget is a potentially non-nullable type. If we had widget like this over here, it would have caused no errors. But unfortunately or fortunately, that's not the case. We need to return a widget all the time from a stateless widget. So we can just copy this text right at the top, then return text like this, and the error goes away. Also, now we can just take this my app and put it over here. And make sure you have these parentheses because it's a class, right? You need to instantiate it. And now when you save it and restart your app, you don't see any changes there. But what happened over here is you don't have to continuously build your app in this run app function. You can just pass my app class, and now you can start editing in the my app class. That's what I was talking about. By extending to a stateless widget or a stateful widget, you're just making sure that your app is divided into smaller pieces. If you have your app divided into smaller pieces, many people can work on it together and make more progress. So I hope you understood the purpose of stateless widget, but still we have warnings to fix. We have these blue underlines to fix. So let's go over them one by one, starting with my app. Now, if you hover over this, you'll see constructors for public widgets should have a named key parameter. This is basically saying that, hey, you extended stateless widget. Now stateless widget, you override the build function. That's all good. Now you can create your app. I won't bug you with compile time or runtime errors, but I'll still bug you with compile time warnings. And this warning is there because if we again go to stateless widget definition, you'll see this constructor over here. Constant stateless widget super.key. And it did this because it was extending widget. When it extended widget, widget required something known as a key for its constructor. Right? You can see it over here. Constant widget this dot key. So our abstract class widget requires something known as a key. And whenever you extend an abstract class, you'll have to pass that key to the super class, which is the widget. And that is what stateless widget did, super.key. But where will stateless widget get its key from? It will get it from us. Us, the people who extend stateless.widget. The same thing happened in text as well. If you go to text definition, you'll see class text extending stateless widget. Because text also doesn't have an immutable state. Because if you think about it, text also doesn't have a mutable state. Obviously, it will only have its own immutable state. That's why it's extending a stateless widget. Then it is having its key defined somewhere over here. If you just search for it, you'll see super.key. So this is what we have to do over here as well. We need to create a constructor for my app, which will be something like this, super.key. And now the error goes away. Now what is this super.key? We have already discussed about this in the Dart section. If you remember, we had a key or something like this. Let's say string data, and then we had to give something to the super class. We would do data like this, right? What happened over here? We are saying that, hey, you can optionally pass data to us. And if you do pass, or if you don't pass, we are just going to pass that value to our super class. Whenever we use super, we refer to the abstract class super, right? So that's what happened over here. This requires key. So we have key optionally asked. You don't have to necessarily specify key every time you instantiate my app. You can just ask for it, and if you don't want to pass that key, you cannot pass in. And then you have to mention key over here. So this is what we did when we did super.key. Okay. This is just a shorthand syntax of this long thing right here. But basically this means we are optionally taking some stuff from the constructor and passing it to the super widget, the widget we are extending to. In our case, the stateless widget, and in stateless widget's case, widget. Now if you don't understand the specifics, don't worry about it. You'll still be able to build apps without this knowledge, but it's better to have knowledge so that you can build your apps with much more accuracy. And now if you see over here, as soon as we add constant constructor over here, my app asks us to use constant. So we need to put constant over here. What is the purpose of this constant? The purpose of constant is to declare that this constructor is a compile time constant. By making the constructor constant, you are just telling Flutter that, hey, the widget instance that you've created over here, this my app class over here, doesn't need to be recreated every single time. You can just create it once and that's enough. This helps to improve the performance of the app because the number of times this object is created is quite less. The same thing comes over here. When you hover over this text, you'll see use const with the constructor to improve performance. So again, we have to use constant over here. So before returning many widgets, you'll have to put const before them because it just tells that, hey, this widget doesn't have to be rebuilt. You won't understand the purpose as of now, but when we get into the currency converter app, you'll understand it better. You might have in your mind, what is a key? Now, key is a class that helps Flutter identify and differentiate between widgets. By passing a key to the constructor, you explicitly assign a specific key to the specific widget instance. So if I pass a key to my app, you're assigning the key to this particular my app instance. And this ensures that the widget is properly managed by Flutter's algorithm to update the widgets whenever they update. Now, this won't make any sense to you because keys are used in updating the widget tree and all of those stuff, but you don't even know what widget tree is as of now. So again, this is a part that we'll cover in the widget tree elementary theory part. For now, let's just get the app working, right? So yeah, I hope you've understood it till now. From now, every step we take will be towards building the currency converter app. So in our app right now, we are just returning a text widget, nothing else. And that's cool, but here's the problem. I'm not following any design guidelines or design rules within which I'm restricted. So I can build whatever I want. So that allows me to build really exceptional UI designs, or it also allows me to create worst of the worst UI designs. Now I want to make sure that doesn't happen. I don't want to see the worst case scenario when I'm working with over 100 engineers, let's say. So what I want to do is make sure that my app follows a particular guideline, a design system. Alright. So for that, we have two types of designs given to us by two major companies. Now there are many more design systems, but these are the two most popular ones. First one is Material Design and the second one is Cupertino Design. So what are these designs and who made them? Well, Material Design is a design system created by Google and Cupertino Design is the design system created by Apple. Now you can think of the difference between how Android apps look and how iOS apps look, and then you'll be able to know the difference between Material Design and Cupertino Design. Even if you scroll up, here's material.dart, and this material.dart is named after this material design itself, because material.dart, if we click on command and go over there inside, you'll see all of the widgets here. We are going to use many of them, but all of these designs are related to material design. And there's a similar file in Flutter related to iOS design as well. So if we just have package Flutter / Cupertino.dart instead of material dart, you can add Cupertino design in your app. We are going to see the difference in both of them when we build our currency converter app, but as of now, we are just going to focus on material design. Now, how do I make sure my app adds material design? So for that, I'm going to return material app from here. As simple as that. I want a material designed app, so I'll return material app. Now you can guess for yourselves, if we want Cupertino design, we can just have Cupertino app and we'll be done. And as you can see, it automatically imports Cupertino.dart. But for now, as I said, we're just going to focus on material app. At the end, when we are done completing the currency converter app, we are going to see how this will look like in Cupertino design and what all stuff we need to change. But as of now, I'm not going to reference Cupertino design anymore. We are just going to focus on material design. So coming to this material app, there are lots of things we can do over here. And material app just does not set the material design for our app. It also gives us multiple options to use or to configure. For example, if you hover over this, we have navigator key, scaffold messenger key, home, routes, initial route, on generate route, and a bunch of routes. Then we also have theme and all the theme related stuff. Then we have localization, all the localization related stuff, and a lot of small things. Why I'm telling you this is because material app allows us to set up navigation for our app. If we just return a text widget, we won't be able to move from one page to another without doing anything. We have to return either a material app, Cupertino app, so that we can set up navigation in our app. And same goes for theming, same goes for localization, internationalization, all of that stuff. Now, if you're confused what theming, internationalization, localization, navigation means, we'll get to it when we get to those certain topics and we dive into it. As of now, you can just understand that this allows for a lot of stuff, which just returning a text can't do. Okay, so now I've returned a material app. Now what should I do? If I just save it and restart the app and come over here, nothing shows up. Even my text is gone because, well, I had returned text from here and I removed it. Now what should I do to return a text again? So for that, I can use one of the properties given by material app, which was home. So I can just pass home property here, and as you can see, home property requires a widget that can be optional. So I can just pass in, let's say, a text again, and now I'll pass in hello world with, let's say, 4 exclamation marks, save it, and you come over here, we see hello world, and now it's a different kind of text altogether. And you notice one thing, I didn't have to mention text direction over here. I could just pass in text and it worked fine, and I was able to see this text right over here. Why did that happen? That happened because material app sets up the text formatting for your app or the text design for your app. If you press command and come over here, you won't be able to understand where the text is given its direction and all of that stuff, but you can take my word on it. Otherwise, you'll have to dive deep, and I'm sure you won't be able to understand any of this. Even I don't understand it. But the point is, how can I make this text look better? Because this looks absolutely terrible, right? What is this? I mean, red color text with yellow underline. What is that? None of the current apps in our world use this. So how can I change it? So to change it, we have to wrap our text with something known as a scaffold. And usually material app home property is followed by a scaffold. Alright, so we need a scaffold over here, and in this scaffold we can provide the text and we'll be able to see the text rendered properly, not in a very bad design. So if we put scaffold, we'll discuss what scaffold is. And in scaffold, we have to provide the text widget. Now, how can I provide the text widget? Well, there's no home property over here, but there is a property of body. And you can see scaffold provides very intuitive names for everything over here. We have an app bar. App bar is basically the thing at the top, the header. Then there's body. So the body is the middle thing. Just similar to an HTML element, right? So in HTML you have header. Header is app bar. Then you have body. Body is this body. So it's kind of similar to HTML only if you see it in one way. So we can pass body over here, then our text widget, and then again we will type hello world. And then our 4 exclamation mark. We'll save it, and you come over here, something else only shows up. We have a white screen all of a sudden. We have our text showing up here, and it looks wonderful. Better than what we had earlier. How did this happen? So whenever we use a scaffold tells the Flutter framework that, hey, the programmer has used a scaffold widget, so we need to provide user or the programmer all the capabilities to add everything related to a material design. For example, the header. If we don't use a scaffold, we won't be able to add header in any of our apps. Material app will set the overall theming and overall navigation stuff for us, but scaffold will make sure that something related to one specific page is done, and scaffold will give us access to headers, footers, and all of that stuff. So to make sure you understand this material app and scaffold thing, let's take a look at a diagram. So let's say this big thing right here is our material app. What material app does is set up a playground for us so that we can do everything material design related. So we have material design over here. We have all the navigation, localization, internationalization, and theming, all of them set up over here. So this looks after the overall app in general. So this is kind of like on a global scale. And what scaffold will do is basically in our global space, set up one local space of its own right over here and say, hey, now you can add a header. Now you can add a body. Now you can add a footer. Then you can add a bunch of more stuff like bottom sheets, showing up a dialog box. We'll see all of that in our app. But that's what scaffold does. Scaffold looks after the local part and material app looks after the global part. And in your app, you can only have one material app return, right? It doesn't make sense to have material app 2 or 3 times. But scaffold, it makes sense to have 2 or 3. Because if you don't have a scaffold, your text will be rendered in a very ugly way and you won't like it. So I hope you understood the difference with this diagram and things got clearer. Now let's jump back into this, and now what I want to do is make sure that my text comes right in the center. Every time I see my text, it's right in the corner. Who likes their text in the corner? I want it right in the center over here. How can I do that? I can do that by making sure that text has a property of a center. Is that how it works? Not really. If you look over here, you don't see anything related to the text coming in center. Yes, you can use text align property, which basically tells, hey, where do you want to render your text? Where do you want to align it? Do you want it in the left, in the right, in the top, in the bottom? But that is only when you have full access of the screen. Right now, our text widget only occupies this much space. It doesn't have the entire screen to itself. If it had the entire screen to itself, then it wouldn't be this small, right? If our text had access to the entire screen, it would spread across the entire screen. Text only has access to how much space it acquires over here. So I cannot use the text align property over here. And I cannot use any of text properties to do that because text doesn't have that much control. Just think about it in terms of a kingdom. If a certain kingdom, if our text widget is a certain kingdom, if a certain kingdom wants to come over here, how can they come? They can only come when they have access to the entire area. If they don't have access to another area, then they can't come over here. As a result, they'll only stay where they have their control. To understand this even better, let's take an analogy. Let's say our widget over here, this text widget, is a kingdom. If this kingdom wants to come right over here in the center, how will it come? Can the winged kingdom just come anywhere they want? No, they have to gain control over this entire space so that they can come right in the center. Without any control on this land or on this space, no kingdom can just move from here to here. So same goes for our text widget. For it to come over here, it needs to have access to the entire space, and a text widget cannot have that because it only takes as much space as it requires, only this much. So this kingdom can do nothing about it. But yeah, something outside the kingdom can make sure this kingdom comes over here, right? So if there's another kingdom and they annex this kingdom, then they can make sure that this kingdom comes right over here in the center. So that's what we want to do. We want to make sure from outside that this text comes in the center, because from inside, text does not have any power. So what we need to do is wrap this text with a center widget. That's a widget provided to us by Flutter. So in body, instead of having a text returned over here, I'm going to have center. And in center, if you see, there are very less properties. We have key, we have double width factor, height factor, and a child. What I want to use is neither of these two things, and key is generally not required. So we can just have a child, and a child is a text widget. So we say hello world and then 4 exclamation mark, save it, and when you come over here, you see hot reload works over here because this is not a very big change. This is quite a small change to the framework, and as soon as I save anything, I don't have to restart this. I can just press Command S, it hot reloads, and I see the changes in real time. And even our text is centered now. So as you can see, material app, scaffold, center, text. Whatever I mention in the center will be centered. The same way as whatever I mention in the scaffold will be scaffolded. So anything you mention inside of this center widget will be centered. So if you want to put a button over here, you can do that. If you want to put an image inside of this, you can do that, and it will all be centered. And now we have our first good looking Hello World app. Now we want to start working on the currency converter app, but before that, I hope you've started to realize this kind of chain of widgets that we are making. In material app, we had home, then home required a widget, then scaffold, body required a widget, then we had center, center's child required a widget. And these are the three things, alright? Whenever there's material app, there will be home that you have to use. Whenever you have scaffold, there will be body. And whenever there's any other widget other than scaffold or material app, you'll have the child property on it. Except a widget like text, because text is itself displaying something. Stuff like center is not actually displaying anything on the screen, right? It is just setting the alignment and the layout, but it's not setting anything up on the screen. For example, Hello World is being displayed on the screen. A button will be displayed on the screen, but a center will not be displayed on the screen. It's a way to tell the Flutter framework that, hey, our programmer wants the app content to be centered. So it's related to layout. It's not really related to rendering anything on the screen. And this thing right here is also known as a widget tree. Why? Let's understand that. So let's say we have our material app. So we have this giant block of a thing which is called material app. So let's call this M. Then in material app, it has something known as a scaffold. Then in scaffold, we have a center widget. And in the center widget, we have a text widget. So what have we got here? This is kind of like a tree, right? Because if you just take this and, just reverse everything up, material app is the root of our widget. So material app sets the root for everything. That's what we saw in the previous diagram as well. Material app was setting up everything in the global space. Then we had scaffold, which was one of the branches. Then we had the center widget, which was one of the branches, you can say. Sub branch, this was another sub branch. So we are creating kind of like a tree. That's why this is known as a widget tree. Okay. And as I've already said before, it's always good to split up your widgets. So what I like to do is material app can have a lot of configurations done inside it. For example, routing can be set up in material app, theming can be set up in material app, and localization, internationalization and whatnot can be set up in material app. So this material app can be filled pretty much. So what I like to do is take the scaffold, because it's a separate page of its own, and put it in a separate file, in a separate class of its own, just like we did with my app when it was in run app, right? We just want to make sure that the widget tree always stays small so that it's easier to contribute to it and it's easier to understand as well. So what I'll do is create a separate file over here, and the separate file is going to be called, let's say, currency converter material page.dart. So you notice the convention of naming over here. I have currency, then I wanted to put a space, but if I put a space, it will be incorrect naming. So I have to put underscore over here. So we have currency underscore converter underscore material underscore page dot dart. Dot dart extension needs to be put, otherwise VS Code can't identify. And even Flutter cannot identify that this is related to Flutter. So you need to put the dot dart extension. So VS Code automatically identifies, hey, this is a Dart file. Okay. And we have created a new file over here. In our lib folder itself. Here, I can go ahead and create my stateless widget again. So I'll call this class currency converter material page. I've given it a pretty long name. You can just call this material homepage. I'm putting material over here because later on in our app, I'm going to show you the difference between material and Cupertino app, right? So not to cause any confusion, I'm putting this as currency converter material page. However, when we are building other apps in the future, I'll remove material altogether from my names because I won't be experimenting with two type of apps, material and Cupertino. I'm just going to have one design for my app, which is material design, because personally I like it much better than Cupertino design. So if you have just one design guideline which is being followed, then you don't have to name it like this. So anyways, let's go ahead and extend stateless widget. We have already seen this. And it automatically imports material.dart. And one thing to note over here is every time you import a new Dart file, you'll have to import a new material.dart because these import lines are specific to the file. If you import material.dart over here, it doesn't mean you can use it over here. All the import lines are specific to their files. Now I'll have to go ahead and create an @override widget build. Then we have something known as build context, which we'll understand. And then I'm going to return this thing right here. So I can just copy this and go ahead and return scaffold over here. Also, I'll need to put the key over here. So we'll have constant currency converter material page named argument super dot key. Perfect. Now I can take this class, come to the main.dart file, remove the scaffold and have something like this done. So what I've done is basically transferred my entire scaffold widget from the home over here to a particular specific widget of its own. And now I can keep building the widget tree over here. So this my app class is much shorter. And I can pile up all my UI related stuff related to the currency converter page in this particular widget. And now if we restart the app, there will be no changes at all because we have basically transferred everything in one class to another class and then called that class. So essentially we are just having material app, scaffold center text, the same thing, but in different widgets. It's just for our improved visual or improved working. It doesn't have any effect on the app till now. Okay. So I hope you've understood everything till now. If you have, amazing. Now, again, we can put const over here whenever it asks us to. Let's resolve all the errors. We can put const over here as well. Save it. And this looks good. Now, before moving forward, I need you to understand this build context thing, which is a very, very important concept in Flutter. After widget, this is the second bigger concept that I'm teaching you, which is build context. So what exactly is this build context here? What does it do? And why is it mentioned inside this build function? Let's understand that. Build context is a class provided by Flutter which tells the Flutter framework that, hey, currency converter material page is present over here in the widget tree, not anywhere else. It's basically telling the location of this currency converter material page in the entire widget tree. And every time you extend a stateless widget or a stateful widget, you will have access to build context. And every widget has that. If you press command and go to the scaffold definition, it extends something known as a stateful widget. And when we scroll down, you'll see that this also has a build context. And same goes for the center and this text as well. So every widget, when extended by a stateless stateful widget, will have its own build context because Flutter wants to know its location. So that's what build context does, tells you the location of a particular widget in the widget tree. To understand this diagrammatically, how will Flutter know material app is present over here, scaffold is present over here, center and text are present over here? How will Flutter make sure that it doesn't mess up stuff? It doesn't mess up stuff like center is present over here and text is present over here. Because we need the rendering to be perfect, right? If it is not perfect, then our app will look very different from what we want it to look like. So that's where build context helps. Now a valid question over here will be, if Flutter can do all of this stuff behind the scenes, why is this build context exposed to us? Like, why do we have access to build context over here? Why can't widget build be like this? And this will be nice, right? Because we are not using the build context anywhere in our code. Well, that's because we have not implemented anything that's advanced yet. And when we do stuff like navigation, moving from one page to another, setting up the theme of our app, all of that will require build context. It is one of the most important concepts in Flutter. We'll understand the inner workings of how navigation will take place and all of that stuff, but keep in mind, for now, build context is basically telling the location of the widget in the widget tree. Also, one thing that I forgot to mention, in the main.dart file, if we come, and you see, here in our home, we have currency converter material page instantiated over here. But this is coming from package currency converter material page.dart. So as soon as we, instantiated it, Flutter automatically imported this particular line. Why? Let's break it down. We have package currency converter. What is this package currency converter? Well, if you go to your pubspec.yaml file, scroll up, you'll see the name of your project as currency converter. Over here, it's package Flutter because the name of the Flutter SDK is Flutter. Same way, our package name is currency converter. That's why we have package currency converter like this. And in there, we have imported the currency converter material page.dart, which is present in the lib folder. It doesn't go like package currency converter /lib/ currency converter material page.dart, because when you have pubspec.yaml saying name, it is obviously going to be in the lib folder. It's not going to be anywhere else. All your Dart files are present in lib folder, nowhere else. That's why it directly imports it like this. However, if you create a folder inside of lib, let's say pages, so that it's more organized, right? And then we shift it inside, click on move, you can just drag and drop it. And then we do move, extension Dart wants to make refactoring changes with this file move. Basically, since you've moved the file, the import lines will change now. So Dart extension will automatically do it for us. So we don't have to resolve those errors. Now if we click on OK, you see now it's package currency converter /pages /currency converter material page.dart. Dart automatically did it for us, and only thing that we need to do is press Ctrl S to save the changes made by the Dart extension. Alright, so anything in the lib folder will have its import like this. Now this is called as package importing. Now there's another type of importing you can use here. Let's remove this, and instead of importing it like package currency converter, what we can do is relative importing. By relative importing, it means whatever file we are in right now in main.dart file, relative to this main.dart file, where is the file present. So relative to main.dart file, we have dot slash, and when you put dot slash, you see auto suggestions. So right now we are in the lib folder, alright, because that's where main.dart is present. Then we need to go to the pages folder, so we'll just pass in dot slash pages, and there we have our currency converter material page. So this also works, and this is known as relative importing, because this is an importing based on the current file. So if you're in main.dart file, this is how you will traverse over it. Alright, so you can use either of them. It depends on your preference, and it is also based on the tools you use, right? Many people prefer importing like this, but many people don't prefer importing like this. But if you're coming from web development, you might have already seen this in JavaScript code, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you. However, it really depends on you, whatever you want to do. Also, when you remove this importing, you see the error comes over here because this class is not identified. This class is not identified because it's coming from some other file and we have not imported that file. That's why. So to resolve this, again, you can type it like this, or you can just do command full stop. So it will give you a list of fixes that you can add in your app that will fix this error. So the quick fix is importing the library. So it correctly identified that somewhere in our code, this currency converter material page class is present. So we can use that. And then it also has this different kind of importing. So both are importing, but it's just different kind of importing. Now we can click over here, save it, and then we are good to go. Also, let's push this file out in the lib folder again. Let Dart extension do its job. We'll save it and we'll delete the pages folder because that was just for demo. Pages will be required later on in our apps when we build bigger apps. Right now we just have 2-3 pages. What do you want to do with that, right? So let's come over here and now develop our app. Now what is required in our app? Let's break it down. So how is our app going to look like? Well, first of all, we are going to have a big solid text over here, which is bolded, which says, hey, this is your answer, alright? So this is the converted price. And then we have a simple text field which takes the user input. And you can type your currency over here. And then we have a button which says convert. So we are going to have three elements below one another present in our app. How do we make sure that happens? Can we do it over here in the center text widget? Can we put everything in a text widget? Not really, because they are three different things spaced out differently. So we have a text showing up at the top, then we have a text field, and then we have a button. Those are three different widgets, and you can't put everything in a text widget. What you need to do is make sure that you have some sort of widget that will make sure you're able to align everything from top to bottom in a vertical manner, and it accepts many widgets. Not just a single child widget like the center has. It needs to have children, because it will take in multiple widgets. It will take a text widget, it will take a text field widget, and it will take a button. So we'll remove this text from here, and instead of putting a center over here, what I'm going to do is put a column. What is a column? Column is another widget which doesn't really paint anything on the screen. It doesn't render anything. It's related to layout. It's basically laying out our widgets in a certain manner. And how is it doing that? Well, it's a column, right? How does column work? It's something that goes from top to bottom, and it has an argument of children. If you scroll down, you'll see children, and it doesn't accept just a single widget, it accepts a list of widgets. And we already know what a list is. So let's go ahead and pass children over here. Then we are going to have our text widget which says 0 for now. Okay, so let's save it. And where did our 0 go? It's not showing up anywhere. Well, that's because we have removed the centered widget from here. So again, it starts right from the top corner, and that's why 0 can't be seen. So a simple fix to this can be wrapping column with center widget again. So let's go ahead and have center child. Then we'll take this column and paste it over here. Something like this. Alright. Now if we come over here, we can see our 0. But still, it is centered horizontally. It's not really centered vertically. It's not coming over here, right? It's over here. It's centered in the horizontal space, not in the vertical space. So to center it in the vertical space, column has its own properties. As you can see over here, it has a property of main axis alignment, and it also has a property of cross axis alignment. We do know that it's something related to alignment that we want, and we have two alignment related properties, but which one should we use? Let's understand the name, main axis alignment. Since this is a column, what will the main axis of a column be? The main axis of a column is obviously the vertical landscape, right? This is the main axis, and cross axis is this thing right here. If we had something like a row, the opposite of a column, the main axis of a row will be the horizontal thing, and the cross axis will be the vertical space. But since this is a column will have its main axis as the vertical landscape or the vertical scape, and this will be horizontal, which is cross axis. Okay, so we'll go ahead and put main axis alignment. Now what does the main axis want, and is it a class, an enum? What is it? So as you can see, main axis alignment has a preset value. So if you don't pass anything to main axis alignment, it has the value of main axis alignment dot start. What do we want? We want center. And as you can see, we have suggestions related to it already. Or if you just pass main axis alignment dot, you'll still get all of those values. And as we know, main axis alignment is an enum. So since it's an enum, we have a bunch of properties that we can select. So it can be center, that's what we want. But let's try other values first so that we know what we're talking about. Then we have end, which is the opposite of start, right? So instead of our 0 showing up over here, it's now showing up over here. If you can't see it, you see, this is this part here, this is 0. Then we have space around, space between, space evenly, start. Now I won't be able to show you the difference between space around, space between, space evenly as of now. But when we add 2 more widgets, which are the text field widget and button widgets, we'll understand the difference between all of these 3 things. So stay around till that time and we'll understand the difference. But as of now, we know what start is, we know what end is, and obviously center is basically saying, hey, come in the center. So since we've aligned this in the center, does it mean we can remove the center widget like this? And make sure you're removing it nicely, because when you try to remove it, you have to remove this child, you have to remove this center, and then you also have to remove a parenthesis related to it, because this is a center widget like this, right? So make sure you remove it nicely, or if you can't remove it nicely, then press Command Shift R, or you can just right click, then go to refactor. Then you get a certain bunch of properties over here, and you see remove this widget. So what this refactoring option does is remove the current widget, the widget that you had right clicked on, from the widget tree. And when you do that, boom, the center widget is now gone and there's only a column, and we don't even get an error. So you can always do that if you don't feel confident in removing it. Now if we come over here, again, our 0 is gone, but where is it gone? It's right over here. Why is it over there? Because we had removed the center widget, which centered the column horizontally, not vertically. Vertically, we had main axis alignment. So for horizontal, we have to put a center widget. But what's another thing that we can do? Well, I told you column has the cross axis alignment property as well, which will make sure its position in the horizontal space. So we can just go ahead and add cross axis alignment. Then this requires cross axis alignment. So we have cross axis alignment dot, and you see we have a similar set of values. We have center, we have end, we have start, and we have stretch. So if we put end, you know where it will go. We know where it will go, right? So if we come over here, well, 0 is not over here, it's still over here. Why is that the case? That's the case because column will only take up as much space as its children want. It will not take anything more than that. Which is why, so column is only taking a space this much long, alright? It's not taking a space like this. This entire thing is not being taken. Only this much is being taken. So that's why it cannot go over here, because column only has a space of this much, only till where the text is. If it had the entire space to itself, it could go over there. Now if you still don't understand, what I'm going to do is wrap this column with something known as a colored box, which will make sure that our column can have some color. Because column doesn't have a property to give itself a color. To give itself a color, to give column a color, we'll have to use a different widget. We cannot use column because column doesn't have a color property of its own. You can check it over here. So what I'm going to do is have colored box over here, which is another widget provided by Flutter. And you see we have color over here. We have to pass in a color, and we can also take this column and pass it as the child. So all of this is very intuitive, right? Because colored box, what will it do? Well, it's simple English. It's a box that is colored. So let's put color over here, but what's color? Well, it requires something known as a color. So let's put it over here, and color might be an enum, but that's not the case. Color is a class in itself. And if you instantiate it, it will tell you to give it some value, which is an integer. And it requires something of this sort, and we really don't know what this is. So we can't use this. This is not for people like us. So what can we use then? Well, we can go ahead and use some of the static properties mentioned on this color class. Well, we can use some of the methods over here. So we can use from ARGB, from RGBO, alpha blend, get alpha from opacity, lerp. But what is all of this? Well, from ARGB is basically telling that provide it alpha, red, green, blue color values, and then you'll be able to display it. From RGBO says that give me the value of red, green, blue, opacity, and then I'll be able to display it. Why does it require only red, green, blue? Because that's the fundamental colors, right? Those are the base colors based on which other colors are made. And RGB will perfectly describe any color you want to make. So let's go ahead and use from RGBO, and then we have to provide a set of values from 0 to 255. Now we don't know any of these. Now what is white color? Well, we don't know. But we do know how to make red color. Because red, green, blue is going from 0 to 255. So I can give red the maximum value. Then we have green, blue, and opacity. So if green is 0, blue is 0, and opacity is 0, will that mean I'll get a red color? Not really. Because opacity basically means how much part is visible. And you're saying it is 0. If it is 0 visible, then it is black color. When there's nothing, there's black. That's why we are going to put 1 over here, which means it is completely visible. And now you can see in a preview that we have selected the red color. Again, if you didn't understand, since red is given its maximum value, which is 255, green and blue are given 0 and 0 values, and opacity is 1. That's why we get a red color. Now if we save it, come over here, you see this is what our column is. It doesn't extend to the entire screen. It's only this much right over here. And that's why when we put cross-axis alignment.end, it doesn't go till here because column doesn't have this bigger space. Remember what I told about text when text was over here? Text can only go over here if the text widget takes that much space. Now column can only take this much space, so it's mentioned over here. Now in main axis alignment, we could position it at the top, in the middle, in this end, because column takes that much space, but column doesn't take the entire width. That's why we cannot use cross-axis alignment over here. What we need to use is a center widget, and let's remove color from here, save it, and then our widget is centered right over here. Perfect. So that's good. We are able to have a column with our 0 written right over here. Now the next thing I want to do is make sure my 0 is styled. What did I say? I want my text to be bolded. It should be bigger in size. So I need these two things to happen. Now how can I do that? Well, we can find a property inside of text because text should have that, right? If a text can't style itself, what can a text do? And if we scroll down and find something related to bold and font size, we cannot find that. Why? Because it is all mentioned in one single class, which is the text style class. So we need to mention the style property, put in a text style, where font size, font weight, all of those things are present. So we can go ahead and have style, then we'll pass text style over here. That's good. And now if you hover over text style, you see a bunch of properties related to styling of the text. We have color, we have font size, that's what we are looking for. We also have background color of the text and a lot more things. This is why all the styling related to text is present in text style. Since there are so many properties, you cannot just put it in a text widget. It will be too occupied over here. That's why just put everything in a text style class, encapsulate it in text style class, and text style can be used inside of the text widget. So that was the decision making the Flutter team took, and it's clearly pretty good. So now we can put in font size over here. Let's say font size is 20 because this requires a value of double, and save it. If we come over here, the font size has increased, but it's not increased that much. So let's go ahead with 25, save it, come over here, and it is much bigger, still not appealing to me. So I'm just going to go ahead and put 35. This looks nice. Now you have to keep testing to see which font size you prefer. The default font size is 14. So if you put 14 over here, it will come back to normal. Or if you don't mention it at all, it will be 14. But when you do mention it, let's go ahead with 45. I think that would be good. Yeah. And the next thing I want to do is bold it. So for bolding, what can I use? Well, there's nothing related to bolding that we can see over here. But we do have font weight. What is font weight? Well, font weight is basically how much weight the font has, how much bold it is. So we have font weight.bold over here, font weight.normal, and you see font weight requires something known as a font weight, and font weight is a class with all of those properties mentioned over here. So we can put font weight.normal, which is the default one, or we can use W400, W500. You can keep testing on your own, but I'm going to go ahead with the bold option because that's what I want. I'll save it, and you see this is bolded. Now if you want to see it real time, I can do it over here. I'll remove this, save it. The bold is gone. Now I'll put it back by pressing Command Z and save it. Yep, now it is bolded. So you can see this works. And also if I put W700 and save it, there will be no visible difference because behind the scenes dot bold is using W700 weight. And if I put W400, it will come back to normal because normal is using W400. You can see it over here. Now if you want something bolder than the normal bolded, you can go ahead with W800 or W900, and that will keep it very bolded. But I'll go ahead with the default bold option that we have, and this looks better. Great. Now if you again want to increase its size, you can do it depending on your preference. Good. So now we have our text displaying as and how we want it. Now again, if you want to change the color of this text, you can do it. So you can pass a color over here, and color can be color dot from ARGB. Now what is ARGB? ARGB is basically alpha value, which is kind of like opacity, but instead of 0 to 1, this extends from 0 to 255. So 255 is fully visible and 0 is not visible. Then we have red, green, blue, just like 0 to 255, 0 to 255, 0 to 255. And also, if you just go on Google and type white RGB, you'll see the RGB, the red, green and blue values of the white color. So for white, it's 255, 255 and 255. So you can just go ahead and pass 255, 255, 255 and the alpha value is 1. So that will make it white color? Not exactly, because we have put 1 over here. In the alpha. Alpha requires a value of 255 and you see we get a white value over here. Now if we come, we are not able to see it very properly, but you can see it. There's a white color over here. Now if you're confused that why is this white visible on a white background, that's because this background color of scaffold is not pure white. It is white but with a different RGB value. This white over here is pure white. That's why we can see it. And if you want to change the background color of a scaffold, you can do it. So you can come to the scaffold, search for a property over here related to color, and you'll see background color over here where you can pass, let's say, a black color. So for black, you can pass in color.from RGBO 0, 0, 0 and 1. Why 0, 0, 0? Because when red, green, blue are 0, that means none of the colors are present. That's when black will be made, right? Black is basically nothing. No colors. And now if you see, we have a black color and a white color text is visibly seen over here. Now you might be having a question that, hey, why does Flutter make it so complicated to just put a value, to put a right color? Why can't I just name it? Well, you can. Instead of using the color class, you can use the colors class, and then you will have access to a bunch of colors that you can directly mention. You don't have to mention their RGBA values. So if you want to put green over here, you can save it then. And you see this is green color with white text. And obviously you need to put comma before mentioning any other property. Otherwise it will give you an error. Because at the end of the day, this is a class that is being instantiated, right? And in a class, when you mention a property, you need to put a comma to separate it. Now you can go ahead and test other colors. So you can have light blue and there are many colors. But the reason color dot from RGB is present because colors dot cannot mention every possible color. Because there are infinite colors, right? You can make infinite combinations. Not infinite, I mean uncountable combinations. So to give you more access to what color you want, we have from ARGB and RGBO, which tell you to specify the color on your own and make sure that your background color or any color is the way you want it to be. So we can, for now, go ahead and type colors dot blue gray, save it. And this looks fine. We can keep it or we can just keep the white color. Anything you prefer. I would prefer making the app more visual as of now. Later on we'll get to the minimalistic designs. Alright. So now we have covered the text widget as well in a column. Now time to put other widgets in the column. Before this we have never put any other widget inside of one widget. So every widget requires only one child, but in column we have children. That's why I can mention another widget. And what is the other widget? Well, it's the text field widget, which will allow me to take the user input. And now if I just instantiate it like this, save it, I get text field over here and I can type anything in this text field, right? But obviously this is not what our text field should look like because text fields are meant to be more visual. You know, I don't know what this text field is for. It doesn't give me any clue as to what I need to type in over here, and also the design is looking pretty bad. So let's change it by adding some designs in this text field. So let's go over all the stuff we need to add in the text field. So if we come over here, the first thing that I want to add is basically kind of like a hint saying that, hey, this is the thing you need to add. It's not a placeholder, but it's basically something written over here and it should show up only when I haven't typed anything over here. And when I start typing a number, I should be seeing it. So how can I make sure that kind of hint comes up? So for that, I'll have to look at the properties and see if there's a property related to it. And there's something known as style and strut style. But if you see, style takes a value of text style. If it takes a value of text style, then it's probably related to text, and this is a text field, right? So this style isn't related to the style of the text field. It's related to the text inside the text field. So if we just try to edit it out, so we'll type here style, text style, and let's say we change the color to colors.blue, alright? And then we save it. And then if I type anything, you see instead of black color, I get blue color. So this isn't related to the text field style because this is text style. Text style is always related to the style of the text. So from context, we can understand that this isn't what we want. Although we can convert it to white because the black color over here used to look bad. Then we can go ahead and look for something else. And the thing we are looking for is not mentioned anywhere over here. Is it? Well, it is. If you see over here, we have a property called decoration, which handles all the decoration related stuff in a text field. And if you see, it requires a type of input decoration. And the default value of it is input decoration with nothing mentioned inside of it. So we can just go ahead and add input decoration. And now input decoration has a lot of configurations you can do. Why? Again, it is similar to the text style. Text style encapsulated all the properties related to a text styling, which we can use anywhere outside of text also, right? So text style could be used over here. Text style can be used over here as well in a text field. So similarly, decoration is there where it requires input decoration, and we can pass anything to an input decoration which encapsulates a lot of properties. There's icon, icon color, label, label text, and many more things. So let's go ahead with label because this looks something we would want, and this label requires a widget. So we can pass, let's say, a text saying please enter the amount in INR, because I'm building a currency converter which changes the amount from INR to, let's say, USD. Alright? Or we can do the reverse, USD to INR. Okay? And now if we see over here, we have everything showing up in blue color. And when I restart the app, we see please enter the amount in USD over here, written in black. And when I click over here, it goes right at the top in blue color. It's not really legible, but yeah, this is what label is. Let's go ahead and make some changes. First of all, I want this to show up in white color. So what I can do is style, text style, then I'll pass color to it, and the color will be colors.white again. Then we can save it and we come over here. It's now written in white color. So we can see it in white color. Now if I click over here, again this is white. Perfect. But is that what we want? I don't want it to be like this. For example, if I restart the app, I don't want this label to be present over here. When I click over here, the label should start disappearing. You know, when I type anything, this label shouldn't be there right at the top because it doesn't look good. It's not a small word that can stay over here. It's kind of like a big sentence and it doesn't look good here. So it's definitely, label is not what we want as of now. Later on, maybe in some part of your app you can use it, but label is not what we want over here. Then let's look at other properties that might help us. Label text, here we just need to pass in a string instead of the entire widget. Now you might ask, why do we have these two different properties over here? That's because label requires a widget and you can literally pass any widget to it. It's not necessarily a text that you need to pass in. It can be anything. But with label text, you need to pass in a string. Otherwise, you don't have to pass anything. So that's the difference. With label, you get more customizable options. With label text, you don't get those customizable options. However, in our case, we could have used label text over here. Then we had something like this. Let's remove the text and only a string over here. And when I come, we are back to normal. We don't have any white color or anything. So to add the white color, we could go ahead and use label style, which requires text style. So instead of using a text widget, we use two properties over here and it would result in the same output. Okay. Then this is all floating label, all of that stuff. Basically, how do you want your label to look when it's over here floating in the air, right? Then you have helper text. Let's go ahead and replace label with helper text and see what it does. And here you see it says please enter the amount in USD below. It doesn't give me a label kind of thing. And when we restart, it's the same thing just mentioned over here so that it could give us a hint or kind of like help us to know what is to be done over here. But still, this doesn't look good for our use case. So let's find something else. Then all of the helper style related stuff is there. And then we have the error text. So whenever you have an error related to a text field, what should the error show and how should it be shown? All of that is written over here. Again, not what we want. Then we have prefix icon, which we'll get to after we've added the right text that we want. And the right text we are looking for is hint text. Alright. I'll tell it to you right away. Otherwise, we'll be scrolling through a bunch of properties given to us by Flutter so that we have full control over the UI, which is a good thing. Again, now let's come back here, put a hint text, and then we have please enter the amount in USD. Save it, and we have it over here. When I click, it doesn't go at the top. It's not floating anymore. It's just there. And when I start to type, it disappears. And when I come back to normal, when there's no text, again it gives us a hint of what is to be mentioned. We can also configure the style again and then pass in text style. And then we need to have a color. Let's say colors is colors.white. Save it. Come back over here, and this might look good or this might not. Let's try a different shade over here. So we have white and then a bunch of different shades related to white. White 10, white 12, white 24 and so on. Let's go ahead and try white 38. Save it. It's kind of like gray, but I don't like it that much. Maybe white not 12, white 60. I think I'll go ahead with this. It's not exactly white, so the entire focus is not over here, but it does its decent job. Good enough. And now you might have noticed that when I don't put commas between all of these properties, the formatting of the text or the code goes wrong. For example, when I put a comma here and save, there's a good formatting done. However, when I remove the comma, all of these brackets come together. So comma helps with indentation and formatting in our code. By indentation, I mean, you see how body is written over here, then there's center, then there's a gap. This gap is known as indentation. This helps us to know what kind of widget tree we are in. For example, this column's children all are in the same line. Alright? But the center has its own line over here. These lines can help us to know where we are in the widget tree, and that will help us a lot when we especially work on bigger apps. Also, you can see these comments right over here which tell you that, hey, this is the end of the text style, this is the end of the input decoration, this is the end of text field. This allows you to quickly know where you are in your code and add stuff quickly. So we have our text field over here, that's good. Now what I want is an icon over here that says, you know, a money icon kind of thing. So it's like a dollar that shows that, hey, you need to enter the amount here so that people who don't know English can follow along what they need to do. So here in our input decoration itself, we have a property that we saw, prefix icon, right? So if we type prefix, there are a lot of prefix stuff. Prefix, which requires a widget, prefix icon, which also requires a widget, then prefix icon color, prefix icon constraints, prefix style, and prefix text. So prefix text is, you know what, if we just pass string over here, and let's say hello, save it, you see prefix text is the text that shows up before the normal hint that we have. And also when you type something, the prefix icon stays there but the hint goes away. And our cursor also starts after the prefix icon or the prefix text. But prefix text is not what we want. What we want is prefix icon or prefix. That's it. So we can go ahead and use prefix. But here, what will our prefix be? I need to add an icon over here. How do I add an icon? Is there a widget for it? Yep, which is icon. Icon is another widget. If you press command, you'll go in the source code, class icon extends stateless widget. So you can add your icon over here, but the icon requires a positional argument of icon data. What is this icon data? Well, let's pass it. Icon data. And when you initialize this, it asks you for some code point. And this code point is basically used to create what kind of icon you want. Now you can ask your AI assistant to create some code point for you, but we are not going to do that because I myself don't understand most of the stuff inside of icon data. Like there's font family, which you can easily understand, font package, but what is code point and how do you figure it out, right? So let's ignore that. Icon data is not meant for people like us. It's for advanced developers, and if you want to become one, you can just go ahead and Google about it. However, what we can do here is pass icons. Why? Because if you click over here with command, abstract final class icons can be put inside of an icon widget. And with this icons class, we have a lot of material icons. You can see all of them over here. And when you click on this arrow right here, not anywhere else, just the icon, you'll be able to see the icon preview. So we have ABC, ABC outlined, ABC rounded, and a lot more stuff. You can just go ahead and see what you want. I want a dollar sign. Is there something related to a dollar sign? Not really. So we can skip this. Let's go back and try something new. So we have icons.money related stuff. Yup, money is there. Then there's money off, and money off is a dollar symbol with slash on it. So maybe money underscore on is there without a slash symbol, but that's not the case clearly. So we cannot use anything like that. So you need to experiment over here to find your icon. Otherwise, you can just go ahead and Google stuff. But if I just do icons.monetization on, I see this dollar sign. Now if I put monetization on outline, I get it just outlined, then rounded, then sharp, then there's money. So let's go ahead and see what all is there in monetization, and this is all that's there. So we're going to go ahead and use this. Also put a comma so that formatting is there. Cool. So a comma is required before every property mentioned inside a class, but it's not required when you have like multiple parentheses together. Okay. So you can have it like this, but obviously comma just makes stuff better and it's more readable code. So let's save this. Come over here. We have our dollar symbol showing up, which is nice. Now instead of using prefix, what I'll do is go ahead and use prefix icon to see the difference. And you see, prefix icon properly places it like a icon, because this prefix requires a widget, and you see prefix icon does the proper job of putting an icon before it. So it leaves some margin from here. You can see there was a lot of spacing added. Then this icon was properly placed in the text field, not above or below. And it took the default theme of our app, which was the blue color. So I can obviously go ahead and change the prefix icon color. This requires to be a type of color. So I can just have colors dot maybe black. Not black. Let's go ahead with white again. Yep. And if you want, you can just make this outline. So you get an outline icon over here. Perfect. And if you want to match the color present over here and color for the icon, you can do that. So let's copy it and paste it like this. Save it. And this looks better because both of these things are merging with each other. You know? Good stuff. Now what if instead of adding my icon over here, I want to add it right at the end? What should I do then? So for that, we have similar properties called suffix icon and all of that stuff. Same things. So suffix will make sure your icon is over here and suffix icon will properly place it. Then we can put suffix icon color instead of suffix icon. And then, you get the same things. So instead of adding the icon in the left hand side, you have the icon now in the right hand side. So it's prefix and suffix, right? But in our app, it doesn't make sense to put the icon over here. So let's shift it in the left hand side. Let's put prefix icon here. I'm just pressing Command Z to go back. Then I can have prefix icon and prefix icon color. This looks good. Now the next thing that I want is my text field to be colored. I don't want it to be transparent like here. I want it to take a white proper color. So for that, I'll have to go ahead and add another property, which is, let's find it. And we see a property here, which is boolean filled color, color, focus color, hover color. So let's go ahead and pass fill color here, and our color is going to be colors.white. Let's save it, and we don't see any changes. Maybe we need to hot restart. So when we hot restart, we still don't see anything. Why is that the case? Well, that's the case because you've mentioned the fill color and it says that it's the base fill color of the decoration's container color. Now, maybe you don't understand it, but it basically is the right property to color it. But before fill color, we need to add filled, set it to true, and then only we see the white background. Right? Now this looks good, does it? But now since we've made it white, everything has disappeared from here. All the white 60 and all of them have gone. So maybe we can shift them to black. So I'll change the icon and the text to black again, and we see the right thing. Now this looks much better. However, if you just zoom in, or I'll just zoom in for you by taking a screenshot. To take a screenshot on the screen, you can press Command S. So you basically save the screenshot. Now I've taken a screenshot, and when I zoom in, you'll see there is a blue background over here. Not a blue background you can see, but a blue border color. Now how do you remove that blue background color and replace it with something you want? In my case, I'll be happy if it is this color, the background color of the scaffold, or just a white color so that it merges with all of that stuff. So let's look for something border related in our input decoration. And we do have a bunch of properties just related to a border. Let's go over them. So if I put in border, there's a border property. But we don't have to be concerned with that. I'm just going to skip that one, and we are going to focus on the focused border. Why? Because focused border is the border that displays when the input decorator has the focus and is not showing an error. So what is that thing? Well, right now my border or my input or my text field is not focused. When I click over here, there is a blue border that shows up, correct? That is focused border. So I just need to use that. So I can just have focused border, and then I can pass in outline input border. Then I can just pass in input border, the thing that it requires. So I'll just go ahead and pass it in over here. But as you can see, it gives me an error saying abstract classes cannot be instantiated. Try creating an instance of a concrete subtype. Basically, input border is an abstract class. So I cannot use that. So let's remove that and find a class that basically inherits from input border. So basically extending from input border. So we can type input border, and we see two types of classes here, outline input border and underline input border. Let's go ahead and use outline input border first, then save it. And now if you see, the color of when it is in focus has changed. It has changed a little bit, right? If I just restart the app again, I click over here, you see it kind of enlarges, and then there's a thick black border showing instead of a blue border. Why? Let's take a look at the properties of outline input border to understand that. There's border side, border radius, and gap padding. Let's take a look at border side. So if I pass in border side, it requires a type of border side, so I can just go ahead and use border side. And when I go over border side, this class has its own bunch of properties. It has color, width, style, and stroke align. So the first one is color, which has constant color of 0xFF and 6 zeros. So how do we understand what color this is? To understand that, let's understand the format the colors are in. So every color in Flutter has a type which is like 0x AA, RR, GG, BB. So first you need to mention 0x, then you need to mention the alpha values, then the red value, then the green value, then the blue value. So here we have 0xFF 00000. So there's 0x, then alpha is FF, then we have two values for R, two numbers for G, and two numbers for B. That means we have RGB of 000. That means we have a black color, and that is why we have a black color showing up over here. Since the default color of the border side is 0x, and when we first create an outline input border, by default it creates a border side instance. That is why the color is default by black. But we can change it, so let's go ahead and change it. We have colors dot, let's say, white, or colors dot red. Let's go ahead with colors dot red. Then we come over here and there's a red color showing up. Now the red color is quite small, right? So I can increase its width. So I can pass the width as, let's say, 10.0. Come over here and here it is, a massive width over here. Now I don't want that much. Let's put it at 2, and this looks better. Then we have style. So what style of the border do you want? And this requires a type of border style. So you can have border style dot none or solid. So let's have border style dot none, and then there is no border at all. But if I put solid, it puts a solid thick line here. And then there's stroke align, which has a value of stroke align inside. So we have stroke align, but stroke align requires a double value. How can you pass in stroke align inside? Well, that's because stroke align inside is a property mentioned inside of border side itself. So we have border side dot stroke align center, border side dot stroke align inside, and border side dot stroke align outside. That is why in stroke align you see stroke align inside. However, when you jump inside here, stroke align inside is a value. Stroke align center is also a value and stroke align outside is also a value. This is -1, this is 0 and this is 1. Displaying where you want it. Do you want the border to be inside, in the center or outside? Let's take a screenshot of this emulator to understand it better. To take a screenshot, you just have to press Command S and that will take it. And then when you scroll inside, you'll see that this is the part where our text field is ending and our border is displaying inside. If I want it right in the center or outside where the text field gets over, I can do that. So I can just have border side dot stroke align inside, stroke align outside. Let's put stroke align outside and you see the difference. Now it is at the outside, it doesn't feel inside. Now this is a very minor change, but it does affect the UI a little bit. Let's put some commas and there we go. Now I'm just going to remove red because red doesn't look good. I'll just put black because black looks solid. And now let's exit this because I wanted it outside and that's good. Or maybe we don't want it outside, we can keep it inside. Perfect. Now the next thing is whenever I type something, it shows up in white color. So I need to change it to black again. So I can just have the style over here, the text style, which is related to what the user enters, to colors.black. And now when I type anything, it looks good. Perfect. The next thing that you might want in your text field input is this thing right here is slightly curved. You want it completely curved. Like it shouldn't look very rectangle. It should look something like this, right? So if you want that kind of text field, you can change that by editing one property, which is the border radius. So we can pass border radius over here, and border radius requires a type of border radius. So you can have border radius, but if you do this much, it's not allowed because border radius, if you go over there, doesn't allow you to go because border radius has a constructor that is private. However, when I remove the instantiation, I only have a type of border radius, so I can click and go over there. But if you see, border radius constructor is not present at all. A class of border radius is present, but there's nothing related to border radius constructor. Also, you'll see some new stuff over here. You have border radius dot all, and that is not a static method. Why? Because it's named after border radius, and border radius is the name of the class. So that means it is a constructor, and this is a named constructor, not the named argument constructor, but the constructor has its own name that you can use. So we are going to use exactly that. We are going to have border radius dot, and it has a lot of stuff. 0, which basically eliminates the entire border radius. Now you see the curve is gone. It is a perfect rectangle, but that's not what we want. We want border radius dot all. So in all the directions of your text field, what border radius you need to put in? Horizontal. So from the left and the right side, what you want? Only. So from top left side, from top right side, what you want? So horizontal basically allows you to have a little bit more customization than all, and only has full control over your entire text field. Then you have vertical, so you have top and bottom. Circular, so you want to create a border radius where everything looks circular. And then you have loop, which is linearly interpolating between two border radius objects. But you don't need to care about it that much. You can get most of your stuff done with these 5 things. Let's go ahead and try border radius dot all 10 and then save it. But if we do this, we get an error. Why? Because this requires a type of radius, not an integer. So we need to remove this and pass radius. And it's a positional argument, so you can just pass in radius And again, radius constructor is not defined. You have to use radius dot something. So always, whenever you want to figure something out, because obviously you'll find out later on that there are so many widgets you won't know everything about them. But you can always know what all properties they need, and it's in very English language. There's nothing very UI related language that's mentioned over here that you can't understand. So you can just figure out by doing this radius, but it doesn't resolve the error because its constructor doesn't exist. So let's try to do something with radius dot, and yeah, we do get options for that. And you see here we have image descriptions for it. What is circular, what is elliptical, what is lerp. But we are just going to go ahead with radius.circular and pass in 10, which is what circular requires, a double radius value. Then save it. We come over here, and this is more rounded, but we can make it more rounded by having 40. And you see, this is proper input that one might require. Then we can also pass in 60, and this makes it even more circular. So you get the point. Now let's try something else. We have border radius dot horizontal, and from the left side we are going to have radius dot circular 60. Okay, let's see what happens. You see, from the left hand side there is this radius, but on the right hand side it's strictly edgy. And if we do it for right, we have right dot circular like this. So this is pointy, a perfect rectangle, and then we have circle over here. So you can create a bunch of things like this with horizontal, with vertical. In vertical, you have to mention top or bottom. You can pass in top, and it's something like this. Then you have bottom, where you have something like this. So you can try a lot of stuff, and maybe it looks cool sometime, maybe it doesn't. But I'm just going to go ahead with border radius dot all because that's better in my opinion, a standard way. Now you can also try to put only here and go ahead and configure everything for top left, top right and everything, but you get the point. I'm not going to dive much into this now. And now finally, if we try circular, circular gives us an error because circular doesn't require radius, it requires a double value. So let's remove this and put 60. Is that fine? Not really, it's giving us an error. Why? We have put a double value, right? Well, that's because if we go to the circular part, every constructor here has a constant border radius dot all, constant border radius dot vertical, constant border radius dot horizontal. But it's not border radius dot circular with a constant, it's just border radius dot circular. That's why this isn't a constant constructor. And right at the top we have mentioned return constant scaffold. Since we have returned constant scaffold, all of its widgets need to be constant. Like center was a constant and column was a constant. And likewise even text and text style, text field, text style, everything was a constant. But finally we have something which is not a constant. So what do we need to do? We just need to remove a constant scaffold from here, put a constant text, put constant text style, put constant text style over here, put constant border side, and that's all. Our error gets fixed and we need to put constant for every single widget, which is a const. But since this wasn't a const, we cannot put constant over here or on any widget here. If we put constant over here, that won't be allowed. We cannot put constant on any parent widget. For border radius, the parent widget will be border side, outline input border, not border side, only outline input border, input decoration, text field, column, center and scaffold. So you can't put constant on any of its parents widget. Parent widget is whatever widget border radius is in, and it's in outline input border, input decoration, text field and stuff like that. Okay. So I hope you understood that. We are going to know more about constant and why it's required after we have built a successfully working application. But for now, just follow along and use constant every time. Now if we come over here, it's the same output. Border radius.circular 60 has the same output as border radius.all radius.circular 60. Alright? Because at the end of the day, we are just saying from all the edges, you want to put a radius that is circular, which is 60. And border radius.circular also says that from all the edges, you want to put circular, which is 60. Okay? So it's the same thing. However, I don't want any of that. Or maybe I do want border radius.circle, let's say 10. Or maybe 5. And that will be good enough for me. And we are pretty much done with everything. But if you see one thing, when we restart our app, we have our text field looking a bit weird. And when we click over it, it enlarges and it just feels very weird, you know. So what I want to do is make our text field look like this from the start. Okay. When I click over here, when I have the focus, and when I don't have the focus, it should look the same thing. So for that, we have a different border property, which is enabled border. When I put enabled border, it also requires the same thing, input border. And since input border is an abstract class, I cannot use it. But I can use underline input or outline input. What is underline input? Underline input, if we just instantiate it and restart our app, we can't see anything visible. But if we take a screenshot, come over here and zoom in, you'll see there's a border only in the bottom. There's no border at the top. There's a border only in the bottom, which is black, which is what underline input border is. Instead of having borders everywhere, like you have an outline input border, you just have an underline border. And then you have properties related to it, which is border side, which we've already looked at over here. Then it has border radius, which we already saw. And that's it. No further customization. So that's not what we want. What we want is this outline input border. So I can just grab this, press Command C to copy it and paste it over here. Also put a comma so that formatting works. And when we come over here, you see when I click over here and when I don't click, it's the same thing. But yeah, this makes my widget look very big. So what I can do instead is in my build function itself, I'll create final border, which is equal to this outline input border that I just saved. So at the end of the day, this is a function, right? And in a function, I can create my own variable, which I've created over here. I've created a border variable and assigned it a value of outline input border. If I hover over it, Dart correctly recognizes it. Now I can take this border and paste it over here. I can take this border and paste it over here. What this does is reduce the complexity inside my input decoration, because I'm not writing big stuff here, which are the same thing. And also whenever I want to change anything, I can do it one place. If I had two different instances over here and maybe I wanted my border style to have a width of 10, then it would be weird. Why? Because right now it looks normal. When I click over it, it looks very weird. because I changed the stuff in my focused border, but I didn't change it in the enabled border. I also need to change it over here, right? And then when I start it, it feels the same thing. So what I've done instead is created a variable border here, then took this border, pasted it over here, pasted it over here, and then whenever I want to change something, I can just do it at one place and it correctly changes, right? So I hope you understood that. And this is a build function. This is a function where I can create any variable that I want, and I've created it over here. I can also create it over here in my class, but it has some problems because this is a const constructor. I've used border radius.circular. So I'll have to remove constant from here for it to work. And we've already seen that const has performance benefits. So you should not remove it from the constructor of a widget at least, as much as you can. And we can avoid it by putting this in the build function, so why not? But yeah, one thing to note is don't put any complex task inside of this build function. Yeah, you can put variables and you can put functions that are not expensive. That means that they are not doing big stuff like putting an asynchronous thing over here or putting a timer. Nothing like that needs to be done in build function. Build function should have a widget tree that is to be returned, and maybe if you want, you can put variables over here. Okay, perfect. So my text field looks good. Okay, let me change my width back to 2.0. Yeah. So we are done with the text field and we have taken a look at a lot of text field properties. There are still a lot more that we can cover, but let's not get into them. So the design for the text field looks good enough. I think we can exit from here, but there's still two more things that I want to fix. First one is this text field being too much in the corners. All right. I want some spacing to be there from here. Alright, from the left and the right hand side. And another thing is when I press Command K while being on the text field, we get our keyboard here. Okay, when I press Command key, I get access to the keyboard. If you're on Android emulator, keyboard is constantly there on the Android emulator. You see, our keyboard allows us to put text related stuff here. I don't want that. I want to restrict it to numbers only. You shouldn't be seeing text. You should only be seeing numbers here. So let's go ahead and put a property that will make sure text field doesn't allow you to put text, only numbers. So that property is not mentioned in input decoration. Input decoration is related to how you want to design and decorate your text field, but this is not related to designing the text field. It's related to one of the properties or functionalities of text field. So we can click over here or hover over here and we'll see keyboard type. We want to change the keyboard only, right? So we have keyboard type here, which we can change. So let's go out of the input decoration and pass in keyboard type, and this requires a type of text input type. So we can go ahead and mention text input type dot, and this is a class that allows us to put multiple things. So we have text input type dot date time. So if you only want date related stuff, and you can see on iOS it requests the default keyboard, but on Android it requests a keyboard with ready access to this, because iOS doesn't have an Android style keyboard and Android doesn't have iOS style keyboard, obviously. So let's go ahead and see what we want. We want number, so we can have number, and we restart it. We click over here and we see only numbers. That's good, right? However, the problem over here is, I cannot put text, but I cannot also put decimal points. I want decimal points. So let's find something else. So we'll have number, phone, street address, but we also have number with options. So this allows us to put a decimal point. If I save this much and restart the app, come over here, no changes. However, I do have two named properties that I can configure, decimal and signed. If I put decimal, set it to true, save it, again we need to restart. Come over here, we have a nice decimal point showing up over here, 8.0. And if you want, you can also set signed to true, which allows you to put negative sign. Again, we'll have to restart. Come over here, and you see, we get all of those stuff. So basically, we get all the alphabets and everything, but our keyboard starts with showing a number. But that's not what I want, so I'll just set decimal to true and set this as constant, because this has a constant constructor. So yeah, let's restart the app, and there we go. Perfect. Now, the second thing that I wanted is the padding over here, or the margin to be left from the left side and the right hand side. Some spacing needs to be there. But I cannot do that by using one of the properties of text field. Why? Because text field doesn't have those properties. It doesn't have anything related to margin, padding, all of that stuff. But that's not the case. It does have something related to padding, which is scroll padding. And if we see in decoration, because we are decorating the text field only, we have content padding. But those are two things that are related with inside of the text field. With content padding, basically, you can set padding such that you can leave space from here. You can make sure that your text field looks bigger and this text has more padding to it. So this text field will appear stretched. But that's not what we want. And the scroll padding is nowhere related to what we want. It configures a padding to edges surrounding a scrollable when the text field scrolls into view. Nothing that we care about. So we can exit this. So text field is not giving us any property, and rightly so. How can text field give us a property related to the outside? For that, we'll again have to wrap our text field with other widget. And what is that widget? Well, it can be padding or container widget. Let's take a look at both of those widgets, padding and container. So I'm just going to wrap my text field with the padding widget, and for that I don't have to write padding and all of that stuff. What I can do is press Ctrl Shift R, which brings up a set of refactoring options, or you can just press right click, refactor, and then you have access to the refactoring option. And here you can wrap with a widget, you can wrap with a builder, other widgets that are present, and then you also have container and padding. So let's wrap it with padding, and you see there's padding, then the padding property, and then a child. So it correctly configures itself, so we don't have to do much task with it. Then we save it, and then there's padding. So what's happening over here is there's text field. Text field usually takes up the entire width of the device or the entire width that it's given. But here you're restricting it to take the entire width that is provided by adding padding. And padding is the amount of space by which to insert the child. So basically, text field has a habit of taking the entire screen. You're saying that, hey, you cannot take the entire screen, and you're restricting it by putting a padding widget which eliminates 8 pixels of screen size. And also, padding requires something known as edge insert geometry, But if you just do edge insets geometry, it won't allow you because it is an abstract class. But edge insets extends its edge insets geometry, so you can use it over here. Now you see how the entire Flutter framework is built on the concept of inheritance, encapsulation, all the object-oriented programming concepts that we learnt about. But anyways, this is good, and I think this is a nice start. Edge insets.all 8 is quite good over here, and it looks good. However, there are more properties on edge insets that you can take a look at. Edge insets.all, edge insets.from LTRB, which is from left, top, right, bottom. Then you need to mention all of those things. Then you have dot from view padding. So you can set a padding based on the view padding. Then we have only, so you can set left, top, right, bottom. Now you might ask, what's the difference between from LTRB and only? Well, the difference is all the properties inside of only are optional. You can pass them and you cannot pass them, it's fine. If you only want to pass left, you can pass it and you'll be good, right? But on the other hand, when you have from LTRB, you necessarily need to mention all of those parameters. You need to mention left, top, right, bottom values. You cannot skip any one of them, or you can just pass in 0. But yeah, this is just more customization added for you. But we are just going to go ahead with only, not all. Why not all? Because when we live with all, you leave padding from here, from here, from here, and from bottom as well. When we add a button, you'll see that. But with only, or with symmetric, where you need to mention the horizontal and vertical values, you can leave spacing from here and here, or from here and here. So you need to set for vertical together and from horizontal together. That means if I pass in horizontal 10 and save it, from left I'm leaving 10 pixels, from right I'm leaving 10 pixels. But from top and bottom I'm leaving 0 pixel. That's how it works, and I think you're smart enough to figure it out on your own. We're going to go ahead with, let's say, edge insets.all 10, because we need to leave some space from here and we need to leave space from below when our button comes along. Great, this looks good. Now instead of using padding, you can also use container. So if I use container instead of padding, it all works fine. Why? Because container allows you to set a bunch of properties. It has alignment, padding, color, decoration, width, height. So it's like a one and all widget, right? It allows you to set multiple properties, and if you just command click on container and just go to its build function, you'll notice that container is itself made up of multiple other widgets. Like you might have seen the edge insets geometry, the padding widget. So whenever we set the padding over here in our container, we're basically using the padding widget only. Then we have the color, where we are using colored box. And when you see margin or constraints, it is using a bunch of other widgets is what I'm saying. Now here you can set padding or margin. Now what is the difference between padding and margin? To understand that, let's take a look at the diagram. If I just remove this, we'll be able to draw something. So let's say we have a screen like this, maybe a better screen. Okay. Now this is where my app resides. So this is my text that is displaying. Okay. So I have my text over here. Now the spacing between the text and this container box is known as padding. Alright. This thing right here is padding. But this thing right here is margin. So to explain it in a short sentence, margin is related to stuff outside your container and padding is related to stuff inside your container. But in this case, the padding and margin will be the same thing. So if we save it, our text field decreases even further. But in certain scenarios, you'll see containers, padding and margin property behaving differently, especially when we have a container with a text inside of it. And maybe you can check it out over here. How? Let's press Command Shift R, then you have wrap with container property, and here, you can just pass in a child. Then in the container, you can first of all set the padding property, which is going to be constant edge in sets. Whenever you have padding or margin related stuff, you need to use edge in sets. Then you have edge in sets.all10. Then you have margin of edge in sets.all10. Again, this is going to be constant. And then you can set a color property. And the color is going to be colors.black. Okay. Let's save it. Come over here. You see, first thing to note is the container takes only as much space the font requires. It doesn't take the entire width of the screen like the text field does. It only takes as much space as its child requires. Only as much space as this text requires. If I reduce its font size to 1, it will take only this much space. If I increase its font size, it will take as much space as this text requires. Even column did the same thing, right? We have seen that earlier. Container does the same thing. So basically the child is determining how much the height and width of the container should be. Unless I specifically go ahead here and type height should be 400, which should be 299. Okay. Then it doesn't follow the constraints or the sizing of text. It takes the entire space. However, I'm not doing that because here I want to achieve a different purpose. As you can see over here, there's some sort of padding over here. However, when I remove this, the container is squashed even further, right? With this padding, I'm determining how much spacing should be there over here. But when I remove padding, I'm not configuring anything inside. But with margin, I'm configuring something over here. When I remove margin from here, you'll notice that this goes down. Alright, let's save it. And you'll see the difference between this text field and the text size decreased because the margin is removed. When I put back margin, let's put all of them in one screen so that you understand this further. And then when I save it, you can visibly see the difference over here. So that's the difference between padding and margin. Padding is related to the stuff inside and margin is related to the stuff outside. I hope that was clear. Now let's maximize our code editor and this looks good. Now also let's remove the color and the entire container property. So I'll press Ctrl Shift R, remove this widget. So I remove the entire container and its properties and we come over here. This looks good. Now the next thing we want to do is add a button. But I hope before going into the button, you understood the difference between padding and container. Padding is just one widget and container is made up of many other widgets. And that includes the padding widget. But I always prefer using padding when only padding is required, I get to know what exactly is happening over here. If I use container, I'll be curious to know, hey, am I doing anything else in the container? But anyways, it depends on your preference. There is no performance difference. And now the final thing of our UI, the button. Now, how do we put a button over here? So in material design, buttons can be classified broadly into two categories. One is the buttons which are raised, and other one is where the button appears like a text. Alright? So the raised button is kind of like an actual button that you might see on any website. Appears like a text button is something that looks like a text but is actually a button. So first let's take an example of how text button looks, and then we can go on to the raised button. So to create a text button, we have to type text button. How convenient. And now it requires two arguments, which is onPressed and child. When I click on text button, it automatically completes this for me and asks me to put the required arguments. So for onPressed, we require something known as void function, and that can be nullable. So basically we need to pass in a function over here, and we can take the advantage of anonymous functions that allow us to create a function over here. So this function does not have a name of its own, but it is a function. Kind of like a lambda function in Python if you've coded in it. Then we have a child which requires a widget. Now why do we require a child in a text button? That's because there will be a button, but what should the content inside a button be? That's what child requires. So we can pass a text over here which says click me. Alright. Now I'll just put commas so that there's nice indentation. Now I'll come over here, and you see click me is shown over here, and this acts like a button. Why? Because when I long press over it, it gives me a splash effect that you can see in the blue color. That's a button. Now if I click on it, nothing happens. That's because in this function we have not done anything. So in our function over here, we can pass, let's say, a print call. So we'll go ahead and pass print here and says button click. We already know what a print function is, right? And here I'm just saying that whenever this button is pressed, I want the print statement to be printed out in the console. So I'll press Command J to open my debug console again. Now I'll just restart my entire app, come over here, click on this button, and you see button clicked. If I click it again, I see 2 written over here. That means button was clicked again. Now if I again click, there's 3 times button clicked. So this is what this function does. Whenever you click on it, it runs the particular function. And it requires a type of only function. You cannot put some integer value over here or some string value over here or whatever. You cannot do that because it is of the type function like this, and it returns a void. So you don't have to return anything from here like this. You can just do this, or you can just leave it because that's void. Now let's see why we get these 2 errors. This error we get because we have to put a const before a text. This text button does not require a constant. Now you might ask why? Why does it not require a constant when this has a constructor of constant? That's because we have this function over here. Whenever we have a function to be passed in like this, it cannot be a constant button. To prove this, if I just remove onPressed, you see we get a warning here, use const with the constructor to improve the performance. But then we also get an error saying the named parameter onPress is required. So this is the reason why we have to put a const for the text. If const for a text button was allowed, then we wouldn't have to put a constant for this text. I've explained this to you before. And let's go ahead, put a const over here. Now why are we getting a warning over here? And one problem I have with warnings is that I have to hover over them to understand why the warning is there in the first place. So what can I do such that my warnings are seen over here? I don't have to hover over a particular thing and see the warning. So for that we have a VS Code extension. We can go to the extensions tab, type here error lens. Then we have to choose this one given by Alexander. We can install, come over here, and now you'll see your errors and warnings are seen in the same line. So this error lens makes sure that all your warnings and errors are seen in the file itself and you don't have to hover over them. I just prefer this way because I get to know instantly what the warning or error is. And it says, don't invoke print in production code. Try using a logging framework. And this error is there because of a certain thing known as lint, which I told you I'll cover later on. Now if you again go to analysis option.yaml, you see include package flutter lints, and that is coming from the dev dependency flutter lints over here. What flutter lints does is encourage good coding practices. You can see that in the comment over here. Now you can set your own coding practices in the analysis option.yaml file where you have the linter. For example, if I uncomment this line, so I'll press command / to uncomment the line, then I'll click on command S, which saves the file, and come over here, the warning for print is gone. Even if I open the debug console in problems, there are no problems. Because here I've set a rule saying that avoid print lint should be set to false. If I set it to true, which is by default, and come over here, I get the warning again. And I'm not going to meddle with the preset lint, which tells us to not use print in production code. And that's simply because if you print stuff out, you can also print some confidential information, and because of that your users might be able to see it if they have rooted devices or they figure out a way to do so. So definitely we are not going to use print like this. There are two options to use print now. Either you can go ahead and use debug print. The difference is debug print requires a string only. You cannot pass anything to a print statement like we could in print because it required an object. And we already know object is a superclass of all the data types we know. So now we can use debug print and that removes the warning for us. Or what you can do is pass an if check over here and check if we are in debug mode, only then do we want to print this. Now what is debug mode? Now there are three types of mode in our applications: debug, release and profile. Right now we are in the debug mode, basically just testing our application, building new features and all of that. Release is how your app will look like in production, and profile is a mixture of debug and release. In release you won't be able to see many error messages, or later on we'll see that when we add some other packages they also print stuff out. We won't be able to see that in release mode. We can see that only in debug mode. Now what profile does is run the app in release mode but give us our nice error messages, warning messages if there are any. And basically print is saying that hey, you can only use me in debug mode. So now that's why we had put debug print. Now we are saying that hey, if we are in debug mode, now how do we check if the app is in debug mode or in release mode? To check that we have k debug mode given to us by Flutter. Now if we see, this is coming from the package flutter source foundation constants.dart. If we press command and go inside, you'll see kdebug mode is equal to not release mode and not profile mode. That means debug mode is when it's not a release mode or profile mode. So it's definitely a boolean value. And if it's a boolean value, we can just pass an if condition like this and print it inside. Now the error is gone because we are printing in the debug mode. In release mode, we won't be able to see this print message. Now you might be asking, hey, that's fine. Now I understand this, but how do I run my app in release and profile modes? To do that, you can simply go to the terminal and run flutter run -- release to run it in release mode, but release mode doesn't work on iPhone simulator. You can run it on an iPhone actual device. And same goes for profile mode. You cannot run profile mode on an iOS simulator. So what I'm going to do is at the end, maybe we'll try to run it on real devices and see how it feels. Cool. So now that we are done, let's get back to our text button. And let's improve the design over here. First of all, I want this text to say convert instead of saying click me. So to change that, I can just change the text over here and have convert. Save it, and when I come back over here, it's convert. Cool. Next thing I want to do is make sure the button background is black. So to do that, I'll have to use one of the text button's properties. Now let's take a look at the properties text button gives us. It gives us on pressed, which is a required argument, and that we already filled that. Then we have on long press. So what should happen when you long press the button? What should happen when you hover over the button? By hovering, it means when you just have your cursor on the top of this button. This is especially used in web applications because sometimes you might want to change how your button looks or how your entire UI looks when you hover over a button. Then there's on focus change, what happens when you change the focus. Then the style, that's what we are interested in, right? Even for the text, we had text style property. Even for the hint text or label or prefix, everything had its own style. So we can focus on style over here as well. So that's what we want. Let's go ahead and put it over here. Style, which will be button style. Exactly what it requires. And we can create an object of the button style class like this. Now we have two problems here. First one is the child argument should be last in widget constructor invocations. That basically means that whenever you create any widget, child cannot be over here. It has to be the ending property. All the other properties should go above child. And this does not have any performance impacts, but it's just readable code because basically you're in a widget tree, right? And if you have a text button, it's good to see the last thing over here. It's just a matter of preferences. If you don't like this, you can definitely go ahead in analysis option.yaml and make sure you add a lint so that you avoid this kind of warning. You can do that. And the next is we have to use a constant before button style. So let's use it. Alright. Now if we do this much, nothing really changes because we haven't provided any properties to button style. Now the first thing that I want to do is change the background color of the button. So let's get access to the background color. And it's not simple as it looks. It doesn't just ask for a color, it asks for material state property with a generic type of color which can be nullable, and material state property is also nullable. And that makes sense, right? If we remove background color, it works. If we want to put a background color, that also works. So nullable makes sense. And then if you want to pass a color, you can pass. If you don't want to pass a color, you can't pass it. Now how do I make sure material state property is added over here? To do that, let's create material state property and create an instance. But if I do that, it gives me an error because it's an abstract class. So we cannot use material state property. However, we have something known as material state property all that we can use. Now if I come over here, you see class material state property all, it requires the same generic type that our material state property requires, and it implements it. So that's why we can use it in background color. Now if you hover over this, it is smart to identify that it requires the property or the value of a color. Why? Because here background color required material state property color, and when we use material state property all, it automatically said, hey, use color. So we have to pass in a color over here. Now what is my background color going to be? Well, colors.black. Let's try that. Save it, come over here, and we have a button showing up. The next thing I want to do is change the text style. So to do that, I can maybe try to change the text style property over here. Let's go ahead and try to do that. We have text style. Then again, we'll pass material state property all. Then we'll pass a text style saying, let's say color is colors.white. Maybe that looks good. Then we'll save it. Come over here, and nothing really changes. If I try to restart the app, still nothing changes. The reason for that is if you hover over this property, it says the style for a button's text widget descendants. So we are doing the correct thing because button's text widget descendant is our text over here. But the color of the text style is typically not used directly. The foreground color is used instead. So we need to use foreground color and pass that in. So we can have material state property all. Then we'll pass colors.white. Let's remove the text style property and let's see if that works. We come over here and boom, that works. We have a nice button displaying here. And maybe you're satisfied with this UI, but I'm not. Because what I want to do is increase the button's height and width, and maybe the font size of this text as well. So let's do that. First, we'll focus on the sizing. So to increase the sizing, we can do size, and it doesn't really have a size property, but it does have icon size, fixed size, maximum size, minimum size, and tap target size. Icon size is the size of the icon inside of the button, but we are not using any icon, so we can ignore that. Then we have fixed size. So what will the fixed size of the button be, irrespective of what screen size we are on? If we are on a smaller device or we are on a bigger device, the size will remain the same. So let's go ahead with fixed size, and that requires again material state property all. And then we need to pass in something known as a size. Is size a class? Is size an enum? What is it? Well, size is a class. It already gives us an auto suggestion. If I tap over it, it gives me two things to pass to it: width and height. To pass a width, maybe I can say 200, that should be enough, and height will be 50. Now if I save it, come over here, my buttons height and width both have increased. But I'm not satisfied with how much the width increased. I want it to take the entire space just like the text field did. So maybe I can pass the width as 300. Then maybe we can try 350. Still not enough, so we can go ahead with 400. And that's enough, but that's not all. Maybe we have to do 410. And that's enough. But what will happen if I use a smaller or a bigger device? Or if we just take a different device altogether, what will happen? Will the thing be the same? So let's go ahead and try it. I'm just going to call my Pixel 6 emulator. You can just call it like this. Just click over here, start the Pixel 6 emulator from here. You don't have to go to Android Studio to start it. Now, after this device is selected, I can click on run without debugging, or you can start debugging, whatever you want. I'll run without debugging, press Command J, go to the debug console. You see we have a bunch of errors over here, but that's related to when we put a text style property for this button style. And then you see we have reloaded, which is hot reload. When we save, it hot reloaded. But anyways, I don't want to focus on iPhone emulator now. I'll just change the device in focus from iPhone to Pixel. And now I'll see all the warnings, properties, calls related to my Android emulator. Okay. And we see that it has started. If we come over here, there we go. We have our app right here. But that's the problem. When we had 400 on a different device size, it looks proper. But on an Android emulator, it looks different. And if we open web, it might look different. On a smaller device, we might even get an error. Why? Because let's say I put 450 over here because I want to cover the entire size. So this is what fixed size means. No matter what the device size is, no matter what the device screen is, this is going to be the size. And it works fine, it works well. The problem here isn't about the fixed size property or any property that we are using. It's about the fixed value of the width that we need to give. Is there no way such that I can give maximum value to the width, how much ever it requires it can take? Well, there is a property to do so. We have double, this double dot infinity. So if we click on double, we'll go into the Dart implementation of double. And double is an abstract class as well. But we are not instantiating the double class. We are not doing double like this. Instead, we are calling the static property of infinity on it. And infinity is 1 divided by 0. So it's basically saying that take maximum amount of space possible. And if I save on it right now and put commas, come over here, we get back a normal button. Because that's the maximum amount of space this button is taking in fixed size property. But what will happen if I use minimum size? Minimum size is that you need to take at least this much size on whatever device you're on. And if I save it, there we go. On both the screens, our buttons are looking similar because they're taking the maximum amount of space possible. And what will happen if I do maximum size and save it? We'll get back to our normal button. Because what it's saying is the maximum size of this button should be double dot infinity and 50. But if you can have this value, you should take it. But in the maximum screen device, this is what the button should have. But anyways, we are going to go ahead with minimum size because that's what we want. We want it to extend till the entire end of the screen. Now you might ask, hey, this doesn't look good. I want there to be this spacing. And we are going to tackle that the same way we tackled our text field. We are going to wrap it with the padding widget. So we are going to come to the text button, press Command-Shift-R, then wrap it with the padding widget and have edge-insets.all 10.0. And there we go. On both the device screens, we have similar spacing. Perfect. Now you might have a question. Why do I have to wrap it with a padding widget? Why can't I do something like double dot infinity minus, let's say, 40? Because here from the left and right side we have 10, 10. So not 40, double dot infinity minus 20, and then save it. The reason for that is double dot infinity isn't a value that you can count. It is infinity. It is an infinite value and you're saying that minimum size should be this. Double dot infinity is saying that you can take as much size as possible on the screen. And then if you do double dot infinity minus 20, you're saying infinity minus 20, which is still infinity. So it doesn't have any effect over here. That's why you have to use the padding. Also, there is no other button style property that will help you to remove spacing from here. Either you'll have to set proper constraints, but that will differ on every screen size, or you'll have to make a way like using a padding widget, using double dot infinity and all of that stuff. So let's put a padding 10 again. And this looks good on all the screen sizes. Perfect. Now this is what text looks like. What will elevated look like then? So this is what the text button looks like. What will the raised button appear like? So to configure that, we can just go ahead and instead of text button have something known as elevated button. And you see, we don't get any errors because it requires the exact same things. OnPressed is a required property, child is a required property, and the same style is required. All the properties are same, on pressed, on long press, on hover, but what changes is the design here. You might say, hey, there's no difference, I cannot see anything, but there is. This button right here is raised a little bit. What I'm going to do is put this in a side-by-side view so that you understand this better. Let's come over here. Let's get back to text button, save it, and you'll see some sort of elevation is gone. If I save it again, some kind of elevation is there. Elevation is added by putting some sort of background behind it. There's some kind of shadow to it. To show this elevation, I'm just going to go ahead and pass elevation 15. And elevation doesn't require double. It requires material state property double. So let's go ahead and pass material state property all 15 like this. Save it, and you see there's more shadow behind, so it appears more elevated. It gives a more, you can say, 3D view. It's not exactly 3D, but it gives a more 3D kind of effect. That's what elevated button does. And by default, it has its own elevation set. But text button does not have any elevation set. So it's kind of like a simple flat button. And the fun fact is, elevated button was previously called as raised button and text button was known as flat button. Because elevated button was raised and text button was flat. But then they decided to change it in later versions of Flutter. So I hope you understood the difference between these two types of buttons. Now you can obviously go ahead and configure more in these buttons. For example, you can set the shape. Let's go ahead and set one. So we have shape, and that also requires material state property all, and then requires outlined border. So let's go ahead and pass outlined border. But there's nothing like outlined border like this because it is an abstract class. So again, we need to find something that extends outline border. So for this, we have multiple types. Let's go ahead with the one I know, oval border. You see, as the name suggests, it will be able to create an oval border. Also, if you press command and go into the source code, oval border extends circle border, which is another border. You can also use circle border in your code. If you just go here and use circle border, that will be fine. But at the end of the day, circle border also extends outlined border. So oval border extends outline border. Alright. Now if I save it, come over here. This is our button. Looks kind of weird. Then we also have the circle border. You can try that. Then this kind of border will look better on a button that requires an icon. In our case, we don't require an icon, we just require a text. But what I'm saying is this might look something like this. You can have an icon over here, which will be icons dot, let's say, convert. There's nothing like that. So maybe icons dot money, just to demonstrate. You see, this looks good enough. And when you add elevated button on top of it, this will look much better. Alright. So this is what circle border can be used with. Oval border might be there to create some different UI style. I don't know why anyone would use oval border, to be honest, in a production ready app that needs serious attention. Alright. Then the other border that we have is rectangle border. So we have three types of rectangle border: beveled rectangle border, rounded rectangle border, and continuous rectangle border. Let's go ahead with the rounded rectangular border, save it, come over here, and we have a button looking the way we wanted it to. Now we can make some advancements here because it requires border side, border radius, everything that we've seen before. You can configure over here, and all of that is named arguments. For example, you can just go ahead and mention border radius. Then you have border radius dot circular 10. Also remove constant here because, as we know, border radius dot circular isn't a constant. Put constant for everything. So let's go ahead and put it. Save it. Come over here and you see this kind of design. And this actually looks good. I'm happy with this. Then we also have beveled rectangle border. It also has a border radius property, but we are just going to skip that. Save it. The difference here is this is pointy instead of having arcs in the edges over here. And the last one is continuous rectangle border. Let's save it. If you want, you can just go ahead using beveled rectangle border, not beveled, sorry, rounded rectangle border, and it will give you a good enough design. Now, if you want to reduce the border radius, you can do that. Also, let's put some formatting in place by putting some commas, and this looks good. I'm satisfied. So yeah, this works well. Also, I'm just going to keep the text button. I'm not going to use elevated button. Now let's remove all the comments, and yeah, this looks good. Now you might see that there's spacing here between this button and this text field already. That's there because of the padding property added here. Here we have added a padding property saying edge insets dot all 10. So from all the sides there's a padding of 10 from the top, from left, from right, and from the bottom. That's why there's spacing over here. So we are done with the UI, but still you might be not convinced by what the style requires. Right? Because every single time we have to pass in material state property all, then mention the color, or material state property all, then mention the size, material state property all, then mention the shape or the border. Now that is a lot of tasks to do. So instead of doing that, we have an alternative. What we can do is do text button dot, and we have an option of text button dot style from. By using text button dot style from, we don't have to mention material state property all for everything. You directly get options to color, shape, minimum size, fixed size, maximum size, all of those things. So you can just go ahead and use text button dot style from. But since I'm lazy to type it all again, I'm going to undo everything I did. Copy this line right here, press Command Shift Z to redo everything, so that I come back to text button dot style from, and I'll just paste everything back. Now I can remove all the material state property alls from here and just put the required colors and sizes. Alright, so that will work as well. But make sure you do it nicely, otherwise you might get confused with the brackets and will miss one of the brackets. Also put a const here because size requires that. And text button dot style from doesn't give us constant thing because it is a function. Functions cannot be constant, right? Now if we save it like this, come over here, we have a text button showing as it is, as it was before, no changes, but instead of having material state property all for everything, we have our simple colors and sizes passed. Cool. So I hope you're convinced by this. Also, if you have elevated button, you can go ahead and use elevated button.style from, and it won't stop you. You'll be able to do all this stuff. Great. So we have a functioning UI now. This is all that was required for our simple currency converter app. Congratulations on being done with the user interface. We have learned quite a lot, even if you think it's a small output. So you can leave the user interface at this. This looks decent enough. But if you want to add something, there's one element you can add, which is an app bar. An app bar is the header thing that we see right at the top. You can add that. So let's go to our scaffold. It is not included in body, right? Because it's a header. Why will header stuff be included inside of a body? Header is included inside of a scaffold. There is an app bar. So you can go ahead and pass an app bar. An app bar requires something known as a preferred size widget. But yeah, you can go ahead and pass app bar here. Why? Because app bar extends or implements a preferred size widget. And preferred size widget implements a widget. Alright? And if you see, preferred size widget is an abstract class which just has one getter inside of it. Get preferred size. And app bar implements that. So we will come over here, put an app bar, save it, and you see our entire user interface is looking quite different. That's because by default, the app bar has a color of blue. And that is something related to theming, which we'll get to when we build our second application. But as of now, we don't want this to be blue or anything. We just want it to take the same color as this background color. So to do that, we can change the background color and set it equal to colors.bluegray, exactly what the scaffold's background color is. But still we have this sort of elevation here. So we can remove this elevation by setting the elevation property of the app bar to 0. And once we do that, the app bar is gone. Now you'll ask, hey, what's the purpose of adding an app bar if you just wanted to erase it? The reason for that is at the top, I just want to mention currency converter. So an app bar requires some sort of title. And here we have a title. It requires some sort of text, right? Title is a perfect choice for it. So we'll pass title here, and the title requires a widget. So you can just pass in a text widget and say currency converter. Also put a const over here, save it, come back, and we have currency converter displaying. This is our app bar title. In Android, it shows up on the left hand side. In iOS, it is right in the center. So you can use either of them. If you strictly want to center the title, you can go ahead and set the property of center title to true. And if you do that, it is centered in both the places. And if you set to false, it will be aligned in the left hand side for both of these devices. Also, if you want to change the color of this text style, you can change it by passing in a style, text style, what we've already seen before, color, colors.black. Alright. Now if we come, we have currency converter displaying like this, but I don't like how it looks with the style, so I'm just going to keep it like this. Good. App bar also has multiple other options, like if you want to increase the size, you can add a bottom preferred size widget, so that can be an app bar again, and you'll be able to have two app bars. Then we have actions, which requires a list of widgets. Now what is actions? Actions is a bunch of buttons or a bunch of widgets that you can show in the right hand side corner over here. So we can have actions like this, and let's say you want to display a text here saying hello, save it, and you can show hello over here. Now this actions usually contains icons and stuff, so that if you want to exit the app or do anything else, you can use that using actions. Actions is not used for displaying text. Now if you take an example of WhatsApp has a bunch of actions. So it has the video calling icon, the phone call icon, and the more options icon. All of those are actions. Then we also have leading. This is also particularly icon, or if you want to display an image, but it's generally not for text. What leading does is show some widget over here, and it only requires one widget. Actions can have a list of widgets just like a column, but they are displayed in an horizontal manner, and leading only requires one widget. Now we'll get to all these properties later on when we build our shopping app, but for now we don't need to get into it. And I'm also satisfied with the currency converter app that we have till now. Now let's figure out how can I make sure my app functions, right? So when I've mentioned the USD, let's say 1.028, and click on convert, I want to convert to INR. Now how can I do that? This sounds very easy. All we need to do is, first step is create a variable that stores the converted currency value. So right now we have the 0. The initial value of the variable is going to be 0. Then whenever we pass something like 1.08 to it, click on convert, we'll multiply 1.08 to the standard exchange rate that we have. Let's say 81, because 1 USD is 81. So we'll multiply 1.08 with 81, and whatever answer we'll get, we'll store in that variable. So the second step is just going to be to create a function that multiplies the value given by the text field with 81 or whatever exchange rate you have. Maybe you're not converting from USD to INR, you're converting to some other value. You can use that value, not 81. Then the third step is to store the value in the variable that we created, right? So we created a function that multiplies the value with 81. Then we are just storing the value in this variable that we created. And then we only have to display that variable. Sounds easy, doesn't it? So let's try to do this in our stateless widget. So let's go ahead and do our first step, create a variable that stores the converted currency value. And also what I'm going to do is copy all of this and paste it outside of the class that we have. I'm not going to keep it inside because it just obstructs my view and will make it difficult for me. Now what I'm going to do is go ahead and create a variable inside of this class. So I can just go ahead and create a variable int result is equal to 0. But then we get an error saying this class or a class that this class inherits from is marked as immutable. Why? Because we are extending a stateless widget, right? And I told you in the beginning of the Flutter section that the stateless widget is immutable. Any fields inside of it cannot change. And here we are allowing it to change because it is not a constant or it is not a final. If we put final int result over here, the error will get resolved. But if we just put int result, that means this value can be reassigned. This is a mutable variable and it cannot be present inside a stateless widget. So what can we do? If we put final, we won't be able to change the value. So it doesn't make sense to make it final. However, what we can do is put it inside of the build function, right? If we put it int result is equal to 0, it will work fine because this is a function. In function, you can change the value. But inside a class, a global variable, you cannot change the value if it's immutable. So int result is equal to 0 is fine in this function. Now what I want to do is take this value from the text field and multiply it by 81 whenever the user clicks on convert. Now how do I get the value from the text field? If I come over here, does text field have any of the properties? Not really. If you use onSubmitted, which is one of the functions text field provides, you'll see we get a value. And if we try to print the value, I'm just printing it, not debug printing it, because I'm going to remove this line and open the debug console. Come over here and let's say I type 1.2 convert, button click comes. OnSubmitted is not triggered at all, because OnSubmitted is triggered when we click on return button from our keyboard. Once I click on enter from the keyboard, we get 1.2. So this OnSubmitted gets triggered when the text field is submitted, and that's not the layout of our app. If the user clicks on return, that's fine. Or even then we can do something. But when the user clicks on convert, which is another button that we've given them, then also it needs to get triggered. So we cannot use the onSubmitted property. Then what can we use such that whatever value is present inside the text field can come to this elevated button? Meaning, we want to get a value provided by the text field or the user input which is given to the text field that is available throughout our entire class. Because if elevated button can access it, any widget can access it, right? So for that, again, we might have to create something in the build function. Or you can do that in the stateless widget itself. What we need to create is a text editing controller. So we'll go ahead and have text editing controller, and we're just going to name it text editing controller, which is equal to text editing controller. Now again, we get the same errors that we did before, but this time there's going to be a change. We're going to call this final text editing controller. But as soon as you put final over here, you see we still have an error. Can't define the const constructor because the field text editing constructor is initialized with a non-constant value. We get this error because text editing controller, if we click and go to the source code, is not a constant constructor. So we'll have to remove constant from here. That means we'll have to remove constant from the material app, and as I've told you multiple times before, it will not help in boosting the performance of our app. And I'll tell you why when we get into another type of widget in a few minutes. So again, this text editing controller needs to be shifted at the top. We can put the constant back, and the constant is here as well. Great. Now why is this text editing controller constant? Because text editing controller's value is not going to be changed. We just have to take this value and paste it inside of our text editing text field. You see, we have a controller property. We can pass it over there. So we'll pass the text editing controller, paste it, and there we go. Now, through this text editing controller, we'll have access to all the user inputs. So if we come over here in elevated button, let's remove all of this and we'll print text editing controller. If we just print that, we'll get something like instance of text editing controller, because text editing controller is a class, right? However, let's try this. I'm also going to go ahead and restart the app. I'll enter the amount. So let's say 1.5 convert, and we get text editing controller. And yeah, we are able to see all of the properties inside of it. So we have text editing value with the text, and the text is 1.5, which is correct. Then the selection is there. then text affinity is there, composing is there, and all of that stuff. What we care about is text. So we are just going to access that. So we are going to have text editing controller dot, and we see we have text. We can use that. So this will give us the text that we require. Now we'll come here again, press 1.7, convert, Control J, and we have 1.7. So it correctly gives us the right answer in the elevated button. That's good. Now what I want to do is print text editing controller dot text into 81. Let's say that's the current exchange rate from USD to INR. It's a rough value obviously, but let's go ahead with this. Let's restart our app, come over here, we are going to type 2.5, convert, and here we see 2.52, 0.52, 0.52. So this is not what we want. Why is that the case? This is the case because text editing controller.text gives us a string. And we've already seen in the Dart course that string into an integer will multiply the string that many times. So we have 2.5, 2.5, 2.5 written out 81 times. It's not actually multiplying, but it's just concatenating, adding the strings together. So what we need to do is convert this integer or convert the string into an integer and then multiply it with 81. So we can have int dot parse, and actually we cannot have just int dot parse. Why? Because int dot parse guarantees us that we'll get only an integer. But what if a double is mentioned over here like 2.5? So we'll have to make this double dot parse and then wrap our text editing controller.text like this. So what double dot parse does is convert the string into a double, and integer dot parse converts the string into an integer. Okay? So let's try to do this. Press Command J, come back over here, let's type in 2.5 again, click on convert, and we have 202.5, which is correct. 81 into 2.5 is 202.5. Perfect. So that means we are getting a value. Now we just need to store this value inside of our result variable. So let's get rid of them. We are just going to go ahead and type result is equal to double dot parse text editing controller dot text into 81. But now if you see this, we get an error. Why? Because a value of type double cannot be assigned to a variable of type integer. And that's because result is an integer, and this is converted to a double, and double into an integer will give you a double. So we'll go ahead and change result to a double. Correct? Save it, come over here, and we have successfully changed the result. Now if we see this, we should be seeing 2.5, convert, and this text isn't changing. Why? And we are no longer getting the print statement. We are not getting the print statement because we have removed the print statement from onPressed. But we should be seeing the change in text, right? Not exactly. Because in text, if we go, we still have a hard-coded 0 mentioned over here. Hard-coded 0 is not what we want. We want result to be mentioned over here. So we can go ahead and pass result. And now we get an error saying argument type double cannot be assigned to parameter type string, because text requires a string and result is a double. So what you can do is result dot toString, and that will convert text to a string, right? So to summarize, to convert from int to string, you have to do the integer value dot toString. Anything you want to convert to a string, you just call the toString method on it, because that's present on almost every object. And if you want to convert from string to int or double, you do string value and wrap it with int.parse or double.parse. Alright? Let's save this, but we are still getting an error. Arguments of a constant creation must be constant expressions. The reason for that is this result variable is changing, right? This is a mutable variable. It's mutable over here and it's mutable because of that. So it's saying that, hey, result is mutable, so this text cannot be a constant. Can it? So we'll have to remove this constant. We'll have to put constant text style, save it, and we still have a warning over here. You can see it over here. So let's go at the top and see. We have this warning which says unused import, basically saying that this line you have imported but it isn't in use in your code. So we can just remove this, save it. Let's restart the entire app and hope that this works. So we'll go ahead. First of all, we can see the change 0.0 because this is a result double value. Double to a string will give you a string like 0.0. Then we'll enter the amount in USD, let's say 4.5. Convert. And nothing changes inside over here. Why? If we press Command J, there's no error as well. It should be changing, right? Not exactly. Because right now what you've done is created a result variable. You've changed the result variable over here. But you've not told this function to rebuild. So the result value has its own new value. Alright? There's no disagreeing with that. The result has a new value. But this function is not rebuilt again. If this function is not rebuilt again, we don't see the changes over here. Just think about it. You have a result variable at the top, then you change the value. So the value has changed. Now what? That's the end of the function. That's the end of everything. Now what should the function do? Exactly, the function has nothing left to do. And it doesn't automatically see the new value, compare the new value and display it. So we need to make sure that we call this build function again. So how do we call this? Do we go ahead and call build like this and hope that works? So let's go ahead and try it. So we are going to have, please enter the amount in USD. We are going to have 2.5, click on convert and still nothing changes. Is this not calling the build function again? Let's go ahead and try it. So in our build function, what I'm going to do is print rebuild. Alright. So right at the top of this function, whenever this function gets called, we're going to go ahead and call the rebuild function. So that will let us know if this function is being rebuilt. So at first, this function is getting rebuilt, right? Because as soon as we extend the stateless widget, the build function is the first thing that is called when you instantiate this. Not the first thing, the constructor gets called first, and after that the build function is called. And the build function is called automatically. That's why we get the rebuild first. But then when I put the value, let's say 2.5, click on convert, the rebuild is now 2. That means this is getting rebuilt. So why are we not seeing the output? We are not able to see the output because this function runs again, and as a result, double result is equal to 0. So it gets reinitialized to 0. The text editing controller is now remade, and everything else is also rebuilt. So the entire thing is rebuilt. As a result, the result is still 0. We are not able to see the changes. So what should we do to get rid of this error? Maybe try creating a global variable. Try creating it outside of this class. So I'll just have double result is equal to 0 like this, and maybe that works. So let's restart the app and have 2.5, click on convert, and we are still not able to see the answer. Press Command J, there's no error. there's still 2 rebuilds. So this doesn't work. So let's get back to normal and just don't ever try to create global variables unless it's really required, because global variables are bad. I've already mentioned why in the Dart section. Its value can be changed from any class, any function. And if you have like 20 for a small application, 20 classes, you will be able to change results from everywhere. And that's not a good thing, because you might get confused at some point and change the value. Anyways, now what should we do to resolve this? Well, the main reason for all of this is stateless widget. The build function is not meant for any initializations like these. It's all fault of the stateless widget. And it's not exactly a fault of stateless widget as well. It's a fault of us, because we know stateless widget should not have any state, and we're still having states over here. I did so much so that I could explain you why the stateless widget is immutable and why you cannot change any of the output on the screen in a stateless widget. So what is the thing we should do to resolve this? Well, extend it to a stateful widget. As simple as that. So I'm just going to create a new class so that we see the difference between a stateless and a stateful widget. So we have a class, currency, converter, material, page, and I'm going to call this page G. Alright, now we have the error in main.dart file, but we don't care about it as of now. I've just renamed this class to page G so that I can create a stateful widget with the name currency converter material page. Now I'm just going to go ahead and extend a stateful widget. Now as soon as I do this, I again get errors because it requires methods. What is the method? Is it the build function? No, it just requires one thing, stateful widget dot create state. So we need to implement a create state function. If we go in stateful widget and scroll down, we have state create state. That is what we want to do. So we're going to have state create state, and then we want to return a state. Now what is a state? Can we just return a state like this? No, because state is an abstract class. And in this abstract class, we have the widget property, we have our build context, we have something known as mounted. But if we scroll way down, you'll also see a very familiar thing here. And that is the build function. So that means we have to go ahead and create our own class that will extend this state class. Because then we'll have a format that is similar to this thing right over here, because we'll have access to build function. So now we are going to go ahead and create a class, and I'm going to call this currency converter material page state, and that is going to extend state. And see here how what I've done. I've marked this as private class. Why? Because I don't want this class to be accessible outside of this file. Only this class should be accessible outside. This class should not be. And now I can copy this, paste it inside, and our errors go away because I'm returning a state, right? If we extend state class and return this currency converter material state, we are returning a state. I hope that makes sense. We still have warnings, but we'll resolve them later on. Now what it requires is a concrete implementation of state.build. And it's the exact same thing as this thing. So we can have @override widget.build, and then we can return, let's say, a constant scaffold. So we have basically two classes over here. First one is currency converter material page that extends a stateful widget. And as a result, we have to create the create state method. And here it requires a state, but we cannot create an instance of the state class because it is an abstract class. And the abstract class is basically saying that, hey, just extend this, get the build function, and then write your entire app's code over here. Now you might ask, what's the purpose of these two separate classes? The reason for that is here we create a state, and what state does is very interesting. This state will allow us to create our variables, will allow us to create our functions, and also everything inside of this class can be mutable. So I can go ahead and type double result is equal to 0, and that doesn't give me a warning or an error. It's all good inside of this. But here, if I try to go ahead and create double result is equal to 0, we have an error. This class is marked as immutable because stateful widget has a constant constructor, but state doesn't have that. It's an abstract class that allows. So we just need to extend state, and that does our work. Now, we've understood the structure of a stateless widget, and I hope you're understanding what I'm doing. Again, if you want a brief and you have some questions, let's go along the code. We have a class that extends the stateful widget. Then we have create state function that creates the state. But then we cannot instantiate state class over here. So what we need to do is create our own state that extends the state class. And as a result, we can put that over here, inheritance concept. Then we need to override the build function, and here it's the exact same thing as this thing. You can create your own stuff. The reason there are two different classes is because you cannot create mutable variables inside of this class, so that, we still have a constructor that is constant, but you can go ahead and create your own mutable variables here because this does not have a constant constructor. And this is a private thing because it should be accessible only for this class so that we could create a state. It should not be accessible outside of this file. Leave outside of this file, it should not be accessible outside of this class also. But that's how private variables work in Dart. We've talked about this in the Dart course. So we'll have to live with this. Now let's resolve the warnings. The first warning that we have is constructors for public widget should have a key parameter. So just like this, we have to create a constant constructor. So we have currency converter material page super.key inside of a named argument. Save it. Then we have create state, and it says the member create states override an inherited member but isn't annotated with override. So basically, since this is there because of stateful widget, we have to put @override, just like we did with the build function, right? And there we go, we have created it. Now there are still some things you can do if you want to improve. For example, state takes a generic type over here, T, that extends stateful widget. So you can have a generic type over here, and it should be a stateful widget. So you can go ahead and pass currency converter material page. But then we get an error over here saying the currency converter material page can't be returned from the method create state because it has a return type of state currency converter material page. But you'll say, hey, that's the same thing happening over here, right? Not really, because here extend state, we also have to put the generic type again, which is currency converter material page. As soon as we do that, we get the errors resolved. Basically, since you have not typed anything over here in the T, it wasn't able to identify that these two things are of the same class. And their stateful widget is the same, currency converter material page. But it's still an improvement, and if you don't put it, it's fine. And if you put it, it's better. Awesome. So now what I'm going to do is show you the difference between the stateless and the stateful widget. In stateless widget, we just add a constructor and then we add the override. Here we have a constructor, we have create state that creates our class over here. Then we have our override build function and then a scaffold. Now the state just doesn't do this. It gives us access to multiple more methods. If you press command and go inside of it, we get access to a getter called widget. We also have access to build context. So yeah, you can use context over here. It's accessible. Here the build context was accessible only inside of the build function, but here context is accessible even inside of this state. Then we have access to mounted, which we'll look at in a while. Init state. This is one important method that we're going to take a look at later on. Then we have did update widget, another important thing, reassemble, then set state, a very important thing that we are going to take a look at in this app itself. Then we have deactivate and we have activate and then we have dispose, another very important thing. So it has access to methods like this, which will give us more capabilities inside of our stateful widget. With stateless widget, you don't have access to any of those things. Okay, anyways, now what I want to show you is what all things get called over here. So I'm just going to remove this. We have our currency converter material page only, or actually press Command Z. Let's copy the entire build function so that we don't have to rewrite all the design that we created. Let's put it over here. Let's get rid of the class now. Okay. So our build function has this thing. We don't have to type it again. Now we have rebuilt over here. Okay. Inside of the build function, I'm just going to call this build function. Then I'm going to call create state. I'm going to convert this to a block. This is not an arrow function anymore. It's a block. And we are going to return currency converter material page state from here. But I'm also going to print create state. Then we are going to have our constructor and I'm going to have print constructor. And then it says constant constructors cannot have a body. So let's remove constant for now. Only for now, we'll put it back. But I just want to show what all things get called. Okay. Now we'll press Command J. We'll restart our entire app. Then we have constructor. The first thing that gets called is this thing. Then create state, which is this thing. And then we have build function. But what if you have certain tasks that need to be done before the build function but are accessible only inside of this class? I mean, let's say you've created a variable double result, but you're not getting the value over here. It's a late value. Maybe you call an asynchronous function and you're getting the value after, let's say, 2 seconds. How do you make sure that you get it before the build function is called? Because you need to display it, right? You need to display it over here. So for that reason, we have a method given by our state class, which is init state. Alright. So as soon as we type init, it auto completes it for us. But if you want to know the syntax, it's just @override because it's coming from the state that we are extending. Then we have void init state, a function. Then we can remove to implement init state. Then we call super.init state, which calls the init state of the parent class. And we've already seen this. This thing is our state class. Alright, let's go at the top to see this thing right here. This is the state class. So it calls the init state of the state class and does whatever it needs to do. For example, the state lifecycle created. Now what is the state lifecycle? What I'm showing you right now is widget state lifecycle of a stateful widget. That means what all stuff gets called, what all stuff executes when. So when does init state get executed? We'll just put print rebuilt over here, save it, and come over here. Let's restart the app and we have constructor, create state, rebuilt build function. So constructor is called create state, but now instead of build function, we have the rebuilt being called init state. So init state is what gets executed right before the build function. So if you want to assign any values that are coming from, let's say, some futures or streams, you can do it in init state. But for simple initializations like ours, double result is equal to 0, you can put it over here like this. So let's get rid of them and let's convert everything back to normal. So let's have something like this done. We have an arrow function, we have a constructor, and this is a constant. Even in the main function then, or the main file, we have to put const. Sweet. So we have our double result over here. Let's remove that, save it, restart, come over here, and let's put text editing controller outside of this build function. Why? Because build function should always be as less expensive as it can be. Why should the build function be less expensive? Because build function can potentially be called in every frame because of a function that we call. Alright? There's a function that will trigger the rebuild of this build function. So this function can potentially be called in every frames. So if you have a phone that has a refresh rate of 120 Hz, your build function can be called 120 times in 1 second. And if it is called that many times, that means your build function needs to be less expensive. It cannot have any asynchronous tasks first of all. All of that needs to be done in the currency converter material page state, not in the build function. Because asynchronous tasks can take like 1-2 seconds. And in 1 second, you have to call 120 times if it is done. So if it is called 120 times per second, you have like 8 milliseconds to run all of the build functions or the stuff inside of the build function. Because 1 second is 1000 millisecond and it can be called 120 times. So 1000 divided by 120, which is 8 milliseconds. So it's always good to keep this method as efficient as possible. So you don't have to put any asynchronous task. You don't have to do anything that will be expensive. This thing over here is not expensive. You're just assigning a variable which does hardly anything. You can also push this right at the top, but since it is UI related, I like to keep it inside of the build function only. And if you don't return a result in the given time frame, it can result in frame drops. So it can cause UI stuttering and will cause lags in your UI, which is not a good thing for the user experience. So always keep this build function as simple as possible. And here it's quite simple. Anyways, we have our result now and we have changed the value, but still, let's remove build context from here. The thing is the same. We have our variable created here. Then we have result is equal to double.parse into 81. And we are not triggering the build function rebuild. So what should we do then? Well, we can go ahead and call the build function like we did. And let's see what it does. Let's restart. Also, let's print rebuild over here. That looks kind of interesting. Come over here and we have 2.5, convert, nothing happens. Because in the build function, you don't have to call build function again. Right? This is not the good way of doing it. What you can do instead is call a function that is provided by state. And we've looked at it before in the state class's source code, which was setState. I told you that this is a very important function, right? So what you need to do is setState, and it requires you to put in a function void function. So you have this anonymous function here, and then you can pass this thing right here. Now if you restart, and I don't know why, but I removed rebuild print statement. So let's put rebuild again. Press Command J, restart the app, and now if I put 2.5, click on convert, yes, we see the output 202.5. And it was rebuilt. Why? That's what setState does. What setState does is set the state. If we dive into the source code, you won't be able to understand anything. But here at the end, there's one thing, element.mark needs build. Basically saying that it's telling the widget tree, not widget tree, something known as element tree, but we'll get to it after the second app. But it's just telling that, hey, this widget needs a rebuild. But that doesn't mean it will start rebuilding this entire class again. No. It will only build this build function. Only this function gets called again and necessary widgets are rebuilt. Now, the setStates function doesn't do anything, okay? If you want, you can just put it here like this and it will work the same way. Alright, so if you have 2.5, it will still work the same way. This function is given to you so that it is a convenience for you to put everything that needs a rebuild inside of here. However, what setState does is just tell the widget tree or the element tree, we'll get to it, that this particular thing needs a rebuild. So build the build function again and only build the necessary widgets. You see, it notifies the framework that the internal state of this object has changed. The internal state of our object is the result variable that we created. And whenever you change the internal state of a state object, we did change the internal state of the state object. We have our state and this was our object. We changed the value. So we call setState. Also, this function that we have cannot return a future. It cannot be asynchronous. And then you can read all of this thing if you want to and gain extra knowledge. But as of now, what's important is that this calls build function only. That's what it does. Triggers a rebuild using the build function. Perfect. So we've converted our currency from USD to INR. Now if I change it to 80 and restart my entire app, let's say I put 2.5, this gives me 200. Great. If I put 2, click on convert, 160. If I put 150, convert, I get 12,000. And if you want to do something extra, what you can do is put INR over here, but we have to encapsulate everything in a string. So we'll just have $result.toString, but I've already mentioned it to you. If you have result.toString, inside of string interpolation, we can skip result.toString and we can just have INR $result. And now we have INR 12,000. If you want to put a rupee symbol or your currency that you've converted, you can put that. So that marks the end of our currency converter material app. Now let's take a look at what Cupertino app looks like. I hope you're familiar with all the code that we have written till now. We have gone through a lot. We've gone through stateless widget, stateful widget, the state, set state, init state. We are going to dive into init state and all of that. Set state is almost required everywhere. So we'll keep using that and we'll keep brushing our concept. I hope you also understood the purpose of text editing controller. Text editing controller gives us access to text in the entire widget wherever we want. And last thing that I'd like to mention is the onPressed function over here. Since this is a function that requires a type of void function like this, you can go ahead and create a function over here. So let's copy it and have void convert and paste this over here. Also remove the brackets, this thing right here, convert. Now you can go down and pass it to onPressed. So you can either do it this way, convert like this, or you can just pass convert like this. Don't call it like this. You have to call it like this. Why? Because convert has a function type of void function just like this requires. So it's a tear off function. Since both of them match in what they require, void function, and this is also the same thing, you can just pass it like this. However, when you call it this, it means you're calling the function, and you don't have to call the function in onPressed, because when you call it, you return a type of void. And void cannot be assigned to onPressed. So that's why you just have to put convert over here. And that will work as well. Set state is accessible throughout our currency converter material page state. And widgets are always immutable. The state makes this class mutable. So there is no performance impact on our widget. This is still a constant, but this isn't. So we have mutable stuff over here, and that is why we have two classes. Many people don't understand this, but I hope you've understood this. Also, let's remove color from here and we have our app ready. So we have our currency converter material page ready. There's still a lot of stuff you can do. There is a lot of edge cases that you can handle. For example, a UI change. Just take a look at this. You have a padding over here which has edgeinsets.all10. Then you have a padding over here which has edgeinsets.all10. So what you can do instead is just wrap this entire column with a padding widget instead of wrapping all of the widgets separately in a padding widget. So what you can do is select this, copy, press Ctrl+Shift+R to open the refactoring option, remove this widget. The same goes over here, Ctrl+Shift+R, remove this widget. Then you can wrap the entire column by doing Ctrl+Shift+R, wrapping it with a padding widget and pasting our edgeinsets.all10 over here. And once we do that, we have spacing left from here, but all the spacing beneath it is gone. So we need to add that. So do you mean I have to put text field again in a padding widget? No, then what is the sense of making padding widget over here? No. What you can do is use a container, right? By container, you can mention a height. Let's say you want to leave a height of 10. Then the same thing, you can save it and you have your height left out. But here's the problem. This container doesn't have a constant constructor. And as a result, when I have to rebuild, this container will also get rebuilt unnecessarily. That's what constant does. Whenever your function is going to get rebuilt, your widgets will also get rebuilt. What constant says it is this doesn't need a rebuild because this is a constant. If you have a constant, it will not need a rebuild. But container doesn't have that. And it will be unnecessarily rebuilt because we just have to leave a space. We just need to leave a height. Why can't it be a constant then? That's why we have access to constant sized box. Sized box helps us leave a space. Container is a all-in-one widget. It will help you to add height, width, padding, margin, color. But what sizebox does is just help you leave width, height. And it has a constant constructor. So instead of using container everywhere, you can use a size box. It doesn't have any difference in the UI, but it does have a difference in performance. Now it's a very, very small impact, but it still has an impact. So let's try to make our apps as efficient as possible. So with this, we don't have to wrap any other widgets that we'll add inside of the widget tree with a padding widget. All of them will have their automatic padding, and now even text has a padding. So if it exceeds this length, it still has a padding. So that's great. And one last edge case that I can see is if I put 2.52, click on convert, I have this. But if I put multiple digits, we have our INR extending till below. I don't want that. Maximum I want is, let's say, 1 or 2 digit. I don't want it this precise. So what I can do is wrap this and have .toString, and we have multiple methods for it. toString as exponential, toString as fixed, and toString as precision. I'll use toString as precision and pass 2 over here. And when I do that, I get INR 2.0 E plus 2. Now this is not in the format I want. If you use calculator, you know what this is talking about. If you haven't, don't care about it. I don't want it like this. What I want is toString as fixed maybe. Then we can add 2 over here and we have INR 201.77. So it only gives me a maximum of 2 digits. And if you want, you can give 3 digits and it will work fine. Then restart and you get INR 0.0.00. Now if you want to avoid this, whenever you have 0, you don't want it to extend till 3 digit after the decimal place, what you can do is add a ternary operator over here inside of this string interpolation itself. What you can do is, if result is not equal to 0. So if result is not equal to 0, then we want this thing, right? Since our result was not 0, I wanted 204.480. But since my result is not 0 anymore, I'll want result dot toString as exponential 0. So I don't want there to be any exponents. Now if I restart, I get E again, but that's not what I want, sorry. I want toString as fixed. And then we can save it. We come over here, we get INR 0, but if I put 2.566 like this, I get 3 digits maximum. So we have handled the edge case over here using the ternary operator. Now you know how everything is coming back to its places. We learned everything separately in the Dart course, and now everything is coming together. You can't use an if condition over here because, it doesn't make sense. How can you use it inside of a string interpolation? So you can go ahead and use ternary operator. Great. So this is our app for the material page. I'm going to get done with this now. Now what we are going to do is go ahead in the lib folder and create currency converter Cupertino page.dart. Now we are going to have a Cupertino design. So let's go ahead and design it. So the first thing to do here is to import material.dart, right? Not really, because when we import material.dart, we get all the widgets related to material design, like this elevated button. But we don't want that. So I'm going to go ahead and import Cupertino.dart, which is similar to what we saw earlier. Alright. Now Cupertino.dart will give us only the things that are following Cupertino design. Now we have to go ahead and create our stateful widget. Now do I have to type the entire stateful widget here? That can be cumbersome, right? Just writing all of these classes. I made you type earlier so that you understood what was happening here. But now that we have understood it, we can type here STFL, and you see we have something known as a code snippet. When we click on this, we get all the boilerplate code required to create a stateful widget. This is provided by the Flutter and Dart VS Code extension that we added. So now we have access to the currency. So now we have access to the stateful widget snippet. We also have access to stateless widget snippet. I'll show you after we type the name of this class. Now I don't want my class name to be my widget, right? So it already highlights everything for me, and all I have to do is type the name. So we have currency I made a typo. We can type currency converter Cupertino page. Alright, and it changes it everywhere there is. So wherever it's necessary, it will change it. Now I can save it, and there we go. Now it is returning a placeholder for us. We don't want that. What we want is all the things that are returned over here, and then we can go ahead and change whatever is not required. So let's go ahead, copy this, return the build function, because at the end of the day we need to have the same kind of layout. But now we have many errors, we'll solve them. But before that, let's go ahead and copy the logic as well. All the text editing controller, result, and all of that. Now we can come over here, save it, and there we go. The errors reduce, but in no way are they lesser. Why? Because we have introduced Cupertino.dart and outline input border, scaffold, app bar, all of them follow the material design. You see stuff like center, padding, column, text are not affected by Cupertino or material design. They are present in both of them, Cupertino and material, because the typography is not decided by the text itself. It is decided by what we are returning over here, material app or Cupertino app. And then we have column, which is a layout thing, padding, which is basically just leaving space so it doesn't have to follow material or Cupertino design guidelines, and center is again a design guideline, and center is again a layout widget. So now we have to go ahead and change everything. First of all, I'm going to go to the main.dart file. I'm going to create a stateless widget here. So to create a stateless widget, you can type stl, and then you have a snippet for stateless widget as well. You click on this, and then it creates all the boilerplate code for a stateless widget. Now you can just type my Cupertino app. Okay, then we are going to return this exact thing, but instead of material app, we are going to have Cupertino app. And this also accepts a home argument. Though these two things are different, Cupertino app doesn't have the same theme that it requires. It requires Cupertino theme data, and this requires just a theme data. Okay, so there are differences, but anyways, now let's take this, put it over here. We have my Cupertino app instead of my app. So it will run this class, not this class. So this class is basically never executed. Now we can save this. Also, we can have currency converter Cupertino page instead of currency converter material page. Otherwise, it might give you some weird output. Now let's come back over here. Now we are returning a scaffold. Scaffold is apparently a part of material.dart. So what we need to do here is return Cupertino scaffold. We see we have Cupertino tab scaffold and Cupertino page scaffold. Which one should I choose? Cupertino tab scaffold is related to creating a tab at the bottom, and Cupertino page scaffold allows you to create an app bar at the top. So we definitely want Cupertino page scaffold. Then it has multiple things. It doesn't have the app bar property or the body property. Let's see what it requires. It wants a child property. So our child is going to be this thing, which is nice. And then we have navigation bar. So we can return a navigation bar here. And in navigation bar, it requires obstructing preferred size widget. It doesn't require preferred size widget anymore, which is what app bar is. And also app bar is from material.dart. So maybe we can go ahead and type Cupertino app bar and maybe we get something, but no. But if we type Cupertino navigation bar, we get that. And Cupertino navigation bar is exactly what we can pass over here. Now Cupertino navigation bar is the same thing as app bar at the top. So we don't need to worry about it. Then it has a bunch of properties. What we require is a title. And if we come over here, we see a widget which is middle. And as you already know, in iOS style, the title is always center. If it is already centered, it makes more sense to name it middle. So what do you want in the middle? So we can have middle over here. Sweet. And if you see, there's no thing as elevation over here because Cupertino widgets don't really have any elevations or depth to them. So we can remove this. Now to resolve the colors error, if we press Command full stop to get a list of fixes we can apply to a project, we see import library package flutter material.dart. Because material.dart also includes the colors your app is going to have. So we cannot use the colors class, but we can go ahead and use Cupertino colors and it gives me a bunch of colors. Now I'm going to go ahead and have Cupertino colors dot blue. Then we have two type of colors, system blue or active blue. I don't want any of those, maybe gray. Let's go ahead with system gray 3. Then we can save this much. Then we can again copy this and the exact same thing. Let's hope we like the version that it spits out. Also, let's put a const over here because Cupertino colors are constant. Alright. Why? Because if we come over here, it is abstract final class. Right? So let's exit this. Now let's scroll down. We have text field. So instead of text field here, what we require is Cupertino text field. There we go. As easy as it gets. Whatever is there in material.dart, just put Cupertino before it and it will become a Cupertino widget. It has the same property of controller, but color, again we'll have to put Cupertino colors dot black. So that's fine. I'll copy this line again and paste it over here. But here the decoration requires box decoration. And box decoration is not related to input decoration. So we have to get rid of input decoration and just pass in box decoration over here. Now let's design everything that we have. The first thing we need to mention is the border. So let's go ahead and pass in a border. Now the border it requires is box border. So maybe we can type in box border, but that isn't allowed. However, if we just type border dot all, it allows us to pass it in. So we can just have border dot all. Then we need to mention the color of our border, and the color of our border is the default one. So we are just going to leave it at that. Then we also have to mention the border radius. The border radius is 5. So let's go ahead with that. Let's take the default one. Then we have border radius. And the border radius is going to be border radius dot circular 5. That's good. Now we can try to mention the color as well. So the color of the text field we want is colors dot white. So we can go ahead and pass Cupertino colors dot white. I guess that will work, right? And that's all that we require. So maybe we can just get rid of all of this. We still need to mention hint text. So let's copy it and then get rid of this. And see, the decoration doesn't give us properties to change the hint text. However, Cupertino text field does give those properties. And there we have it, placeholder. We also have the prefix widget, and it doesn't have all of those prefix stuff like prefix icon, prefix style. It just has prefix, which requires a widget. That is cool. So if we go ahead and type hint over here, there's no hint related stuff. But if we type placeholder and then type please enter the amount in USD, that should work. And then finally we need a prefix widget, which is icons.monet, not icon. We cannot use icon. Why? Because icon is also coming from material.dart. We cannot use that. So we can go ahead and type something like Cupertino icons, and there we have it. So we can pass in Cupertino icons dot money, and it does have money $sign, exactly what I need, and put a const over here. Perfect. So this looks good. Now the final thing that I need to work on is button. Elevated button is also coming from material design. Now you might have noticed that everything that was UI related changed from material to Cupertino.dart. And all the layout widgets like column, padding, center, and text, because that depends on Cupertino.dart settings or Cupertino app settings, that's fine. So let's go ahead and instead of elevated button, we are going to use Cupertino button. As simple as it gets. Then Cupertino button requires a child, which we have already passed. Then it requires a color. So what is the color you want? So the color I want is black. So we are going to have Cupertino colors dot black. Then I want something sizing related. So we have minimum size. Maybe we can look into that. So we have minimum size, and that is a double. The default is K minimum interaction dimension Cupertino. Let's go over that. Whenever you have something like K, it is meant to be a constant. That's Flutter's way of saying that, hey, this is a constant. Now we can dive into this, and we have 44 showing here. And then it has design guidelines about it. So I'm not going to meddle with it. I'm just going to keep it as it is and see what the output is. If I want to change it, I can go ahead and change it, right? And then maybe I can remove all of this. The only thing that's left is to make sure the color is white and the shape is rounded rectangle border with a border radius of 5. So let's get rid of it. And almost all our errors are done. Let's also remove this because border is not being used in text field anymore. So let's get rid of this, save it, restart our entire app, Ctrl J or Command J, no problem. We come over here and our entire app's design is now changed. This is how it looks in Cupertino design. And I'm quite satisfied with how the button is looking over here, so I'm not going to meddle with the size. However, you can go ahead and change it. Also, if I pass 200, click on convert, it's still working. If I press 12, it's still working. Great. So this is how the app looks in Cupertino design. This is how the app is going to look like in material design. You can design for yourself which one you want. I like this one better because it gave me more customizability, and I just like the design and feel of it. I don't like how the text fields look in Cupertino design. The main difference is that material design follows a more dynamic and visually rich approach. It uses shadows, depth effects, bold colors, and it often incorporates elements that mimic real world objects and materials. That's why material design. Now Cupertino design has a more minimalistic and flat aesthetic and focuses on simplicity, subtle gradients, and although I do like minimalistic design, Cupertino design is just not my taste. So from now on, I'm going to go ahead and design only material designed applications. If you want, you got a taste of how Cupertino works. Basically, any widget you have, just put a Cupertino before it and you'll get a widget similar to that. And if you don't, you always have Google where you can ask your question about the equivalent of, let's say, a particular widget in material design in Cupertino design. Okay? So we are done. There's one last thing that I want to mention, and that this goes for both of these classes, currency converter material page and currency converter Cupertino page. And that's the use of text editing controller. Whenever you use any form of controllers, later on we'll see that there are a bunch of controllers, like there's animation controller or page controller, draw controller, scroll controller, stream controller, which we've already seen. All of those need to be cancelled or disposed of so that they don't have any data leaks or memory leaks in your application. So for that reason, the state also gives us a nice property or a nice function, which is the dispose function. In dispose function, it is usually recommended to put super.dispose at the last. In init state, you might remember that super.init state should be the first thing, and after that you'll have rest of the other things, because then you want to call the parent class and initialize everything. But in dispose, you're just removing certain objects from your widget tree. And this dispose is called whenever your widget is no longer existing. Maybe you move from one page to another by replacing the current page. This is when the dispose function will get called. So in that case, you don't want to instantly delete or dispose of whatever is present in the state class. First, you want to dispose of your own classes, your own controllers and streams or futures, whatever you want to dispose. And then you'll call super.dispose to dispose of everything that's present in the state class. Alright. So here what I'm going to do is pass in my text editing controller and call dispose method on it. So this will dispose of the text editing controller. It will basically discard the entire text editing controller and say that, hey, this object is basically not existing anymore. And that avoids memory leaks. Alright. So you can consider dispose to be kind of like the exact opposite of init state. Init state gets called before the build function, before anything builds, and dispose gets called right after the entire widget is going to get discarded. Cool. So let's get rid of this, and now we are done with our entire currency converter app. Congratulations on building your first ever Flutter app, which is working quite well. To understand about widget lifecycle, we must first know what widgets are and what a lifecycle is. Everything in Flutter is a widget. So before knowing about lifecycle, we must first know what the widgets are. And if you're seeing this video, there's a great possibility that you've already created widgets in your app. To define it in the least words possible, widget can be considered as every class you make and can call in the build function without any errors. And if you don't know what build function is, it is a function that is used to render something on the screen. Every Flutter app is a combination of two types of widgets, stateless widgets and stateful widgets. Stateless widgets are those type of widgets where the state once created cannot be changed. That is, it can run only once, which is when the app is loaded. This also means that this type of widget cannot be redrawn after any user interactions. This is an example of stateless widget. Stateful widgets, on the other hand, are widgets where the state can be changed, and we can make this build function over here run multiple times with different widgets to render or different string in a text. Any value can be changed. Now let's understand the lifecycle of these widgets. So we are back to a stateless widget, and as you can see that the myStateless widget, which is the class name of our stateless widget, has overridden the build function here, which can return only one widget at the end, which here we are returning a scaffold. So whenever myStateless widget is instantiated, it will call the build function and draw that one widget on the screen. So if we have to understand it in a chart flowchart format, first we call the constructor, and then after which the build function will get executed. Pretty simple, right? Now what about stateful widgets? We have a constructor here, after which the build function will be called, right? No. You see, in this code demo, myStateful widget is a stateful widget and we have a build function here. But before that, you can see create state over here. As the name suggests, this creates the state of our app. it also returns an instance of the associated state. Now that we have access to the state in our app, Flutter provides us with some methods to use as and when we want. First is initState, and this is how you can create initState function. What is initState, right? InitState is the method which runs once after the constructor of our app and created state is called. Since it basically runs in the very beginning of the app, we can initialize data and properties with some value. We can also subscribe to streams and make connections with sockets. Let me show you a demo. Suppose I have a variable of data type int and I'll call it ABC, and I have to instantiate it with a value. I can just do it like this, or I can just mark this as late, go over here and put ABC equal to 10. Now I'll go in the text, and over here I'm going to return abc.toString since text accepts a string format, and I'm not going to return it as a constant because the value can change. Now if I go over here and let me return my stateful widget over here, you can see that we are getting 10 as our outputted value, and that is exactly what we want. Now I'll also take a moment to explain the general internal working of initState. If we scroll up and we see that our class inherits from state, which is an abstract class. As you can see over here, we also have override over here, which means we are telling Flutter that we are putting initState over here, and it isn't a mistake. We are deliberately trying to add our own initState function and not use the initState function present in the state abstract class. Super over here creates a reference to the parent object in state class and then calls the initState function there as well. Now, where should I place the code I want to execute in the initState function, right? Over here on the top or below it? Well, Flutter documentation says that the code should be placed after calling super initState, exactly like I've done for the variable ABC. But after further inspection in the state class, I'll go to the initState function in the state class over here. I found out that the initState function basically does nothing that affects our app. So I don't think it matters wherever we place the code. This same internal working is followed in every function that we're going to have a look at in the following tutorial. The second function that we have over here is didChangeDependencies. This method is called immediately after initState method. Moreover, this widget will be called again after the piece of the data the widget depends on is updated. This function is used very rarely as the build method is called after this. Next, we have a function called didUpdateWidget. This function runs whenever the widget attached to the state is replaced by another widget. Here you can see that we are also getting our old widget which is replaced, and if you want to get the data of the new widget, you can just do print and use the widget that we always have. This function is used rarely as well. Last method we have to discuss is dispose. This function is used to remove all the connections our app has. This is a very important function most of the people forget to use, and I admit even I have forgotten many a times. Dispose is a place where we can unsubscribe from all the connections or listeners. Thus, it helps us in removing some things from the app's memory and prevents our app from memory leaks. Let me prove what I'm saying with the help of the code. Now I'll write print everywhere in our app, in all the functions that we have. I'll write here from initState. I'm just going to copy this print command and paste it in all our functions. From dispose, from didUpdateWidget, from didChangeDependencies, and even over here in the create state, I'm just going to replace this arrow function. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to return this. We have the my stateful widget state, and over here I'm going to print from create state. Over here as well, I'm going to replace. I'm going to print, and we are going to type from constructor. Right? Now we can just ignore the warnings that we have. I'll refresh our app. And let me just remove the int abc part from here as well. And I'm going to introduce a part of the code where we can see something interesting happening, not just a piece of text that's showing up. I'm going to replace this with this. Cool, now let me run my app. And now you can see that if we click over here, we get a model bottom sheet with three options. And if we go over here in our debug console, let me just take this up. You can see that we first go to the we print from constructor, which is from here, which proves that the constructor is run first. After that, create state is run, as I said before. Then the init state function is run, and then did change dependencies is run. Did update widget and dispose do not run, because we have not updated any widget. We have not replaced our current widget with any other widget. Also, dispose is run after we need to clear off something. Suppose I have my socket over here and I have initialized it. I haven't downloaded any sockets package yet, but I'm just showing it for the sake for showing it that we can use dispose on sockets. And if we call dispose over here, it will not give us any error at all. And it will be a good thing for our app's memory. And we should always unsubscribe from all the listeners that we have, so that it doesn't keep on going and cause harm in our applications, right? Now, if you prefer seeing this stateful widget in a flowchart format like we did for stateless widget, here you have it. So our state is first created, then the init state function is run, then our build function is executed, then it checks if did update config or set state in our app is called. Yeah, you might be familiar with set state, that's why I have not included this in my tutorial right now. So basically, if you don't know what set state is, set state will help you to rerun your build function again. So you can rerun this whole entire function after calling set state. So if you want to update any value and show it to the user on the screen, you can just use set state. Then if any of these is called, then it will again go back and call our build function, as we can see in our flowchart over here. Then we have our dispose function over here. And after that, our app is cleared off. Now the second app that we are going to build is a weather app where things are going to get a little bit more complicated, but not very complicated. So let's dive into it. And first of all, let's just see a demo of what we are going to build. So this is the weather app we want to build. At first, we have the app bar or the header kind of thing. Then we have the temperature showing up in Mumbai. You can insert any place you want. In degree Fahrenheit, it also tells you what type of weather it is, like if it's raining, sunny, and it shows the appropriate symbol for it. Then we get the weather forecast. Since the time right now is 8:40 AM, it shows me the weather forecast from 9 AM to 9 PM with 3-hour interval. Then we have additional information about humidity, wind speed and pressure. The good thing about all of this is not hard coded like we did in the currency converter app. It is taking actual data from the web and displaying it over here. So the actual weather in Mumbai right now is 300.67 degree Fahrenheit. Also, I have the refresh button here in case I want to rerun everything. And you see, as soon as I press refresh, I get a loading indicator and it pulls the actual data from the web. So for this purpose, we are using an API here and we'll learn how to do this in Flutter. So let's go ahead and create a weather app. So the first step is going to be to create a Flutter project for it. So go ahead, create your own Flutter project. I'll cd to desktop, which means change the directory to desktop. And after that, I'll run the flutter create command for weather app. Alright. After that, I can change the directory to the weather app, and as soon as I type weather and press tab, it will auto complete it for me and will type weather app for me. After this, I want to open it in VS Code. I can either go ahead and open Visual Studio Code like this and close the current folder I'm in and just drag this app right over here. Or what you can do is type in code, which will open up VS Code for you. Now if it doesn't open up, what you need to do is press Command Shift P in VS Code, then pass code like this, and you'll see this command, shell command install code command in path. Once you click over here, you'll be able to use code like this and open Visual Studio Code from the terminal itself. Code full stop basically means that open VS Code for the current folder. If we were back in the desktop, we would have to do code ./weather app, alright, and it would open up my weather app in VS Code. Great. Now let's open it up big. Let's start running our app to see if everything is alright here. And then we'll also migrate to the lib folder in main.dart because I want to make sure you understand the default code for the counter app that's written now that you know the very basics of Flutter. So at the top we have the run app and we have my app. It also extends the stateless widget where we have material app, title. This title basically tells you the thing that shows up here in Android devices. For iOS, it just takes the thing that is mentioned in info.plist. Now what is info.plist? Well, if you press Command P and type info.plist, you'll see iOS/runner. Alright? This is present in the iOS folder where they've defined the name for our app, which is the weather app. So it takes the name from here. If you want to change the name of the iOS, this name here, you'll have to change it in iOS/runner/info.plist. And for Android, you can change it from here. Awesome. So our app is also running. Now we have our theme here and it takes a theme data, then passes in a color scheme and passes in a seed color based on which we have our entire design ready. Then it also has use material 3 set to true. Now there's material 2 and material 3, which are basically versions of material design. Material 3 came out recently and Flutter has the option to use Material 3 design. So this is how the app looks in Material 3 design, and if I just remove it, save it, this is how it looks in Material 2. So that is the difference between Material 3 and Material 2. Definitely I like Material 3 better, but you can look for yourself. And this is what theme does. When you define a theme over here, it sets up the overall coloring scheme and let's say typography, all of that stuff for the entire app. If you want to go ahead and change one particular screen, you can do that. But what theme does is set up for the entire app because that's what material app is, right? Then we have home where we pass in my home page, and in my home page we extend a stateful widget. We have a title which we are taking from the constructor, which is Flutter demo homepage, and it's showing up in app bar. So if we scroll down, we have app bar where we have title, text widget.title. But an interesting thing over here is background color. What it does is theme.offContext to go to the theme, then use the color scheme.inversePrimary. So it's basically going to this theme widget right over here. Then it's saying give me color schemes inverse primary property, which is defined in the color scheme. If you scroll down, you'll see inverse primary. Now if you set inverse primary color over here, let's go ahead and try it. Inverse primary colors dot blue, save it, come over here, you see the app bar is now blue in color because we are accessing color scheme.inversePrimary. When we don't specify anything and just specify the seed color, it takes a light purple kind of shade, but when we specify the inverse primary color, it takes a different color. And this is what theme is all about. You set it somewhere, like let's say you set the theme over here, and then the descendant widgets can use it, or the child widgets can use it. Then we have body, center, column, and main axis alignment.center, because of which these two things are showing up in the center. You can see a constant text and a counter text. And that is why we have a stateful widget here. Also, we have something known as a floating action button, which shows the button over here. Now, if you wanted a normal button over here, you could use elevated or flat button or text button. But since you want to use a button over here, it's better to use floating action button, which is provided as a property on scaffold. And then you can define the floating action button widget, and then obviously just go ahead and look out for yourself, like whatever named properties are there, everything is written in pure English for you to understand. We also have the tooltip property, which is basically like if you long press, you'll see this thing right here, increment text. That is what tooltip is. Then you have the icon as the child, because of which we have this plus button. And then we have on pressed increment counter, and increment counter we are just doing set state, and in there we are changing the value of underscore counter. So that's our counter app. Now we are just going to go ahead and remove everything because we want to build our own weather app. And now let's start from scratch. I hope you understood everything in the counter app, because you have learned so much about stateless, stateful, set state, everything. Now let's go ahead and create a class. I'm not deleting the main function. We'll have a class called myApp, or you can call it weather app, whatever you want to call it. This should extend stateless widget, and instead of doing all of this, we can just do stateless widget like this and call myApp. Cool. Now we are having a placeholder here, because of which we have this lines over here. Placeholder is basically telling that, hey, you want something to be put up over here, so I'll just put it up for you like this. So it indicates that you want to put some kind of widget here, and this should take this much space, this much height. You see, we have fallback width and fallback height, stroke width, and all of that stuff. But instead of returning a placeholder, we want to return a material app. And in material app, we first want to set the home, which is, let's say, constant weather screen, and that's something I want to create. So let's minimize the iOS folder, go to the lib folder, create one more file, and let's call this weather underscore screen .rat. Remember the naming convention here. Then we are going to import material dart. So let's go ahead and import material.dart. Then we're going to create a stateless widget, let's say, because I don't know if I need to put a state or not. So for now, let's put a stateless widget here. Then we'll save it. I'll take this weather screen, put it here, then press command full stop so that I get a list of quick fixes where I can import my weather screen package. Alright. Then another thing that I want to do is, after I save it, you see this debug banner is showing. This tells that the app is in debug mode. But for now, I just want to remove it completely. So what I can do is debug show check mode banner, set it to false. With this property set to false, the debug banner over here is removed. And the last thing that I want to set over here is the theme. So right now, my theme is going to be light mode. So if I just return, let's say, a scaffold here, you'll understand what I'm talking about. It's light mode, right? I want to change it to dark mode. So I can just do it in theme. Otherwise, I'll have to do it in the background color here. So we have colors.black. But what if my weather screen or my weather app has more than just one page? Do I have to go about and change the background color everywhere? Remember our diagram. the theme over here is going to set it for the entire app. It's going to be the global thing. But for weather screen in the scaffold, it's just going to be there for one particular page. And now you might be able to see the results, but it doesn't set it for the entire app. It's just for one screen. So what I want to do is go to the main.dart, set the theming up. So I'm going to have theme data, and then you can pass in theme data. But what I want to do is use the preset themes given, which is theme data dot dark or light mode. You can use either of them, or you can just define your custom theme data. All of these work. Alright, with custom theme data, you can go ahead, set your background color, you can set much more stuff, but that's not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to start writing from scratch. I'm just going to use theme data dot dark. With dark, I have access to the dark background, you see? But still, this is theme data dot dark, and this is fine, but I want to use material 3 because I like that very much. So you see, it has a named property of use material 3. I can pass in use material 3 and it requires a boolean value. So I can set it to true. And it will start using material 3, and you see the background color over here changes. Now if at all you want to change the background color, what you can do is dot copy with and set your own custom stuff over here. So it will have the dark color properties, and if you want to change anything at all, you can change it with copy with. So let's say the app bar color over here is blue. It's not actually blue, but let's say in theme data.dark, the app bar color is blue. You wanted to set it to white. You can just go ahead and set the app bar theme over here. So what it will do is copy everything from theme data.dark, including app bar. Then it will see this copy with function, and it will override the existing app bar theme with the app bar theme I provide over here. Alright. So it just takes this and copies whatever is present inside of it with the existing theme data. So I hope that makes sense. It's quite intuitive, but I don't want anything like that. I just want this simple line to be present. Alright. Now let's go to the weather screen and design an app. Now what do I want? The first thing that I require is an app bar. So with me, I have the iOS screenshot here. Now what I'm going to do is go over it step by step, and we'll see how to make this kind of UI. If you want to try it on your own, go ahead, try it. It will be a good learning. But if you can't, let's design it on our own. We'll get some practice, and maybe after that you can start designing your own stuff, because this is going to have many important widgets discovered. So the first thing that I require is an app bar with a title weather app. So we are going to go ahead and have an app bar, pass in app bar, where we've already seen. And you see, as soon as I call app bar, I have to remove constant from here because app bar isn't a constant. You can see it inside of here in the constructor. No const. Now we want the title, which will be a constant text, and we're going to call this, let's say, weather app. Let's go ahead and type it. Save it, and we see weather app written over here. Perfect. Now still the text style doesn't look very good because this is bolded. So let's go ahead and set the text style. We'll have style, text style, font weight to be font weight.bold. We've seen exactly this, and this is nice. The next thing I want is a refresh button over here. Also, I want to make sure that my title is always centered, irrespective of whether it is on Android or iOS. So I'm going to set center title to true. Great. No visible changes, but on Android you'll see the change. Now the next thing I want is a refresh icon over here. How do I add that? Now I told you in the first app that whenever you want to add any icons over here or any sort of widget, we have to use the actions property present inside of the app bar. So we are going to use exactly that. We are going to have actions, And here we are going to mention our icon, which is going to be icons.refresh. Also, let's put a const over here, save it, and we have our icon showing up. But the problem with it is this icon is not clickable. If I click on it, it does absolutely nothing. I want to make sure that it still does something whenever I click on it. So for that, we'll need an onTap property and like some sort of detector that, hey, this has been clicked. So for this, we need to use a button, right? Not always. You can use a button over here, but sometimes you just don't want to use a button. What you want to use instead is an icon wrapped with a widget known as gesture detector. So you can press Ctrl+Shift+R on Mac, and then you'll get these refactoring options, and you can wrap with something known as a gesture detector. And gesture detector isn't a constant, so let's remove it. Let's put const for our icon. Now we'll put a comma so that the formatting takes place and we get in a format like this. Now what I want to do is use some of the property given by gesture detector, which is onTap. With onTap, we have access to the click property. So whenever we click on this, we can run a particular function just like we do in a button. So we can have the onTap property defined here, and let's say print refresh. Let's save it, press Command J, restart our entire app. Let's click over here and it says refresh. Again, if we click, it says refresh. So this is being clicked on. But one problem I have is there is no splash effect. Like when I click on it, there should be some kind of radial splash shown. So for that kind of detection, what I want to do is wrap it with Inkwell widget. Inkwell also has similar set of properties. It doesn't have as advanced properties as our gesture detector. It has lesser properties than gesture detector. But what Inkwell does is give you a splash effect. So when you click on this, you get this nice splash effect. So you can use either of them in this scenario and it will work fine. I'm going to go ahead with gesture detector and be done. But there's another thing you can do. Instead of using gesture detector and icon, we have something known as an icon button. So it is an icon and a button. So it allows you to pass the onPress property and an icon. So in our icon, we are going to have icons.refresh, and then you have the onPress property. So you can do the same task in multiple ways and you can have the same UI. It depends on you what you want to do. But with icon button, basically you have the nice cool splash effect, which is not a square, it is a circle, plus you get the nice padding overall. In gesture detector and icon, you would have to set your own padding property so that it didn't get stuck in the right hand corner. With icon button, it provides you with the padding by itself. Cool. Now we're done with the app bar. Now let's get to the body and make some stuff. So the first thing I want to make is this big bulk right here. We're not going to actually get some data as of right now. We're going to put in some false data here. And when we connect to an API, which is after creating our UI, we'll replace all the values. But as of right now, we are going to put in random values. So let's go ahead in our scaffold. We are in a scaffold, let's make sure. And then here we are going to pass a body property, and in a body, what do we require? Well, first thing to analyze is the proper layout. What is the layout of this app? Well, everything is below one another in a vertical manner. So obviously we need to use columns so that we have access to children. And because of that, we can put everything inside of one particular widget. And it should be vertically below each other. So let's go ahead and pass a column over here. Column will have children. And the first child is going to be this main card. So let's put a comment here saying main card so that we know what we need to work on. Then if you want, you can put in a placeholder here saying that, hey, this much space is going to be given to our main card. Now to change the height, it's taking a lot of height maybe, you can go ahead and change the properties here. And the property I want to change is fallback height. So let's change it to, let's say, 250, and maybe it takes this much space, which is fine. And in the child, we are going to pass in a constant text saying main card. Save it, come over here, you see main card, but now the fallback height and fallback width will disappear. Why? Because you set the child as a text. Now this parent will take only as much height and width as this text requires, as much as the child requires. This is not height, but fallback height. Fallback height is basically like, hey, you haven't mentioned any child. If you haven't mentioned any child, this is the height we are going to go to. But if you have mentioned a child, we are going to take as much space as the child requires. So if we remove the child and come over here, this looks great. Alright? Now after that, the second thing we require is weather forecast cards. We need these cards over here, right? So weather forecast cards, again you can place a placeholder here. And let's say the fallback height is 150. Looks good enough. Maybe we need a sizing over here, so we'll have constant size box height 10, which will help us to leave spacing. We've already seen this before. But this is too less a space, so let's go ahead and add 20, let's say. This looks good. And after that, we'll have additional information. So again, we'll leave some height. And then we'll have a placeholder again. Let's say 150 again. So this is the overall layout of our app, very simply laid out. First, we are going to have our main card. Then we are going to have our weather forecast cards. And after that, we are going to have our additional information. So let's get started by designing everything. The first thing we need to design is the main card. So how is our main card going to look like? Well, let's analyze it. It does have a color of its own. It does have a 3D effect. It has its nice own curves. Because if we just use a container, which would be the first thing that goes in our mind that, hey, this is a very big thing and it has these curves. It has a color. It requires a children over here. Like we want to display a text, we want to display an icon, we want to display again a text. So the first thing that might come in our mind is a container, but it has an elevation and container doesn't have an elevation property. So definitely we cannot use a container. However, what we can use is something known as a card widget. So if we just use a card widget, we'll be able to use it. Now, as soon as we have a card, one placeholder goes away. But now let's start designing a card. In our card, we require these three children. So we need degree Fahrenheit text, we need this thing right here, and we need rain. So in our card, we are going to have a child property. We are going to have a column, and here we are going to mention children. Obviously, because everything is in a vertical format. So you want a column over here. Without column, you won't get access to children. You can use row, which will also give you access to children, but it will be in a horizontal manner. We don't want that. So we'll use column over here. Now we need text. So we are going to pass in a text, and the text is going to be, let's say, 300 Fahrenheit. Now I also want access to degree, but there's no degree sign on my keyboard, at least what I can see. So what I'm going to do is go to Google, search for degree symbol and just copy the degree from here, close my Safari tab, have 300 degree Fahrenheit like this, and we see 300 degree Fahrenheit. Cool. Let's put a comma so that we have our formatting in place. Perfect. Now I want to design this further now. First of all, let's go ahead and increase the font size and the font weight of our temperature. So we're going to have style, text style, and the text style is going to be font size 32, font weight dot bold. I want it bolded. And this font size is a tried and tested value. I've built this app before, so I know I want the font size of 32. But when I was building this app, I constantly tried and saw what font size I preferred. And this is the font size I preferred. Now, if you look closely at it, you'll see there's some sort of background on it. That is quite evident. And that is our card widget. Card gives us access to an elevation stuff, which you can see over here. And you can toggle it on or off. Like if you want elevation to be 0, it will be completely gone. But if you remove this, it has some sort of elevation of its own. Now we have a card, but the problem right now is the card is not taking the maximum width. It is only taking as much width as this text requires. So what I can do is wrap my card with a container which will tell it to take the maximum width. So for this, I'll press Ctrl+Shift+R, get the refactoring options and wrap it with container. And here I'm going to mention the width, which is going to be double.infinity, saying that, hey, take maximum amount of width. And you see, it takes the maximum amount of width. However, we have a warning here. I mean, the entire app is in warning, but even here we have a warning saying use a sized box to add white space to a layout. So whenever you want to set a width, as I've already told you before, you always need to use sized box. When you have to use something more than just a width or a height, let's say color, border radius, all of those stuff, you have to use container then. But if it's only width, then go ahead with sized box. And we see the same thing. Now the width is stretched. It takes the maximum amount of width possible. So I hope you are understanding how Flutter layouts work. Earlier, we had not set any width constraints on this card. It was free to use whatever space it required. And therefore, it depended on its child. And its child was column. Column's width depends on its children. And its child required only this much space. But then we added a constraint on our card saying that, hey, take the maximum amount of width possible. So it went ahead and took double.infinity, which is the maximum amount of space it can take. Right? So keep this layout thing in mind because it's the most important aspect of Flutter. You need to understand how layout and UI work. Now the problem is it's taking the maximum amount of space. I do want it to leave spacing from here. And if you see in our layout, everything in our column takes this amount of space. So I think on the column property, they have set the padding property. Padding is not specific to one widget that, hey, only this widget requires spacing from here. Not these widgets. Well, all of the widgets require the spacing from here. So we can safely assume that we can set the padding property on this column, not on one widget. Of course, you can go ahead and set padding property on every widget in our column, but it would make much more sense to do it for the entire column. So we can have Ctrl+Shift+R, then we are going to wrap it with padding, and we are going to set it to, let's say, 16, because it's much more than just 8. 8 would be somewhere over here and 16 is over here, which looks good. Great. Now you see, there is spacing over here, everywhere. That's good. Now let's put more children to our column we are going to have our icon now. So we are going to have icons dot cloud. As of now, it's going to be a static value. So let's put a cloud, and the size is quite small. So let's increase its size. So we are going to have a size of 32. It's still small, nothing big. So let's go ahead with 48. Still quite small. And let's go ahead with 64. Now it looks big enough. So we can go ahead with this. Also, if you want to increase the height of your emulator, you can do it by stretching it. Then after this icon, what we require is this subtext. So let's put that. We are going to have text. Rain style is going to be, let's say, text style. Font size 16. Let's go ahead with that. It's quite small. What my thought process is like, hey, this is almost 32, then this is 64, and this is very small compared to both of these things. So we can go ahead and let's say set the font size to 20, so it will look decent enough in front of them. And I think that looks good. So we have the content inside of the card set up. But if you see, there's much more spacing over here between these things. So we can set that up as well. We are going to have a constant sized box of height 16. And don't worry about the errors if you're concerned about them, because these errors will go away as soon as we put a const. For example, if I just put a const over here, most of the errors just go away, right? I'm not putting them because I know that later on I want to set a border radius property, and border radius, as you know, border radius.circular is not a constant. If it's not a constant, I cannot set it to a constant, right? So instead of doing and wasting time setting up consts, what I'm going to do is let the warnings be there and wait for the border radius property to be set up so that we can put a nice curve over here. So we've put a size box over here. This leaves a good spacing. We're going to do that again after the cloud icon. That's nice. Now if you compare it to this, in layout terms it looks quite similar, except if you see over here there's spacing, if you see over here there's spacing, but here there's no spacing added over here. So there are two options we can take. In the column we can set the size box over here as the first child in a column and at the end again, or you can just wrap this column property with padding again, and this padding is limited only to our column. So I'm going to go ahead with the column property because I don't like putting sized boxes where it's not actually necessary. So I'm going to go ahead and press Ctrl+Shift+R, wrap it with padding, and it's going to be edgeinsets.all 16. Save it, come over here, and this looks better, definitely. The next thing I require is the elevation to be bigger. As you can see, the shadows are bigger. So let's go ahead and set our custom elevation property for our card, which is going to be elevation, let's say 10. When we do that, this is much stronger and appears more 3D. It gives a better visual effect. The next thing we want to do is set a nice border radius. It should be more curved than what we have right now. So in our card, we can go ahead and set the shape property where it requires a border, and here we can pass in a rounded rectangular border. What we've already seen before, right? Most of the widgets are repeating. We did learn a new thing about a card, but rest of the things are quite similar. You just need to understand what you need to do and start doing it for yourself. And you see, as soon as I put rounded rectangular border and save it, I get a pointy border because I need to custom set my border radius over here. So I'll go ahead and set my border radius to border radius dot circular. And as soon as I do border radius.circular, the warnings should go away. And here my border radius is going to be 16. And as soon as I do that, hey, look, there's more curve attached over here. That looks perfect. The warnings go away from here. However, there are warnings over here. So let's go ahead and put const over here. Let's remove unnecessary consts because their parent is a constant. Cool. So we have this thing over here. It doesn't look very same to this, but it does have the proper layout. The thing that we are missing is the nice merging filter between them. Right now, it's clearly visible that, hey, there's an elevation property and it doesn't merge with the background. To make it merge with the background like this, we need to have access to one widget, which is a backdrop filter. What backdrop filter will do is basically blur the background in the X and Y directions. So X will be the horizontal direction, Y will be the vertical direction. Think of it in graph, and blur the background. And once it blurs the background, you'll have a nice effect. Let's see what I'm talking about. If I just wrap my padding widget, the column is wrapped by padding, and if we wrap the padding widget with backdrop filter, we get access to the named parameter of filter. And here we need to pass in image filter. So we need to pass in image filter, and if we do this much, it's not allowed because image filter is not an abstract class, but it doesn't have a constructor of its own. Oh, actually, it is an abstract class and it doesn't have a constructor of its own, meaning this abstract class cannot be extended, you see. So having something like this, image filter dot underscore and then parenthesis basically means that this the constructor of this abstract class cannot be called anytime. That's why I said this is not an abstract class. It just has its constructor privatized. But in reality, this is an abstract class whose constructor is also privatized. You know, privatized is always by underscore, so they've put an underscore over there. Okay? So let's come back over here and use image filter dot, because we know image filter is not extended. If it's not extended, there can be no class we can put here except image filter itself. That's why I call image filter dot. Now, if you didn't understand what I was talking about, what I was saying is image filter is basically a privatized constructor. So that means image filter cannot be a parent class of any other class because extended is not allowed. So definitely I cannot put anything else over here. I need to put image filter only. So I called image filter dot, and that gives us access to multiple methods we can use. You can use blur, compose, dilate, erode. I'm going to go ahead with blur. That will blur my background. And here I can pass in sigma x, which will be, let's say, 10. And if you hover over this, you see, creates an image filter that applies a Gaussian blur. And then we have sigma y, which is again going to be 10. So from the x and y direction, we want 10. And you see, it basically merges with the background. But then its elevation kind of goes away. To prevent that, we can add a border radius property to this backdrop filter itself. So you can press Ctrl+Shift+R, then wrap it with a clip rect widget, which allows you to put a border radius property. If you wrap it again with a card so that you can set a border radius property, it wouldn't make sense. What you need to do is put clip rect. What clip rect will do is clip it. Clip it according to the properties you mentioned, and it allows you to put border radius. And it also has a custom clipper you can pass in, but right now we just want to put a border radius. For that, clip rect is enough. So you can put border radius, and border radius is going to be the same thing as this one. If it is different values, it will look a bit weird. And you see, as soon as we add border radius, the elevation property is there, and we get a nice cool effect looking like this card. So I hope you understand what I did over here. I applied a backdrop filter because of which everything was leveled into one place and there was blur over here. Then I wrapped it with a clip-rec widget because of which it applied its own border radius. It separated the blur from the background and gave it a nice look. So we have our nice little backdrop filter as well as the border radius, which looks exactly like this widget. Now I know this is an important or a difficult concept to grasp, but you can play around with yourself. You can just remove this widget again and see how it looks. After adding clip-rec widget, you'll again see how it looks. Great. So we have our main card designed, and in my opinion it looks just perfect. Now let's go ahead and design the weather forecast and additional information tabs. So for weather forecast, we have to leave some spacing, which we've already done, I assume. Here we have it. Size box height 20. After that, I need a text saying weather forecast. So I'm going to have a constant text saying weather forecast. Save it, and when you have an error and you save it, it doesn't hot reload, but when you save it after no errors, you see weather forecast over here. Now let's put style over here. We are going to have style as text style. Then we are going to have font size as 24, which is a big value. Then font weight, which is going to be font weight.bold. And we have our weather forecast showing up over here, which looks good. Now what I want to do is, it is mentioned in the center. I want to take it to the left hand side. So for that, I can wrap my text widget in a widget known as align. What align does is basically set an alignment of where you want it to be in the column. Do you want it in the left? Do you want it in the center? You want it in the right, top right, whatever. And align has alignment property. Now instead of using align, you can go ahead and use container, which also has an alignment property. But at the end of the day, container inside uses alignment or align widget, which is the same thing. So let's go ahead and pass alignment. Now alignment requires alignment geometry, but its default value is alignment.center. We can set it to a different value by using alignment dot, and you see we have a bunch of options. Bottom center, bottom left, bottom right, center, center left, center right, top center, top left, top right. What I want to do is center in the left hand side. So I'm going to use center left. Save it, and we have it displayed over here. Now instead of doing this alignment.center left, what you could do is remove the align widget, go to your column, this column, not this column that we have over here. This column is related to these things over here. We want to go to the column that controls all of these things, and here set the cross-axis alignment to cross-axis alignment.start. As soon as you do that, everything starts from the left hand side from here. So as I've already mentioned before, and I'll do it again if you've forgotten, main axis is this thing right over here, and cross axis is everything from here to here. So when we set cross axis alignment.start, everything starts from here. If I set it to cross axis alignment.end, everything will start from here. Okay? The difference between using align widget over here and using cross axis alignment is this cross axis alignment will set it for all the descending widgets, for these cards that we'll display, for additional information, for these things over here. But align only sets it for one particular widget. In our case, that was the weather forecast widget. Cool. So let's go down We have our weather forecast, looks good. Now we are going to have our size box again. So we are going to set a size box of height 20 again. Save it. Then what we want is a list of widgets showing up over here. And how this works is something like this. This is scrollable, okay? Because there are more than 3 things that we want to display on the screen together, and we still want to display more stuff. So it is scrollable over here. So I want that scrollable thing to be present. How can I do that? Well, I can put a row, that would be good. And inside of the row, I can display these cards. That sounds good. So let's go ahead and create a row. In our row, we are going to have children. And my first child is going to be, well, this thing over here. So I have to design this component on my own. So let's go ahead and design this. So we are going to have, well, again a card because it has an elevation. And this sort of looks like a card only, just like we had before, right? It has elevation of its own, so it gives like a 3D visual. It's coming on the top of your screen, and that is what a card is. So we can use a card again. Then we can use a child, and the child is going to have, well, a column directly, which shows a time, the cloud icon again, and the temperature. So we're going to have our child column, then children, and the first child is the time. So my time is, let's say, 0300. Let's save it, come over here, and we see this. Perfect. But the problem right now is my card only taking as much width as my text require. And definitely my text is not going to require this much space. So what I can do is set a custom height or width again. So I'm going to wrap my card widget with a size box again, where I'll set a custom width to, let's say, 100. Save it, come over here, and this looks bigger, nice. Now after this text, we are going to have a size box. But even before that, let's go ahead and set the properties of this text. This text is bigger in size than this thing right here, and it's also bolded. So we need to set 2 properties inside of the style. And we've done this so many times, I hope you can do this on your own. In the text style, we are going to have font size, and the font size is 16. Font weight, and the font weight is font weight.bold. Save it, come over here, and this looks good. Now after this, we leave our space again, so we have constant sized box. And then we have our height set to 8. We leave 8 spacing. And after that, we need a cloud icon again. So we have icon, icons.cloud, and the size is, let's say, 32. Save it, and we'll have a cloud icon. If we remove the size icon and just display it, it's quite small. And since I know it's small, I set it to 32. But it really all depends on how you want it to look. It can look different and you'll be fine with it. But I like this look better. I'm trying to replicate what I just created over here. In our third app, we're going to design a dribble UI. So you'll understand how to create one specific UI. But this weather page is your own creativity. So you can just do whatever you want. I'm going to follow this kind of design. Again, we use a spacing, and to be consistent with what we used above, I'm just going to copy paste my size box. And then we are going to use the temperature. So I'm going to copy this text now, paste it over here. And let's say my temperature is 320. Save it. And this is bolded. I don't want it bolded. Also, let's put decimal over here, 320.12. Let's remove bold, save it. And it's quite big. If you can see over here, closely look at it. This text is bigger than this text. Why? It's not because it's bolded. It's because its font size is bigger. So we need to reduce its font size. Let's try to remove this text size totally, and then we are able to match it. This looks better in my opinion. Alright, so I'm going to use this. Now after this, I do want padding to be present just like we had in this card. It's a total replica if you want to call that. So let's go ahead and wrap our column with a padding property. So we are going to have our column wrap with padding, and padding is going to have edgeinsets.all 8. Save it, and you'd see it right over here. Looks good, and this looks just like how this looks. Also, the elevation is kind of small, I just realized. So let's increase the elevation as well to 6. Then it looks much better and much similar to what we have already. And one last thing that is there is the border radius. This border radius is more curved and this is slightly less curved. So we want to set a border radius on this card. So we can either wrap the padding widget with a clip rrec widget again, so that we have the nice padding, or we can just remove this padding and wrap it with container. Then you pass a border radius property to it. Now container doesn't have a border radius property mentioned over here. You can check for yourself. But what it does have is decoration, and what it requires is box decoration. It requires just a decoration, but if you try to create just a decoration, that's not allowed because it's an abstract class. What you can use instead is box decoration. And we've seen this class before, where in Cupertino design, when we were trying to design something, we had to pass in decoration. Remember the text field that we had, Cupertino text field, that had a decoration or a style property that required box decoration, and we passed in box decoration. That's exactly what we need to pass in over here. And then we can pass in the border radius, which is border radius dot circular to, let's say, 12 or 10 or 16, whatever you want. Try, test it on your own, just see what you like and use it. Don't blindly follow what I'm following. Because you're building an app for yourself, you want it to look how you think it should look. So this looks more curved now, and that's good. However, this card doesn't look as good as this one. Why? Because if you'll see, this text has more padding. And you can increase the padding over here. Let's go ahead and set it to, let's say, 18. Save it, and you have more padding, but it still doesn't feel as good. The reason for that is quite simple. We have set a restriction over here that your width should be 100. No matter what, the width should be 100 for the card. Now if I remove this and let's set it back to 12 again, we have a card looking like this, and it doesn't look very good. That's why we had set the size box to a card in the first place. But even with that, we are just saying that, hey, the card should have a width of 100. That's not what we want, because then we are limiting the height of the card. What I want to do is set the content inside of it to have a width of 100. So what I'm going to do is wrap this column with a width. And since we already have a container, we don't have to wrap it with a size box. We can just mention the width property over here and set it to 100. And once we do that, you see, this card looks much better than what we had before. Other problem that I have right now is there's too much spacing over here that this card feels disconnected from weather forecast. It doesn't feel that this is a weather forecast. It just feels like this is a thing of its own. So let's reduce the size box height over here. Let's set it to 16. And then it looks much better. Otherwise, it just feels disconnected from weather forecast text. Simple. Now what we want to do is take this card and paste it 5 times, right? So we can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Save it, and we have the cards showing up nicely. But the problem is they're exceeding the limit of the screen, obviously. Why wouldn't they exceed the limit of the screen? We only have space for 4.5 or 3.5 cards. Plus, we have a padding property over here which restricts it even more, right? We have over here in the top of the column padding edge inset dot all 16. So we are leaving a padding of 16 from here, because of which our cards can only come till here. So that's why we had this. Now, how can I make these cards, not these cards, this entire row scrollable? So for that we have a widget. We can just press Ctrl Shift R, then we'll have wrap with widget, and we have a widget known as single child scroll view. When we use this widget, whatever child we have inside of this is scrollable, and when we save it, you see it's not really scrollable even after hot restarting, and that's because it has a direction of its own. It is scrollable only in the vertical direction, but not in the horizontal direction. So we can change its scroll direction over here. So we have scroll direction axis dot horizontal, and once we do that, the error goes away, and this thing right here is scrollable. So with single child scroll view, you're basically telling that, hey, whatever widget you have and it exceeds a certain width or a certain size, you can wrap it with single child scroll view and it will make the entire screen scrollable. And that's quite convenient. And this is single child scroll view because it only has one child, and its one child is a row. Now if you want multiple child scroll view, you can look for multi-child scroll view, but there's nothing like it, because most of the times you'll only need a single child scroll view, because then you can pass in a child and then your row, column, widgets, whatever you want. Okay, so let's go down and we have our stuff over here, but you'll see we have to scroll much below just to see one card widget. And since we are reusing the same card everywhere, it causes a problem for us. What problem? Let's say I want to change the size of this icon. I want to change it to, let's say, 40. I want to make it look bigger. Now what happens is, when I change it over here, I only change it for one card. I have to change it for all the other cards. So I'll have to go ahead, copy this 40, paste it over here, over here, over here, and there's a possibility I miss out on something. Also, since we have warnings, I want to make sure that everything is constant over here, so the warnings go away. So I have to manually do it for every single card. Now that's not suitable, is it? So what I can do is extract this widget out of here. Also press Command Z to set it back to the original height, because this size 32 is perfect for me. So coming back to what I was talking, what I can do is extract this card widget into a separate class of its own. That way I can just return one widget and I have a single source of control. If I want to change how a card looks, I can change it in one particular widget itself. I don't have to go ahead and change it every single place. Just like we did in border. Remember when we had our currency converter material page and we had a border for our text field, we made a variable that made sure that you can have it over here. Now what I'm going to do is, instead of creating a variable, I'm going to create a particular widget of its own so that I can store it. So what I'm going to do is take this card, Ctrl X, then go outside of this class and create a stateless widget. Let's go outside of this class, not inside of this class. Here we are going to create stateless widget, and then we are going to call this widget hourly forecast item. Alright, this is what I'm going to call it. Why? Because it shows me the forecast for every hour. As simple. Now I can copy this card. I think I already copied it, but let's just do it again. Let's return a card from here. then put a constant. Also, let's remove the unnecessary constant from size box because their parent is a constant itself. Now we can take this hourly forecast item. Instead of returning a card, I'm going to return hourly forecast item. Instead of returning a card again, I'm going to return an hourly forecast item. Let's copy this. Again, instead of returning a card, hourly forecast item. Instead of returning a card, hourly forecast item. So we have our 4 hourly forecast items. We are missing one. Let's put another one. So we have 5 cards. Perfect. So we have our layout done for this as well. Then next thing is the last section, the additional information section. So similarly, we are going to remove this placeholder now. No need for that. We already have that. The last thing is this additional information. We are going to leave a size box of height 20. Also, let's put a cons for the entire single child scroll view. No errors now. You see? Perfect. Then we need a text again, which has the same height as the weather forecast. So I'm going to copy paste it and call this additional information. Save it, come back over here, and there we have it. Now I challenge you to make this on your own. We have sufficient knowledge of what we need to do. Do you have to use a card? Do you have to use something else? You have your own knowledge for this. So go ahead and try it out on your own and let me know in the comment section if you were able to do it. Now your code doesn't have to match mine. If it looks similar, then it's all good. If it doesn't, then maybe you can copy my code. However, it's always good that you try it on your own. So let's go ahead and create first of all a row. And even before that, let's put a height over here. Constant size box height 16. And after that, I'm going to have a row where we are going to have children. And the first child is going to be our first additional information item, which is this thing right here. So since they are vertically laid out, I'm just going to put in a column. So we have a column. In our column, we have children. In our children, we have an icon at first. And the icon is icons dot. And this is kind of like a drop icon. So let's search for something. Icons dot water. Water is kind of like a wave. So let's put drop. There's nothing like drop. Maybe water drop. And we have water drop. Exactly like this thing. Okay, cool. So we have our icon over here. And what I'm going to do is make sure my icon is as big as this icon. There's consistency in our UI, which is good. So we are going to have a size of 32, which increases its height. Then we are going to leave some spacing again. Constant size box height 8. Again, consistency. Even here we had a spacing of 8. Same thing we are doing. Then we have our text, which says what's the label for this. So like what is the thing we are showing? We're showing humidity. So let's have that. Save it. Looks good enough. If we just scroll this back to the normal thing, yeah, I think they're pretty much the same. After this, we can again leave a height, and then we need the value, like what's the value of this humidity. Let's go ahead with 91. Put a text. Then we need a style, and this is definitely bigger. So we just want to leave text style, font size 16, save it, 91. But this is not bolded, so let's go ahead and bold it. Now you understand what I'm doing. It's the same thing we are doing repeatedly because these are a very few widgets that continuously keep repeating. Row, column, icon, text, icon button, gesture detector, inkwell, container, size box, same things keep repeating for 90% of the UIs. Things like backdrop filter come once in a while. So you don't have to worry about those kind of widgets. Okay, so we have humidity over here, and again the same logic. If I want to change the design of this thing, I'll have to change it 3 different times. If I paste it like this, since I want 3 columns over here, I'll have to keep pasting it again and again. So instead, what I can do is put it in a widget of its own, and I can do it right over here. But the problem I'm facing right now is I can stack everything up in one single file. But does that make sense? If I put everything in one file? Not really. So I'm going to put everything in different files. Alright. So I'm going to go to the lib folder. I have weather forecast item.dart, import flutter material dart over here. Then I'm going to paste it. Ali forecast item, not weather forecast. So let me rename this to Ali forecast item. Good naming is a must when it comes to programming, just like variables. Then we can press command full stop. It tells us to import Ali forecast item. Let's do that. Save it. Then we can copy this column. Make sure you copy this entire column. And we can create a widget of its own. Now, there's a trick you can do. Instead of creating it on yourself, you can press Ctrl+Shift+R. Then you say extract widget. Give the widget its name. The name of this widget is going to be additional info item. Not info item. And you see it creates a widget by itself. It also automatically puts additional info item over here. Let's put a const. Let's remove size box from here. Save it. And we'll take this in a separate file of its own again. So we have additional info item.dart. We can import flutter, not physics.dart, material.dart. Now you might say, hey, this is quite redundant. Why do you have to continuously keep doing it? Well, that's because when more engineers are working, segregation of files and having one particular component in one file will make much more sense than having everything stuck together in one file. What would happen if I just stuck everything in just main.dart file? It wasn't a good thing. So I'm sticking everything in one particular file of its own. Now let's import this thing right here by pressing command full stop again. And let's put additional info item 3 times. Cool. Now the problem here is everything is stuck together. So do I have to add a padding widget? Not exactly, because padding widget will not make sure that they're spaced out evenly. If you see over here, everything is spaced out evenly. What can I do such that they're spaced evenly? So for that, row gives us a property in its main axis alignment, which we didn't discuss. Remember, we had main axis alignment dot, and we had a bunch of options over here. Center was basically centering everything. End was basically taking everything to the end. Start was putting everything to the start. But there were 3 options that we didn't talk about. Space around, space between, space evenly. Because those required you to have multiple components. And in our app, in our first app, we didn't have those components. And when we did have those components like text, text field and button, I forgot to mention it. So here I'm mentioning it. And this same thing is even there for our column, alright? We'll take a look after we take a look at this main axis alignment properties. So first option we have is space around. What happens in space around is you tell it to space around each and everything. So there's space over here, space over here. Then for this widget also space over here, space over here. Then for this widget also space over here, space over here. So you space around all of the widgets. What happens in space between is everything is spaced between those widgets. It's not around. It's not happening in both the direction. The space is not being left from here and here both. It's only being left from here, here, year. So it's around. So for the starting widget, it's going to be only year. For the middle widget, it's going to be year and year. And for the ending widget, it's only going to be from year. That's what space around is. Or space between is. Space around says to leave space around everything. Space between says that, hey, leave space between everything. I hope English makes sense, It's all in the English. And then we have space evenly what we require. It spaces evenly everything. But to be honest, space evenly doesn't look as good as space around. So I'm just going to keep space around. Alright. Now you can use space evenly if you like that design. I like this much better because there's much more spacing and much more clarity. Now the benefit of using main axis alignment and not using padding is if I have 4 widgets, let's say, it automatically adjusts. I don't have to add a padding to the 4th widget over here. If I have a 5th widget, you see, it automatically adjusts according to the conditions. That's the good thing about it. But anyways, I only need 3 things. Great. So I have our entire UI created and it looks awesome in my opinion. But if you see, additional information doesn't have that much of height over here. This does have. So you can reduce it to heights to let's say 8 and this will look better. Also for weather forecast, if you want to decrement this size, you can go ahead and decrement it. Let's say put 8 and that will look better for you. So yeah, this is our UI design. Perfect. Now to show you the column thing that I was talking about, column has the same main axis alignment properties. If you have main axis alignment dot start or dot space around, let's say, everything is spaced around in the entire screen. First widget over here, then spacing. So there's space around, again space around. So there's space around every single widget here. If we have space between, there's space between all of the widgets and it looks quite similar to space around. Then we have space evenly. This also looks quite similar, but there is some change. So my point is you have the same stuff you can do. In center, everything gets centered. But for me, I want the default option of main axis alignment dot start because that looks perfect. Great. What I want to do is make sure that everything can have a different value of its own. Right now, what we are doing is saying that, hey, additional info item is going to have humidity text. It's going to have the water drop icon. It's going to have this constant text. Whenever you initialize additional info item, these are the things that get created. Unlike the design over here, I cannot put wind speed. I cannot put pressure. I cannot put all of that stuff. Because whenever I create this widget, we have this stuff displaying. So to avoid that, what I can do is take everything here from the constructor. Why? Because every time you initialize, then you ask what the icon should be, what the label should be, what the value should be. And that's exactly what we want. We want different items for every time we create an additional info item. So let's go ahead and create a constructor. How do we create a constructor now? Well, first of all, we mark every widget a final because it's a widget, right? And widgets are immutable, especially stateless widget. And even stateful widgets are immutable. All widgets are immutable. So we need to have final for all our properties. So we're going to have final icon data because icon requires icon data. Then we're going to ask for the icon. And we're not going to initialize anything because if we initialize, then we're itself giving it a value. So it doesn't make sense to put it over here. We can just put it over here. We need to ask it from the constructor. So we are going to have required, because this is a named argument. We have learned it in Dart. Required this dot icon. Now I can take this icon and pass it over here. Now you see we get an error over here saying that whenever you initialize additional info item, you need to pass your own icon. We get an error over here also saying that, hey, you cannot put a const, because this is coming from the constructor and the value from the constructor can change. So this cannot be a constant, it's a dynamic value. So let's put constant for the size box. Now even for this text, we need to take it from the constructor itself. So let's take final string label. Then we have required this dot label. So I can ask for label over here. Again, this is dynamic, so text constant is not required. So any value that is coming from the constructor cannot be a constant. Then we need a value text. So we have final string value, required this dot value. Now I can take this value and paste it over here. So text string value is a non-constant, but text style can still be a constant, right? So we can put a constant over here. Simple. And now with this, we have access to all of these properties over here. So every time you initialize additional info item, you need to pass in these particular properties. So let's go ahead and pass icons.waterdrop as the first icon, because our first thing is going to be humidity. Then our label, which is going to be humidity, and then finally the value, which is going to be, let's say, 91. And when we come over here, well, the error gets resolved. Now we need to do it 2 more times. So our icon here, label here, and value here is required. Now what is our label? Wind speed. So let's go ahead and type wind speed. The icon for it is going to be icons.air, because that's what wind is, air. And then we are going to have 7.5, let's say. Then again we have to mention icon label value. So my value here is going to be, let's say, 1000. Pressure. And I didn't find any particular icon for pressure. So what I did was go ahead and use icons.beach. Since I didn't find it, if you have anything related to pressure, you can use that, but I like this much better. So you see, everything has its own value. Now same thing we are going to do with the weather forecast as well. Here in our hourly forecast item, you'll see every time we initialize, it gets its own static values. We need to pass it from the constructor so that the values can change every time we initialize. So do the exact same thing. Pause the video, try it on your own, and I hope you're able to do it. If you're able to do it, then congrats, you've understood the entire concept. If you're not, then maybe you need to rewatch the entire thing. So I hope you were able to do it. Let's go ahead and try it on your own. An hourly forecast item, the first thing we require is final string time. Then we need final string temperature. Then final icon data icon. Now we need to mention required for all, but I have a trick for you. You can press this bulb icon, add final field parameters, and it automatically adds required arguments for you. Great, saves a lot of time for us. Let's go to the hourly forecast item and mention it. So we need to mention time. Time is, let's say, 00 first. Then we have icon. It will be icons dot, let's say it's cloud because it's raining. Then the temperature is going to be, what's the temperature over here? 301.22. Let's save it. I'm going to paste it 4 more times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's remove them. So this will be 03. Let's call it sunny, and let's say it's 275. I hope 275 degree Fahrenheit is sunny. And I think, if I think about it, 275 degree Fahrenheit is quite a lot of heat. It's more than 100 degrees Celsius. So we are making a mistake here. Instead of 300 degree Fahrenheit, we need 300 Kelvin. That's what the correct thing is. So I apologize, and I know you might be thinking all the time that, hey, this is incorrect. It's not actually in degree Fahrenheit, it's actually in Kelvin. I misinterpreted it, so my bad. So anyways, let's go back to our stuff. 275 is not at all sunny, so let's go ahead with 300.52, then 301.22, then 302.22. Let's call this sunny again. We have 300.12 and finally 304.12. Then also change the time 03, 06, 09 and 12. So yeah, we are able to change everything. Let's also put everything over here. So time over here is going to be time. Icon here is going to be icon, and the text here is going to be temperature. Constant. Let's put everywhere constant. Now if you're wondering how I selected multiple cursors at a time, I did that by pressing Option. So when you select one place, put Option on another, put Option on another, and then you're able to do it. That's how I do it on Mac. I'm not sure about Windows, but you can Google it. Okay, now let's restart it, and there we have it. That's our app. Perfect. Now again, I apologize, and I had been thinking it wrong. It's not actually degree Fahrenheit, it's Kelvin, because it makes more sense. Degree Fahrenheit would mean that this is like over 100 degrees Celsius, and that just doesn't make sense, right? So this is Kelvin, which basically means that it's 27 degrees Celsius. Also, let's correct the spelling of humidity there. Okay, cool. So yeah, we are done with the basic structure of the app. Now the next thing is to get data from API, from the web, so that I can display it on my screen real time. And we also need proper loading indicators, we need proper error indicators, all of those stuff. So let's go ahead and set it up. So to get the real-time data, we need access to an API. And to call an API, we will need the HTTP package. We've already seen that in the Dart section. So let's go ahead and install the HTTP plugin or package to our Flutter code. In Dartpad, it was available for us, but here in Flutter, when we are on our local system, we have to install it. So we need to go to pubspec.yaml. In the dependencies section, we need to add that dependency. Also, let's get the HTTP version now. We have pub.dev/packages/HTTP, where you can find the HTTP plugin or a package. Then you can just copy it, paste it over here, save it, and then it will run flutter pub-get command. Flutter pub-get command gets all the dependencies, all of the things that are mentioned over here. We'll see fonts, assets, everything. And then it refreshes our project. Now we'll be able to use the HTTP plugin in our code. So let's go ahead right at the top, and we are going to create our function over here. And that is going to return a future. And let's call this function getCurrentWeather. We can define functions in a stateless widget. That's not allowed. You can definitely do it. So let's put async over here, and we already know how to put HTTP calls. It's all given over here. First thing is to import it, and to refresh your memory as HTTP is given here, because we don't want to call just get function like this, which is present in http.dart file, which you can come over here and see. So we are using http.get. This makes it easy. Then it requires something known as an URI, and to pass a URI, you can just do uri.parse or ui.https. Either of them work, but I'm going to go ahead with uri.parse because I already have the URL it's going to give me. Now, if you're wondering what URI is, URI stands for Uniform Resource Identifier. URL stands for Uniform Resource Locator. The difference between URI and URL is that URL is a subtype of URI. URI has a particular scheme which is followed by URL as well, but URI is like a bigger set and URL is a subset of it. So let's go ahead and pass our URL here. And how do we get our URL? Well, to get it, we have to access the API, and the API we're going to use is given by OpenWeatherMap. In Dart section, we had used JSON placeholder. That was just a dummy and a fake mock API. Alright, this is the real API. It's giving us real data. So what will be the temperature in London, Mumbai, England, New York, etc. So how do we get access to its API? Well, first of all, I'd like to mention that there are multiple websites that offer APIs for weather, but I like OpenWeather the best because it offers a free API that everyone can use. It also has a paid version for advanced stuff, but for us, the free API is enough. Alright, so what you need to do is go ahead, click on sign in, then you need to create an account first. So let's go ahead and create an account. My name is Rivanda Anawat. I'll enter my email, password, repeat password, click on these two things and the CAPTCHA and create an account. And I'll see you after I do these steps. So I'll check my email, I'll confirm it, and you see they've sent a verification email. Then just click on verify your email, and this email address has been successfully confirmed. Now what we need to do is wait for another email OpenWeather team will send us, which will contain our API key. It will contain the URL we can use for free in our projects. So let's wait for it. Or if you don't want to wait for it, you can click over here, My API Keys, and you'll see your API key. Don't use mine because I'm just going to deactivate this after this tutorial. Kindly use your own API key. And you'll also see over here that the email has arrived and it contains my API key, and it says within the next couple of hours it will be activated and ready to use. If I use it right now, there's a possibility that I won't be able to use it and it will give me an error. However, I can do it later on. And I can also create more API keys on my account page, which we've already seen over here. I can generate more API keys. And it says to always use the API key in each API call. Now you might ask, hey, why do we need API key? The JSON placeholder didn't have API key, right? Well, it didn't have it because it was a mock data. It was a dummy data. It doesn't have any real value. But this is real-time data. It contains actual data of the weather. And some user might call this API like 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times by just using a simple for loop. That means the API will be called 1,000,000 times. So that will cost the company a lot. And the company obviously doesn't want that. That's why API keys are there, so that they can authenticate you. They know that it's you who are using, and they can put rate limits to how much times you can call it. For our URL over here, we have, I think, 1,000 free API calls, and after that, it will stop working for us. So let's go ahead, copy this URL, put https:// put this thing over here, and save it. Let's break this URL down and see what all it contains. First one, HTTPS, which I had to add, then api.openweathermap.org/data/2.5. This is like their model, if you're familiar with ChatGPT. It also is working on certain models, right? It is working on 3.5 model. This is their 2.5 model, Open Weather Maps 2.5 model. The 3 model is a subscribed version. I'll show it to you over here. If you go to Open Weather API, you see one call API 3.0. And it has minute forecast, hourly forecast, daily forecast. It has a lot more stuff than a simple API. Cool. Then we have weather, because we want the weather. You're just having the path. Then you have $Q is equal to London. Most of the interesting stuff happens after the question mark, where you can change it, because this is what is known as queries. Even if you go to Google, after the question mark, you'll see the cool stuff, the stuff you can change. So we have Q is equal to London. So this is basically the place name you want to get the weather of. So we can take this out and put it in a variable of our own. Let's call this London over here. Let's take the city name and put $city name like this. Then we have UK. It's just telling London, UK, this is where I want to get the weather of. Then we have app ID, and this is our app ID. Now app IDs need to be stored in .env file, which can be hidden by git ignore, and even when you want to deploy your website. But assuming you're not going to deploy this website, let's put it in a separate file of its own, which you can ignore if you're pushing to GitHub. Now if you don't know what GitHub means, don't worry about it, just save it in a different file. Let's go ahead and call this secrets.dart. And here I'm going to have constant open weather API key, which is equal to this thing. Now we'll copy this, come over here and have $open weather API key. Also press command full stop to import the particular secrets.dart file. Let's save this much and let's see what we get. Let's put await here. We already know the protocol. Let's have final result is equal to this. Then we are going to have print result.body, because I just want to see what all it gives me. And now if I restart, I see absolutely nothing. Why? Because this function is not called. We need to call it somewhere, right? We can go ahead and call this in build function, but I already told you before that build function needs to be kept away from asynchronous stuff. And I've also mentioned the reason before. Build function should always be the least expensive. So you should not call this function in the build function. So what should we do? Well, we can do one thing. We can convert the stateless widget to a stateful widget, then use the init state method, and then we can call this particular function over there, right? That sounds reasonable. So to create a stateful widget, we'll have to do stfl and create a stateful widget, right? Not really. The Dart and Flutter extension is quite generous with this. You can just press Ctrl+Shift+R, you get the options to change stuff, and you have convert to stateful widget. If you just click on it, it will make the appropriate changes and convert it to a stateful widget without giving any error. So our stateless widget is now a stateful widget with just one click. And our method is also defined over here correctly. Not inside of this stateful widget class. It's correctly defined inside of this class. Now let's go ahead and create init state. The super.init state should always be at the top. Then we have get current weather, save it, Command J, and you see, as soon as we reload, it gives us an error. If we restart, it will again give us an error. The reason for this is 401 error. 401 error stands for bad request. As you already know, 404 stands for page not found. So 404 is, so 401 is there so that you say that it's a bad request. And A message is also provided for further context saying invalid API key. Please see this thing for more info. Now if I click over here, open it, you see API calls return an error 401, and these are the possible things. That's why it gave us an error. You did not specify your API key, we did. Your API key is not activated yet. Next couple of hours it will be activated and ready to use. So this is a problem. Rest of the things are fine. We are using the free subscription, we are not using the wrong API key, and only we have not waited for a couple of hours. So I'll see you after a couple of hours when our API key is activated and we can use it. So I'm back after 3 hours and the data is now coming. We have all the data we require to display it on the screen. So now let's just understand what is useful for us and what is not, so that we can only include parts that are useful to us and extract them, right? So the first thing that we require is, well, I just want to take this and put it in some form of visualizer where I can properly see the data. So what I'm going to do is copy this URL, go to Google Chrome, paste it. And obviously we need to pass in some stuff like the city name should be London, the app ID should be present. So let's go ahead and pass in the app ID, which is present in secrets. And when I press enter, I see all the stuff that I require, right? Now if you see this data is giving me the weather, the main temperature, so I'm getting what the temperature right now in London is, and I'm getting wind speed and all of that stuff, but I'm not getting the forecast. And that's because we have used the wrong API. The API we should be using is not data 2.5 weather, because this will give us the weather. I want forecast. So I'll just go ahead and pass in forecast here, and I'll be able to get the forecast of the weather. You see, this list has 40 items, and if you're wondering how I'm having this JSON in this format, it's because of an extension, and the extension name is JSON formatter. Alright, now you see we have a list that returns 40 items, and in every list we have an object, and in this object or a map we are getting the temperature, then we are getting the weather name that we require in our app over here, then we have the pressure, humidity, all of that stuff, right? So we need to use the forecast over here, and using this we can extract the data. So what is the data we require? Well, first of all, I want to check if it's a status code of 200 or not. The status code of 200 basically says that, hey, this request is successful. Otherwise we get a status code of 401, which was like bad request. So here, first of all, I want to make sure that it's a correct request. Also, I want to wrap it in a try and catch block. So let's go ahead, have try catch block. Then we have throw e.toString. I've not talked about throw in the Dart section because I wanted to specifically show it over here. What throw does is basically like if you want to return something from a function and suddenly you encounter an error. So you just throw that error. You're saying that this function, when it was called, did not give any result. It resulted in an error. And that means your app will crash if it is not handled. So I'm just throwing the error that, hey, I received an error, just take it and display it on the screen or do whatever you want. So we need to correctly handle this throw. Alright? Otherwise, our app will break. The next thing I want to do here is, first of all, check the status code if it's 200 or not. So for this, I can do if response.statuscode is equal to 200. This is one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is taking the status code that they've mentioned over here. So first of all, we'll have to decode the response.body because it is in a string format. We already saw that in the Dart section. So we have JSON decode. put it in res.body, save it. And also you see, as soon as I import JSON decode, Dart convert gets imported. Now you can see JSON decode required a string source, so we have passed in response.body. It returns a dynamic. So what I want to do is final data is equal to JSON decode. And after I have the data with me, I can just check if data at COD, that's what it's called, right? COD is not equal to 200. And I'm putting it in strings over here because COD returns to us a string, right? The alternative to this could be converting this to an integer. So you could go ahead and do in.parse, what we have learned before, to convert from string to an integer. And then you can check is not equal to 200 like this. Both of these things work. You can use whatever way you prefer and that will work fine. Alright. So let's go ahead with this part right here. So if the status code is not 200, that means some error occurred. If some error occurred, then we again want to throw saying an unexpected error occurred. I hope you're understanding what throw means. I mean, of course you won't understand it right now, but when we call the function, it will basically throw you an exception saying that, hey, there is an unhandled exception saying that an unexpected error occurred. Alright. And in the else condition, or you can just have it over here, no need of else condition, because throw basically returns from the function. It doesn't execute any further, just like return does, alright. So if you put throw here, it will terminate the function at this point. It won't go any further. And finally, what I'm going to do is print data at, and the thing I want to print is the temperature over here. So we are going to have data which gives us this thing, data at list. So with list I'll access this thing. So I'll have data at list, and since it's a list, I will access the 0th element on it to get the first prediction or the first data stuff. So here I have it, and I'll do list at 0, then I'm going to have main, and after that I'm going to have temperature. Okay, so list at 0, which is the first map, then we have main, and then we are accessing the temperature. So that should give us, let's say 291.8 or something similar. Let's go over here, let's restart the app, and we do see 291.65. So we were successful in retrieving the correct stuff. Now we just want to display it on the screen, right? I want to display it over here. How can I display this thing over here? It's enclosed in a function, right? So what I can do is create a global variable. Let's call this double temperature, which is equal to, let's say, 0 initially, or you might be tempted to use late double because we are assigning the value late, right? So this should work. But let's see if it actually works. I'm going to set temperature equal to this. Okay. And now I'm going to pass temperature over here. So I'm going to have $temperature K. So it gives me 291.12 Kelvin. Now I'm also going to remove constant. Let's put the correct constants everywhere. Again, I'm pressing option to select multiple cursors and put constant. Cool. Let's come back over here and you see late initialization error, field temp has not been initialized. Let's restart it. Maybe that works? Not really. This doesn't work. Why? Because if we come over here, we get current weather. This thing runs before the build function, and that's cool. But what if I do print build function, or let's call this init state, then I'm going to print this statement again over here function called. Then I'm going to print after this API call. Alright, after this API call, I'm going to have API ended. Alright. And finally, I'm going to have a print statement saying build function call. Now let's open by using Command J, restart, and you see over here init state. So we have init state over here, then we have function called, and then we directly have build function called. So it skipped this part. But earlier we printed this value and it got printed correctly, right? Then why is it giving an error right now? Well, that's because what you're doing is assigning this to late. Late basically means that you have a contract. You need to assign it before the build function is called. If you're using it, obviously in the build function. If you're not using it in the build function, late doesn't really care. But if you're using it somewhere, it will start to care. So what happens is late double temperature, then you're having init state, then you have get current weather, this function gets called, and this API call is there. Now this API call is going to take time, right? You're retrieving some data from the web. That will take time depending on your internet connection. But while it is waiting, we've already executed the build function because that's how asynchronous stuff works. It won't wait for it to complete. It just said, hey, just complete this in the future. I'll just go ahead and do my stuff. So it called the build function. And here when the build function was called, you also called the late variable temperature which hasn't been initialized. That's the problem. So what should we do then? What is the fix over here? Well, first of all, let's just remove all the print calls. I don't like seeing warnings that much unless they are constant warnings. So we are back to normal now. So one possible fix here is having double temperature is equal to 0. As soon as we do that, press Command J, restart the app, come over here, we get 0.0 Kelvin. Again, the value is not initialized. Why is that the case? Well, that's the case because you again set this to 0. Then you have get current weather. It is getting the data in the background, let's say. And in the meantime, it also called the build function. If it called the build function, it already used the value of temperature given to it, which was 0. And later on, when the value arrived, the build function was already ready and displaying it. But then you said, hey, set temperature equal to this thing over here. So you're reassigning the value after the build function is called. It's as good as calling a function after onTap. So my point is, you just need to wrap it with a set state. If you do set state, what will happen is when you restart, you see 0 and then it converts to 291.65 because initially the value is 0. Then it's retrieving the value. In the meantime, you'll show the value of 0 over here. And then you finally got the value of temperature, which you've assigned. And then you call set state to rebuild the build function. And that way, you get 291.65 Kelvin. So I hope that made sense to you. If it did not, ask me in the comment section and I'll explain it to you again. But anyways, if we again restart the app, this does not look good. It's not a good user experience to show 0 Kelvin first, then show 291.65 Kelvin. It's just not a good experience. So what I want to show instead is a loading indicator. So as long as this function is loading and we are getting our data, we are just going to keep loading the screen. So I'm just going to replace this body part with a circular progress indicator instead, as long as it's loading, alright? So this all will disappear and only a loading indicator will show up. So let's go ahead and have a body here. Now how do I show a loading indicator here? Well, the first approach is to use the temperature and have If temperature is equal to 0, then we can use a loading indicator. Now, what is the widget for loading indicator? Well, it's just progress indicator, and you can have 2 types of progress indicator or 3 types. I don't know, but you can have linear progress indicator, refresh progress indicator, circular progress indicator. The one I like the most is circular progress indicator. However, go ahead and try linear progress indicator and refresh progress indicator for yourself. I'm going to go ahead with circular progress indicator. Now I'm also going to have const over here. The reason I'm doing temperature is equal to 0 is because the temperature can never be 0 Kelvin. If it's 0 Kelvin, then we are freezing. It's absolute temperature, right? That's why. If it was some other value, I wouldn't put is equal to 0 because some other temperature can be attained. Let's say the initial value was 270. I wouldn't do temperature is equal to 270 because temperature can be 270 Kelvin. But because temperature can be 270 Kelvin when it is coming from this thing right here. Some place might have a temperature of 270 Kelvin, but no place has a temperature of 0 Kelvin. That's why I'm using it to display a circular progress indicator. However, another option could be to use another variable called boolean isLoading, which is initially set to false. Then you come over here, you set state, you set isLoading to true. So you're basically telling, hey, rebuild the build function. IsLoading is now true. Then here you have isLoading set to false. And you come down and you just have isLoading. If it's loading, then show circular progress indicator. Otherwise, the padding is fine. Now let's restart. And you see, we see a circular progress indicator in the left hand side and then this thing. So that means our loading indicator is working. However, if you use temperature is equal to 0 as well, it will work just fine. Let's restart. You see 270 Kelvin, not 270 Kelvin, sorry. I'll set it to 0. I'll restart. Loading indicator is there and then I see this thing over here. So I hope that made sense to you. Now you can use either of those approaches. It is on you. But my point right now is this is quite tedious, to be honest. I have to set up my own loading indicators. I have to set up my own error handlers. For example, if I just misspell in something in the API and then I start to run my function, I'll see an error. Alright? You see? Unhandled exception, format exception, blah 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 blah. And it continuously keeps loading because I haven't set up my isLoading properly. In case of an error, I have to set it to false. Even here, if there's an error, I have to set isLoading set to false. So I have to do all of this stuff on my own, and it's quite tedious for me. Luckily, Flutter has something for us. Let's look at it. Also, you see unhandled exception, format exception, all of that. And if we use, let's say, data 3 over here and then restart, you'll see unhandled exception and unexpected error occurred, what we had over here. So basically, throw is just returning an exception for you. And the error message can be whatever you have written over here. So I hope that made sense to you what this throw does. It basically throws an exception, and whenever you have an unhandled exception, you have to add a try and a catch block here and do stuff on your own. However, you have to put a try and catch block here. Let's have E over here, and then you have get current weather. Then whatever error it gives, you just print E. All of that stuff, you'll have to do it, or just don't throw from here. However, my point is there's a lot of stuff to do, lot of error handling to do. Instead, I can use something provided by Flutter which will boost my performance by a lot. So let's remove init state, let's remove isLoading, let's remove the temperature as well. all the set states are not required anymore. We can keep this line over here because we are going to extract the main temperature again, but not over here. And what we are going to do is just return data in case of a status code of 200. Now let's come over here. Let's remove the loading indicator for now. And here again we're going to go back to the static value. However, you already know constants are not going to be needed anymore because we are all going to have a dynamic value. So let's not use constant because the value is going to keep changing. It's coming from an API. Alright? And what I'm going to do is wrap padding widget with another widget. And what is that widget? Future Builder. This is a widget provided by Flutter that eases our life by a lot when dealing with futures and if we want to display something related to our future. So we are going to have a future, we are going to have a builder, then we are going to have context, snapshot, I'll explain what snapshot is, and we are going to have an arrow function returned from a builder. So these are two required arguments of future builder. Quite convenient, future and builder. Now I'll explain both of these things, but let's resolve the error we have, only future. So what is this future builder? Well, basically you just need to pass in your future over here. It can be anything, future of object, and object is a superclass of everything. So you can pass any function over here, any variable that is a future, and it will build according to it. So if I go ahead and return my function, which is a future, so I'm going to have get current weather, and then let's just convert this to a block. Alright, I don't want an arrow function because I want to print something here. I cannot print here. Arrow function does not allow it. It just allows me to return one thing. If I just convert it to a block, I'll be able to print it. So press Ctrl+Shift+R, get the refactoring option, and it asks you to convert to block body. So let's convert it. Save it, it will format. Let's go right over here and we are going to print snapshot. What exactly is this snapshot? Also, we're going to print the runtime type of this snapshot. So press Command J, we are going to restart and we see something like async snapshot dynamic, connection state.waiting, null null null, async snapshot dynamic. So this is the runtime type. Then we have our entire value coming and async snapshot dynamic. So what is this thing over here? Well, snapshot is basically a class that allows you to handle states in your app. A loading state, a data state, an error state. You can handle all of that using async snapshot. That's what snapshot gives us. You see over here connection state.waiting. Why did this connection state.waiting come? Because you were getting data from the web. So it's saying that, hey, we are still getting your data. Then we have the runtime type because we printed it. And after a while, it said connection state.done. That, hey, we got your data. It's successfully there and it printed it out to us. This null 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 stands for each and everything. If it is having data, if it is having error, if it is having loading, what is it having? So that's what null 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 stands for over here. So anyways, now that we understand this, we can handle the loading state easily. We know whenever there's loading state, we have connection state.waiting. So if we have if snapshot dot, now what do we use? Snapshot dot has data, has error, connection state, right? Because this might be an enum or a class, I don't know, and this requires a connection state as well. So I'm just going to have if snapshot dot connection state is equal to connection state dot, and it is an enum, and it gives us values like active, done, none, waiting. When it's loading, it is giving us waiting, right? So we can just use that and return a circular progress indicator. Also, let's return a constant over here. Perfect. Now if I restart, I see the loading indicator and 200 Kelvin. I again restart, I see loading indicator 200 Kelvin. Now 200 Kelvin is not the correct value, it's hard coded, but you see we are getting the loading indicator and then our data. So we don't have to handle all of the stuff on our own. If there's error, we can print it. How? We can just have if snapshot.hasError. If snapshot has error, then we are going to return constant text saying snapshot.error, which is an object. Alright? And this can't be a constant because snapshot.error is a dynamic value. It's coming from snapshot, right? It's not a static value. It's not a hard-coded value or a constant value. So we need to return text.toString because text cannot take an object. It has to take in a string. So we return an error. Alright? So if snapshot has error, that means if the async snapshot has error, then we just want a text to show the error on the screen. And what return will do is basically just return this text from here. It will not display anything from here. And that's exactly what we want. In case of error, just display it to the user. Don't display wrong values. That's not how our app works. Let's get rid of snapshot. Let's save this. Restart. We have a loading indicator and there's no error, so it doesn't show anything. However, if I just take this, if I spell this incorrectly, let's say data 3, let's restart the app. You see loading indicator and then an unexpected error occurred. That's a good sign. Now, if you want to return a different kind of message, you can do that. You can have data message because with every code which is not 200, we get a message as well. When we had 401, we had a message as well. You see, internal error shows up now. That's what the error says. If here I type in data at 3 forecast, it says internal error and the code is 404, our favorite, not found. So let's come back to our 2.5 model. Even here, 2.5 model. I think I'm going to keep an unexpected error occurred. That's a better message than whatever the API might give us. Cool. So now we are able to handle the loading indicator and the error message. Now let's style it a little bit because the loading indicator is showing right in the left hand side corner. So let's center it. To center it, Ctrl+Shift+R, then wrap it with center. You all are experts in this now. You can just pass in constant. And now a loading indicator will be centered. Perfect. I still have some problem with it. If I restart, it's showing a material design loading indicator on an iOS simulator. What I want to do is show this kind of icon or this kind of loading indicator only on Android devices, not on iOS devices. That's why what I'm going to do is use circular progress indicator dot adaptive. With adaptive, it changes based on the operating system it's on. So if it's on iOS, it gives a iOS kind of indicator, and if we open a pixel, it will give us the material design progress indicator. And that's really cool. It just gives us a native feel. Now, if you want to use circular progress indicator, you can use it. I just wanted to show this cool thing to you. Also, this text can be centered. So let's go ahead and wrap it with center. Sweet. Now, we have handled the loading state. We have handled the error state. And finally, we are on the data state. So let's go ahead and retrieve our data. For our first data, we have already implemented the logic for it. So let's just copy that. So here we're going to have final data, which is equal to snapshot.data. And this data can be nullable. Alright. So we are just going to apply here that, hey, the data here is never going to be nullable. Also, I've already mentioned this to you before. Whenever we return future or anything like stream, future, always make sure that you have a generic type, because future dynamic isn't cool. We've discussed this in Dart course. So what I want to do is return a future of some type. And here I'm going to return data. But what is the data? Well, it is a map, because at the end of the day, we are getting an object of string. So everything over here is a string. In the left hand side, all the keys are strings. But on the right hand side, sometimes it is integer, sometimes it is string. So we can just have future of map of string comma dynamic. So here the dynamic is necessary because stuff keeps changing on the value side, on the right hand side. Cool. Now if you come over here, you see snapshot.data has a value of map string comma dynamic with a nullable option. First of all, future builder is correctly able to identify based on the future we provided over here. And secondly, this is nullable. Why is this nullable? Because it thinks that it might not have an error. Why does this have a nullable option? Because it thinks that maybe there's an error, maybe there's loading state. It cannot definitely have a value. That's why it is nullable. But now, since we have handled the error state and we have handled the loading state, we are quite sure that it is going to have a value. Otherwise, you can just check it on your own. If snapshot.hasData, what hasData does behind the scenes is just check if data is not null. It's basically checking if data is not equal to null. That is what snapshot.hasData is. And same goes for hasError. Error is not equal to null. Okay? You can do that, but here I'm quite confident it is going to have data. Now I'm going to have final, current, weather, temperature, or let's just say current temperature, because we are also having forecast, right? If there's forecast, there's a possibility of having later values as well. So that won't be current temperature. So we are going to have final current temperature and we are going to set it to data list 0 main temperature, which was our main temperature or the current temperature that we want to show. And finally, we are going to come back here and type $current temperature, Kelvin, restart. And with the loading indicator, we get the right value. Perfect. So the first part of our app is complete. Congrats to us. Now let's go ahead and change this icon and this text based on what we get. So this icon over here is based on the text, right? If it's sunny, I want to show a sun. If it's rain, cloud, whatever, I want to show a cloud icon. And for that, we have a value in our list, which is weather main. So what I need to do is final current, what do we call this? Current sky, because it is telling me how the sky is, cloudy, whatever. So let's call this current sky. And then we are going to have data at list at 0. Same thing as before, data list 0. Then we are going to have weather instead of main. And then we are going to have the main. Cool. Now we can take this current sky and paste it over here. So we're going to have current sky like this. And it's going to be a string. Alright. Because main clouds, this is a string. So save it, put it as constant, come back over here, and it gives us an error. Why? Because the type string is not a subtype of type int of index. Let's see why we get this error. And the reason for this error is if you come over here, weather is a list. We neglected that. We directly said, hey, data list at 0, weather. Weather is a list. And what we are saying is call the main property on a list. The list cannot have a main property. Only maps have that, only objects have that. So first we need to access this particular array, and after that we can access main property on it. So here we need to do weather at 0. So we iterate, or we grab the first element of the list and then we call the main method on it, or the main property on it. And when you come over here, clouds is seen. Perfect. Now you see we are repeating stuff over here. Data at list 0. So what I can do is shift this in another variable. So I can have final current weather data is equal to data list at 0, because technically this consists of current weather data, and now I can replace it with this. Now this is just an improvement so that you have better readability in your functions or in your classes or in your UI code, and you don't have to repeat this stuff again and again. Data list 0. You just store it in a variable and you can use it anywhere. Now I'm going to take this current sky, I'm going to go down, remove constant from icon, and here I'm going to have if current sky is equal to either cloud or current sky is equal to rain. Those are two possibilities, alright? And you can put or condition in a ternary operator. So if it's either of them, then we want to display icons.cloud, otherwise icons.sunny. Now if we come back over here, we are seeing a sun, and that's because the data we are getting is clouds, not cloud. So we need to make sure this is the correct thing, and make sure the case sensitivity is also correct. Clouds is not equal to capital C clouds. Alright, so make sure everything is correct. You come back over here and you see clouds. Perfect. So this part over here is done. Now let's move to additional information, and after that we can get to the weather forecast. So in additional information we have humidity, and I've spelled that wrong even after trying to correct it. Let's go ahead and type it over here. Now let's get the values of humidity, wind speed and pressure. Let's explore the API to see if it has values, and I'm just going to grab this first current weather because that should give me the wind speed, the pressure, all of that stuff. I should not be going to the second element of this list because that contains the prediction for later on. It's not the prediction as of right now. You see, it has a prediction of some other time. This is the current prediction. So to access pressure, we have this thing over here, which is present in main. We have already done this before. So let's go right at the top. We are going to have final current pressure. You want to type current, you can type it, or pressure, because we have only one pressure in our entire app, which is the current pressure, and set that equal to, well, the current weather data. So you can have current weather data. So you're already over here. Then you have to access main pressure. So you have main pressure. Cool. Now take this main pressure, go down in additional info item. You see this thing over here? This is where you can easily go from top to the bottom. You don't have to scroll through stuff. You can directly just jump from here to here, and it just saves a lot of time for me. So get used to this and it will save you a bunch of time, especially in bigger code bases. So we are over here. Now the value is going to be 91, but in our case, not 91, sorry, it's not humidity, it's pressure. In our case, we need to mention a string, but here it's giving us a number. Alright? All the numbers are marked in blue, strings are marked in green. So it's giving us a number. So maybe we can have current pressure dot toString. With toString, we are able to only get the required pressure. Also, let's remove constant from here. We all know it's not going to be a constant. Let's save it. Come back over here and our pressure is 1011. Perfect. The next thing we require is wind speed. How do I get wind speed? Well, it's present over here in wind speed. So same thing, we'll go over here and define a variable. Now, obviously, you can copy this and go down, paste it over here, and that will work fine for you. There's no problem with it. But when you have variables in one centralized place, in my opinion, it just gets so much easier. Because if you want to change anything, you can change all the API related stuff in one place. So let's come back to current wind speed, and that is going to be wind speed. Because we are over here, data at list is 0, this thing over here, then we are going to wind, then speed, and we are getting the value. We can copy this, go down, then have current wind speed dot toString again, save it, come over here, we have 4.45 as our speed. Perfect. And the last thing we require is humidity. And humidity is also present in the same place as our pressure. So let's go to current pressure. Now if you press command on our current pressure variable, you'll be able to go where the current pressure variable is defined. Just like we can do with literally anything, right? If you want to go to sized box, you can click it over here and we go to the Flutter source code. If you want to do that in your own source code, you can do that as well. So you go to current pressure. Now I'm going to copy this, paste it again. And now I'm going to have current humidity. Now I know I'm going a bit fast over here, and I'm doing that because this is all the stuff we have covered in the Dart course. Just knowing what to use, when to use. I don't want to waste much time over here, right? So we have main humidity. We'll take this current humidity and paste it over here, and again pass toString to it because it's a number. Come back over here and our humidity 48 is showing. All good. The last thing we want to do is weather forecast, and that too for only 5 items. You see in our API, it gives us a list of 40 items. The first one we've already used, so we are not going to use it again. Our numbering is now going to start from 1. Because 0 was used to display the current weather. Now everything from here is going to display the weather forecast. So let's go to our weather forecast over here, hourly forecast item. Let's call this hourly forecast instead of weather forecast. Alright, that makes more sense, I guess. Now how do we handle this? I want to iterate through a list, which is a list, get 5 elements and display them on the screen. That's a major tough task to do here. Do you know how you'll do it? Try to do it on your own if you can, and you'll be more confident if you do it. But if you're not, then I'll let you know. You can think about using a for loop, alright? When you use a for loop, let's remove a constant. Whenever you use a for loop, you can go from index 1 to index 5 and display it on the screen. So let's try it. What I'm going to do is for int I is equal to 1, because I want my list to start from 1. I cannot start from 0, or I can start from 0. Int I is equal to 0. I is less than 5 because I only want 5 elements. I plus plus. Then I'm going to have my hourly forecast item. I'm going to remove the rest of the hourly forecast items. And first of all, we require a time. Now, where is the time mentioned in our list? It's mentioned over here, dt_txt in this format. We'll get to the date format part later on. we only want to get time, but it's giving us date and time both, but we'll get to it later on. As of now, let's just display the entire thing. Even if we get the render flow error, the error that shows up in the yellow saying that the height is extended, like we saw over here with our row when we are not wrapped it with single child scroll view. Remember that? If we remove this widget, you see this error, this is render flow error. And we will get that if we exceed the size already allotted to a particular widget. So anyways, let's get access to the list. So it's going to be data at list. So it's going to be data at list at I. Not 0, not 1, not anything. But if we put I, we get I is equal to 0. So that means data at list is 0. That means we are getting the same value. Instead, I'm going to do data at list at I plus 1. With I plus 1, I get the starting value as 1 till 5, including 5. Alright? So we'll get the correct stuff. So we'll get elements from 1 or elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That sounds good. And once we are over here, let's say we are over here, perfect. So first of all, I'm just going to print the date time or the date, and you can do two things for it. dt, which gives you date in, let's say, I think milliseconds since epoch. Now what is epoch? Epoch is January 1, 1970. So how many milliseconds have passed since January 1, 1970? This is what the date time is. And in text, this is what it represents. 3rd July 2023, 12 AM. So you can use either of them. I'm going to go ahead and use dt for now. Later on, I'm going to use dt text so that I can format it according to the way I want. And if I come over here, we get type int is not a type of string because time requires string. So let's convert it to a string and then pass it in. And we have this thing over here, and it keeps changing for everything. We have 1688342 400, 1688353 200. Alright, so I hope you get the point. Then we can have the same thing over here. Data at list I plus 1 main temperature. So we're going to have main temp, come over here, and it says type double is not a subtype of type string. Basically, temperature is giving us a double value. Temperature requires here a string value. So call toString again, come back, and you see 289.84, 287.85, 55, and all of that stuff. Looks good. And finally, we want to display the correct icon. Now to display the current icon, we have already put our logic, and we know how to evaluate if it's a good thing or not. So what we need to do is go at the top, have current sky, scroll back, and we're just going to have if current weather data, instead of current weather data, I'm going to have data at list at I plus 1, right? Because current weather data is data at list at 0. Instead of having 0 here, I'm having I plus 1. I hope you're following along. So we have data at list I plus 1, then main, then temperature. Main temperature. Not main temperature, sorry. I plus 1 weather, 0 main. And if that is equal to clouds, or if that exact thing is equal to rain, then we are going to have icons.cloud, otherwise icons.sunny. Then we save it. We come over here, and you see when we had a sunny weather, we had sunny icon showing up. Now if we come back over here just to verify, we are going to go over here. We'll see that the main over here is clear, and in clear we want to show sun. We don't want to show clouds. Clouds is only there for rain and stuff. Okay, so yeah, we have been able to build the app. The problem here is, what if instead of showing 5 things, I want to show 40 things? Exactly how much this allows. Or 39, because, or let's say 38. And let's say I want to return or have less than 39 items here. Then what will happen? Well, if I restart, you see we get a bunch of our icons. Those are all good. But what's happening here is they are not building on demand. They are all building together. Now we are getting our weather forecast and that all is correct. That's all good. That's perfect. But the problem here isn't about displaying and getting the correct data. It's about the performance of the app. All the widgets here are building together. That's a big problem when we are returning like 40 widgets together, right? Because it's like 40 widgets are building together. Isn't that just insane? It will affect the performance of the app very much. So instead of building 40 widgets together at the same time, what I want to do is build this widget just when we scroll, alright? So it lazily creates our widgets. Only the part that is scrolled will get created. Otherwise, it won't get created, so it won't affect the performance of our app. I hope you understood this. If not, I'll repeat, you can skip if you understood. What I'm saying is 40 widgets are being created together. Now that is a major performance thing. Because just imagine like 40 components on the screen together at the same time. That's just making sure that your app performs less well. So what I want to do is implement kind of like lazy loading, where the widgets are being lazily loaded. Not the data. We get the data as it is, but the widgets are being created on demand as and when I scroll. Alright, so like if I scroll like this, the widget should get created. Not all at once. So for this, I'm just going to go ahead and comment out the entire single child scroll view. And I'm going to create my own hourly forecast from scratch using a widget which is very, very important. And that is called List View Builder. See this thing over here? List View Builder. There's another widget called List View which we haven't talked about. And List View is basically like, if you want a column that is scrollable, and you want to mention padding from the side, you can go ahead and use list view. It will help you over there. We're probably going to use list view later on in our third app. But as of right now, we're going to use list view dot builder. It requires a named argument of item builder, and it gives us context and index. Also, one thing I think I forgot to mention is whenever you have for loop, if conditions inside of Flutter code, you don't have to mention brackets. I'm so sorry I forgot to mention this. Brackets are not required when you have Flutter code. You can just mention for loop, no need of bracket. And if you want to return more than just one widget, you can have dot 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 and a list. Okay, so what you're basically doing is wrapping all of them in a list, and then you're destructuring the list so that everything shows up for all the 40 widgets or 39 widgets. Alright, so let's remove it. We only want to have one widget for loop. That's why I'm just going to keep it like this. Also, let's comment it out again. And let's focus on our list view builder. Now, list view builder will build on demand. It accepts item builder, which requires a widget to be returned, which is nullable, and it gives us build context again and an index. Now this index is there because you need to mention something known as an item count. So this list view builder is basically telling, hey, we'll help you to build a list of items that are lazily loaded, so it will get loaded as and when you scroll. But you need to mention the item count, how many items there are, and the item builder. So what do you want to build? And for that, we are giving you the index. Because obviously, if you mention the item count, let's say the item count is 5, I'm giving it a static value. Here, we are not going to know what to return. For example, I'll return hourly forecast item, but then I have to mention time, temperature, icon. Now, how do I get access to time? Here we had I plus 1. This is how I would know I'm accessing one particular element from the list. How can I do it over here? That's why index is present. Just like the for loops I, this is the index that will help us. So let's go ahead, get the data. So we are going to have our data, final hourly forecast, which is equal to data at list index plus 1. Again, we are going to have plus 1 because list view builder also starts from 0. So we have our hourly forecast. Now the first thing that I want to return here is dt, which is the time. So let's go ahead and have dt dot toString, which is just time in toString. Then we have temperature. So we are going to have hourly forecast, then main, then temp and dot toString. And finally, we are going to have our icons. I'm just going to copy this line. I'm not going to type it again and paste it over here. Also, let's uncomment this. So to uncomment it, I'm going to press command / and there we go. And finally, I'm just going to take all of this out in one thing, which is final hourly sky. Let's call it that. Then we're going to have index plus 1. And then if hourly sky is equal to clouds or hourly sky is equal to rain, then we are going to show the cloud, otherwise sunny. Now you can shift all of these variables outside as well. So you're going to have final hourly temperature, which is equal to this thing. Let's paste it over here. Then we are going to have our date time, which needs further factoring. But as of right now, our list view builder is complete. What we are saying is build 5 items, and this is what you need to build. Build hourly forecast items 5 times, and it will only be visible as and when we scroll. Press Command J, and we are received by errors and a UI that doesn't look quite good. Let's restart, and still the UI is still dismantled. I don't know how it's looking like this, and we're getting a lot of errors over here. Now I'll simply tell you the reason. You can go ahead and read the errors, but I'll tell you a simple reason for this. List view builder has a tendency of taking the entire screen size. Like, our text field also has the tendency of taking the entire width of the screen. Even list view builder has the tendency to take the entire screen. And here, we cannot give it the entire screen, obviously, because we have this thing over here. Then we have our additional information down below. So we have to restrict the height. To restrict the height, we press Ctrl+Shift+R, wrap it with the sized box, and give it a height of 120. If we do that, we are restricting the height to one particular thing. You see? And now we have our list, which is scrollable, and it only has a height of 120. But still, I want it to be like this, like we had before in the horizontal direction. We have a nice property for that in list view builder, which is scroll direction. just like we had in our single child scroll view. So we are going to pass in scroll direction axis.horizontal, save it, and when you come over here, we are met with an error. And this error is solely there because we have set the list view builder's height. So this list view builder entire thing, its height is 120 and it is exceeding the current height, which is why we are getting this error. And it's only there because this text is going down below. That's not good. So what we can do is restrict the text to only be there in one single line. So if we go to our hourly forecast item widget, scroll down, we have our text of time. The text has a property of max lines, if you'll see. Here we can tell how many lines a text can take maximum, and it can only take maximum of one line, and you see the error is resolved. However, it clips things off and there is no notification about it. Like, hey, we clipped this off. There's absolutely nothing told about it. So we need to change that. So for that, text has another property which is overflow. So whenever it overflows, it will just have a certain style attached to it. So we have text overflow dot and it has clip. Let's see what clip looks like. The same thing as we had before, dot ellipsis. So this will give us dot dot dot, which tells, hey, this is extending. Then we have text overflow dot fade. So it will just fade in, telling you, hey, we are cutting it off. And then we have finally visible, which is just completely visible. I like ellipses more because it just tells you that, hey, there's more to it, but we have dots over here. Anyways, now that we have our stuff good, our hourly forecast is showing, our app is now working based on our weather API. We're almost done. Only difference is the time that we want to show. I told you we are not going to show DT, we are going to show DT underscore text, which is not what it says. It's DT underscore TXT, not TEXT. And we come over here and we see 2023, all of that stuff. Now what I want to do is, of the entire date given, I only want to access this particular thing, only the line. So think, how will you be able to do it? One possible suggestion would be to go ahead and use substring, and I totally agree. You can go ahead and use substring because it is in the format of YYY hyphen mm hyphen dd. So it is going to have a particular set of characters after which you can extract your time, and that works fine for me. And maybe you want to use that, but I'm going to take another approach, which is to add a package to our app for this. And what is the package? Well, if you go to pub.dev and type intel, you'll see this package. And this package is published by Dart team themselves, saying they provide internationalization and localization facilities, including message translation and whatnot. But if you scroll down, they also help with number formatting. They also help with date formatting and parsing, which is exactly what we need. We have our date in a particular format and we only want to display the time based on that. So we can go ahead and add intel to our pubspec.yaml file. Now, instead of going at the top, copying intel, going to pubspec.yaml file, scrolling down, and in the dependencies adding intel like this, there's another thing you can do. In VS Code, press Command Shift P, then you have the property of adding Dart add dependency. When you search for it, you'll see this, and here you can just pass in the package name intel, and it will automatically add it to pubspec.yaml for you. Run flutter pub-get, runs everything, and you see intel is automatically added for us. So you can use this when you want to add packages in bunch. For example, I want to add, let's say, intel, I want to add HTTP, I want to add multiple things. I can separate them by comma and add everything. But since I've already added, I'm going to press escape to escape that dialog. Sweet. So now that I have access to date formatting, let's go ahead and use it. Now you can refer to the documentation that was mentioned over here, but since I've used it before, date format dot pass, I don't need reference to it, but obviously if you're using it for the first time, highly recommend to read the documentation that is attached over here. It will help you to use the package efficiently and properly. So the first thing I want to do is take this and convert it to a datetime object. Now you remember in our Dart code, I had introduced you to datetime.now like this to demonstrate to you what final variables were, right? Final time is equal to datetime.now. Well, exactly. We are going to convert it to datetime, the string. So the string is going to get converted to datetime, which we can parse using Intel package. So we're going to have datetime.parse, and whenever you have anything date related, I always recommend to use datetime in Flutter because it makes your job so much easier. Especially when using it with Intel, it will make a lot of stuff easier. For example, if you're building WhatsApp and on your home screen or in your chat screen, also in the chat bubble, you see the text of the date is mentioned or the time is mentioned. How is that possible? How can we do that in Flutter? Well, exactly. You can do it over here. So let's go ahead first of all and convert it to datetime. So we have datetime.parse and we need to pass in a string. So we have hourly forecast, dt underscore text, and then we are going to use date format, which is given to us by Intel package. Make sure it's imported right at the top, intel.dart. So we are going to have date format dot, and we have multiple stuff over here. Month, ABBR month day, and all of that stuff. But here, even down, we have functions for this. This is basically describing how you want to format your datetime object. In my case, what I want to do is display it in a format like 00 or 3 or 6 or 9 or 12 or 15 or 18, like that. So for me, I can just use ym. So for me, I can just use dateformat.hm, and then if I go to hm, it basically just has hm provided to it. Hm is basically hour followed by minute, which will give me in the format I want, hour, minute, right? So we have dateformat.hm.format, and then I'll pass time to it. And format requires a date time, which is why I converted this string to a datetime object. Alright, now if I do this, come back to the app, I have 12, 3, 6, 9 and 12 showing up. Now you can go ahead and try a bunch of variations here like HMS, and you'll see hour, minute, second. Then you'll have J, let's say, and you can try a bunch of things. J is basically 12 AM, 3 AM, 6 AM, 9 AM, 12 PM. Whatever you prefer, you can use that and that will work for you. Or if you want your custom made, you can just have date format and you can mention your own pattern here. So if I mention HM here, it will again come back to me like this. Or if I mention J like this, it will let me know like this. So that's the point. These functions were basically doing that behind the scenes. When you had .j, it was basically calling J over here. So it was calling date format at J. What is this? This refers to the class itself, this date format. So you were mentioning the pattern itself. So you had date format j dot format, and there we go. Now we can save it, restart the app, and I'm going to go ahead with 12 a.m. 3 a.m. I like this better. And there we go. So our app is looking good now. The last feature that I want is whenever I click on this refresh icon, it should refresh. And if there's any update, it should let the user know. Because obviously this is real time only when we call it. It's not like a stream that will continuously give us new updates and new values. When I click on refresh, it will refresh the screen. So how do I make sure this refresh happens? Also, let's remove the comment from here. I hope you understand why we want to use list view builder. It is a better approach overall, lazy loading and all of that stuff. Now if we come over here in our icon button, what if I just put set state? If I put set state, what will happen is when I refresh, it will rebuild the entire scaffold. So that means it will rebuild this entire future builder as well. It will call the get current weather function as well. That means this entire build function is going to get rebuilt. However, if you check out the Flutter official video on future builder now, what they've done and recommended to do is store this in a variable. So you'll have final weather, which is equal to get current weather, or maybe something like this. So you have late future map string comma dynamic weather, then you have init state, and once we add init state, we are just going to set our late variable weather equal to get current weather. Alright, now I can use this weather over here instead of weather. Alright, and now you see the app loads. Now you might say, hey, why is this not lazy loading? And that's because this is having the type of future. We are not resolving the future. We are not using await anywhere. If you're not using await anywhere, we are just saying, hey, call this function, store the future inside of this variable, and then we are calling this variable. And when I restart, it doesn't give me the error. Now when I restart or refresh, this doesn't work anymore. Why? Because we are not calling the function anymore. We're calling the variable. And when we call the variable, it is not rebuilding again. You see? So earlier we had a function, and whenever the build function would rebuild, this function would get called. And that is why set state worked earlier. When set state was called, entire build function was rebuilt. So future builder was also rebuilt. So this future was called, the function was called. And when it was called, this thing reran, and thus we got new values which were then updated. However, here we've already called the function over here, okay, and the value is present inside of weather, and we are just passing the weather variable here. So when set state is called, build function is rebuilt, this weather variable is already there with the value assigned to it by the function that was called over here. So the function is not getting called again because set state doesn't call init state again. It just calls the weather variable, and weather variable has the type of future map string dynamic, and future builder is just resolving that future, giving us a snapshot so that we can use the data error loading and display it on the screen. That's the job of future builder. But since there was no function was not called, it was a variable, and variable already has a value assigned to it. It has a value of future map string dynamic assigned to it. That's why it is not getting rebuilt, the function is not getting called again, and thus it is not restarting. And Flutter always says to use it like this, but in our case, we can call get current weather because we want it to work that way. Whenever the build function is called, it should rebuild. Or what you can do is reinitialize weather to get current weather. So if we set state weather is equal to get current weather. That means we are reinitializing weather. So if we restart, we come over here, it will again rebuild for the entire thing. So as of now, in a simple app, there's no difference between this thing over here or just calling get current weather and not having this. It's the same thing. But in a bigger app, when we get into inherited widget, which is in our third app itself, and when we talk about state management, you'll see this build function will get called even when setState is not called, because that's the talk about state management. Even setState is a kind of state management. Now I hope you're understanding what state management is. You know what state is, and we just have to manage the state. So setState is also a type of state management, but it is related to one single screen. Just like scaffold, you know. Scaffold is there for one single page. setState is there for one single stateful widget. It cannot manage the state in 2 to 3 different screens. setState will only rebuild one particular screen. It won't go ahead and rebuild a totally unrelated screen if some data changes. That's where things like inherited widget and we're going to study about riverpod comes in place. This is just a local state management solution, and the state management we are going to talk about is global state management. But we'll get to it. I hope you understood that this is local state management, but yeah, we are going to dive deep into it because state management is a very important concept. But anyways, you can use whatever. I'm going to go ahead with the weather option because if you want to expand on the app's functionalities, and I hope you'll do that after you gain the knowledge of state management as well, and incorporate state management that we learn in the third app over here, this will be more beneficial. Alright, so now let's get to the main.dart file again, and here we have seen our app in dark mode. Let's go ahead and use themedata.light. If we use that, let's see how our app looks, and this looks quite good. I'm not disappointed with the results. We have our card, we have everything showing up nicely. Let's switch back to themedata.dark, and this looks nice. If I use material 3 to true, you see this looks quite bad in my opinion. The layout looks good. The coloring is not fine. You know, all the borders now have rectangular or pointy edges. I don't like that. And if we just have light doesn't look that bad. I'm always fond of this color, the blue color, but still it's not as good as compared to material 3. Alright, so that was the difference I wanted to show you. First theory I want to talk about is the layout theory. We've already seen the practical usage of this layout, but since we've already got a practical experience, I want to give you a theoretical experience with it. And after that, we are going to talk about widget tree, element tree, and render objects, thing that I teased about when we were starting with Flutter. And we're going to talk about what exactly a widget is. Okay? But before that, let's talk about layout in theory. The biggest quote in Flutter in terms of layout is constraints go down, sizes go up, parent sets position. What does this mean? Let's go over it one by one. The first sentence I said was constraints go down. What does this mean? It means that in Flutter, widgets receive constraints from their parent widgets. Constraints basically means boundaries. So widgets receive their boundaries from their parent widgets. These boundaries define the limits within which a widget can render itself. Each widget passes these constraints or boundaries down to its child widgets. We've already seen a practical experience of it with our list view builder and a lot more things. if we had our list view builder, it was taking the entire screen size. What I said over here is wrap it with a size box, give it a height of 120. So that means constraints go down. The parent widget size box imposed a restriction, a constraint, a boundary on list view builder to take only this much height or this much space. And list view builder did the same. It gave its child widgets hourly forecast item that particular constraints to stay in. Since it couldn't stay, it gave us a render flow error in the bottom. You remember when the time we had dt over here instead of dt underscore txt. So list view builder passed it down to its children or child. So that is what constraints go down mean. Second thing is sizes go up. This means when a widget receives constraints from its parent, it calculates its own size based on those constraints. The widget tries to expand to fill the available space while respecting any limitations imposed by the constraints. This process occurs recursively up the widget tree, where each widget determines its size based on its children's sizes and the constraints received from its parent. This thing is basically what I have just explained to you. Hourly forecast item took as much height, as much width as list view builder and size box restricted on it. Since there was 5 item counts, it took this much space. Since there was axis.horizontal, it took this much space. However, when I put axis.vertical, it takes the entire screen size and it implements a scrolling view like this. Alright, so I hope you understood what I meant over here. And the last thing here is parent sets position. So after determining the sizes of its children, the parent widget decides where to position each child widget within its layout. The parent widget is responsible for arranging its children according to its own layout rules and constraints. This is what we did with the column, right? I said we could wrap everything with align widget. We could wrap this text with align, this text with align, this text with align, this thing with align, and that would work. But what I did instead is in the column set cross-axis alignment. So that set the position for its children. And its children were everything that you can see. All of these things are children of column. So parent widget was responsible for arranging the children according to their own layout rules and constraints. So I hope you understood this. This is a theoretical aspect of it. The practical, I've already shown it to you and we've implemented it in UI. Now you don't have to necessarily remember it unless you're going for interviews and stuff. But otherwise, if you're just building for yourself, practical experience should be enough. So now we are done with the application completely, and I've also talked about layout. Let's get into some more theoretical concepts which are quite interesting in my opinion. So let's dive into them. Now let's understand how Flutter works behind the scenes to display something on the UI or to display something on the screen. So to understand this, first we must know that Flutter doesn't really translate any of the widgets into particular native UIs. Alright, so if you have a button, Flutter isn't going to say, hey, you're an iOS platform, let's convert this to an iOS native button. If you're on Android, Flutter isn't going to say, hey, you're on Android, I'm going to convert it to Android native platform and then display it on the screen. No. Flutter doesn't translate to native code. What Flutter does is paint something on the canvas using its own rendering backend or rendering system. The rendering system it uses behind the scenes is the Skia graphics engine, which is currently being replaced by Impeller. That's why if you come over here, when you run your app and press Command J, you'll see using the impeller rendering backend. Because on iOS, the work for transitioning from the Skia graphics engine to impeller graphics engine is done. On the Android, it's still being working on. And they'll cover it soon. But for iOS, it is done. The shift was made from Skia to impeller because Skia had some issues with animation and 3D stuff. With impeller, things will be better. But anyways, Flutter doesn't translate to native UI. That's why if you see over here, I can have an Android-y look on iOS, right? So this allows us to create customizable UI, and we can have one UI in all our platforms, irrespective of whether it is on Android, iOS, Mac OS, web, Windows, wherever. So now let's understand how stuff works. So first of all, we have our widget tree. The first thing that we have is the widget tree. And we already know what widget tree is, right? So let's get it here. Type in widget tree. And we know what widget tree is. We have already created our own widget tree here. We have my app, material app, weather screen, and in weather screen we have scaffold, app bar, icon button, future builder, progress indicator if there has to be one, a text widget if there has to be one, and all of that stuff. If you want to take a look at the overall widget tree, you can click on this search kind of icon over here, and this dialog will only show when you're running your app. So this DevTools widget inspector page will only be there only when you run your app. Alright, and now you see widget tree. So this tells you your entire widget tree. You can just push this down to see the entire thing. So you have root, my app, material app, weather screen, scaffold, everything displaying. And if you open this up a little bit, you have layout explorer. So you have to select one widget and you'll get a layout explorer for that particular thing. So this is how your entire UI looks like. You have your weather screen, a scaffold which takes a width of 430, a height of 932. Then you have future builder which takes a width of 430. Then it has a height of 8 something. Then you have padding which takes some constraints, and that's what the layout explorer is all about. You can explore your layout, how your layout stuff is done. Then you have widget details tree where you can see the properties that you've used for every single widget, be it padding, column, whatever. One cool thing you'll notice over here is something known as render object. And that's what our second or the third tree is all about. So we have one more tree here. So let's paste it. And let's call this render object tree. Alright. So what is this render object tree? We all know what widget tree is, right? Widget tree will represent the structure of a UI and it is composed of multiple widgets. But what exactly is a widget? We know it is the block displaying it on the screen, but what is it? Well, a widget is just a configuration. It is a lightweight object with final properties. Why are the properties final? Because widget is immutable, right? And we've already seen that whatever is immutable, its state cannot change, its properties or data cannot change. That means widget tree is a very lightweight object that has only final properties. To understand why widgets are immutable, we'll have to understand that widget tree doesn't really display anything on the screen. It is just there for you to compose your UI, to tell Flutter how your UI should look like. Flutter will manage all the rendering stuff behind the scenes. You'll just tell how you want your stuff and it will do that behind the scenes. So widget doesn't actually render anything. Let's just chuck the widget tree and just focus on widget. So let's close the widget inspector and we are going to just focus on one widget, and understand it for all the widgets. And we are going to focus on the text widget. So text extends the stateless widget, right? Just like any other widget, it either extends stateless or stateful widget. So what exactly does text return over here? The text returns something known as rich text. If you scroll down, you'll find the build function, you'll find default text style, all of those stuff, if conditions, then you have widget result is equal to rich text. Then you again have if conditions and then you return result. So when there are no external properties like semantics, label or registrar set up in your app, what you return is a rich text. So it is safe to assume that in normal conditions like ours, rich text is being returned. Now, rich text is also a widget, and I told you that widgets are just lightweight object properties and they don't render anything. So why are we returning a rich text? Well, if we press command and go to rich text source code, you'll see rich text doesn't really extend stateless or stateful widget. What it does extend is multi-child render object widget. And multi-child render object widget is a widget. To prove that, you'll have to go into the source code, see that it extends render object widget, go into the source code, and finally you'll see it extends a widget. Alright? So rich text is a widget, but it doesn't extend stateless or stateful. It extends multi-child render object widget. And that is what our tree is all about. Render object tree. Now, render objects are of three types, or render object widget is of three types. You can see it over here. The first type, if you scroll down, is leaf render object widget. This is used for widgets that don't have any child or children. Then we have single child render object widget. This is there for widgets that only have one child, like colored box. An example of leaf render object widget is error widget. It doesn't have a child at all. It just displays itself. An example of single child render object widget is colored box. And then we have multi-child render object widget, which is a column because it has multiple children, right? So that is what render object widget does. The thing that actually displays stuff on the screen or renders stuff on the screen is render object. What render object does is it determines the size, position and visual representation of the widgets that we created or we have, and they handle tasks such as layout calculation, painting pixels on the screen. So render object is the thing that actually displays stuff on the screen, and it does that by calling methods like create render object and update render object. So if you just go to the render object widget, it is an abstract class, right? It has create render object and it has update render object. So this is how it creates and updates stuff on the screen. So from what we've learned, how stuff happens is widget tree is there. Every element of the widget tree is traversed, or it is iterated through, or it is gone through, and then a particular render object widget for it is created. So it is safe to say that widget tree will tell render object tree to create something, right? And that's partially true. But what if we call stuff like setState? Now if I unnecessarily call setState in my app, what will happen? Let's say here I'm not calling weather at all. I just do setState. I restart, and when I click on refresh, nothing really happens. The widget tree is the same. Nothing additional gets printed on. Why is that the case? That's the case because there is one more tree in the middle which handles all of these things, which is the brain of whether render object tree should rebuild or not, and that is the element tree. So let's go ahead and type in element tree. So this element tree is a reflection of widget tree and is responsible for managing the life cycle of widgets. Elements are created during the mount phase where they encapsulate the corresponding widgets and store mutable state. So basically widget tree goes and creates a particular element for it. And to understand this, again, let's dive in the source code. Let's go to text.dart where our rich text was. And actually, let's just exit both of them. And I'm just going to go in the definition of stateless widget. So let's go over there because it's easier to understand there. You see, we have stateless widget and then an override of stateless element, create element, stateless element. So every widget that is there, if you go to the widgets definition, you'll find here a method which is create element. So every widget that is there will create an element for itself. Stateless widget will go ahead and create stateless element. Stateful widget will go ahead and create stateful element. So every widget will create an element for itself, and this element tree is thus a reflection of the widget tree. So here if you have a stateless widget, you're going to have a stateless element. Now if I created my app over here, I basically created my app element. I'm going to prove it to you by the time this section of how Flutter displays UI ends. By the end of this chapter, I'll be able to explain why I'm saying my app element is going to be created. But for now, take my word on it. Every widget will create an element which will be a reflection of itself, right? And they're only created when you first start the app during the mount phase. So when you restart, this is where elements are created. And now element tree is going to take care of whether render object needs to create stuff or it needs to update stuff. So whenever you make changes to the widget tree, Flutter performs a process called reconciliation or diffing to identify the differences between the new and the old trees. And this process is quite easy because widgets are immutable. Since widgets are immutable, all of its properties are final. And since the properties are final, it's easier to compare the old widget tree and the new widget tree. And this reconciliation process is done so that widget tree doesn't continuously just keep on creating render object widgets. If it does that, it will be a lot of performance waste, So we need to boost the performance. We need to make performant apps. For that, the Flutter framework needs to be performant. And this is how Flutter framework is performant, by performing a process of reconciliation or diffing. So it identifies the differences between the new and the old trees, and whatever differences are there, only those things get updated or rebuilt. For example, let's say my text changes when I have my 288.77 Kelvin over here and I restart. Let's say this thing over here gets updated. And let's say this text changes over here to 289.0 Kelvin. So the render object is not going to build every other widget. It's just going to build the text or the rich text again. This way, our entire UI is not being rebuilt, or let's say our entire UI is not being repainted again. And because of this, we are getting performant apps. To give you proof of this, I'm just going to go to the stateless widget again. Here I have stateless element, right? I'm going to go in there. We have component element, and that finally extends element. So I have element over here, and you'll see down in the element that we have a function called as update child. And here it checks if new widget is null, and if the child is not null, then it will deactivate the child, and then it checks if the child is not null, then it will perform some task. So basically this function, update child function, is the thing that will perform the reconciliation phase. After reconciliation, Flutter will perform the layout phase where each render object will calculate the size and position of the associated widgets, and then render object will paint everything on the screen. So now I hope you understand why we need the element tree. Element tree is an intermediary between the widget and the render object trees that allows Flutter to achieve efficient updates without recreating the entire UI. It will just recreate one particular UI element or one particular object. And element tree is the reason why we have features like hot reloading, where you can modify the widget tree and see instant updates in the running app. For example, if I, change this to theme data.light, save it, instant update happens and everything is now theme data.light. And if I again change it, everything is instantly theme data.dark. This element tree allows it because stuff to update is so less that you can instantly do it. And you can do it in the running app. Now, hot reloading is a big feature because you don't have to restart your app. When you restart your app, the entire thing rebuilds. And because of that, you might lose some very much needed existing data. For example, let's say you were filling a login form and then you press enter and some error occurs. You fix that error. And then when you restart, all of your credentials are gone. Your email, password, everything that you had entered is gone. Now you have to refill those again. This is why hot reloading is a much needed feature, because it saves so much time. So to summarize, the widget tree defines the UI structure, element tree will manage the widget lifecycle and mutable state, and render object will handle the layout and painting. The element tree will act as a bridge between the widget tree and the render object by performing the reconciliation process, which will optimize the updates that need to be made. Now, since we've understand what elements are, we need to understand what build context is. Now, if you come to the build context source code, you'll see abstract class build context. It has a widget, it has owner, it has mounted, all of its properties. But if you also go to stateless widget, stateless element, component element, and finally to element, you'll see abstract class element extends something, but it implements build context. So basically, element is build context, or build context is an element. And it makes sense, right? Because build context helps us to locate a widget in the widget tree. And what is element? Element is acting as an intermediary between widget tree and element tree and render object tree, and every widget creates an element for itself, so it exactly knows the state of the widget, so it also knows where in the widget tree or where in the element tree that particular widget is. And build context also knows that, so build context is actually an element. Both of them help us to locate a particular widget in the widget tree. They will help us compare the state of the widget and see if it needs a rebuild. And that's why many of the properties on build context is similar to what an element might have. For example, if you print context dot mounted, this is a property of element. Widget, that's a property of element. And if you type in element, you won't see create element method on it, because build context is an element. You get all of these types, and these help us to find particular things in the element tree. Now, to prove to you that an element is created over here, what I'm going to do, also to prove that build context is an element, I'm going to print context.runtime type. So this will tell me the type of build context. When I press Command J, you'll see the runtime type of build context is stateless element. Now if I take this same thing and go to weather screen, let's scroll down and paste it over here, we'll have stateful element. So build context is indeed an element. And that's a very neat way to handle stuff, because now they're giving you the element to access stuff. And if you have any thoughts about what the build context runtime type it will be the particular element it is in. So it can be stateful element, stateless element. So I hope you understood stuff. What we have covered here is the three trees: widget tree, element tree, and render object tree. Render object is the thing that looks after everything related to painting. Element tree is a intermediary which will handle if the render object needs to be repaint stuff. And widget tree is what we mentioned over here. It's just a simple configuration. It is a lightweight object with final properties, and it is immutable because it's so easy and it's so cheap to create them and to throw them away. Because the element is the manager that will control everything. And element can also handle and control the widget's location in the tree, because even build context can do that. We've already seen it. It also handles the life cycle of the widget, updating of the render objects, and everything. So element tree is a big pillar in the Flutter framework. And we are given access to the element in the form of build context. So we have understood what build context is programmatically and the three types of trees. So this is the shopping app we are going to build with Flutter. We are going to have 4 products displayed over here with their title, price, and the image. We also have a custom font for every thing. Then when we click on a particular product, we get directed to a product details screen where we again see the title, the shoe image, the price, and the sizes to select from. If we don't select a size, we get a pop-up from below saying that we need to select a size. Then once we select the size, we can add to cart and the product will be added to our cart successfully. Then we can go back, come to our cart, and we'll see that particular shoe in our cart. I can also add more products here. Let's say I add Jordans. Let's say I add 10. I'll add to cart, come back, and I see Jordan shoes over here. Now I can also delete a product from a cart. Let's say I want to delete this men's Nike shoes. I'll click on delete. I get this confirmation dialog. I can either click no or I can click on yes, and that will remove the product from the cart. So this is the app we are going to build, and we are going to learn a ton about theming, navigation, and state management. So let's dive right into it. The first thing that's required is a Flutter project. So we are going to go to the desktop where I'm going to create my Flutter project and run the command flutter create. Let's call it shop _ app _ flutter. Okay. I already have shop _ app created in the desktop, which is why I've named the shop app flutter. Then I'm going to go to the shop app flutter, open it in VS Code, and then I have VS Code open. I'll close this for now. I'll go to lib main.dart, and we have our normal file. Okay. I'm also going to run it on the iOS simulator so that we know that the project is working well and we can confirm it. In the meantime, I'm going to set up my screen over here. So for our own reference, I've taken a screenshot of the simulator and put it here side by side so that we can have the app and the UI side by side. Cool. So we need to make this screen like this thing over here. So let's clone it. So first of all, we'll have to remove the counter app. But one thing I want you to note is this color scheme line. This is color scheme.from seed color colors.deep purple. Okay. And also remember this screen because I'm going to reference this later on when we add theming to our own application. Now let's get done with it. Let's remove it. Then I'm going to create the stateless widget, call it my app. Then I'm going to return a material app where the title is going to be shopping app and the home is going to be a different widget. So I'll have to create a different widget. I'll go to the lib folder, create home _ page.dart. This is all the boilerplate stuff. I hope you're understanding it. So I'll have to import material.dart again. Then we'll have a stateless widget, which will be called homepage. And we want to return a scaffold so that an empty screen appears. That's it. I only want to see an empty screen as of now. We'll take it step by step. So we have homepage returned over here. That is nice. And now if I come over here, our counter app is now replaced by a blank home page. So we have the boilerplate stuff ready. Now the next thing I want to do is just start designing the app. But when we start designing the app, you'll realize that this font is a bit different. And the font we generally use in Android iOS, it's different from what is present over here. Why? Let's just take an example of the weather app we created. You see this weather app? The font over here is quite different from the font mentioned over here. So what we need to do is add our own custom fonts to the app. So there are two ways to do it. First way is to use a package called Google_fonts. This is provided by Material.io, which is the Google team themselves, and we have it working on all the platforms: Android, iOS, Linux, macOS, web, Windows. So what this does is basically a package to use fonts from fonts.google.com. And fonts.google.com is like a registry of all the fonts that you can use freely in your apps. You see, it has a ton of fonts you can use. And you can use whatever one you want, but the one I'm interested in using is Leto. So this is the style I'll be using. And this is the style which is used over here as well. Now you can explore and find your own font, but I'm going to go ahead with Leto. Now you can use this font to easily add Leto to your app. All you need to do is mention a text widget. Then you have this text. You'll mention the style. Then you'll use Google Fonts, which is provided by this Google Fonts package that we'll add to our app, .Leto. So when you call this Leto method on Google Fonts, you'll be able to add the Leto font to your app and your app will start looking different. That's all that you need to do. So this package has its own pros and cons. The pro over here is it can be used in production to reduce the app size, because you don't have to install the font to your app. You don't have to install it on your system either. All you need to do is just use this, and Google Fonts package will go fetch the font using HTTP at runtime, and you'll be able to see it in the app. You see, even in the dependencies, you have the HTTP package, the one that we've already used, right? The con is that it uses HTTP fetching. HTTP fetching, as we all know, can take a little bit of time, and that delay can be seen when you use Google Fonts in your app. It is a visible difference, but not too much. So it depends on you if you want to use this package or not. I'm not going to use it. I'm going to follow the alternative method, which is registering the font in pubspec.yaml file. So as we know, we can register the assets in pubspec.yaml file, but we are not going to register assets. Fonts is different from this thing over here. When we scroll down, you'll see a particular section is dedicated to the fonts tab. We need to use that. So you can add custom fonts to your app just using this part, and you can add your images, audio, video, all of that from here. We're going to get to assets as well, but for now let's focus on fonts. So I'm just going to uncomment all of this, and make sure indentation is right. That means the spacing over here is right, because it matters in YAML files. Then here we have several things to mention. First of all, we have to mention the asset and its location. Well, we don't have any assets, but you can go ahead and install it from fonts.google.com. You can see your style, whichever one you prefer. You can select that style, it will add it. And once you've selected all the styles you want, just click on download all and it will download it for you in your system. I already have a few downloaded for me, so I'll just open them. I have Leto Bold and Leto Light, which is what I'm going to use. If you want to use the same font style, I'll mention the link for it in the description below. Sweet. So now to register it, I'm not going to put these font files in lib folder. Lib folder is strictly for my Dart code. It isn't going to have any assets or anything. My assets is going to be present in a separate folder of its own in the root folder. So I'm going to create my own folder called assets, fonts. Here I'm creating two folders because I don't want to mention assets just like this in the root folder. It's quite messy. But I'll create my assets folder, then the fonts folder, because I'm going to have two types of assets, images and fonts. The dummy data that there is, this image, this is coming from our assets itself, which are registered in pubspec.yaml. So we have to register images as well. That's why I've created the fonts folder. Now I can just copy them. Also, we can open fonts in Finder and paste it over here. As soon as we paste it in the correct folder, you'll be able to see Lato Bold and Lato Light correctly. Sweet. Now we'll just have assets / fonts Lato Light.ttf, and then we are going to have assets fonts Lato Bold.ttf. You need to make sure that this path matches. You're in the root folder. So you'll go to assets, this folder, then fonts, and then you'll target one particular file. And make sure you do that correctly. Lato light.ttf. It should match word by word, letter by letter. Also, the style here is not going to be italic. It is going to be 700 with a weight. You can mention the style. It can be italic or anything else. But I want to mention the weight over here because this Lato Bold font should only get activated when my weight is 700, and weight 700 means it is bolded. And also you need to mention your custom font family name over here. So you can go ahead and pass in Lato, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call this Lato, and make sure Ctrl S is pressed. So Flutter pub-get is run, and then your contents of the app is there with you. Perfect. Now we'll go to home page, and just to see if the fonts are loaded properly or not, you can go to body, text it, and let's say you type in hello world. Save it, and we have hello world over here, but it's in the corner. So we are going to center it. So I'll press Ctrl Shift R, the refactoring options, and I'm going to wrap it with the center widget. Also, let's put comma for formatting. And when we come over here, hello world is seen. But there's no difference in the font. Why? Because if you again go to pubspec.yaml file, you'll see that there are fonts, family, and there are multiple types of fonts you can describe over here. You can have more than one font family described over here. So if there are multiple font families, how will Flutter know which font family to use? And that is why it asked you for the family name over here. The family name for this font. So to make sure you're using the right font family, you need to mention it in the text. So you're going to have style, text style, and text style has a property of font family, and it accepts a string. So you need to mention the font family you mentioned in the pubspec.yaml file, which is Lato, over here. Then save it, restart your app, and you'll see a different font is used now. If it still doesn't work for you, then again you have to check font family if it's the correct thing. If the asset is correctly mentioned, check your terminal debug console if there is any error. Or you might want to terminate the app and restart it again, and you'll be able to see the difference. So anyways, I have font family. Now if I have font weight as font weight.bold, I should be seeing the bolded text style, right? And we certainly do. Now you might say, hey, why have we mentioned two font assets over here? Why have you mentioned light and bold, both of them? You can remove bold, right? If you just mention Lato, you'll be able to use a custom font, and when you use font weight.bold, it will bold it like this for you. Well, let's try it. I'm going to remove Lato bold, restart the app, and you see a visible difference. The text style and all of that is the same, but still the style over here for this font changed. That's because font Lato bold is different from Lato light, which is bolded. In this case, what was happening was Lato light was bolded, so it was less bold. However, here we are using Lato bold, which has a distinctive property of its own, and thus we are using two fonts for one font family. And since we've mentioned weight 700, it is able to identify when to use that kind of font. Okay? Sweet. Now let's go ahead and design the app. When we see over here, we have multiple text. We have text over here used. We have text over here, even here, and it's scattered all over the app. Does that mean I'll have to use this text style font family later every time I need to use a text and use a custom text style or a custom font family? No, that can be quite cumbersome. Just imagine you have to do it over here, every single place, and if your app gets bigger and bigger, it will be very difficult to manage it. That's why font family is generally not used for a particular text. You can define it overall in your My App, in the material app, by using the theme property. So theme will set up the overall typography in your app, and that will work fine. So you mention theme data, and it has a property of font family which you can use. It requires a string, so mention later over here. And now, without doing anything, without mentioning any text style, it still uses later. It's not bolded because I removed the text style font weight.bold. However, if you bold it, it will still work fine. Cool. So now we have set the overall typography in the app. Now let's go ahead and set up the overall coloring in our app. Now remember, in the counter app I told you to remember one line, which was the color scheme line. Well, that's what we want to mention. What I want to do is set up the overall color for my app, and I only have one main color decided, which is this yellow color. What I want is the rest of my colors, the rest of the things used in my app should be derivative of that. So I want to mention just one color, and based on that one color, the entire color scheme is going to be generated. So we can use that. So let's go ahead and pass in a color scheme, and as soon as we do that, there are multiple arguments we need to pass in, and they are quite a lot. You need to pass brightness, primary, on primary, secondary, on secondary, error, on error, background, on background, surface, on surface. If you don't mention that, you'll face errors. So definitely, this is quite a cumbersome task, and many people wouldn't want that. They want to develop a simple app where the key focus is building functional app, not generating an entire UI. So for that, we have dark, which will help you generate a dark theme. Then you have color scheme .light, which will help you to generate light theme. But you also have color scheme .from seed. So with this, you just have to mention one thing, the seed color. Based on the seed color, the entire coloring of your app will be set up, and it will work fine for you. Now think in terms of a tree. For a tree to grow, you need to pass in a seed, right? This is what it requires. You pass in a seed and the tree grows accordingly. If you pass in a watermelon seed, a watermelon thing will be grown. If you have a pomegranate will be grown, and so on. Same way, we need to mention a seed color, which will be the base from which all other colors will be derived. All colors will be based on. So my seed color is going to be the yellow color, which I've mentioned over here. And I know the RGBO for it. So we have from RGBO, and then I'll mention 254, 206, 1, 1. So this is the RGB for it. And opacity is full. Alright. Now we have it over here, no visible differences, but we've set the overall theme of our app. From seed method, we are able to generate the primary, secondary, surface colors. You'll see over here, using the seed color as a starting point, a set of tonal palettes are constructed. These tonal palettes are based on the Material 3 color system and provide all the needed colors for a color scheme. These colors are designed to work well together and meet contrast requirements for accessibility. And if you want to know more about it, you can click over here, open it, and read about it in the Material 3 design documentation. Okay? So now that we have set this up and I think everything is ready, let's go to the home page and design our app. So the first thing is we need a header. Now this header is a bit different. All the headers we have seen in the past require something like this. It should be this long and it should be present over here. Shoes collection, and then you have a search box. Now this is quite big for an app bar. So it's definitely not an app bar that we are going to use. We have to custom create it. Whenever you have a header sort of thing, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to use an app bar. It will be fine if you don't use an app bar. But it should match whatever design you have in mind and make it pixel to pixel. So let's go ahead here in the body. I'm going to pass in a column, and in the column I'm going to mention children, and my first child is going to be a text which will say shoes collection. So shoes will be on one line and collection on another. So let's go ahead and have text shoes collection, save it. Let's put comma properly so that we have the right formatting, and we have a shoes collection showing up at the top. Now what I want to do is put shoe collections bigger, bolded, and it should be right below the notch, just like we have it over here. The notch is over here, so this font is mentioned over here. So I want it below the notch. First of all, we are going to go ahead and improve the style. So we have text style, then we have font weight as font weight.bold, and font size is, let's say, 35. Let's save it, and we are going to have shoes collection over here. Nice. Now the problem is it's quite at the top. I don't want it at the top. I want everything starting below the notch. So for this, we have a nice widget that we haven't used till now, and that is the safe area widget. So we are going to wrap it. So we are going to have Ctrl+Shift+R, the refactoring options, and we are going to wrap it with a widget which is known as safe area. What safe area widget does is it ignores the top notch. It avoids the bottom notch as well, or the bottom bar over here. You can see this line. It avoids that as well. So safe area, as the name suggests, is a safe area where notches are not there and even these bottom things are not there. Now if you save this, shoes collection automatically comes down and it looks good. The next thing I want to do is put collection right below. So I'm going to have shoes/n collection. I've put \n because, as we know, \n is used to go to a new line. We have seen this in the Dart course. We'll save it, and we have shoes collection over here. Perfect. The next thing I want is, in the same line as shoes collection, I want to put a search field. So for this, we know what widget to use, text field. But what we want is both of them to be in the same line. If I mention it below this, let's say I call text field over here, and let's say I do this, I have my text field over here. Perfect, right? But the problem here is this is present right below it. I want it side by side. So to make it side by side, I'll have to wrap text and text field in one particular widget, which is a row. So we're going to have row, children, and then we're going to have text and text field, put it inside, save it, and now we have it. But the text field isn't showing up. Why is that the case? Well, that's the case because if you press Command J and let's say you restart your app, you have a bunch of errors showing up. And if you want, you can go ahead and read this error to understand what really is happening. But if you don't understand it, don't worry. Basically, I've told it to you before that text field occupies maximum width it can get. It takes in as much width as the device has. So here in a row, it is not getting as much width as the device has, because the text is present over here, so it's overlapping and thinking, hey, why am I not getting the maximum width, or you can say the device width. That's why we need to constrain the text field so that it only takes as much space as it's told. It doesn't go ahead and take the entire device width. That's not allowed. Again, if you didn't understand, just to explain it to you, the text field has a tendency of taking as much width as possible on the device. That is why when we had mentioned text field in a column below, it took the entire device width. But here when we put it inside of a row, it doesn't get the entire device width. It only gets this much width, which is not acceptable by it, because this text is taking some space. So we need to tell it that, hey, you need to be fine with this much space you're getting. So for that, we'll have to wrap text field with a widget, and that is the sized box widget. Here we are going to mention the width, let's say 50, maybe that is enough, and then we can save it. So we have text field showing up, which is quite small. 50 is quite a small width. So maybe we want 250. And this is still not enough. Maybe 270. And you see we get an error. A render flow error overflowed by 1 pixel. So maybe we want 269. But I'm going to go ahead with 260. So here's the problem now. If I mention 260 here, it will be different on a pixel emulator. So let's get our pixel emulator up and running and see how it looks on the pixel emulator as well. And then we'll be able to decide if it works fine on all device sizes or not. If it works fine on all device sizes, then we're good with 260. Otherwise, there need to be made some changes. So pixel emulator is now up and running, and as you can see, we're getting a render flow error on the pixel screen. So that goes to say that the pixel size that we've mentioned over here doesn't work for this case. So let's just remove the size box and think of some other solution. Whatever width we mention is not going to be the same for both Android and iOS, or for different screen sizes in general. So let's just generalize this problem. What do we want? We want this text field to take as much space as possible after this shoes collection has taken its space. So what we can do first of all is take this text, put it in a padding widget, so there's padding all around it, and after that we can tell search or text field to take as much space as available. So what I'm going to do is press Ctrl+Shift+R, get the refactoring options, wrap it with padding, so we have constant edge insets.all, but 8 is not enough. I want it to shift quite a bit. So maybe I can shift it to 20 and this looks better. After that, in the text field, I'm going to use another widget which is called as expanded. What expanded does, and it is generally used in either a row or a column, is it just tells, hey, take as much space, as much width as possible. It doesn't say, hey, take the entire device width. It says, just take as much space and width as possible in this row or in this column, wherever you're defining it. And now on both these devices, it takes the same space. There's the padding of the text widget, and after that, it has its own text field, right? So it works on all screen sizes. So that's the cool thing about using expanded. You don't have to use pixels, or you don't have to mention any height, width, etc. You can just use expanded to tell, hey, just take as much space as available in a row or a column. Cool. Now that we have this, let's go ahead and define or design this search field. And I'm going to keep the pixel emulator on the side as long as it's not bothering me. Now let's go ahead and create this search. So what do we want? Well, first of all, I want this text to appear and it should just be a hint. A label wouldn't look good, right? If you have search written over here and when you click on it, the search will go on the top. We don't want that kind of label. We do want hint text. So we'll go to the text field. We already know we'll pass in a decoration, input decoration, and the hint text is going to be what? Search. And if we do that much, and let's come over here, save it. We have search written over here. That's nice. Now I want to bold this text because the text is not bolded. And maybe I want to reduce its height as well. So for that, I can do it over here in the input decoration itself. But the problem here is whenever I want to create a text field, I want this kind of design. I don't want anything else. I want this text to be bolded. I want my stuff as it is for every single text field I create. So that's why what I'm going to do is go to the main.dart, and in the theme, I'm going to define the input decoration. So every time I create a text field or I use input decoration, I want a similar kind of theme. So I'm going to have input decoration theme, and this doesn't ask for just input decoration. It asks for input decoration theme. So let's go ahead and pass it in. And let's mention the thing that we want. In input decoration theme, I want the hint style to be given a proper style. So we are going to have text style. And here the font weight first of all is going to be there. So we are going to have font weight.bold, and then we are going to have font size, which is 16. So this is now bolded and looks better in my opinion. Let's put it over here. Also, let's put a const here, and for the home page as well, we'll put a const. That's nice. The next thing we want is an icon. So obviously we know what to use, prefix icon, because we want it in the front. If we wanted it in the back, we would use suffix icon, but let's go ahead with prefix icon. And here we can mention our icon. We already know how to use the icons class. So we have icon, icons dot search. And just to clarify, icons dot search is icon data, and this is a widget. You cannot just use icons dot search over here because icons doesn't extend the widget class. So we need to wrap it with icon, which takes in an icon data, and icons is an icon data. Alright, let's save it, come over here, and we have this. Now what I want is the color to be same. So again, for all my text fields, I want the icon color to remain the same. So I will come in the input decoration theme and have prefix icon color, color dot from RGBO, and here I'm going to mention a color which we have found out 119, 119, 119, 1. So this color is kind of grayish and you won't see big differences, but there is a difference. So for every text field I create, this is going to be the theme data. I can obviously override it. For example, if I just override the color over here, let's go ahead and type in a colors.red. The color is now red. So you can override it, but if you don't pass anything, it will take the default theme from here. And this will only match particular things. For example, input decoration hint text style can be passed over here and it will follow that. If you pass in a label style, only label will follow this particular property, not hint style. So if you pass anything over here, for example, a color or anything, it will follow that. And if you don't pass anything, the default will be what you mention in the theme data. Now the next thing is to put borders over here. And to put a border, it can be a bit different for every text field we create. For example, in the home screen, I don't want a text field like this, because here the text field is like this. It goes straight, then there's a curve on the left, and then it again goes straight. So I don't want this kind of text field border for every text field we create. That's why I'm not going to mention it in the theme data. I'm going to mention it right over here. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and add border. In the decoration I need to add, border, and that will include border like this, but this is an abstract class we already know, so we can use outline input border, or you can use an underline border. I want an outline input border because I want a clear background or clear border like this. Then I'm going to have border side, where border side is border side like this. The color will be there, and color will be color dot from RGBO 225, 225, 225 and 1. This is another color I found out from the Figma design. So we can paste it over here, and don't worry about the warnings as of now. If we just put one constant over here, the errors are gone. But we can't be sure about it yet because text field requires a controller, and controller cannot be a constant. So I'm not putting it as of now. So there we go. We have our border side ready as well. Now if we come over here, we are able to see stuff. Now what I want is the border radius to be present. So let's go ahead and pass the border radius. So we are going to have border radius dot horizontal. You can also use border radius dot circular, but that will be for everywhere. I only want it from the left. That's why I'm going to use border radius dot horizontal. Of course, you can also use only, but then you'll have to set top left and bottom left both, because you want a curve from here and a curve from here. But I know I want it from the horizontal totally, so I can just mention left here, and let's say I pass in a radius dot circular of 50. Cool. Now we can save it. We come over here and we have a border radius. Looking good. Only from the left hand side, not from the right hand side. If we add right as well, let's try it out. We have something looking like this. And this might be good for other text fields that we create, not for this. So we are going to have a simple left like this. Nice. This looks nice. Now the problem is the color isn't exactly what I mentioned. So I've mentioned the border over here, but this color is quite different from what is over here. It is taking the default color. So what I'm going to do is push this border out, and I'm going to have final border, which is equal to border, just like we did in the currency converter app as well, remember? And we're going to put a constant here because this is a constant. Then we can pass border over here. Then we can have enabled border, pass the border same way. And now you see the design changes. Enabled border is this border, and focus border is the border that we see right now. So focus border has a predefined color, and it has a predefined color because of this seed color. When we passed in color scheme.from seed, it generated a design theme of its own, using which it is giving us this color. It thinks this is a nice color with seed color as yellow. So let's just remove it and see. You see, as soon as I remove seed color, it's now blue, the default theme. That's why I've mentioned seed color over here, so that it can generate on its own, but I still don't like this border color over here. So what I can do is pass in focused border and pass the border to it as well. So when it's in focus, we get the same overall theme. Let's restart, and that restarts it only for iOS, not for Android. So let's go ahead and restart it for Android as well. Now we have restarted and everything looks great. So this is nice. We are creating UIs that will fit everywhere. That's nice. The next thing I need is this chip, or you can say these filters. So there are two options we can take here. First one is creating a list of filters, then using list view builder that we have already seen in the weather screen and displaying it over here. That sounds nice, right? So let's do it. We'll go to our code, and for now, let's just wrap everything in a const. After we start building stuff, the text field might need a controller, so we can put it then. So what I'm going to do is define a list. So I'm going to have final list of string filters of companies, and then I'm going to have a list. But as soon as I create this, I can't define a constant constructor because the field filters is initialized with a non-constant value. So I can put const over here and that fixes everything because list like this is a constant. But what I want is the company names to be present in the filters. So first of all, I'll mention it. I'll have all, then I can have Adidas, then I can have Nike, and then I can have Bata. Cool. Now I have all of those filters. Now I can use a list view builder to display them on the screen. So let's have a list view builder. This will take in a context and an index. Then we can have an item count, and as you can see, as soon as we put a list view builder, we get errors all over the place, and that's because list view builder is not a constant. So let's go ahead, remove it, and add a constant for every single widget. That looks nice. Now in item count, what is our item count? Well, whatever or how many filters are present over here. My filters here are filters.length. And this crosses my mind that, yeah, you could use a row here to display these widgets. But again, if you have more categories or more filters in the future for your application, not just 4 things, maybe you have a 5th brand Puma or something as well, you want to add it, you can do that by just mentioning the value over here and everything else will take care of itself. You only have to update the value over here. You don't have to go like, hey, since I added one value, I'll have to add one more widget. No, filters.length will take care of it. Because you are specifying the value as, let's say this is 4, so it will build 4 times. If you add a 5th element, it will build 5 times, and it will build according to the data we pass in. And the data I want to pass in over here is these name of the companies only. So let's go ahead. Now, how do I create this kind of UI, right? This looks quite interesting. So to create this kind of UI, there is a widget. You can obviously go ahead and use the container to create this kind of layout. And that's totally possible, but Flutter makes our life easier by providing us widget for it. And that is the chip widget. When you return a chip, you just have to provide one label and it will create a chip out of it. Chip is this thing only. Of course, you can create a container and make it do your work, but there's a widget for it. And there are so many widgets that I won't be able to cover all of them in this course. So you need to constantly look up for yourself. If you have a doubt, you can ask it on Google or on our Discord server and you'll be getting help for it. But if there is no specific widget for it, you can create your own combination of widget and get it working. Anyways, coming back to the label, what is our label? Well, it's these texts only. So I want filters at index, whatever we are building for. So we are going to have final filter is equal to filters at index. Then I'm going to have the label which requires a widget. So I'm going to pass in a text which will be a filter. Save it. We come over here and we see nothing. Why? Let's open the debug console and we again have an error. And this error is quite similar to what we had before when we laid out a text field. The problem is the same. List view builder wants to take the entire height of the screen and you're not giving it that. Now if I remove this thing, also I think I've made a mistake here. I should not be passing in a row. I should be passing it out of the column. Now this is a mistake. You need to understand this. I had passed in a row. Okay, so it consisted of these two things. It consisted of these two things in a row. Now what I want is an element over here. So I need to pass it in a column which I've already created, right? I have a column over here. So I need to mention my chip or my list view builder out of this widget of row. Okay. So I can come down over here. I've put the list view builder, but the problem still remains the same. It wants the entire height of the screen and it's not getting the entire height of the screen. So now we want to restrict the height. So for this, we have already seen we can use sized box. Now if I use expanded over here and save it, yeah, I do see stuff. But what's happening is it's taking the entire width of the screen. I don't want it to take the entire height of the screen in any case. I only want it to take as much height as I tell it to take. So what I'm going to do is wrap it with a sized box instead. And then I'm going to mention a height of, let's say, 120. Then save it and I have this. Now you see I have a scrollable list of filters. Now I'm going to go here and pass in a scroll direction which will be axis.horizontal. So everything is horizontal now. But we need a padding, like a margin sort of thing that we have here between every chip. So let's add that. We're going to wrap chip with a padding widget. And if I do constant edge insets.all, it will be from all the sides. I only want it from the horizontal side. I don't want it from the vertical side, right? So I'm going to have dot symmetric. I can use dot only left 8 and right 8, but that's the same as doing dot symmetric horizontal 8. I hope you're getting it. We've already discussed about this, but I'm still clarifying in case you didn't understand it then. And here we have our widgets showing up. Perfect. Now I only want to increase their height. Now to increase their height, what should I do? Does chip have a height property? Let's see. It doesn't have anything height or size related. So what I need to use is a padding. To increase the height of the chip, I'm just going to increase the padding around it. So it increases the padding and this will become bigger. So I've already passed in a padding over here, right? And it looked at the outside. It didn't look at the inside of the chip widget. And that's why chip also has a padding property of its own. You can pass that in. So you have padding, edge insets, dot. Then you can pass in all or symmetric, whatever you want. If I pass in edge insets dot all 15, this looks good. Not bad, but the problem I have with it is it's not looking as good as I want it to look. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase its padding from the horizontal side and make it different for the vertical side. So that will give me a better feel of it. So what I'm going to do is edge insets.symmetric. Then I'm going to have horizontal as 20 and vertical as 15. Save it. Also put const over here. And there we go. This looks much better and is as similar as this, right? But yeah, the text is quite small. So let's make the label style bigger. We have label here. So we can either pass in a style over here or a label style for it. So we have label style and then we can have text style, font size 16. Then also put a const around it, save it, and we come over here and this looks better. It is scrollable over here. It might be extending this part and that is why we are not getting an error. If we wrapped it with a row, we would get an error and then we would have to wrap it with a single child scroll view, what we've seen in the weather app before. But anyways, coming back to this looks nice. The last problem or the second last problem is the color. So let's change the color. And for every chip that I create, I want a particular color to be present. So I can change the chip color from here. I'll pass in the background color and the background color can be constant color.from RGBO. And then you mention the RGBO, which will be 245, 247, 249 and 1. Then we save it. You come over here and we see the similar coloring. Now obviously this looks a bit different from this one. But if you take a screenshot, you save it over here and get it side by side, both of them will look similar. Just to make this look more prominent, what I'm going to do is add a border as well. So here, chip also allows us to pass in something known as a side, and we already know what border side does. It will help us to create a border of a particular color. So I can pass in a border side, which will have a color of the same thing as this one. So I'm going to have constant color as this. Also, let's put a const here, save it. We come over here and this does look more prominent. Okay. And the last thing I want to do here is make the border radius more curved. So I want this to be more curved, just like this one. So I can decrease the border radius. So for that, we also have another property, which is the shape, that will allow us to do that. So we have rounded rectangular border, where you can mention border radius, and that will be border radius dot circular 30. It's all tried and tested values, alright. When I was building the app for the first time, I tried values like 10, 15, 20, 30, and whichever one I liked, I kept it. And I like 30, so here it is, and this looks exactly like this one, alright. Now the next thing I want to do is the selection of this chip. So whenever I select a particular chip, I want that particular chip to have a yellowish color. So for this, my plan is very simple. I obviously need to know what filter is selected so that I can filter accordingly. So I need to know that, yeah, all is selected, so I want to show all the products. I want to know Adidas is selected so that I can filter all the Adidas products, and so on. So I definitely need to know that what filter was selected. So I need to store the name of this filter, so I'll be using a string to store my state. After that, whatever is clicked on, I can just use gesture detector to know which one was tapped and then save it in my state. So for that, I'll have to convert this from a stateless to a stateful widget. Let's do that. Then I'm going to create another variable, which is string selected filter, and that will be equal to filters at 0. But when I try to do this, it says the instance member filters can't be accessed in an initializer. It basically means that, hey, you've created the list of filters over here, and now you're saying you want to use filters at 0. You can't use an initialized value again to initialize something else. So what you can do instead is use late string selected filter and then use init state, because this is the first thing that calls before the build function. And then we can set selected filter equal to filters at 0, and that would work fine. Okay, alright. Now what I'm going to do is take selected filter, and whenever I tap on the chip, so let's see if chip has an on tap property, and it doesn't. So we'll have to wrap the chip with a gesture detector widget. Now here's the question, should I wrap the gesture detector property with chip? Or should I wrap padding with gesture detector? Meaning, gesture detector should be used like this, like wrap with widget. Gesture detector should be used like this. Let's see. If I use on tap and let's say I just print hi. If I do this, press Command J. Let's restart the entire app. And we'll do the same for iPhone as well. We'll come over here and let's say we select Adidas. Hi gets printed. That's correct. But if I print outside of Adidas, let's say over here, it still prints. Why? Because you've wrapped it around a padding widget. What padding does is it's saying that this particular thing, this part is one widget. This part is one widget. It is not just including this particular widget. It is also including stuff on the side. Because that's what padding does. Padding creates a spacing, an empty spacing from the left and the right hand side. So that's what padding is doing, and enclosing it with a gesture detector, you're saying that whenever I click over here, I want a particular filter to be selected. And that's not how my app is going to work. My app is going to work only when the chip is clicked on. So I'm going to remove the gesture detector from here. I'll press Command Z. Then I'll wrap the chip widget with a gesture detector. And then I'm going to have on tap print, let's say, hi. Then I come over here, I click on Adidas, it prints, but when I click outside of Adidas, it is not printing. Cool. So it was a very minor thing, but it definitely helps to improve the logic here. So coming back to what I wanted to do, selected filter should be equal to the filter we have over here, right? So you have selected filter, which is equal to filter, save it, and yeah, we've just made sure selected filter is changed. Now I want the background color to change according to what the selected filter is. So if selected filter is equal to filter, so if selected filter, what we have selected, is equal to the filter that we are on. So if Adidas is there and it's clicked on, the selected filter and the filter is the same thing. So I want the yellow color to be there. So if selected filter is equal to filter, then I want the yellow color. And whenever you find yourself repeating many colors, what you can do is set up the theme for it. Now I want to access the seed color. So what I can do is theme dot of context dot color scheme dot seed color, but there's nothing like seed color given by color scheme. Then what should I use? That's the point of seed color. Color scheme dot from seed is basically like, hey, give me a seed and I'll build everything based on it. There's no seed color in color scheme class. In this class of color scheme, there's nothing like seed color. So we cannot use it. What can we use? Well, we can try to use primary, right? And when we come over here, the primary is quite different from what I wanted my primary to be. My primary was supposed to be yellow, but it's not yellow because we've built from seed. So when we've built from seed, it has predefined some colors that will look good, and it thinks this is a good color for a chip, and I disagree. I wanted something else. So what I can do here is override the existing color. So I'll just say the primary color should also be this. And when I do this, and let's say I restart my app, you see yellow color is there and it looks good. I'll restart it on Pixel emulator as well, and you see it looks nice. So again, to explain what happened over here, we generated from seed. Seed color is just there so that it can build stuff for you. It can build colors for you and automatically assign them. So it created the primary color also for you. But I didn't like the primary color generated. So what I did was replaced it with my own primary color. And here is my primary color. Rest of the things like secondary color or surface color, all of that can be defined by this color scheme only. I only want the primary color here to change. And then to access it, what I've done is theme.ofcontext.colorscheme.primary. To understand how this works behind the scenes, I'm going to demonstrate or create a diagram for you. And once we understand theme.ofcontext.colorscheme.primary, like how is this actually fetching this primary color, we'll understand the basics of state management, the basic principles of state management in Flutter. So this is how it works. Let's say you have a root widget and the root of your widget is this, alright? And here I'm going to have root written. So this is the root of our widget, and let's put the root widget here. This looks good. And the root widget is followed by our widget tree. So we have one widget over here, and let's say there are multiple other widgets, and then every widget has its own sub widgets as well, like column, it has multiple children. So you can have those as well. Let's say this is our entire widget tree, a very simple demonstration, alright? And let's say this is our material app. So after root, we directly have our material app. So we have our root widget. Let's say our root widget is my app. Then we have material app. In the material app, we have set up the theme and all of that stuff. So we have all the stuff related to theming. Alright. Now Material app behind the scenes configures all of the theme related stuff and sets it up globally for your entire app. So it does that behind the scenes. So it has all the theme related data over here. So let's call this theme data. Now in some descending widget, let's say in this widget, what I've done is called our theme.offContext, right? This is the main part, theme.offContext. By calling theme.offContext, you're triggering something known as inherited widget. So if we just come over here to the home page, go to theme, we see a stateless widget, but when we go to theme.offContext, we have inherited theme. And if we go to inherited theme, it extends inherited theme, and inherited theme extends inherited widget. So we are using something known as inherited widget, which we've talked about a lot whenever we talked about widgets. So there are three types of widgets: stateless, stateful, and inherited. But we never got the opportunity to say that where do we use inherited widget? This is where you use inherited widget. Inherited widget is used for state management by the Flutter framework whenever it wants to talk to the parent widget. As of now, we've seen that whenever we want some data to be passed to the child, how we do that is by a constructor. So if Material wants to give something to our home page, it will pass it through the constructor. If home page wants to give something to some other widget, it will pass it through the constructor. Again, if it wants to pass something to the constructor, it can do that. But how will we do it in reverse? For that, state management is there. And another problem here is, what if my Material app doesn't want to keep passing everything to the build function or through the constructor, right? Every time it has to go through the constructor. That is quite cumbersome when you have a large widget set. Right now we only have 4, so it doesn't matter for you. But later on, when we have bigger widget tree, you'll say, hey, this is such a bigger widget tree. Do I have to pass it through the constructor every single time? And this is where inherited widget will help you. Inherited widget will just say, hey, you want me to pass some data down to the widget tree? You can pass it to any widget like this. So it will just skip it. It will skip all the constructor part, and it will directly have the data given to it. So this is what theme.offContext does. It will just tell the parent widget, whenever it sees the theme widget, it is just going to go there and grab the data from it. To repeat what I said, how theme.offContext works is it goes up the widget tree and starts finding the nearest theme widget. As soon as it finds a nearest theme widget, it will grab the properties of it and use whatever is necessary. So if theme data was mentioned over here, let's say theme data was also present over here and theme data was also present over here, both the places. So theme.offContext is directly going to go to this theme data. It won't go to this theme data. It won't go because it will find the nearest theme data widget for it. That is how theme.offContext works. So basically what theme.offContext does is find its nearest widget, its nearest ancestor widget of the same type. Since this is theme, it will also find theme. Later on, we'll see stuff like a navigator.offContext. Even then, what it does is find the nearest navigator widget and use that to display its routes or, do its navigation stuff. But we'll get to it. But this is how theme.offContext works, and this is how inherited widgets work. We're not going to write code in inherited widget. If you want to do that, I'll mention a resource below, which is created by the Flutter team themselves, and that will provide you with a clear description. However, what I'm going to do is just explain how theme data works. So if you've understood, you can skip it, and if you've not understood, I'm going to explain it again. How this works is whenever you call theme.offContext, this offContext goes ahead and find its nearest ancestor widget. So it will go and search for any theme widget that is nearest to it. And once it finds it, we get theme data, it will use the properties mentioned over there. Suppose if theme data is not mentioned over here, it will go to the root widget to find the theme data. And even if it's not mentioned in the theme data root, it will still have it because Material App behind the scenes does create a theme data. If you want to mention it and change it, you can change it. But if you don't mention and change it, then it will use the default theme, the blue color theme or the pink color theme it has already created. Alright, so I hope you understood this explanation. This is what it does. This is inherited widget, and this is how state management in general works with Flutter. We're going to take a look at a similar thing in Navigator as well. I'm going to explain it then. So if you didn't understand it now, an opportunity will be later on. However, I would still recommend you to understand it right now. So coming back to this, we have selected filter is equal to filter. And when we have this, it will have a color scheme dot primary. So it goes and finds its nearest theme data widget. It found it, and then it will access its color scheme primary widget. Perfect. Now, if I try to change it, it doesn't change. Why? Well, that's because the selected filter is equal to filter, but you've not called set state. When we have not called set state, how will the widget rebuild? That's why we need to wrap it with a set state so that the build function rebuilds, and then we can properly select a particular widget. Perfect. Now that we have this done as well, let's just get rid of the warnings by putting a const over here. Now the next thing after the list view builder and the size box in the column is displaying these cards, our data. So let's save it. Let's close all the save files. I'm going to go in the lib folder and create a new variable or a new file called global variables.dart. And this contains my global variables in file. And my global variable is the dummy data that I want. So my dummy data is going to be a list of map, string, comma, dynamic. So it is going to contain a list of products. And my products are going to be mentioned in the form of a map. So we are going to have a final list of map, string, comma, dynamic. Why dynamic? Because we also have a price to mention. Let me give you an example. Let's have a final products, which is equal to a list. And this list is going to have a map. First of all, there's going to be a title of the product. So let's say the title is men. And then I want apostrophe s, but if I do that, it will give me an error. So I'll put a backslash. So it will ignore this single inverted comma and act as if this is a normal single inverted comma. Alright. Then we have men's Nike shoes. We save it. Now you won't be able to see anything on the screen. Obviously we have not displayed anything. The next thing we need is a price. So we'll go ahead and set the price. Let's say 44.52. Now to all the shoes enthusiasts, if the value is incorrect, forgive me for it. Then we are going to have sizes. This is a list of sizes from which the user can select. And this is shown on the product details screen. So we have 8, 5, 9, 10, 11. So I hope you're understanding why this is a list of map, string, comma, object or dynamic. Then I want the image URL, and this image URL right now is going to be an asset. Later on, it's going to be coming from the web itself, because when the user uploads the image from the device, it is going to be stored in the database, and then we are going to get the URL from the database to display it on the web. Now, if you don't understand it, don't worry at all. Just know that this image URL is the URL we are going to have in the assets. So let's go ahead and create an images tab and import all the images. Now you can find anything from web which is a shoe, and you can paste it for yourself, but I already have it with me. If you want the same images as me, you can find it in the description again below. Also, let's open this images in Finder. Let's paste it. Come over here, we have all the images. You can view it in VS Code itself. That's nice. Now I can go to the pubspec.yaml file. Scroll up, we have assets, images. I can just uncomment everything and mention the path to my images, just like we did for font. So I'm going to have assets slash images slash shoes underscore one dot png, and you need to do that for all them. So you're going to have assets shoes 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's go ahead and type it out. Now yeah, it depends on you. If you want to do it for all the images, you can do it one by one, or you can just exclude everything and just have assets slash images slash. You need to put the slash here. If you don't put a slash and you put it like this, it will think images is some sort of file. And if you put a slash over here, it will think images slash is a folder, so we need to import everything in this folder. So if you do this, it will import all the images to your pubspec.yaml in your Flutter project. Now you can use anything inside of your app. Now, a disadvantage of doing images slash is, suppose you add some other image which is not related to your app but just to test it out. Let's say I add shoes underscore phi and I never use it in my app, but I've still registered it. That will add unnecessary weight or unnecessary size to my application, and we want to reduce it as much as possible. So yeah, always try to reduce the application size. Great. Now we can close this and we can mention the image URL. We have assets slash images slash shoes underscore one dot png. Now you can copy paste this again and again so that you have appropriate stuff. So I'm going to paste it 4 times. Now if you don't want to write all of this by yourself, what you can do instead is check the description of the video. There you'll find a link and you can copy all of the product data from there, which is what I'm going to do. So I can select everything, paste it over here, and I have products. I did miss one thing, which was, or 2 things, ID and company. So what company is this or what brand is this shoe of? This will help us to figure out how to filter things, and then an ID for every product. And then we have the correct image URL for everything. We also have another thing over here, which is the cart. I hope you copied that as well. And that is a dummy data for the stuff to be shown in the cart. Later on, when we add state management, it is going to be dynamic. But just when we are creating the UI, we want it simple, right? So we will just have our cart as a dummy data. Perfect. Now let's close this, go to the home page. And just before the column ends, because I still want it in a column, right? We have our first element of the column, a row. Then the second element as a list view builder. And the third element, well, what is this going to be? This is going to be a list view builder as well, right? This is going to be a list view builder because I want to build all the products that I can see, products.length, and I want to display a product card for it every single time I have that. So we are going to use a list view builder as well. So I'll type out list view builder like this. And then we are going to get the context, index, and that's it. We also need to specify the item count. We've used list view builder quite a few times, so we know what to use. But now we need access to the global variable products. So we can just type in products like this, dot length, and make sure that you import the global variables package from shop app flutter, which is our own package. All right. So now we have access to the products, and now we can extract one particular product using products at particular index. So now we have access to each of the product here. And now we want to design how the product card should look like. It should look like this. And I'm not going to go ahead and return, let's say, a container over here because this can get quite big. So what I'm going to do is extract this out in a separate widget of its own and call this product underscore card dot dart. Then I'll import material dot dart. Then I'm going to have a stateless widget, and I'm going to call this product card. Alright. I'm also going to return a container, and let's go ahead and make this card. Now here you have two options to use. You can either use a card widget or a container. Which one will you use here? Well, you can use both of them and style it according to the way you want, but I'm going to go ahead with container because card will give me an elevation. It will give me a shadow effect behind, and I don't want any of that effect. I just want a simple box to be there with color in it. So I can just use a container for that task. And then I'm just going to go ahead and put in a child, and in the child a column, and the column will have children. Why? Because we have three different things here. We have the title, we have the price, and then we have the product's image URL. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So the first thing is the text. So we need the title, and the title is going to vary for everything. So we can take it from the constructor just like we did with the weather app, right? So we can have final string title. Then we are going to require this through the named argument, and then I'm going to have title passed it over here. Great. Also, since it is giving us this warning and I want to get rid of this warning, I'm going to put a color over here, and the color of the container is going to be this particular color. So what is this particular color? Well, it can be color dot from RGBO 216 240 253 1. Okay, so R value is 216, G is 240, 253 is blue, and opacity is 1. And if I save this, I see nothing because I haven't returned the product card. So let's go ahead and return it over here. I'll return product card, and the title is, let's say, hi. Okay, I'll save it, and nothing shows up on the screen. Why? We are expecting a list view builder, right? But if we open the debug console, I see these errors. Why is this error? Well, again, the same thing. List view builder wants to take the entire width or our entire height, but it's not getting the entire height. So we need to give it the amount of height we want to give it. And what should the height be here? Well, it should be the entire remaining screen, right? We cannot give it like size box 400, because then on certain screens it will only take a level this long, and on certain screens it will take the entire height. So for this reason, I'm going to wrap it with a widget of expanded. So it will take the all amount of possible space, and here we see hi. Perfect. And we have, I guess, 4 products returned, and even in our global variables we have 4 products. So that means we are doing the correct thing. Nice. Now I'm going to go ahead and put a size box of height 5, and after that I'm going to put a price. So the price is going to be dollar something, and that something is going to come from the constructor again. So I'm going to have final string or final double price, and then we are going to require this price. So we have required this dot price, and then we can have dollar price. But now we have $2, and it thinks we are using that dollar to have string interpolation. So to avoid that, we are going to put slash before the first dollar sign. So it knows that we are talking about the real actual dollar, and then it can use string interpolation for dollar price. Perfect. Now I can save this much. I come over here, I see nothing because in the home page I need to provide a price. So the price right now can be a static value of 25.2. Come over here and we see $25.2. That's great. And the final thing I need is my images to show up. So again, I'll leave a size box of height 5. Now how do we show images in Flutter apps? That's not what we've seen. So to do that, we have the image widget, right? We have this image which you can use to display stuff. And then this requires an image property, which requires image provider. So we can pass in image provider here, and you see it's an abstract class. So again, we need to use a subtype of image provider. And whenever there is abstract class is only created in such cases because there are multiple types you can pass to it. For example, this image can be from assets, what we have mentioned in our app. It can be from network, that means it's coming from the web and you want to display it. So there can be multiple types, that's why the abstract classes are created. That's why we can just search for asset image and you can pass it over here. And this asset image requires an asset name. So our asset name is going to come from here again. So you're going to have final string image required this dot image. Now I can take this image, put it in asset image, and we're done. Now we can come here, pass in an image, and for image we'll have to use this product, so we can go ahead and use product image URL as string. Alright, we need to use as string over here because in global variables, products is defined as list of map of string comma object. It thinks it's an object, not a particular value or not dynamic. So that's why we need to tell it that yeah, we are sure that this is a string. And we can do the same things over here since we've already done it. Product price as double and product title as string, right? Now we can come over here and we see our images are showing up nicely and it is scrollable. So that's good. Now, first thing we need to do is make sure the height is constrained. It's not whatever it wants to be. So let's go ahead and use it. So in asset image, we cannot specify the height, but in image, we do have a property of height. So we can go ahead and pass the height as, let's say, 175. If we do that, it will only take as much height as we tell it to. Alright? Great. Now instead of using image like this, a smaller option can be image.asset. Then you directly mention the asset and you can also specify the height over here and you're done. So this is just a shorter option of doing the same thing. You can use it because it's the same image widget that we are using, but now it has dot asset to it attached. So it is a constructor thing and it just simplifies a task if we want it to. And you'll see no difference over here. Perfect. Now we do have a white patch over here and that white patch is visible over here as well. And that's simply because of the image we've chosen. The image is like this. That's why we are getting the white patch. Okay, great. Now that we have image.asset in place, the next thing I want to do is increase the height of all of these things. So I want a particular text style for this thing. So what I'm going to do is generalize it in main.dart for text theme, right? So I'll come over here and add text theme. This allows me to pass in typography or theming of text. Alright. Now I can pass in the text themes I want to use. And I'm doing this because I want to reuse my titles everywhere I use. Alright. So if I am using a text title over here, I want that particular theme to be used in some other text theme as well. That is why I'm mentioning it over here. You'll see it later on as we reuse these text themes. The main point of me doing all of this and setting up the text theme over here is just reusability. I can change the text theme from one particular place and it will reflect all over the app. That's what I want. So anyways, I'll go ahead and mention title medium, which is what I'm going to specify for this thing over here, title medium. So the text style here is going to be font weight dot bold because I want it bolded, and the font size I want to use the size. So the font size will be 20. Quite small. Because our main title, this title over here, is 35. So I want it smaller than that and much smaller than that. And now if I do that, there's no visible changes over here because this text is on its own. It doesn't inherit the properties I've defined over here. So I want to make sure that it inherits those properties, or just starts taking those properties. Not inherits, but starts taking those properties. So I'm going to put style, and that will be theme.of context. So you see the context is helping us over here to find the particular widget in the widget tree. That's what we had discussed, right? Context will always help us to locate a particular widget. That's why we are passing the context over here. And even if we go to the function definition, you'll find inherited theme is equal to context. It uses the context to find the particular inherited widget of that type. So it uses context to find another widget of the same type. This is where context can help. So here I'm going to do theme.of_context.texttheme. And here, what is the style I had mentioned? Title medium. So I'm going to mention title medium here. Perfect. And when I do that, it looks good. Perfect. Now what I want to do is set the style for this $44.52 as well. So let's go ahead in the main.dart file, and here I'm going to mention either title small or body small. You can use whatever. And please note that these font sizes like title medium, body small, these are used by certain widgets when they want to set up text. For example, Abba. Abba uses one of the properties from here, like title large, to display text on the screen. So text theme has a bunch of values already there. You can see it over here. If we don't mention anything, they have a style of their own. But if we do mention it, it will override those existing stuff. And app bar like widgets. So for example, if I put app bar text uses this text themes property like title large to display stuff on the screen. I'm going to share it to you when we go to the product details screen. You'll see that. Okay. So we come over here, set up body small. Now you can set anything, but I'm setting it body small because I want the body to be small everywhere. So I can have text style, and font weight can be font weight.bold again, and font size can be 16. So it's smaller than the title medium, but it's still small. Now I can come over here, I'll copy the style, I'll paste it for the price, but instead of title medium, I'm going to have body small. Okay. Now if I come over here, $44.52, this is nice. Great. So we have all of this set up, but still there are problems. If you compare it with here, there are many problems. So the first problem I want to fix is the alignment issue. So everything is in the center. I want everything to be in the left hand side. So in the column, I'm going to set the cross axis alignment. Obviously, I want it in the start and it's a column. So I'll have cross axis alignment dot start. We'll save it and everything shifts over here. But I still want padding to be present. So what will I do? I'll wrap this column in a padding widget. I hope you're getting the hang of it. Whatever you can think of, this is what I want to do. You can display it on the screen. So I just thought that I wanted this to be a little bit away from everything, from the left, from the top. So I just use the padding widget. It should come intuitively to you. Now, instead of all, I can have agencies.all 16 and this looks better. Now the problem here is the image isn't centered. I want it to be in the center. I don't want it in the left hand side just after the padding is done. No. So what I'm going to do here is wrap the image in a center. You can use align property. You can use some other thing you can think of, but I'm going to go ahead and center it. And yeah, that's easy. The next thing I want to do is make sure that I leave some space from here. You see, there is space between every card, and there is space from the device width as well. So again, we'll have to use the margin property of the container. Since we are in a container, we don't have to wrap anything. So I can just do that. So I'll have margin edge insets dot all 20. Also, I can put const over here. Save it, and there we go. Perfect. Now you might think, hey, since we already have a container, why are we using a padding over here? Why can't we just take this padding and push it over here, and then you can remove the widget. You can remove the widget by doing so. Save it, and yeah, things is still the same. If you thought this way, then congrats, you're becoming a better Flutter developer. You have your basics nailed down. Since we already have a container, there's margin property and there's also padding. And I've already explained the difference between the margin and padding to you. So we don't need the extra padding widget. Now, if you put it, there's no harm, but why do you want multiple widgets when one widget can do it for you? Sweet. The next thing I want is the border to be curved, and that should make my entire app better. So how do I make this curved? Does container have a property for that? Not really, there's no border related property. But we do have something known as decoration. And this requires decoration, which is again an abstract class. So you can't instantiate it. However, you can use box decoration, which is generally used with Flutter. So you can use that over here, and box decoration will allow you to pass in a color, which we've already done, but you'll see why we need a color over here. Then we have an image that we can pass in. Yep, we can pass a container image. Then border radius. Border radius is what we want. We want to put that nice curves. So we can put that. And now we can have border radius dot circular 20. Again, tried and tested values. You can just keep using it. And now we see an error. As soon as we provide border radius, it is giving me an error. Why so? Let's try to remove border radius and see. If I remove border radius, I still have this error. So this has something to do with box decoration. If I remove box decoration and save, the errors go away. Now this error is there because you've defined a color over here, and then you've also defined decoration. Now if decoration is mentioned, then you have to shift the color from outside to inside, and then the error goes away. However, if you have no box decoration or decoration mentioned, you only want a color, then that's fine too. But both can't be there. Decoration and color in a container cannot be passed. The color has to be moved inside the box decoration for it to work. Now you might ask, why does container have a color property if box decoration also has a color property? And that's because box decoration isn't just used for container. It is used for literally every decoration property. So if some other widget requires decoration property and a decoration class, you can pass box decoration to it. And then you can also specify the color. Also, since it requires decoration, something that extends decoration can be passed here. So it's not necessarily box decoration. Maybe you want something else, some other decoration type. And you can see that over here. Some other decoration can be known over here, like shape decoration. Alright? That's why color was mentioned over here. So yeah, the point is, if color is defined in container, you cannot use decoration. And if you want to use decoration, define both of them inside. It's also written in box decoration over here. If you scroll down, if color is null, this decoration does not paint a background color. If image is null, this decoration does not paint a background image. And it does so on and on. Okay. So let's restart and we come over here and our app is looking similar. Not the same. Why is it not looking the same? Well, that's because the colors are different. The first card is this exact color, but the second card is a different color. And this color, if you notice, this color is quite similar to this color. So we need to use this exact color. And we need the background color to change. How should it change? Well, if I just open the app for you, the first one is blue, second one is white, third one is blue again, fourth one is white. So this is the pattern we want. How can we have this? So to generalize, on even stuff, we want blue color, otherwise we want white color. On even stuff, as in the index should be even. So this was 0, so it was considered even. So we could mention blue color, but as soon as it became indexed as 1, it became odd. That's why it has a background color of white. So we are going to ask for the product card color here. So we are going to have final color, background color, and this will be required through the constructor. Now we can take this background color, pass it to the container color, save it, come to the home page, you have background color passed to it, then you'll have product. But product does not have any background color. How will you make sure that product has a background color? So this is the reason why we have to do something like this. So we need to check if index is even. So if index is even, that means it is 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Then what do we want to do? So if index is even, I want to give it a particular color. If index is odd, then I want to give it the white color. So that's what I want to do. So I can just have, if index is even, then I'm going to have constant color dot from RGBO. Then I'm going to have 216, 240, 253, 1. Otherwise, index is not even, then I'm going to have constant color dot from RGB again, but this will be 245, 247, 249, 1. What we've used before, alright? This is the same color we used for the chip earlier. You can see it over here. So anyways, we have this set up, and now you can see the clear difference. Now our app is looking much better. Perfect. So this looks great. The next thing we need is this bottom bar, and we can add that later on. But first what I want to focus on is whenever I click on this product, the product details page should appear. So to show you a real demo, if I select this one, I click over here, the title appears, the image appears, then some different colored box appears with the price, the available sizes, and the add to cart button. So I want to design this. So let's go ahead and design it. So we are going to go ahead in the lib folder and create product underscore details underscore page dot. Now I'm going to right click over here and close others. So it will close all the other files over here. So I have only one file to focus on. Then I'll import material.dart again. Then I will create a stateless widget, and I'm going to call this product details page. Then again we are going to return a scaffold, and now I want to test how this looks. Alright, so how can I test it? Well, for that I can just take this product details, I can go to the main.dart and replace home page with product details page to see the thing, right? So yeah, we do see an empty screen. Also, it is continuously showing performing hot reload for iPhone. So I'm just going to exit that process, and I'm going to select iOS here again, and then going to run it. So that should hopefully work. And while that is happening, let's go ahead and design the product details page. So the first thing we need is an app bar which just says details. So we are going to go and have an app bar, title, constant text which says details. Save it, and we see details over here with the yellow background. And that yellow background is there because we have set primary color to this yellow color. So to avoid that yellow color, what I can do is go to the main.dart And here set up the global theme for my app bar. My app bar should look the same on every screen. So I'm going to set up the app bar theme over here, which I can obviously change from here as well, but I'm going to do it here because I want it for every app bar. So I'm going to have an app bar theme, which is going to have, first of all, a title, text style. So the text style is going to be font size 20. So I want it a little bit bigger, and the color should be colors.black. Okay, because this is white as of now. And doing this much, the color changes. The next thing I want is for it to be transparent. And in my opinion, it is not transparent because we have not set use material 3 to true. So you want to make sure that it is set to true, and you see everything changes. Also, if we come back to the home page over here, let's put home as home page and we come over here, nothing really changes over here. Things are still the same. What has changed is the app bar is now, so first of all, let's just change it again, product details page. App bar is now white in color. Perfect. Then we want the title, men's Nike shoes or whatever. So for that, we'll have to get access to the product. So we are going to take it from the constructor and have final string object, which is product. And then I'm going to require it through the constructor. So I've required this dot product. Then I'm going to have a body. The body is going to have a column. Column is going to have children. And the first child is going to be text, which says product at particular title, which is going to be treated as a string. Cool. Now if we come to the main.dart, you see we have to pass in a constructor here, and the constructor is a product. So let's go ahead and pass in. We're going to import products from the global variables.dart file, and then I'm going to access the 0th element. Now it says invalid constant value because this isn't a constant. This is a global variable that can change. So we can have a constant removed, and there we go. So we have men's Nike shoes written over here. Now, don't be concerned about products at 0. We're just passing product details page over here so that we can take a look at how to design the page. And after that, I'll tell you how to navigate from one page to another. Okay. So let's go to the product details page here. Now what I want to do is set the style for this men's Nike shoes thing. And if you notice that this font size and this font style, the font weight and the font size both are very similar to what we had in the shoes collection. Both are of equal height, both have the equal font weight, so both of them are quite the same. So what I'm going to do and what's going on in my mind is, what if I go in the home page, I copy this text style, I go to the main.dart, and then I'm going to have a title large, and I'm going to paste this as a text style. So the font weight is bold, the font size is 35. Now I can come to the home page and I'm going to have theme dot of context dot text theme dot title large. So with this, I'll have to remove constant. I'll have to set constant for this part, but the text style is no longer constant because it is theme.of_context. Great. Now why have I done this? I've moved this to the global theme and set it to title large because that's what I want for title large. And now I can reuse this component easily by just copying this thing. So this text style can be applied to any text. I want to apply it to this text. I'll just pass in the style as this thing over here, save it, and there we go. Men's Nike shoes shows up and it's looking really good. The next thing I want is the image, but before that I want spacing to be present. And the thing about spacing and the tricky part about spacing is this. If I come back to the normal app, if I have this kind of thing, the spacing should decrease. But if I have this kind of shoe, the spacing should increase. So it's relative spacing, right? I can't give a fixed value over here, otherwise I'll get render flow error because this shoe is quite big. So if I put, let's say, a size box of height 50 and here I put a size box of height 50 again, that will work. But if I put a size box of height 50 over here, this shoe will go on the top. Then I'll have size box of height 50 again and this container will come right over there. So it's not consistent UI basically. And our spacing over here requires relative spacing. So for that particular reason, there's another widget that will help us to space stuff out. And that is the spacer widget. So if I pass constant spacer like this, the spacer requires something known as a flex. So anytime you use spacer, it will create a flex of 1 on your screen and it will relatively lay it out. So to show it in a diagram form, let's say this is my screen. Let's say I have my text widget over here. Then I want to leave some space. So I can just leave some space here. This will create a flex of 1. Then I have, suppose, my image. So my image is showing up like this. Then I'll again have a spacer. So a spacer will be like this. This will also create a flex of 1. And this will be relative positioning, meaning the spacing will be carried out like this by performing a calculation that there are total flexes on the screen is equal to 2. So each flex is going to take a size of 1 by 2 on the entire screen. Since the number of flexes on the screen is 2, this space is going to be 1 by 2 and this space is going to be 1 by 2. So they equally divide themselves. If I add one more, let's say, flex, let's say I add one more flex over here, the total flex will be 3 and each flex will take 1 by 3. Now a weird thought comes in. What if I want one of my spacing to take double the space of another? What if I don't want second space and this flex should be bigger? Alright, it should be twice the height of how much this flex is taking. So what will happen? I can specify a flex property to it. You see, we have flex. So this can be flex as 2. This will be flex as 1. So the total flex is 3. But this will take 1/3 of the available space. And this will take 2/3 of the available space. That's how flexes work. If you don't understand this, I'm going to demonstrate a practical example to you, but that was just a diagram. So now I've created a flex of 1. Now I'm going to use image.asset to display my image again, and that will be product at image URL, and we are going to take this as a string. Save it, and we come over here. Our image is showing up and this is the previous app. We'll get to this app and our image is showing right at the bottom. Not bad. Because what has happened over here is the total flex is 1. Since the total flex over here is 1, it says, hey, I'll take 1 out of 1 space. So it takes all the available space. However, if I add another spacer, what happens is there are 2 flexes on the screen, this thing right here and this thing right here. So this takes 1 by 2 and this also takes 1 by 2. So both of them take 50% of the available screen space. But that is not cool. Because it's simple. This should be 1, this should be 2. Because this image should go more up. So here we'll pass in flex as 2, save it, come over here, this looks good enough. The next thing I want to do is wrap this image with a padding. So I can do that. I can wrap this with a padding widget. And then I'm going to have edge inset.all 16. And this looks better. I'm not going to specify any height, width, etc. After this, what I want is a container, if you can see over here. What's happening here is there's a container which has its own background color. You can see it over here. Then it has its own text with the price, then the available sizes you can select from, and then an add to cart button. So we need these three components in this color. So what will you use here and how will you lay it out? Well, we can use it in a column first of all. That's a good thing to clear off. So let's go ahead and create a container down below. So we're going to have container, decoration, box decoration. Then I'll mention a color. So the color is going to be constant color dot from RGBO, and it's going to be the same color that we had used earlier for the chip for the second box that was odd. I mean the box that had even or odd index. So we're going to have 245, 247, 249 and 1. After mentioning the color, what I'm going to do is mention the width as well. So the width over here, let's say is 250. I'll save it. And I see nothing on the screen. Why? Because I've mentioned the width. The container's width doesn't really matter here. The height matters because the container is getting the maximum width, because column is taking the maximum width now because it is in the scaffold's body. So I can set the height as 250 and you see a container has risen above over here and that looks solid. Perfect. Then I want to make this curved. If you see over here, this is also curved. So I want this container to be curved as well. So that's why I had set up box decoration. So I can use your border radius, and the border radius will be border radius dot circular 20, let's say. Come over here. And it's hard to see, but the border radius isn't quite enough. So I'll set it to 40. And I think this is quite like it. So I like it this way. That's good. Now after the containers decoration has been done, we can go to the child, again column. I hope you're becoming experts in UI. It is so intuitive in my opinion, you know. I want everything vertically, I can use a column. If I want everything horizontally, I can use a row. If I want to put items in a list, I can use a list view builder. If I want to display a text, I can use text. For an image, image.asset. So I hope you're understanding and getting the hang of things. Then I'm going to mention text over here, and the text is going to be, well, slash $, then I'll have to mention product, price, like this. Cool. So we have $44.52 showing up, but this now takes only this much space. I want to take the entire width. So for that particular reason, I can have double.infinity, or even if you don't mention the width, it's fine because we have a list of sizes to display. When we have a list of sizes to display, we will be using list view builder because we don't know how many items we are going to have. It's not one particular value. It can be 9, 10, 11, 12 for one product. It can be 8, 9, 10 for one product. It can be 6, 9, 12 for one product. So the sizes can vary and number of items can vary. That's why I'm using a list view builder. When the number of items is not known, you can use list view builder. When the number of items are known, then you might want to use list view. We have not taken a look at list view, but list view is same as list view builder. Instead of passing an item count, item builder, you just have to pass in children, just like a column, and just mention stuff in it. So anyways, we have product price. What I want to do is make sure this text is big enough. And if you notice, this text is as big enough as this one. So we're just going to have a style of theme.of_context. Text theme dot title large. If I save this, $44.52 shows up. And now, in my column, the next thing I'll do is leave a height. I'm not using spacer over here. Notice that I'm using a sized box because this isn't relative height. It doesn't really matter if my height is relatively spaced or not. In terms of images, it did matter because I wanted consistent UI. So anyways, we have our size box here. That looks good. So we'll have a height of 10. And after that, we are going to have a list view builder that will tell us all the available sizes. So we are going to have list view builder with an item builder, context and index. Then we are going to have item count, and the item count is going to be product sizes dot length. Now if we go to global variables, product sizes, so we are doing the correct thing, but we are calling dot length property on an object. So obviously we need to treat this as a list of double, but if we use it as list of double, then it will give us an error like this. Why? Because you're saying list of double dot length. You're not saying product sizes as list double dot length. Okay, so you need to wrap it with a parenthesis and then you're done. Okay, now you can extract one particular size. So you have final size, which is equal to product at sizes at particular index. And here it's saying you cannot invoke this index unconditionally, because it thinks that product sizes can be an object which is nullable. So what I'm going to do here is tell them that yeah, this can never be null, and then access the index property on it. But then also I cannot access index property because there's nothing like at index on an object. So we need to again treat this as something. So we're going to have as double, then I'm going to take this as a whole. Also this will be list of double, and then you'll have access to index. So what I've done here is the same thing, product at sizes as list double, and then I'm calling at index to get one particular size, and now I want to return it. So I'm going to have return chip, and then the label, which will be text size dot to string. Perfect. Now we'll save this. We come over here and we get an error. The error is there because it is saying that list of integer is not a subtype of list of double. So it considers these sizes to be all integer, and that is true. As of now, everything is integer. But so let's go ahead and use that particular thing. So we are going to have as list of integer, list of integer. Since everything over here size is 9, 10, 12, 9, 10, 12, it cannot have a decimal value, right? That's why it is an integer. Now you can just have list of int, and you see our UI is not distorted. The error goes away, but it is all distorted, and it's again thanks to the list view builder. Again, list view builder wants to take the entire screen size. It's not getting that. So it's just distorting our UI and giving us a bunch of errors. Again, wrap this in either expanded or sized box. I'm going to wrap it in sized box. Why? Very simple. Size box will give it a particular height of 50. So it is constraints in that particular height. Alright. And it can't grow bigger than that. Also, let's set the scroll direction as axis dot horizontal, and everything is in horizontal direction. After that, I'm just going to wrap my chip widget with padding widget, and I'm going to have edge insets dot all 8, and everything is evenly spaced out. That looks cool. After this, we finally need add to cart button, and we're done. Also, I think this $44.52 is right up. We have to center it but we can do that after we add a button. So again, let's go ahead and leave a size box of height 10. Then I'm going to have elevated button. Very simple. I'm not going to use text button. And the child is going to be text which says add to cart. Save it. Also, we are going to put constant. Come over here. We have add to cart button, but now we need to style it. First, we need a background color. Then we need to set the size for it. And after that, we might have to change the color of the text because the color of the text inside of it is yellow. We want to change it to black. So let's go ahead. We are going to have style, which will be elevated button dot style from. Then we want to set the background color. We've already taken a look at the button so much. It's just a revisit for you, I hope. So now the background color should be yellow. And it's yellow because the overall theme of my app is yellow. So now I just want to set it to theme.of_context.color_scheme.primary color. So with this, it has a primary color of what we have defined, yellow. Now I want the minimum size to be there. The minimum size of this button should be this much, and otherwise it can take whatever it wants. So it will be double.infinity and height will be 50. Then we can save it, come over here, and here is our button. Add to cart button has disappeared, and that's because that was already yellow. So let's change it back to black. So we are going to set the style over here, which will be text style. Color will be colors.black, and font size will be 18. Let's just make the font size a little bit bigger. This looks good. Now we need some spacing from here, right? So obviously we need padding. I hope that struck your mind. This is a way to know that you're progressing. Then you have edge_insets.all, let's say 10. Not enough. Let's try 20. Good enough. But the width or the height between both of them has increased. And it has increased because we have a size box of height 10 over here. Then we have edge_insets.all 20. So that means the spacing from here till here is 20 plus 10, which is 30. And from all the other sides, it's 20. That's why what I'm going to do is remove the size box height. So from all the places, it is 20 and it looks better. And final thing for the UI here is I want everything to be in the center. So I'll just access the main column and set it to main axis alignment dot center. And there we go. This looks awesome. The next thing in this screen, what I want to do is whenever I select a product, I can select a size for it. And we've already done this with the chip widget. The same thing I want to do over here as well with the sizing. So I recommend you to try this on your own and make sure that your logic is correct and what you're doing is correct so that you have more confidence in yourself. So pause the video and try it for yourself. I hope you were able to do it for yourself. Now let's try it together. What I'm going to do first of all is convert the stateless to a stateful widget. Then I'm going to have int selected size is equal to 0, let's say. So the selected size is 0 at first. Then I take the selected size. So I have int selected size equal to 0. Then I'll scroll down. Here, where did it go? The chip. Yep. Here. Here I'm going to have a background color of selected size is equal to size. So if it really does match my size, then I'm going to select one thing. So let's say if it is selected, then the color is theme.of_context.color_scheme.primary color. Otherwise, it is all going to be null. Okay. That's nice. If the background color is null, that means it takes the default color that is already given to it. And we get this kind of error now. So let's just restart. And there we go. The error is fixed. To fix it on Android emulator, we'll click over here, restart, and it will start. Okay, cool. Now if I select anything, still nothing happens because we have not updated the value of selected size. So what we need to do is wrap the chip widget with a gesture detector. We are not going to wrap the padding widget with gesture detector, and I've already mentioned the reason to you. Now in the on tab, I'm going to have set state, don't forget that, and selected size should be equal to size, the size we have extracted over here. And now if I select anything, it is selected. Perfect. Now what I want to do is come back to the main.dart. I'll mention home page over here, and this should be a constant. I'll come at the top and remove product details and global variables from here. Now what I want to do actually is whenever the user clicks on one particular product, I want to navigate them from one screen to another. How will I do that? Well, that opens up to a new concept in Flutter, which is Navigator. Let's talk about it and how it works. So let's dive in the code for it. We are going to close all the files here, and I'm going to go to one particular page, which is the home page, where I have just one thing. If I scroll down, the product card. So I want the product card to be wrapped with the gesture detector, and whenever I click on that product card, I want to get navigated from one screen to another. So first of all, let's go ahead and wrap it with gesture detector. Then we are going to have on tap. You see, there are lots of options gesture detector provides us with, but we are going to go ahead with on tap. And in on tap, what do we want to do? Well, we want to navigate from home page to product details page. Now, since we have that much clarity, it's easier for us. Why? We just have to do navigator.off. Again, navigator.off also uses inherited widget behind the scenes. And context is used to find ancestor state again. So context is helping us find the nearest navigator, and using that navigator, I can navigate from one page to another. Then after doing navigator.off, I get a bunch of properties over here. Focus node overlay, but that's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is methods like pop, push, pop and push named. So let's go over them one by one. So first one is pop. Pop is basically popping off the screen. Now to understand this, you'll have to understand how navigator really works. Let's remove this diagram and draw a diagram for navigator. Think of navigator as a stack, alright? What is a stack? Well, let's just think of it as a pile of books on a desk, alright? So let's just consider this is a desk. And then you have a bunch of books on top of it. So there is one book, alright? Then there is another book on top of it, and then another book on top of it. Okay? This is how navigator works. It works on the concept of stack. This is a stack. Anything that's above one another is a stack. And just as a general information, stack is also a widget in Flutter that will help you to build UIs. So it has children passed to it. So you can pass one particular widget, which will be the background. And after that, the next widget you pass in will be above it. So if you have text hi, then you have text hello. That will just make sure that there is kind of this thing. So let's just have this. So you see, hi is there. You won't be able to see it, but you see H is kind of bolded. That's because hi and hello are there. So H is overlapping. So basically hi is below hello. So it is stacking up. So in this case, hi is this thing, hello is this thing, and the eyes are over here. This is your eyes, right? If these are your eyes and you're looking from here to bottom, what will you see? You'll first see hello, then you'll see hi. right? And that's why stack is there. So this is the general concept of stack. Stack is also a data structure. So basically this is the concept on which Navigator works. Whenever you call things like pop, it just pops off and removes off the topmost screen. It will just pop off and remove off the topmost screen. Well, how do you add screens on the top? That would be the biggest question. Well, for that, you use navigator.offContext.push. So what push does is it has one widget, it will just stack it above another. Again, you push something from one widget to another, it will just put it on top of another widget. So this is how push works, and pop just removes off a particular widget. Just think in terms of our array, right? It also works on the concept of stack, right? If you use 2 and then you use add function to add the number 3, it will add it to the last. Then you use push to add 4, so you will be adding 4 to our array. And then when you want to remove something or pop something, it will remove it from the last unless you specify what kind of page you want to, or what kind of number you want to remove. So it's kind of like a list, but in general it is called stack. Okay, so now I want to call push because I want to push it. Now here's another important concept, which is of this thing, push replacement. So what push replacement does is, if you call navigator.offContext.push replacement from this screen, it will replace this entire screen with a different screen altogether. So this is out of the picture now. Now if you call pop after that, it will pop this screen and will give you this screen back. So push replacement just replaces the entire thing entirely. It just removes it from the stack with itself, and then when you call pop, it will just pop this thing. So I hope you understood that. Now we have push replacement here, not push replacement, I want push. And what push requires here is something known as route. And generally what we pass over here is material page route or a Cupertino page route, or something that basically extends just a page route. Alright, so you have page route builder that you can pass over here, or anything that has or extends page route. Why do we have to do this? Well, it's boilerplate code, but we have to do material page route because what you're doing is trying to add a platform adaptive transition here. So moving from one screen to another looks different on different devices, and those are transitions. The way they do it on iOS, it might be different for iOS, it might be different. That's why. So you need to mention material page routing, and here you can mention more settings, but I hardly ever use any of them. Then it requires builder, that requires a context, or that gives a context which you can use. So we have this. And here what do we have to pass? Well, we have to return a widget from here. What widget? The widget you want to transition to, you want to move to. So I want to move to the product details screen, so I'm going to return it from here. And I'm also going to pass in the product that I have extracted here. Perfect. Now if I save it, I'll restart my app, and when I click over here, I go to the particular product. If I click over here, I go to Adidas shoes. If I click over here, I go to Bata women's shoes. Now I know the images are incorrect, but forgive me for that. This is just about learning. All the images and illustrations used here are incorrect, I know. So we can close this, and yeah, this works well. Now just to demonstrate what I was talking, if I use replace over here, not replace, push replacement, then what will happen is when I click over here, I won't be able to go back. When I try to go back, I won't be able to. On Android emulator, to go back, I have to click this. When I try to do that, I won't be able to do. Obviously, only when I click over here. When I try to go back, I just exit the app. Again, when I try to open the app, I just go back. That is how replacement works. I won't be able to go back from the screen. So obviously, push replacement is needed in stuff like, let's say, authentication. So when you have logged in, you don't want the user to go back to the login screen. That's why you use push replacement that time, not push. But in scenarios like this, push is very much needed. And you also notice the difference over here. Alright, let's have iPhone simulator hot restart. When I click over here and when there's push, I get the back button. However, when the push button is not there, it's push replacement, then I don't get any back button. So I hope that was clear, and I hope you understand what the code for navigator is. It's navigator.offContext. Then you either want to push replacement, pop, and there are a bunch of other things like push and remove until. There's push named, which is related to named routes, but we'll get to it when we start building stuff for the entire web. Alright? When we make our layout good enough for all the screen sizes. So we have push here, then we have push, pop and push, restorable push, all of that stuff. But the most commonly used is push replacement, and pop. I don't think you're going to need anything other than those. 90% of the times, obviously. So now that we've understood this, I just want to clear how navigator works. So in Flutter, the navigator is actually responsible for managing the navigation stack and handling the transitions between different screens or routes in an application. We passed in a material page route and that handles the navigation. You see, when I click over here, I get a transition which goes from right to left. But on Android, it goes from bottom to top. You see? Not even bottom to top. It's kind of like a fade animation. So it is platform adaptive. Based on what platform it is on, it will perform that navigation or that transition. And whenever we call navigator.offContext, we're basically using inherited widget. It returns the nearest navigator widget in the widget tree that contains the build context. Exactly like theme, right? In theme also, it would go up the widget tree finding theme class and it would inherit or take properties from it. Same thing is happening for navigator. It is going up the widget tree trying to find navigator. Now you might say, hey Rivan, we have never created any navigator stuff over here. And that's true. You've never done it, but Material App has. Material App behind the scenes creates a navigator class which you can find when you just try to look over here. Alright, you'll be able to find stuff. So Material App does it for you. Now behind the scenes, Navigator maintains a stack of route objects which I told you about, which represent the different screens or routes in your application. I'm saying different screens or routes because sometimes you might not want to return a screen when you go to a particular or when you use navigator. What you want to show is, let's say, a half screen dialog, something like an alert dialog box, something like that. So even then navigator can help you, and those settings over here which are present for navigator in the material page route can help you, like full screen dialog, maintain state, all of that. So those are different routes, but usually you'll be encountering different screens because to create a dialog, a pop-up, you have several other things. Now when you navigate to a new screen, you push a new route onto the stack. So if you want one particular screen, so let's say I have my home page over here, that's the home screen. Now I want to pass product details, so I'm going to pass it at the top over here. So I push it on top of the stack, and this is what happens. When you navigate back, for example, when I click over here and when I go back, when I click on this back button, navigator.pop is called. Alright. And then you navigate back from here to here. So behind the scenes navigator.offContext.pop is called. So it goes back to whatever screen it came from. So just to summarize, if you've understood, you can skip this part. Whenever you call navigator.offContext, it looks for the nearest navigator widget in the given tree. And this is typically provided by Material or Cupertino app right at the top of the widget hierarchy, our root widget. Once it finds the navigator widget, it returns an instance of the navigator state. Now this navigator state is the thing that allows us to manipulate the navigation stack. So if you go to navigator.offContext, you'll see static navigator state. So this navigator state is the thing that does most of our work. And it allows us to manipulate the navigation stack. So with the navigator state object, now you can perform various navigation operations like we saw. Whenever we call navigator.offContext, it gives us navigator state. Now with this navigator state, we can call push, pop, push replacement, all of those stuff. When you push a new route, the navigator animates or transitions from the previous route to the new route using transition animation, which are already predefined for platforms. On Android, it is like a fade in transition, and for iOS, it is a sliding transition. Transitions are there so that it provides a smooth visual effect. It doesn't go like, hey, you suddenly change the screen and you get to know that these are two different screens. It just is a smooth process. And when you pop a route from the stack, the navigator reverses the animation, bringing back the previous route. So when you click over here, you see we have right to left, and when we click back, it is left to right. So it just reverses the transition. So I hope you understood how navigator works, and this is how anything that has .offContext will work, because they're using inherited widget, and that is the biggest concept in state management. Once you understand that, you'll be understanding navigator, scaffold messenger that we'll take a look at, and many state management tools as well. And I hope you're also understanding the importance of build context. Build context is making sure behind the scenes that you can find the correct navigator state widget. Because just think about it, even in the Flutter source code, the Flutter source code is so big, and if you want to access from one widget to another, there might be some way of communication, right? You can't just keep going through the constructor and keep passing everything. For stuff like these, product details page, constructor is fine, because it's just one product that you want to display, and storing it in a state management tool is just stupid. However, in stuff like add to cart, using state management is required. For example, if I have a bottom navigation bar here, and when I click over there, I should see the cart page. So that means I go to the product details page, I click on add to cart, and it should add it to my cart page. Think of it in form of a widget tree. If it's hard to visualize, just draw it out and see. Or I can do it for you. You have your root widget, then you have your material app, then after the material app you have the home page, then after the home page there's another widget you could take, which is the cart page, right? Home page and cart page are shown differently as of now. So if you click one item like the cart button in the bottom bar, for example over here, when you click the cart item, you should be seeing cart products. So there are two options you can take. Now in the home page, if you click on something, you can go to the product details page. Now my cart or my add to cart button is mentioned inside of this particular widget, which is the product details page. So what I want to do is whatever I click over here should be added to a list. and that list should be accessible in a separate widget as well. How do we do that? How can I make sure that stuff passes from child widget to parent widget, from parent widget to its parent widget, and then it can pass it to its sibling? This is quite a cumbersome process. You can do it in Flutter, but it's quite cumbersome. So instead of doing that, what I'm going to do is introduce state management, which usually does something like this. You shift everything down, then the state management tool will create a storehouse for itself right at the top of the widget tree, and here you store all the data. And this is what state management is. You store all the data over here. So what you do is add to cart from here to here. The changes are made over here. And then you continuously listen from the cart screen to this particular screen or this particular storehouse. So just to summarize, if you didn't understand, whenever I click on add to cart button in my app over here, it should be displayed over here. So what I'm going to do is whenever add to cart button is clicked on, I'm going to update and store all the data in one particular state management tool, which will be the head of everything. And whenever I want to read data, I'm going to read everything from this state management tool or this storehouse itself. So if I make changes over here, I can read it instantly. If I make deletions, updating any stuff, it will automatically be received over here. This particular tool will do that. So this is what we are going to do in state management. I hope you understood the concept, because I'm not going to explain it again. I've already explained it. Now we'll see it in the form of code. But before that, we still have to get done with the UI. And what I want to create is a bottom bar over here, which tells you, hey, do you want to access cart? You can access cart from here. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and add bottom navigation bar to both of these things. So let's just close all the save files from here. Go to the home page. And here we are going to set up our bottom navigation bar, because whenever we return a scaffold, we get body, we get the app bar property, and we also get a footer kind of thing, which is the bottom navigation bar. This bottom navigation bar accepts a widget. So you can pass anything over here. But there is a special widget for bottom navigation bar, which is bottom navigation bar itself. Here there's a required argument of items that you need to pass in, and it should be a list of bottom navigation bar item. So we're going to copy this, put it in a list, and then we're going to use that. So we're going to have bottom navigation bar item, and here we're going to pass in an icon, and that's pretty much all that there is. So the item we want over here, or the icon we want at first, is icons.home. So I want the home icon to be there. And the second item that I require is bottom navigation bar item, which is shopping bag or shopping cart, whatever you want to use. I'll go ahead and use shopping cart. Then you can save it. Also put a const over here, because both of these items are constant, so the list becomes a constant. And when you come over here, you still see this error. And this error is basically saying that item.label is not equal to null. So that means the label property should be added somewhere. Where? In bottom navigation bar item. Even though this is nullable, it does require a label to be passed in. But what if I don't want to pass any label? It should be nothing. So I'll just pass in an empty label here in both of these things, and the error goes away. I see my bottom navigation bar. Great. Now what I want to do is whenever I click any of them, I want to navigate to that particular screen. So for that reason, I am going to create a function, or let's not create a function. I'm just going to create a variable that will keep track of the current page. So we have the current page as 0. Now I can copy this current page, and here in the bottom navigation bar, we require two things: on tap and current index. So we can pass in the current index, which will be current page. So this is the correct index. So this is the item that we've selected. Also, here you'll have to pass in int current page is equal to 1. And then when you restart the app, you see this thing is active now. And the home is the 0th element or the 0th page. So yeah, just restart the app and you'll see the difference. So now whenever this item is being tapped on, we want to change the current page. So that will reflect those changes, right? So for that, we can use the onTap property given by bottom navigation bar, or alternative option was to wrap this bottom navigation bar item with the gesture detector. But that isn't allowed because this wants a list of bottom navigation bar items. You cannot put a gesture detector here because gesture detector is a widget, not particularly bottom navigation bar item only. So let's go ahead and pass the onTap here, and the onTap will have a value. We are going to set state, and we are going to set the state of current page equal to the value this will give us. And then what I'm going to do is click over here. You see there is a smooth change over here. So we are able to change the item in the app, but still we are not able to figure out how to change the screen. How do I show this particular cart page for this particular home screen? Or how do I show the home page on the home screen or when the home screen is active? And how do I show cart page when this is active? So to do that, I'll have to do one thing. I'll have to extract the entire body out in a separate widget of its own. So let's copy this entire widget and let's call this product list. So we are going to have in the lib folder a file product_list.dart. Then we are going to import material.dart. And then we are going to create a stateless widget, which will be product list. And here I'm going to return this entire widget. I'll make sure you understand the purpose, but as of now, just follow along. Also, this requires a border to be passed in, and this is the border. We are basically taking a widget out from here and putting it in its separate own widget. The reason for that I'll mention in just a minute. Also, we want filters, so we'll have to convert this product list to a stateful widget because all the chip and filter stuff is inside of it. And then we can take this final string filters out, put it in a list, come back over here. Then we are going to have a selected filter. Then we are going to have our init state. And then I'm just going to pass in my product list like this. Okay. So I've successfully extracted out the product list widget into a separate widget of its own. Also, I'll copy or cut all of these import lines and put it inside of the product list. So now all the errors from product list are also gone. Because things like global variables, so this thing over here requires global variables. Where is it? The products. Yep. Then product card and product details page, everything is required. And now if I restart, you won't see any visible differences in the app. It will still feel the same way. What has changed, however, is we have access to this product list. Now changing from one screen to another becomes easier. How? Well, I'll show it to you. What I'm going to do is create a list of widget, which will be pages, and that will be equal to an empty list with product list passed to it and a cart page. So we have to go ahead and create cart_page.dart, import material.dart for it. Then we are going to create a stateless widget, call it cart page. Then we are going to return a scaffold, a body with a centered text, and we are going to name it cart page. So as of now, this is what the cart page looks like. However, we are going to fill that in. We're going to create that UI really soon. So let's copy this cart page and have it over here. Let's paste it. Sweet. So we are going to have const like this. Perfect. So we have a list of pages now, and that pages includes product list and cart page. So this is the page that we want to show. And how do we want to show it? Well, if we are on 0th page, we want to show the product list. If we are on first page, I want to show the cart page. So we can have that if condition over here, right? I can just have if current page is equal to 0, then I'm going to have product list. Otherwise, I'm going to have cart page. And that should work, right? So if we just restart, you see cart page is showing up. If I go to home page is showing up, and it does that correctly. However, one small improvement here could be if we just do pages at current page. Pause the video and give yourself a time to understand what I've done. If you don't understand, watch the next part. So what I've done over here is I have pages, product list and cart. So if current page is 0, then I'll access the product list, which is pages at 0. If current page is 1, then I'll access pages at 1, which is cart page. So I'm basically performing the same task, but really smartly. If I add more pages further in the app, I can quickly change it. So this is the thing, I don't have to use the ternary operator anymore, and this feels better. However, one problem here is that whenever I scroll and go to another page, then come back, everything starts from scratch. It just starts from everything. I want that scroll position to be maintained. If I come over here, come back, the scroll position should be maintained. So for that, we have a widget called index stack. What index stack does is it stores everything in a stack. And by stack, I mean it will just keep on piling stuff. So the state doesn't really go. The state is still persisted in indexed stack. So it requires children, and the children here are the pages. So we can just pass pages over here. Because children requires list of widget and pages is a list of widgets, so we can pass that in. And now the next thing we want is index, so that it knows what page it is on. And the index for us is current page. Now if you do that, restart, come back over here, scroll and come back, the scroll position is maintained. You see, if I leave it at added as like this, come here, come back, added as scroll position is still maintained. So index stack allows us to do this. And I hope you understood why I extracted out the product list. It was just so that we could toggle between this part. Let me highlight it out. This part of the app, and it will keep on changing based on whether we select one bottom navigation bar item or another. The next thing I want to do is make sure that the icons over here are bigger. So for that, we can set some properties for our bottom navigation bar. What we can do here is set an icon size, and the icon size here can be 35. Save it, and this looks bigger, and I like it. The next thing over here is that this app bar is quite big, or the bottom navigation bar is quite big, even on Android. And that's there because the label occupies some space. For example, if I pass in home, the home is displayed over here. You see? And the home is displayed, that means label is taking up some space even when it's empty. So what I want to do is make sure that the selected font size is 0 and unselected font size is also 0. If both of them are 0, it will take lesser space. You see? And now it works fine. It works well and it looks good in my opinion. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and design the cart page. How do we want the cart page to look like? So let's close all the save file. We're going to go to the lib folder and create, or we already have the cart page created. We'll just go there and start designing. So in our scaffold, the first thing that is required is an app bar just saying that, hey, we are using the cart page. So we'll have a title of app bar, cart. Now you'll notice in home page that I have a scaffold body index tag, and in the body I've again mentioned a scaffold. So there's a scaffold inside of a scaffold, and that works fine as long as you don't have an app bar. Now if you create an app bar here, let's just create it for now. If you have an app bar over here, it will look quite weird because you have one app bar and then a second app bar. So definitely you can put a scaffold inside of a scaffold, but it can look weird. So anyways, now we have the given constraints in which we have to put a scaffold. But our constraint is very clear, the entire screen except this part, the bottom navigation bar. So our constraint is this entire thing, you can say. Okay. So we'll come over here and let's start displaying stuff. So to display the stuff, we can just use a list view builder directly, nothing else. Just a list view builder. Because we don't have anything else to mention. And here we'll also mention the item count, which will be cart.length, and this cart is coming from global variables. Here, if you've copied stuff from the link mentioned in the description below, you might have also copied this cart. And this cart contains just one item, which is the Jordan shoes. Alright, now you can use that. Also, let's put context index inside of an item builder. Now, if you're wondering, and I didn't answer this before, why is there a context? We understand why there's an index, why is there a context? And context is basically available in all builder related stuff. For example, if you add future builder, you could have a context there. If you just have a builder widget, which is a widget of itself, you'll get a context there as well. So basically, whenever you have builder, you will have a context. And if you're wondering what the builder widget does, I'm not talking about list view builder, the builder widget only, it basically just provides a context to you, which you can use. And it does have a significance of its own. It will provide you with a build context that is not same as this context. Now in the item here, what I'll want is final cart item, which will be equal to cart at particular index. Now what do we return here? Well, it's a very simple choice. I just want to return a tile that has one heading, one subheading, an image of the thing we have in cart, and a delete button if I want to remove it from the cart. So for that particular reason, what I'm going to return from here is a widget that you've never seen before, and that is the list tile widget. So usually whenever you have list view builder, list tile goes well because, well, it has all the necessary properties you might need to return. So it has a title that will help you to display a title stuff. So let's have a text widget here. This accepts a widget. And the text can be cart item at title dot toString. So we have a title that is good. Then it also has a subtitle, and here also we can pass it a text which will be telling us the size. So what number size should the user select? So let's say the user selected a size of 8. Remember, this is just dummy data. When we add state management to the app, which is the next step, we'll be able to dive more into it. So we can just have cart item at size. That looks good. Now if we come over here, you'll see Jordan shoes size 8. Perfect. The only problem I have is the title is not bolded. So let's go ahead and bold it out. So I'm going to use style property here, but I'm not going to mention the normal style. I'll go to the main.dart file and I'm going to copy this body small title. That looks good to me. So I'll just have theme.ofcontext.texttheme.body small. Then I'll save it, and this is now bolded and it has the same size as 16. No visible difference there. After this, I want to add an image in the start showing that this is the shoe you've selected. So I just want to show that. So for that, we also have another widget or another property which is leading. So what leading does is put whatever widget you have in the start. So you can use the leading widget here and pass in a circle avatar. And then you pass in the background image, which is a property to use on circle avatar. What circle avatar basically does is it gives you a rounded border where you can describe your background color, background image, foreground image, radius, minimum radius, all of that stuff. So here you can pass in a background image, and this requires image provider. What is our image? Well, it's coming from asset, so you can pass in an asset image. Here you cannot pass in image.asset because this is a widget. Image.asset is a widget. However, asset image isn't a widget. Asset image is a network or is a image provider. If you see here asset image and go into the definition or the source code, you'll see asset image extends asset bundle image provider and it extends an image provider. So it's an image provider, it's not a widget. Image.asset is a widget. So here it requires image provider, so you can pass an asset image. And if you're getting stuff from network or from web, you can use network image. So let's go ahead and use asset image and pass in the asset. My asset is cart item. We'll go to global variables and we have image URL. So we'll pass in image URL and we'll treat it as a string. Perfect. We save it and we have our shoe showing up. Now what if I want to increase the size of this circle that we have? Circle avatar has properties for that as well. You can also set the radius property that will help you to change the size of it. So let's say the radius is 45. So this is quite big and there you go. But I don't want it this big. I want it 30, let's say. That's fine. And if you want to change the background color over here, you can change it. The yellow color is there just because of the theming we have set in the overall app. And the last thing I require here is a delete icon. Now there are two things you can do over here for the delete icon. Either you can add a button over here that says, hey, you can remove this item from the cart, or you can have a swiping gesture saying, if you swipe this, you can delete the item in the cart, or you just long press on it and you can delete it. What I'm going to do is add an icon over here that says you can delete stuff. This is helpful because the user doesn't have to swipe through, or if the user doesn't know that they have to swipe to remove from the cart, it's helpful. So now you can have a trailing widget here, which will be an icon button. And on pressed is required. So what should happen if it is removed? For now, nothing. And then icons.delete. Okay. Save it. You come over here and you have the delete icon. Now the delete icon isn't in its original fashion. In its original fashion, it should be in the red color. So let's get it red. So we're going to have a const icon icons.delete, and we're also going to press or pass the color, which is colors.red. And I'm not setting the theme over here. I'm generally typing colors.red because no matter what the theme of our app is, the delete button has to be red color. And we have our delete button. Cool. So we have our cart layout set up as well. Now the next thing we need to add in our app is state management. So how do we manage the global state in our app? We already do that with set state. So we have the local state management, but what should happen if I click on add to cart and it should show up in the cart here? I've already explained all the stuff related to state management and inherited widget, which is what Flutter uses behind the scenes to have state management. But we are going to take a look at an abstraction over inherited widget. Why? Because inherited widget can be a bit cumbersome to write every single time. It is quite a big source code to write. And yeah, if you want to know more about it, link is mentioned in the description. You should definitely check out the video by the Flutter team themselves. So now let's dive into the state management world, and we are going to manage our state using provider. So for state management, we are going to take help of an external dependency. And for that, I can go to pub.dev, and the package we'll be using is provider. This provider package is a wrapper around inherited widget, the widget that I explained to you but we did not write. And it is a wrapper around inherited widget to make them easier to use, and it is more reusable. By using provider instead of manually writing inherited widget, you get all of these features. Alright, and it's a good thing. There are other state management options you can use as well. There's Riverpod, which is my personal favorite, and you can find that in the video I'll mention in the description below. You can check out my separate tutorial on it. And after that, I would recommend you to follow with the project of Reddit clone so that you get a proper practical understanding of using Riverpod in your apps. And another famous library that people like to use is Block. And there's another package that people like to use in the Flutter community, which is getx, but I personally do not like it, and it is the most liked package on pub.dev, so it's the most liked package in Flutter, but I personally do not like using it, and you can find my video on why I don't like using it in the description as well. So we are not going to take a look at Get at all, and even Block, but Riverpod you can find in the video description. Let's go ahead and use provider. Now how should we use provider? So the documentation or usage for it can be found in the here, but I'm going to tell you how to use it because that's what the aim is, right? Now we can copy this, go to pubspec.yaml and add it to the dependencies and then save it. Now I will get rid of it and we'll start all our apps from scratch. Now provider runs on every machine, so it can work on all the platforms. You can see it over here, so that's fine. And at the end of the day, it is just a wrapper around inherited widget, which basically means like it is built on inherited widget with a slight wrapper which allows you to use it very easily, and it is a Flutter favorite package. So Flutter recommends using this. However, the creator of this package is not the Google team. It is the team, or it is the person that created the Riverpod package as well. And he recommends using this package over provider. However, we are going to use provider because that will give us a clearer insight into inherited widget. Riverpod doesn't do that. Anyways, let's just focus on provider and remove Riverpod out of the picture. Now here, let's add provider. So the first thing to do in provider, and I told you about this in inherited widget explanation as well, that how inherited widget works is it creates a storehouse at the top of a widget or at the top of the widget tree. So we can do the same. We can go to the main.dart and we can wrap our material app with something known as a provider widget. Okay, this provider widget is coming from the provider package and it extends inherited provider extends single child stateless widget. This extends a stateless widget. So this is a widget that you can use. And the task of this provider is to store this data. And you store this data using the create option over here. So in create, you pass any value, it accepts dynamic value, which is basically like, hey, you can pass anything you want. It can be your own custom class, it can be a string. So let's go ahead and return a string from here which just says hello world. Alright. I'm just showing you how to use provider in your apps so you can build or provide value from one place to another. So what you've done is at the top of the widget tree, you said, hey, we have a provider and the descending widgets can use this value. So whatever value we're returning, the descending widgets can use it. And if you hover over this, it is automatically getting a type of provider string. So whatever value you type over here will be the type of this provider. Cool. Now we can go to the cart page, let's say, Now, the thing we have to concentrate on is how do I get this value? How do I get the value hello world in my cart page? Well, you can do that by printing provider dot of context, and here we have to mention a generic type. Now you already know provider dot of context syntax, right? It is the inherited widget syntax. Exactly. But this also requires a generic type. If you mention a generic type, it will be able to find the provider. So if we have string here, and then let's just say we print it, you see hello world is written. If I restart the app, hello world is written. How does this work? How are we getting the value in my app in the cart page by not even giving arguments? And that is the beauty of provider and inherited widget. We mentioned hello world over here. So this was a provider of type string. Then we called provider.of context. So it went up the widget tree trying to find the nearest ancestor to provider.of string. So it searched the type of provider string. Alright, it went up the widget tree and tried to find a provider which was like this, provider string. And then when it finally found it, it returned the value. Now what if I have two providers instead of one? So I have one provider at the root of the widget tree, and let's say I have another which is wrapping the home page. Alright, I have a provider here which wraps the home page, and let's say we say hello. Also this requires a function, so let's pass in a function. Alright, cool. Now if we restart, we see hello written over here. Hello world is gone now, only hello is returned, and that's because provider.of context is trying to find the nearest widget to it, or the nearest widget in the widget tree, and the nearest widget is this part over here. That's why we get hello. We don't get hello and hello world both, because once it finds the particular provider, it will stop looking for any more providers. It's done, so it doesn't look any further. It will give the value given by this hello. Perfect. So now that we have used provider, I want to tell you that there are multiple types of providers. There are providers like provider. We've already seen this. Then we have change notifier provider. Then we have a future provider. And then we have a stream provider. So these are the four main types of providers that you can use in your app. Provider, we've already seen, is a read-only value. So you can just provide one value and it will only read. It will do nothing else. Then there's change notifier provider. With this provider, you can change the values and notify the widgets that are listening to it about those changes. This is the provider we want in our shopping app. Then we have future provider. So future provider is there so that it can listen to futures, subscribe to them, and show the changes. And stream provider is basically providing a stream. Future and stream providers are useful because provider helps in lazy loading, right? So it can help over there, and that is a good thing. However, we'll be only focusing on change notifier provider from now. So instead of returning a provider, which is a read-only value, we don't need that anymore. We're going to return a change notifier provider. But if I just do change notifier provider, it's not enough. We need to provide a generic type over here, and our generic type is, let's say, string, but string doesn't conform to the boundary of change notifier. Basically, whenever you have change notifier provider and you have a create function, you cannot pass in a string or anything. You need to pass in something known as a change notifier. Okay? And what is this change notifier? It is a simple class in the Flutter SDK which we can use. So it's coming from Flutter, not from provider. And what this does is provides change notification to whatever is listening to it. So if any updates are made or anything is done, it will notify the widgets listening to it and will rebuild those changes. But now we cannot just use change notifier like this. We have to use it a little bit differently. What we need to do is create our own separate class. So let's call our provider as cartprovider.dart. Then we are going to have class cart provider. I always like to have anything related to provider using cart provider, so it's clear for me to know if it's a provider or not. Then we have to extend this with change notifier. Alright, as soon as you extend change notifier, you can take this class and return it over here. So you can return cart provider over here. Now this cart provider is accessible throughout your entire app. So whatever you define over here can be used outside of this class, in the home page, in the cart page, anywhere in your app. And that's a plus, right? So this just tells us that if I click on add to cart and I store it in cart provider, then I'll be able to see it in the cart screen if I use the same cart provider. And that's exactly what we are going to do. This cart provider is our storehouse right at the top. So here I'm going to create a variable, call this final map string comma dynamic cart, and that is equal to an empty list. But here a value of type list dynamic cannot be assigned to a variable of type map string dynamic. It's basically saying that, hey, your cart is a map of string comma dynamic. How are you assigning this to a list? And that's true. My cart cannot be just a map. If it's just a map, I'll be able to store one single product. I want to store multiple products, so I need to have a list. Okay, now that I have a list, I can create two functions, add product and remove product. So I'm going to have remove product. So two functions are present in cart provider which we can use. So in add product, we are going to get one product which we need to add to our cart. So I can have map string comma dynamic product. Then I'm going to do cart dot add product. Simple. Now the same thing is going to happen in the remove product as well. I'm going to get a product here and then I'm going to do cart dot remove product. So this way my cart provider is up and ready. As simple as that. Since the instance of this class is accessible throughout our entire app, I can go to one particular page, and where I want to go to is product details page. I hope you understood what happened in cart provider. I created a class, extended it using change notifier so that I could use it in main.dart in the cart provider over here. And then what I did is add product, added it to the cart list, remove product. Those are just functions. And now whenever this add to cart button is clicked on, I'm going to call this particular function. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. So I'm going to go to the product details page. Then I'm going to go to the elevated button on pressed. And here I'm going to have provider dot of context. And here I need to mention the type. What is the type of my provider now? If you want to take a look at it, you can come over here. And the type of provider is cart provider. You can use that. So you'll have provider.of cart provider dot, and you have the option to add a product. Now I'm just going to click on add product and then I will mention my map. What is my map? Well, it's this thing, product. But you see, I can't access product over here, and I can't access it because I'm in a stateful widget. Whenever I'm in a stateful widget, I'm unable to access this product. Then how did we do it earlier? Widget.product. But we didn't write widget.product, right? Flutter did it for ourselves. So when we had stateless to stateful widget conversion, we wrote widget it automatically converted product to widget.product because we are in a separate class of ourselves, right? How do we access element of this class? We cannot do that. That's why state has created a widget property or a widget getter for us, which we can use to access constructor arguments or whatever we want to do. And that's how we get access to widget.product. So I can add the product like this. And now just to see if it is working, I'll press Command J. I'll restart my entire app and I'm getting an error. I'm getting an error saying the following provider not found exception was thrown building cart page. So the error is in cart page. And the error here is that provider.off string context was called. And there's no provider which returns a string for us. In the entire widget tree, we had it, but we removed it and replaced it with cart provider. So this no longer exists. That's why we get provider not found exception. So when a provider doesn't exist in your direct widget tree, that's when you get provider not found exception. So let's remove or not remove provider from here. We're going to print provider.off context cart provider dot cart. So we're going to print this thing out. And now I'm going to restart my app. I see an empty list. I come over here. I click on add to cart and I get an error. The error says that I tried to listen to a value exposed with provider from outside of the widget tree. Now this error basically occurred, and you can see the reason below. This is likely caused by an event handler like a buttons on pressed that called provider.off without passing listen false. Basically, whenever you use provider.off context, you always have to listen to stuff. You're just saying that, hey, I'm subscribed to cart provider now. Any changes made to cart providers, any of the services, I want to subscribe to them. I want to listen to all of those changes. That's what change notifier also does. When you extend to a change notifier, it will notify all the widgets that are listening to it about its state change. Here what happened is you're saying provider.off cart provider context. So you're basically saying that, hey, I want to listen to cart provider. But then you're calling add product function on it. So you're not really listening. You're just calling a function. So whenever you're calling a function, beside the context, you also need to provide one thing, which is listen, and set it to false. By default, listen is set to true. In our cart page, the listen is set to true. Alright? But here you're saying listen is false and then add product. And listen should be false every time you use this function out of the build function. Alright? Whenever you use provider.off cart provider context out of the build function, listen should be set to false. And if you're in on pressed, it is basically out of the build function, because you can take this on pressed and put it like this: void on tap, like this, right? So you're now out of the build function, and then you can pass on tap. So now you're out of the build function and it still works fine. Now you might raise a question. Hey, how are we using build context when we are out of the build function? Build context is there only over here. How can you use it over here? I can use it over here thanks to the state class that we are extending. This state class also gives us access to the build context, and this build context that the state provides and this build context is the exact same thing. It is the exact same element, so you can use it wherever you want. But yeah, in a stateless widget, the context is not given because this context is given by the state class. It is not given by stateful widget. So stateless widget cannot give that, only state can, and obviously in a stateless widget we do not extend state. Great. So now that we are in a function outside of the build function, we are using listen false. And anytime you want to call a function from cart provider, you have to set listen to false. If you set listen to true, you're basically saying that, hey, I'm in the widget tree, I want to continuously listen to the changes. And that's definitely not the case over here. Anyways, now that we have understood this, we'll restart the app. We'll come over here, we'll add to cart. Let's open the terminal. Nothing shows up. And there's still an empty list. If I add to cart again, still nothing works. If I go back, come here, let's say add to cart, still nothing works. So why is this not working? Well, this is not working because whenever you use change notifier or extend change notifier, it doesn't do anything automatically. It only notifies the widgets listening to it when you call a particular function, which is notify listeners. And this function is given by change notifier itself. So you extend change notifier and you see it is a mixin class. So you can also do cart provider with change notifier or extends change notify, same thing. And as soon as you do notify listeners and restart your entire app, come to men's Nike shoes, add to cart, command J, and now you see automatically you have access to the changes made over here. And this data is coming from the cart page. So you update it one place and the data is stored in some other place. That's the cool thing, right? Now in the cart provider, we are going to do the same thing for notify listeners of remove product. So when you remove a product, you can have notify listeners like this. So notify listeners just notifies all the things that are listening to this cart provider. Sweet. Now the problem I have right now is I cannot display the data that is coming from this cart. That's because sizes is giving me a list and it's just giving me a product. What I want is something like this. I want ID, title, price, image URL, company, all written over here, but I also want size. Since I want size over here, I'll have to modify this widget.product a little bit. So how are we going to do this? Well, we can have something like this. So what I'm going to do is copy this. This is the layout in which I want my product or my cart product. Then I can have it like this. Then I mention the ID. So the ID is widget.product at ID. And the same thing for literally every single thing. We have widget.product, title, widget.product. Then we have price. Then we have widget.product, image URL. And do that for everything. Alright. So you have image URL here and finally widget product for the company. Sweet. And the size here is going to be the selected size. Also, you can add an if condition over here. What if the user does not select a size? What do we want to do in that case? Well, first of all, I don't want to update my cart. Otherwise, it will come like selected size is 0. And that's a wrong thing. Because a shoe cannot have a size of 0. So I'll just have if selected size is equal to 0, then I want to do something else. So I'll just have a reverse condition. If selected size is not equal to 0, then I'm just going to paste it over here. So if selected size is not 0, it is something else. And that has to be from some selected size we have decided. Then we can go ahead. So now we restart. Come over here. Let's say I add to cart. Nothing gets added to the cart. And this is kind of like a bad user feedback, you can say. Because what's happening here is you add to cart. The user doesn't really know that they have to select a size. Maybe they forgot to do that. So you have to tell the users that, hey, you need to select a size. So here in the else condition, you can tell the users that. And here I want to basically show a thing popping up from below saying that, hey, you need to select a size. So for that, we have something known as scaffold messenger, not scaffold. Scaffold messenger dot of context. Again, this is using inherited widget behind the scenes, and I'll explain why. Dot, and this has multiple things like show material banner, remove current snack bar, all of that. What we want is show snack bar, and this requires something known as snack bar, so let's pass it in. Then snack bar requires content, so let's pass the content, which will be a text because content requires a widget, and then you say please select a size. Okay, and then we are going to put a const for the snack bar. And once we come over here, let's go back, come over here, add to cart, you see please select a size. So this is our scaffold messenger showing up. Why does this use inherited widget? Because it wants to show the snack bar on one particular screen. And here it is just contacting the messenger of a scaffold. Alright, earlier this was known as scaffold.ofContext, but then it caused some problems with build context and caused problems like build context not found. That's why this was renamed to scaffold messenger. So what happens is it finds its nearest scaffold. Now it finds its nearest scaffold messenger and shows a snack bar on that particular scaffold. And what is the snack bar? Snack bar is the thing that shows up from the below, giving us an impression that, hey, you need to do something. Okay. So now if I select a size, add to cart, it will be added to cart, but I still have no clue that it was added to my cart. So what I can add here is again a scaffold messenger and a snack bar saying product added successfully. Save it. Then you again select some other product, let's say this. Then you have product added successfully. You go back, come over here, and you won't be able to see the changes because our cart does not depend on it, but the changes are reflected over here. Now let's go ahead and make the changes over here in our cart page. Now whenever we want to continuously listen to something in relation to a provider, we have to do that in the build context, otherwise listen will be set to false and we won't be able to listen to anything. So let's say our final cart is this thing over here. Then we'll remove global variables and our thing is done. So the item count is cart.length, cart item is cart at index, and now it's safe to say that we can remove cart from our app. The dummy data still needs to be there. Now we can close all the save files. We're going to restart our app. All the data is now gone because the provider doesn't store data permanently in our storage. It only stores it temporarily as long as the app is running. After you restart or reset the app, it is all gone. So let's go ahead and select 11 size. Then we'll go to Adidas shoes. We'll add a 10 size. Then we'll add a Jordan shoes and add 8 size. Then we come to the cart and we see 3 things. Men's Nike shoes size 11, 10, 8, and all the proper images are showing up. Perfect. The last thing I want to work on is this delete product. So whenever I delete something from here, it should remove it from my cart. But even before doing that, I want a confirmation. I want my app to ask them, are you sure you want to remove this product? If you're sure, only then we'll remove it for you. We already have the remove product function ready. All we need to do is put up a dialog box. What we want is whenever we click on this particular button, it should show up a dialog box right in the center saying delete shoes or delete product. Are you sure you want to remove product from cart? And then you have 2 options, no, yes. So this is what you want to do. Let's go ahead and do that really quickly. So in cart page, whenever there's on pressed, you can have something known as show dialog. This show dialog is a function given by Flutter that will allow you to display UI. It will allow you to show a dialog on the screen. And then it has a builder, so you get a context and you can use that context to display stuff. Now this builder requires you to return a widget from this function of build context that it's giving. Now what do we want to return? Well, I just want to return a dialog, let's say. If I have a dialog, will that work? Well, let's go ahead and try it out. You see, when I click over here, the screen does get blurred. That's because of our dialog. Now I'll pass a child here and the child is, let's say, text. And we say, are you sure? Then we come over here, we select, we see a dialog saying, are you sure? So you can set it up for yourself, you can design dialogues on your own. I have that much faith in you. At the end of the day, we are returning a widget. So you can use container, padding, column, all of your creativity to return a particular dialog. But if you don't want to do all of this, there is a built-in widget called alert dialog which you can use, and I like to use it for this kind of stuff. This basically tells you to show an alert dialog that, hey, you're doing something that is a bit risky. Not exactly risky in this case, you're just removing a product from your cart, but it just verifies that, hey, you're doing this. So let's go ahead and set it up. It requires a title, which is exactly what we want. So we are going to have delete product as the title. Now when we click over here, delete product is the title. And you see that this is quite big. I don't want it this big. And the reason it's big is because the title has a style it is inheriting from. We can override that by having theme.offContext.text theme dot, let's say, body medium. Save it, come over here, we have delete product. This doesn't look very good, so I'm going to go with something large, which is title large, let's say. Now if I click over here, this is quite big. Maybe we want title medium, and this looks good enough. So we have delete product as the main title. After that, we need something like a subtitle, and there's nothing like a subtitle, but we do have content. So what is our content? Well, very simply, it is a text saying, are you sure you want to remove the product from your cart? Okay. This is my content. This is my text widget. Just asking it, are you sure you want to do this? Because this is an alert dialog. It just asks for your confirmation. Now if I click over here, we see this. This is looking good. The last thing I want here is a no and a yes button so that the users can select accordingly. And for that, we have something given by alert dialog, which is actions. Actions is the same thing that is available on the app bar as well, which you can use to add action related stuff, things that you want to mention over here. And the same thing is here as well, if you want to mention something. So I want two things over here, two text buttons basically. The first text button is going to be a text saying no. Also this will be a constant text no. And then there's going to be another text button which is going to be yes. Alright. Now if we click over here, we don't see the buttons, but they are there, no and yes. Now we just have to change their design. So for this, we'll have to set up the style and everything. So let's go ahead and pass the style as text button, or actually we don't need to do this. We can just mention the style over here for the text style. Now what is the color of no going to be? Well, I just want it to be colors.blue because no is a safer option. And the other option also, let's put font weight.bold here. And the other option which I'm going to copy paste is yes. And that is going to be colors.red. Now if you click over here, yes is there, no is there, you can select either of them. You can set more properties on this show dialog, basically like if you want to disallow the user from clicking outside. Right now, if I click outside of the dialog, I can still exit, but if you want to make sure the users can avoid that, you can set barrier dismissible to false. Once you do that, the users won't be allowed to click outside and exit it. Like this. I can't exit it even though I'm clicking. But anyways, I like this better, so I'm going to keep it. And now I can't exit it. So I'm just going to restart my app. Then add some shoes. Come over here and we have men's Nike shoes size 11 and size 12 properly there. Now in the no, what I want to do is whenever the user clicks on no, I just want this dialog to go away and do nothing. Just this dialog should go away. So to make this dialog go away, I can use navigator.offContext.pop. Once I do this and click on no, it just removes the dialog, nothing else. Because what this dialog does is it stacks it. It stacks it at the top of the screen. So navigator.offContext.pop will just remove it. After this, we have yes. In yes, what do we have to do? Well, I just want to call provider.offContext. Then I again have to access cart provider. Then listen should be set to false. Don't forget that. Dot remove product. And what is the product I want to remove? The product is mentioned over here. It is the cart item. So you can just mention the cart item and done. Now if you want to remove Adidas shoes, you can click on yes and Adidas shoes gets removed. But the dialog isn't popped off. We still have to call navigator.offContext.pop to remove this thing. So let's click on no now. We have delete button, yes, and it will clear off the cart for us. Now we can go ahead and set things up. Let's say 10, 9. And now if I come over here, we have size 10, size 9, and I can remove anything I want. And it works fine. So this was what I wanted to talk about state management with provider. Provider has its flaws for sure, but this is very close to inherited widget, which is why I wanted to take this up. Now there are some things you can modify here. First of all, this is a big line to write, isn't it? So what you can do is final cart is equal to context.watch. As soon as you do context.watch, provider gets triggered, then you have to use the cart provider, and there you go. You now have an instance of cart provider with you. Now you just have to call the cart and it will work just as intended. So we have context.watch here instead of provider.off cart provider context.cart. So this is a shorthand syntax for the same thing. It will work just as expected. You can try it for yourself. And here, whenever we have a function call, what we need to do is context.read. You can't use context.watch because listen false means read. It isn't watch. Watch is basically like you're continuously seeing. Read is you just read it once and leave it. So again, you need to mention cart provider over here, and then you can have dot remove product and pass in the particular cart item. And you can make these changes everywhere in your app. It is just a shorthand syntax for it. It is a function which basically does provider.offContext, this listen false. And I think this is an extension. Yeah, this is an extension on build context provided by Flutter. So yeah, you do this to simplify your life, and that works great, looks great, perfect. Now you can make these changes all around your app, and this is how it is done. So yeah, we are done with state management with provider in our shopping app. One last thing I'd like to mention before closing the state management chapter with provider. If you want to return multiple providers in a bigger application, what you can do, and I'm going to remove this comment, is return multi-provider. With multi-provider, you can return a list of providers, and there you can mention your change notifier provider, where you pass in a context and return cart provider. As simple as that. So if you have multiple providers, you can pass it in multi-provider, otherwise change notifier provider or just provider is fine. But most of the times in bigger apps, you will be using multi-provider only because you will have multiple providers. There's a lot less boilerplate code to write when using provider, as it is a wrapper around inherited widget, a widget provided by Flutter itself to pass data between other widgets. Using provider, we can separate business logic from UI, making our code much easier to test and maintain. In this tutorial, we will go through different types of providers and understand when to use what type of provider. First one is provider itself. As the name suggests, provider provides data to widgets below it in the widget tree. To demonstrate this, I'll wrap the root of my widget tree with provider. This acts like a storehouse for data.
Wait a minute!
Which data? Whatever we pass in the create argument. It can be string, boolean, int, even instance of a class. To read this data in a widget, we can use provider.off, then the type of the data we returned, followed by context. What happens behind the scenes is it goes up the widget tree, finds the provider widget closest with the type we return, and spits out the data that's stored. We can see the data correctly when we display it on the screen as well. If you find this syntax really long, you can use context.watch followed by the type of provider and it will work the same way. Provider is a read-only widget, which means it cannot modify the value initially passed to it. So how do we modify the values? With the help of change notifier provider. Instead of provider, we will pass in change notifier provider and in the create argument, pass in a data model. To create a data model, we will create a class, instantiate a private variable, create a getter and a function that increments the variable's value by 1. To make this work properly with change notifier provider, extend the class with change notifier, which provides us with notify listeners function. Whenever this function is called, it notifies change notifier provider and widgets listening to it are rebuilt. If you don't use notify listeners, the UI of the app won't get affected even though the data, in our case counter variable's value, changes. Also note that more functions like decrement and reset can be added in the model class itself. Getting data is same for all providers. We just need to specify the type of provider properly. Since we have counter returned in change notifier provider, we will replace string with counter. But as you can see, this returns instance of the counter class. So we will use counter getter we created in this class to see the count. Now to implement the increment function, we can use this line. Why? Let's break it down. Provider.off counter context will return to us the instance of the counter class. On this instance, we are calling increment function, inside of which we call notify listeners, and this will rebuild this widget since we are listening to it. But what if I don't want to listen? Meaning I don't want the widget to rebuild. So I can set listen to false. For a shorter syntax, we can use context.read. It's worth noting that context.read cannot be called inside build function. On the other hand, context.watch cannot be called outside of build function. Another thing to note is context.watch should generally be used when every part of the widget needs that value, because it makes the entire widget rebuild. For example, when I click on the increment button, only the counter needs to rebuild, but in reality, even the text and floating action button rebuild. This might not seem like a big difference, but what if you're building Twitter-like app, and to update the number of likes, you're rebuilding the whole postcard? To prevent this unnecessary widget rebuild, wrap the counter text with consumer widget, which will make only the widget returning from it rebuild. Give consumer the return data type, and to get the data, we can use instance of return data type provided to us. Don't forget to remove your context.watch calls, otherwise it will still rebuild the entire widget. Next type of provider is stream provider. From the name itself, we know that it will help us manage stream data. It is like stream builder but with lesser boilerplate. Instead of chain notifier, wrap my app with stream provider. In the create argument, pass in a stream like this. In our case, it will output 0 to 9 with a gap of 1 second after each number. Initial data argument is also required. It is the data to be displayed until the above stream gives us a value. To read this, go down to the consumer, replace counter with int, which is the data type we are returning from stream provider, and remove .counter. It works properly if we restart the app. Equivalent of consumer in this case will be the following. Future provider is similar to stream provider. It too accepts initial data and create arguments and works the same way. So I'm not going to rewrite the whole thing, but basic difference is future provider returns the value after the future is completed. Now we know about most of the essential providers, but here comes the problem. What if I want to use both stream provider and change notifier provider together in the application? We can do something like this, right? Wrap my app with provider, pass data in create, and in the child, change notifier provider. Likewise, we can do for hundreds of providers in a vast app, right? No. Why use this nesting hell when only a single provider can help us, which is multi-provider? It accepts list of providers in the argument. And that's it. That's how easy it is to add multiple providers in our application. Now the last provider we're going to look at is proxy provider. When one of our provider depends on value returned from another provider, we use proxy provider. To demonstrate this, I'll create another class in our code called second class and accept instance of Firebase auth from constructor. Here we can create any method that we want. I'll just keep it empty. Now I want to provide this class, so I'll go into the multi-provider where Firebase auth is already provided. To access this Firebase auth instance, I will use proxy provider. The syntax is like this. Proxy provider, and unlike other providers, we pass two types, independent class and the dependent class. Then we need to pass update argument, which gives us context, followed by instance of the independent and dependent classes. We will return the class from this function passing auth as the argument. This will make our provider work. But what if the class doesn't need 1, but 2, 3, even 4 instances? We will use proxy provider 2, 3, 4 and so on for it. And that's pretty much it. The next thing I want to do is focus on responsive UI. By responsive UI, I mean the device or our app should look good on all screen sizes, and that includes Chrome, macOS, Apple, Android, all of them. It should look good on all the screen sizes. So right now our app looks good on iOS and Android, and that's cool. But now I'm going to switch to Chrome and I'm going to run it on Chrome to see how it looks on a bigger screen size. Alright, so let's launch it. And while that is happening, I also want to restructure the folder structure. Now you see there are many components in our lib folder. So obviously we need to segregate things. We need to put all the pages in one particular page. We want to put providers in one provider. And we need to do all of those tasks. So let's go ahead and do it. In the lib, we are going to go ahead and create a pages folder. Then I'm going to take cart page, drag it in pages. Then I'll let extension dart make the changes and save those changes. Then I'll put home page as well. Then we are done with that. Let's save it. After that, we need another folder and we are going to name it widgets. This is going to contain small widgets, not exactly pages, but smaller widgets. So we'll pass in the product card. Let's move it in. And let's save the changes. And one thing I forgot to do was put product details page in pages. So let's put it there. Save it. And then the last thing is, I think, provide a product list, and product list also goes in the pages. So we have widgets and pages. So this is good for a smaller application. Then in the lib folder, I'm also going to create providers. And as our app scales, we are going to have more providers, right? So we are going to create a separate providers where all the providers are going to stay, like cart provider. Also, save those changes. If you don't save it, it will give error in your app. So we have pages, provider, widgets, and global variables can stay here. Or you can create a utils folder and save it in utility, but I don't like to do that. Utility includes some other things, not exactly global variables. Global variables can be constants or something else. Alright, so we have a cleaner folder structure here. The purpose of a clean folder structure is that you can just have your apps layout very nicely, and more engineers working on it will be a better thing. Alright, and even the Chrome is now set up. So if you come over here and expand the app, there is Chrome, and this looks decent enough. Not bad, not good. If we come to the product list over here, we are getting an error, and this error is there because it wasn't able to find something. We just need to restart, because this happened when we were changing the folders, right? Now if you come over here, the error is gone. Perfect. So what are the changes we need to make? Well, the first change, as you can see in the details, men's Nike shoes, this shoe image is quite big. I want to reduce the shoe image size, and that's not just for one shoe. Even this shoe is quite big. So let's go to the product details page and scroll down. We'll find our image.asset, and as you can see, this error is there because we haven't set a particular height for it. And what should the height be? Well, let's go ahead and see it. The height should be 250, let's say. If we do that, come over here, this shows up nicely. And if we go to the iOS device over here and we click on it, we have 250 showing up. This looks cool. It works on both the screen sizes. Let's click over here, and yeah, this looks cool. I'm fine with it. Also, if you right click on Chrome, click on inspect, you'll be clicking on this icon over here to toggle device toolbar, and now you can check for the responsive design from here itself, right? And as you can see, when we increase the font size, the maximum height it takes is what we've mentioned over here, 250. And when we shrink the size, the image height keeps on decreasing. So that's a good thing for us, right? Even for our button, if you see, that's the case. The button keeps on increasing, and it takes the entire width of the screen with the padding there. Now I don't want this. What I want is the button to only be there only this much. Just like our shoe. Alright. So it shouldn't be this big because it looks kind of weird, doesn't it? So we can scroll down to our button, and here you see we have set up the minimum size. How this works is the minimum size it can take is double.infinity, and then we've wrapped it with padding. So there's spacing over here. However, what we can see here is maximum size can be this much. Then when we click, you see this is quite small because the maximum size it can take is this. So we have set up a constraint over here that maximum size is this much. Minimum size can be whatever you have the child as, how much ever size the child requires. And same happens over here. Although I'm pleased with the result, this is not what we want. So we are going to use fixed size over here, because maximum size gives us a very small result, minimum size gives us a very big result. Fixed size will give us exactly what we want. So instead of passing in double.infinity, I'll pass 250. This is good enough. And if I pass 350, come over here, you see, this looks good enough. The problem then comes on the pixel emulator, right? If we just open it and take a look if it looks good enough, let's run it without debugging. If it works well on the pixel emulator, then we're fine with it. It all looks good. But if it doesn't, then something needs to change. And we have the pixel emulator. If I click on a product, add to cart is there, and it's similar to this thing over here. Perfect. I like it this way. So this works well on the screens, on all the screens in fact. So we are done with the product details screen. The selecting part is still the same. We can add to cart, we can go back, come to the shopping cart, and we'll see our product. And here, if I click on delete product, everything looks good. It's all good in my opinion, The dialog takes only this much space, which is what I want. Then this is the size that I want. I only wanted this much. So everything looks good over here. But the problem I have right now is this card over here. This card takes in a lot of width. And this width is fine over here. This width is completely perfect. But over here, it's taking in a lot of width. What I want to do instead is, if we exceed a certain screen size or screen width, let's inspect the tab and come over here. So if I reach, let's say this much height, then I automatically want to show double cards. So I want 2 cards to be displaying on the single screen. And when we are less than that particular dimension, I want only 1 card to display. So it depends on what the screen size is. Again, just to tell you, if I expand this, I want 2 cards, but when I have it minimized, like it's in a phone mode, I want it this long. I only want 1 card to be present, otherwise 2 cards. So how can I make this happen? That's where we have another widget in place. Flutter gives it to us. What is that? If we just come to the home page, and in the home page, we have to go to the product list. In the list view builder, not this list view builder, this list view builder is for filters, and filters look great. This is the thing I'm worried about. This list view builder over here. Now, instead of returning one list over here, I'm going to have grids, and it depends on the screen size, right? So how do I calculate the device width? So for that particular reason, we have final size, which is equal to media query. This media query gives us a lot of things. It will give us what platform we are on, what is our screen height, what is our screen size, what is our screen width, what mode are we on. So like if the phone is in a straight mode or if it is in a horizontal mode like this, it will give us all of that data. So it's pretty helpful for us. Yes, you can click over here to change the mode of the app or mode of the phone, if it's portrait mode or horizontal mode, whatever. So media query gives us access to all of that. So what I want is media query.offContext.size. You can see over here, it gives us a lot many more things like view padding, view insets, platform brightness, and you can look at all the things it gives us. But what I want is size. Why? Because size will give me the perfect size, and then it will give me the size of the media in logical pixels. Example, the size of the screen. That's what I want. And also you'll see over here media query.offContext, and if we see over here, for the media query itself, it extends something known as inherited model, not inherited widget. Inherited model is kind of like inherited widget, but there is a slight difference we are going to talk about. Let me just tell you how this works, how we can make 2 cards appear on a bigger screen and only 1 card on a smaller screen, and then we can talk about the difference between inherited model and inherited widget and how it affects us. So we'll scroll down, and here where our list view builder is there, expanded is there in the child. So first of all, let me make it clear that whenever we want to display 2 items in kind of like a grid, what we use is grid view builder. So just like list view builder, there's grid view builder, and obviously there is grid view as well, which you can use. But grid view builder is used when you don't know the number of items the grid is going to have. In our case, products.length is the number of items in grid view and list view both. As of right now, we know what the product's length is, but if we make database connections and we dynamically get it from the database, we won't know how many products are there. Just think of Amazon. Does Amazon know how many products there are? There are like billion products. They can't possibly know how many exact items or products are there. That's why there is item builder and grid view builder widgets. So we are going to use grid view builder, and just to give you a demonstration, I'm going to comment this out. I'm only going to have expanded again because this behaves similar to list view builder. It will take in the entire height of the screen, but it doesn't have the entire height. So we have to wrap it with expanded. Then we are going to have grid view builder. This requires grid delegate. And then it requires sliver grid delegate. This grid delegate controls the layout of the children. So this will tell it how many items we want in a row, how many items should have how much spacing. So all of that configurations can be made with sliver grid delegate. So let's type it out, sliver grid delegate, but then it is an abstract class. Abstract classes are made so that we can use their subtypes which follows a particular attribute. For example, get layout and should relayout should be followed by every class that extends or implements sliver grid delegate. That's why abstract classes are made, and here abstract classes are allowed. Here I can pass in anything sliver grid delegate related. For example, sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count, sliver grid delegate with max cross axis count, sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis. So all of that is present over here. What we want is sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count. Here we get an error, but this error is not because this is an abstract class. This isn't. This is a normal class, but it requires a named argument. But before jumping into that, let's format it and understand what this means. Sliver grid delegate with fixed cross axis count. We know what sliver grid delegate is. It's this thing that it requires to control the layout of our children. In the grid view builder, obviously. With fixed cross axis count basically means how many items you want in one row in the product list or in the grid view builder. And how many do we want to display in one particular row? I want to display, let's say, 2 widgets at the most. So here we have to pass in a required argument of cross axis count, which will be 2. Now consider grid view as a column, right? All the widgets are going to be one below another. So consider it a column. By passing in cross axis, you're basically mentioning everything in a row format. That's what column does, right? When you pass in cross axis alignment, you pass in the alignment in horizontal direction. That's what we are doing here. So let's put const over here. Then we are going to have context index, just like we had with list view. And then we want the exact same thing that we had over here. So let's go ahead and uncomment this. We can copy this gesture detector and return it over here. Then again we can comment the list view builder. I only uncommented because I wanted to copy stuff. Now it requires product. What is the product? Well, first of all, we have to mention the item count. Even grid view builder has the same thing, item count. So let's go ahead, pass in products.length, and product is going to be final product is equal to products at index. Great, all the errors are now gone. The warning is up there over here, and it's there because of the size variable that we've never used. We're going to use it in just a moment after we understand how grid view builder works. Now let's restart. We come over here and we see 2 products displaying in a grid format. Perfect. Now if we come over here, we have the same thing displaying, but this error here is justified because it just looks so awful on a mobile screen. However, this looks cool enough over here, right? 2 products and this looks better. However, we have a problem over here. We are going to fix that problem, but first of all, we just want to configure the layout such that on smaller screen sizes, we use a list view builder, otherwise a grid view builder. So it's very simple. We just want to get the device size, and that device size should not exceed 600 or 650, which is what the normal device's size is. And then accordingly we can display a grid view builder. So basically we want to check if the device width is greater than 650. If it is greater than 650, that means we want a grid view builder because it's a bigger screen size. However, if we are less than 650 screen width, then we want to display a list view builder because it's a smaller screen size. So we can take the size, then we can uncomment this line and then have our if condition laid out. What is our if condition? It's a ternary operator. We are just going to have size dot width. So with size dot width, I get access to the device width. This is not the width of any widget or any constraints. It doesn't follow any constraints of padding or whatever. It just gives us the entire device width. So here I'm just checking if size dot width is greater than 650, then I want list view builder or grid view builder, sorry. So I'll copy grid view builder, cut it, also remove expanded from here because expanded is already there at the top. And then we are going to have grid view builder like this. Otherwise, we are going to display a list view builder. So if size.width is greater than 650, we show a grid view builder. Otherwise, a list view builder works. So a grid view builder is still shown here. However, a list view builder is shown here. That's perfect. Exactly what I wanted. So this is where media query can help us. Media query can also help us to size the widgets according to what we want. If we want the widget size to be bigger, it can be bigger. If we want it to be smaller, it can be smaller. Now let's come over here and try to fix this device height. Why are we getting such a big device height over here? So why is this thing over here exceeding? To understand that, we must first analyze on a smaller screen. On a smaller screen, this looks good. It's perfect. Exactly the way I wanted it. So there's definitely no issue in the product card. Otherwise, you might think, hey, product card is taking too much height. No, we've not explicitly set any height for our product card, for our container. And that's how it should be. First, you should never mention the height. You should always try to use flexible, expanded, all of those widgets whenever you're using. You shouldn't specifically go ahead and type, hey, I want to use this height. When things become uncontrollable by expanded, double dot infinity, all of those stuff, then you need to explicitly mention a height, just like we did with the add to cart button. I'll summarize this at the end, but as of right now, no, we are not going to change the height in the product card because it's all good. It is taking as much height as it should on a list view builder, but it's not doing the same on grid view builder. So there's a problem with grid view builder. And what is the problem? You can Google it, but if I have to tell you, the problem is this child aspect ratio over here. The child aspect ratio is the ratio of cross-axis extent to main axis extent, and that is 1, meaning cross-axis extent is this big, then main axis extent should also be this big. They should have a ratio of 1. So cross-axis extent divided by main axis extent should be 1. That means both should be the same value, and that's why it's exceeding. But in our case, we don't want that. If both have the same height and width, that means it is a square. And clearly, we don't have a square over here. It's a rectangle. So we can edit the value here and set child aspect ratio to, let's say, 1.5, save it, and you see it becomes shorter, but still not enough. I still want it shorter, so maybe I can go till 1.75, and you might be satisfied with it, but I'm not. I can say child aspect ratio to true 2, and this looks good in my opinion. It looks brilliant. So I hope you understood it. We made it such that the main such that the cross-axis extent is double the size or extent of main axis extent. Just think about it. Child aspect ratio is equal to cross-axis upon main axis. If cross-axis is 100, then 100 divided by 50 will give us 2. So cross-axis is double the extent of main axis. So on cross-axis, you see it's this big. It's this big. It's double the extent of this main axis. Alright? So we have fixed the error over here and this looks much better, and it does feel like a web app which is perfectly laid out. So yeah, we have this and everything about it looks good. So I'm satisfied with what we have over here in terms of responsive design. So this was about the media query and the power of media query. Media query should always be used whenever you want to get the size of the screen, the device width or device height of the screen. And to talk about the difference between inherited model and inherited widget, by extending inherited model, you can listen to one particular property. Alright. So in inherited widget, let's say media query.off context is called. And let's say the value of device pixel ratio changed. Let's just assume, okay, the value of device pixel ratio changed. But in our app, we are using media query.offContext.size. So in reality, the value of device pixel ratio changed, but this will still get called. The build function will still rebuild because that's what inherited model or inherited widget do. Whenever there's a change, they will rebuild the entire build function. And if they do that, unnecessarily my widgets are getting called. So this is what happens in inherited widget. You can't listen to one particular property in inherited widget. You're in general listening to any changes in media query.off context, and then you're just saying that give me the size, it's fine. But if device pixel ratio changes, this build function will get rebuilt for no reason at all, because the size didn't change, the pixel device ratio changed. So this is just an example. I'm not saying pixel device ratio will change and that will happen. No, nothing like that will happen. But I'm just telling you an if condition or an edge case that can happen. And this happens in inherited widget. With inherited model, what you can do is media query dot size of context, or you can do media query dot device pixel ratio of context. With this, what you've done is you're just listening to one particular property. You're just listening to the size changes of the device. You're not listening to anything else at all. You're not listening to the changes in device pixel ratio. You're not listening to changes in some other property in media query. You're just listening to the changes in size. So this is what inherited model does. Inherited model will help you select one feature to listen to or one property to listen to. Inherited widget listens to everything, entire class. Alright, so that was the difference. And here I am using size of context because I only want to listen to the size. Cool. Now if I restart, it will look the same thing. So now that we've talked about media query, I also want to cover one widget which is very helpful and I use it all the time when I want to make my layouts, and that is the layout builder widget. So I'll remove media query from here because it's different from media query, but in this case it is going to replace media query. So let's comment this thing out. Okay, and what is this layout builder widget? So first I'm just going to type the code out, then I'll explain what this layout builder widget does. So for layout builder widget, I'm just going to have layout builder like this, builder, which will give me context and something known as box constraints. Alright, now we'll figure out what this box constraints is. What this box constraints is it gives us a bunch of constraints which we need to follow to lay out our app. So if I just print stuff, constraints dot, and let's say max height, which is the main thing. Then we have max width, then we have minimum height and minimum width. Alright, and then we are going to return a text from here, let's say, and that just says hello. So nothing too fancy here, and we see a hello, nothing else. A very simple text is returned. And you might think there is no purpose of layout builder, but when you open the terminal, you'll see constraints.max height over here is infinity. Constraints.max height again, I don't know why we haven't changed it. We want maximum width, then minimum height and minimum width. Alright. Now we can restart again, and we see over here max height is infinity, max width is 1440, and minimum height and minimum width is 0. What is this giving us? Well, layout builder gives us the constraints in which it is. For example, a certain widget might impose some constraint on us, right? Let's say layout builder is wrapped with a widget which is size box and has a height of 100, width of 200. Let's save it. We restart the app. Here you see the constraints have changed now. The max height is 100, max width is 200, minimum height is 100, and minimum width is 200. Meaning minimum and maximum width is 200, what we have specified over here, and maximum and minimum height is 100, what we have specified over here. So what layout builder does is it gets its constraints from the parent widgets. So whatever constraints the parent widgets give it, it has those in its mind and it will tell us about those constraints. That's why earlier when we didn't have any constraint at all, it gave us infinity because it can take how much ever space it requires. Then we add maximum width. The maximum width would be the width of this device and it is 1440. You can check it for M1 max. And then the minimum height and minimum width can be 0. So you can make sure that your widget returned from here can be of height and width 0, or it can be any height or a width till 1440. So it gives you certain set of constraints according to which you need to follow. So that's what layout builder does. It cares about what restrictions are put on it, what constraints the container, sized box, padding widget give to it. So here we are just going to take this constraints to know what is the height and the width. Alright. So we are just going to have if constraints dot maximum width is greater than 650. So since it is a builder, it is a function. At the end of the day, we want to return a widget, but I'm putting an if condition over here. And since this is a function, I can put an if condition like this. If we were in UI, I would put if condition like this. And there would be no braces, alright? But we are not in UI. We are in a builder function. And in function, I have to put a curly bracket because that's what Dart requires. Anyways, if the constraints.max width is greater than 650, then I want to show a grid view builder. So let's return grid view builder. Make sure to return it. And as you can see, when I save it, it doesn't format it automatically. The code formatting doesn't work because there's an error. And this error is there because we have one if condition in place. So if constraints.max width is greater than 650, then we return a grid view builder. Okay. But what if it is not greater than 650 like our iPhone? What should we do in that case? Then we will have an else condition and there we are going to return a list view builder. So let's copy this. Then we are going to return a list view builder. Sweet. Also let's remove one parenthesis. Make sure everything is correct over here. Let's restart the apps on iPhone, Chrome and everything. And we see an error over here and the same error over here. That error is there because render viewport and we have some boxing related problems. So basically what we need to do is remove the expanded from grid view builder, and we've already removed the expanded from list view builder. Then we are going to wrap the widget with expanded, right? Now if we save it, everything shows up correctly, and even here everything shows up correctly. So expanded says take as much space and width as you require. So here if we try to print constraints.max height, and if we try to print constraints.max width, we should be seeing a value. Let's restart. We see 535 and 430 for iPhone, and when we go to Chrome and restart, we see 517. Now the max height, instead of infinity, it is 517 because that's how much space it is getting, because that's what expanded does, right? I hope you got a better understanding of it through Layout Builder. And as the name suggests, it helps you to build layouts. And the max width doesn't change because there's no constraint or there's nothing over here. However, max height did change. So yeah, we just need to wrap expanded to Layout Builder. Then we return a grid view builder without expanded because expanded is there for our Layout Builder. We are getting the constraints properly now. And the same goes for list view builder. We are getting our constraints properly set up. So this is Layout Builder. Now you might ask, what is the difference between Media Query and Layout Builder? The difference is Media Query takes the entire device width and the entire device size, no matter what the restrictions on the widget are. But Layout Builder takes width and height based on the restrictions imposed by the parent widgets on it. And that's why I like Layout Builder better, because you always want to build your widgets based on what the parent gives you. Whatever sizing the parent will give you, you need to follow that. If Media Query doesn't obey that, then it's a problem. But if Layout Builder is telling you some constraints, it's because of the parent constraints and we need to follow that. For example, if I come over here, add to cart button, let's say, has some restrictions imposed by its parent widget, I shouldn't be using media query dot size of context or media query dot of context dot size, because then I'll be taking the entire width of the screen. I only want to take as much width and as much height as my parent allows me to do. That's why Layout Builder is used more often in my code. I don't use media query that often. In certain cases, yes, you do want the screen width, but in this case, Layout Builder works fine. So we are using Layout Builder. I also hope you understood the box constraints here. It gives you the constraints you can have for your widgets that you want to return, and you can check based on that. Also, when you print stuff here, like max height and max width, press Command J, restart, we get 517 and 1440. Then I'll click on inspect, and then you see the layout changed. The height is still the same, but the width decreased. So this is what I wanted to show to you. And then we are getting an error over here saying that, hey, this is not enough. So maybe we do need to set the child aspect ratio at 1.75, and then it will work on all the screen sizes. I think it works till 1080, so we can push it till 1080. So if constraints.max width is greater than 1080 width, so if we have this, we have 2 cards showing up, otherwise just 1 card. Okay, so this works better, I guess. And as you can see, when I increase, this card also increases, right? If you just come over here, a little bit over here, you see the device or the card is shrinking in its height and width. But when I increase the width of the device, it increases as well. So this is the beauty of child aspect ratio. You can configure it the way you want it to work. I think greater than 1080 is fine because all laptops have a width greater than 1080. At least I'm hoping that. So yeah, this was about Layout Builder, and this is how it's different from Media Query. Now you can play around with it and make the weather app responsive as well. I didn't make it responsive for this particular reason. I wanted to teach over here where we would have better examples, and then I would ask you to do it for weather app and send me the code. If you want me to review it, I'll review it for you. So this was all about responsive UI that I wanted to share. So to sum it up for you, try not to size your widgets because most widgets don't need an explicit size given to it. They don't need sizes like 350, 300, 250 given to it. They can take up the space they need. If you have a widget like List View Builder which needs the entire device height, then you can use widgets like Expanded to give it all the available space. And Expanded is generally used in a column widget or a row widget. If your widget does need a size, however, then give it a height of, let's say, 40, 100, 150, 200, whatever. Because this height is in logical pixels, and logical pixels basically promise that your widget will have the same physical size on all devices. So this means if your widget has a size of your thumb on one of your device, then it will have the size of your thumb on all devices. And the third option is to use a layout builder or media query, and I've already explained the difference between both of them to you. So this marks the end of the Flutter Beginners course. We've covered a lot in this course, but there's a lot more to learn. I wasn't able to cover all the widgets as there are more than 200 to 300 widgets in Flutter. The point isn't to know about all the widgets. It's about understanding how widgets should be laid out, how state management and the Flutter framework work. If you've understood that, you're ready to build apps on your own. If you want to know more about databases, you can watch Instagram or Reddit clone tutorials present on this channel. So I hope you've mastered the basics in Flutter and you found some value in this tutorial. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.